Damn system, is this what you call saving my life? A girl whispered desperately at the bathroom mirror in the dorm. Though her voice betrayed panic, it still carried a soft, melodious timbre. The girl was about 1.6 meters tall, with skin as smooth and delicate as mutton fat jade. Her silky silver hair flowed, and her eyes held a faint crimson hue, yet her gaze was filled with despair. Besides her breathtakingly beautiful face, she had a teardrop mole under her peach blossom eyes, adding a hint of allure. But this seemingly flawless, almost perfect, beautiful girl, just 30 seconds ago, had been a lovely boy. Ding. According to the optimal plan, if your little brother continues to hurt, your death probability is nearly 90. Moreover, the system has activated the hidden mermaid gene within you. This was all the choice of your own mermaid gene, nothing to do with the system. So my little brother is gone just like that. The boy, no, now the girl, collapsed in despair. 19 years. Her little brother had been with her for 19 years. She never imagined that slipping on soap while showering in the dormitory would cause such an injury, and now her little brother had vanished. Ding. Host, don't be so sad. According to the system's detection, your BOTUS genetic makeup is XX. By modern medical standards, you are intersex. The system has merely restored you to your original form. The system's voice struck her mind like a thunderbolt. She had always thought she was a boy, but now the system told her she was actually a girl. Though she had once fantasized about being a girl because of her feminine features, after 19 years of living as a boy, she never actually wanted to become one. For a moment, the girl stood frozen like a fool, even drool nearly dripping. The system thought she looked like a patient cured, but still drooling. Yushu, what's wrong with you? Yang Tao, who was playing QQ Wujin in the dorm, called out in confusion toward the bathroom. Nothing. Yushu snapped back and immediately replied, then instinctively covered her mouth. Huh. Yang Tao was puzzled. Why did that voice sound so feminine? I said nothing. She lowered her voice, barely managing to sound neutral. We have a KTV gathering later organized by Old Chun. Don't forget, he said, and then put on his headphones, shouting. I boost. Don't dismantle. Damn system. What do I do now? Yushu whispered, feeling her world had ended. Ding. The host can communicate with the system in your mind. Also, the system is called the learning and deduction system. System error under maintenance. Ding. System repaired. Ding. I regret to inform you that the system has lost its main function for unknown reasons. Yushu had a bad feeling. So, Ding, the main deduction function has disappeared, and the system needs to sleep to recover energy to barely maintain operation. Yushu. So what use are you? Ding. To compensate, the system rewards you with learning talent. Ding. Congratulations, host has obtained culinary talent. Not. What use does she have for that? Damn system. How do I get out now? I don't want my roommate to know about my situation. Yushu took a deep breath, though still devastated. But the facts were set, so she could only slowly accept it. Ding. As compensation, the system specially gifts you 2 chest binders taken from the neighboring dorm and a perfectly adaptive wig. Ding. The system will now rest. Wishing the host a smooth recovery. Bye, damn system. Damn system. Come out. Yushu yelled in her mind, but the system was already asleep and ignored her. Taking a deep breath, she kept telling herself not to get angry. It was already like this, so she could only take it one step at a time. Soon Yushu walked out of the bathroom. Yang Tao was still playing games, but he seemed to sense something and glanced back at her, scratching his head in confusion before continuing to play QQ Wujin. However, he wondered why Yushu's skin looked so white and smooth today. Most importantly, there was a faint, pleasant fragrance. Yushu pretended to be calm as she passed by, relieved when she saw Yang Tao still gaming. She returned to her bed. Since it was a 4-person room, each person had a bed and a desk. After climbing back to her bed via the ladder, Yushu pulled the bed curtain and fell into contemplation. According to the dam system, she couldn't change back and had activated some kind of mermaid gene. What the hell is a mermaid gene? Turning into a mermaid. She looked at her body, soft. It hadn't changed. Wait, the system was missing functions, so what it said probably wasn't true. It was just a mistake. If she really changed, she'd be sent to a lab and sliced up the next day. Yushu thought fearfully. Looking down through her collar, she could see the chest binder wrapped around her chest. Taken from the neighboring dorm. Female dormitory. She hoped no news of a stolen chest binder would spread from the girls' dorm the next day. After 5 o'clock, the dormitory door opened. A tall, muscular young man in a black t-shirt, holding a basketball, walked in. He was about 1.85 meters tall. Behind him came a handsome, sunny young man, wearing glasses with features comparable to Yen Zhu and Yu Yin, standing about 1.86 meters. Both were sweating clearly from playing basketball. Yo, Old Chin, Old Lin, you're back. Yang Tao looked at the two and responded, then smiled at the screen showing he had successfully captured the chosen one. That game wasn't satisfying. The opponents were just smoke and mirrors, total waste. Old Chun, named Chun Yuxing, was in the same major as the others. Yang Tao shook his head with a wry smile, then turned to the sunny guy. Old Lin Yu and Yushu are the only ones without a girlfriend in the whole dorm. Tonight's KTV party, Old Chin specially invited some girls from the neighboring school. You two better seize the opportunity. Yang Tao's expression was slightly lecherous, causing Lin Tianyi to punch him in the shoulder. Can I not go? The sudden voice plunged the entire dormitory into silence. Yushu poked his head out, asking somewhat awkwardly. His voice was a bit hoarse, sounding like he had caught a cold, and in this short time apart his skin seemed even fairer. Not going. I say, little Shu, although you're prettier than the campus belle, you're still a boy after all. You still need to find a girlfriend. Or are you? Chun Yuxing pretended to cover his chest and stepped back a few steps, looking as if he had encountered something terrifying. However, if Yushu really was a gay boy with his looks, it wouldn't be unacceptable. Impossible. Understanding Chun Yuxing's implication, Yushu's face flushed red, and he immediately withdrew his head. After a moment he steadied his almost breaking voice and replied, I just have a cold. Chun Yuxing's face fell upon hearing this. The purpose of this gathering was precisely for Yushu and Lin Tianyi. He was patting his chest and boasting that his dorm had a handsome guy comparable to Yanzu and a soft cute boy roommate. The girls next door upon hearing this had eyes that were nothing short of wolves and tigers. If Yushu didn't come, it would definitely lose a lot of fun. It's fine, just a cold. At worst I won't sing later. My good godfather, you can't let me break my promise, can you? I told them the whole dorm would go. Yushu was about to refuse, but didn't expect Chun Yuxing to say that in. He even called him godfather. In a boys' dorm, who could refuse a call of godfather? Anyway, she couldn't refuse. Fine. Gritting her teeth, Yushu agreed. After all, it was just a KTV session, she didn't have to sing, no big deal. Old Chin, I have no interest in those 3D girls. Lin Tianyi frowned, clearly knowing what Chun Yuxing meant. Since childhood, because of his excessively handsome looks, girls had come one after another wanting to be his girlfriend. Annoyed, he had to use his trump card, rejecting them on the pretext of not liking 3D females, and he also pretended to like watching anime. The result was naturally obvious. Lin Tianyi successfully fell in love with anime and became fond of 2D culture. Yet the girls were unaffected. Instead, they thought Lin Tianyi was a cool and aloof handsome guy and loved him even more. Godfather. No problem. Just one sentence made Lin Tianyi agree. After a simple wash, all members of Dorm 404 prepared to go to King's KTV. Since it was only 3 streets away from the school, they could walk to save on bus fare. Chun Yuxing and Yang Tao each went to pick up their girlfriends, so they left early. In the dorm, only Lin Tianyi and Yushu remained. The atmosphere suddenly quieted. Before long, Lin Tianyi walked out of the bathroom bare-chested and drying his hair. He tossed his hair back, his eyes carrying a hint of aloofness not found in ordinary people. As if noticing something, Lin Tianyi turned his head and saw Yushu looking at him with a slightly flushed face. The kind of redness was clearly visible. As if feeling caught, Yushu immediately climbed down the bunk bed, wearing black flip-flops on her little feet, and walked to her wardrobe. Lin Tianyi, this kid is a bit off today. Usually he and old Yang and old Chin all walked around bare-chested, and Yushu had seen it before. Why was she blushing at him today? However, Lin Tianyi took a closer look at Yushu and noticed that she seemed to have become even more beautiful. And that shy demeanor. For some reason, Lin Tianyi always felt a desire to bully her. Lin Tianyi, not good. Something's wrong. Yushu is a cute boy. How could you have such thoughts? He immediately slapped his cheeks, forcing himself to snap out of it. Although Lin Tianyi came back to his senses, the shy look of Yushu was still deeply imprinted in his mind. Just as he was about to say something to ease the awkward atmosphere, he saw Yushu taking out a pair of new socks from the wardrobe, putting them on, and then picking up her flashy pink shoes to wear. Yushu touched her cheek and found that her temperature had dropped a bit. Normally, seeing Lin Tianyi's physique only made her envious, but today she actually felt a desire to touch him. When she realized this, she felt her temperature skyrocket, and even her milky white smooth skin began to blush visibly. It was no different from the tipsy blush after drinking. Yushu was instantly overwhelmed as she immediately took out her socks and shoes to put on, diverting her attention. Fortunately, the fantasy in her mind had been forcibly suppressed, or she wouldn't know how to face her good son. Yushu glanced towards Lin Tianyi and saw that he had turned around to dry his hair, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Just now. He didn't notice, did he? He didn't, right? Hey, old Lin, are you ready? Her voice was still low and hoarse. Cough will be done in a moment. We'll go out together later. Lin Tianyi still didn't turn around, facing the balcony and drying his hair. All right, call me when you're ready. Yushu's voice drifted faintly, then she took out her phone and started tapping it. Because she was wearing earphones, the content was inaudible. Hearing Yushu's response, Lin Tianyi breathed a sigh of relief and adjusted his own trajectory. Damn it. He had actually reacted to Yushu, a boy. Although he didn't know why Yushu gave him a seductive feeling today, but he was a boy. How could you react to him? Could it be? Lin Tianyi had a terrible thought. Was he actually gay? No, he absolutely wasn't. Otherwise, in all the days they had lived together, this situation would have occurred long ago. But what was wrong with him today? He actually felt a desire to bully Yushu. Could it really be because he had been single for too long, leading him to see everything as attractive? Lin Tianyi was now self-reflecting with a suspicious expression. After tidying up, Lin Tianyi put on his clothes and came to Yushu. At this moment, Yushu was fully focused on the content on her phone. When she noticed someone approaching, she instinctively covered the phone. Although her movement was fast, Lin Tianyi still vaguely caught a glimpse of something like female characters. What's wrong? Yushu was startled when Lin Tianyi suddenly appeared before him. Hastily covering his phone screen, his slender fingers as delicate as jade unconsciously began to twirl his hair. Yushu was currently wearing a self-adaptive wig matching the length of his original hair, a wolftail style. Though he detested this haircut, his hair always grew back to its original length within days after a trim, leaving him no choice but to keep the wolftail. Nothing. Didn't you just say to call you when I'm ready? We can head out now. Lin Tianyi was curious about what Yushu had been looking at, but old Chun and the others had already called to urge them. They were the last two to arrive. All right, let's go. Yushu snapped back to reality. Soon the two walked side by side out of the dormitory. It was June, and Jiangxing City, a southern metropolis, was sweltering. Lin Tianyi wore a loose Elizabeth shirt. Initially, he had used his love for anime girls and self-proclaimed otaku status as an excuse to reject advances from girls, but now he found himself genuinely drawn to this interest. By the way, Xiaoshu, aren't you hot wearing so many layers? Lin Tianyi asked, glancing at Yushu walking beside him. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but Yushu seemed to have shrunk slightly. To an outsider, their height difference looked like a perfect match for a couple. Moreover, a faint fragrance occasionally wafted from Yushu. Was it a new shower gel? The scent was intoxicating to Lin Tianyi. Huh. No, not hot at all. Yushu quickly replied, adjusting his 500-degree glasses. Wearing them made him feel a bit dizzy. He had previously suffered from 500-degree myopia, but now he discovered that his eyesight had miraculously recovered. That was a silver lining in the midst of bad news. I told you I caught a cold, so I'm not cold, Yushu said, pulling up his collar. He was now wearing a cream-colored sweatshirt, but because his body had shrunk, the originally well-fitted sweatshirt had become slightly baggy. His shoes, once a perfect fit, now felt loose. His foot size had changed from 39 to 36. The same was true for his underwear. As for his pants, they were drawstring style, so he could just tighten the knot. But the hem of the pants touched the ground, so they needed to be replaced. Yushu's heart bled. This needed changing, that needed changing, and it all meant spending money. His little savings. No way. He had to find some part-time work to earn money. He decided to accept his friend's invitation to be a guest at a small comic convention. The pay wasn't much, but at least it was 200 or 300 yuan. With that thought, they soon arrived at the Wangzhe KTV. Since minors were not allowed, both of them presented their IDs. Yushu felt awkward as the security guard compared his ID photo with his face. Eventually, with a facial expression like an old man looking at a phone, the guard let him through. Following old Chen's message, they arrived at room A3. The room was spacious, about 50 square meters, already occupied by 8 girls, and the two scoundrels, old Chun and old Yang. Yo, isn't this our old Lin and Xiaoshu? You two finally made it. Chen Yuxing, holding a microphone, began to tease them as Yushu and Lin Tianyi pushed open the door. Yang Tao, also holding a microphone, joked, I really didn't expect you two to look like a couple standing together. Yushu, Lin Tianyi, what the heck, guys? The girls all let out a chorus of wow, and looked them up and down, finding that Yang Tao was right. They did look like a couple. Ship them. Although they had agreed to come for the purpose of making friends. Well, to be honest, they wanted to meet Chen Yuxing's so-called soft and adorable roommate, and the cool handsome guy. But now, seeing how well-matched the two were, they couldn't help but start shipping them. Never underestimate girls. Most of them have a fujoshi heart, especially when they see such a height difference. If not for the censor in their minds, they would have already imagined a story of the cool roommate forcing himself on the soft boy, spanning tens of thousands of words. Teased by everyone, Yushu's pretty face flushed slightly. Fortunately, the lighting was dim, with colorful lights occasionally flashing over them, hiding the blush on his cheeks. Otherwise, the girls would probably have gone wild. You two scoundrels, be careful, or he'll spill all your dirty secrets. Lin Tianyi had his pride to uphold. How dare these two adopted sons slander him? But what puzzled him was that he didn't feel repulsed at first. Instead, he felt a strange urge to give it a try. Could it be that he was actually gay? No. Lin Tianyi, how could you have such thoughts? He is your beloved friend, your brother. How could you think of him that way? Would you betray his trust? To deflect the awkwardness, Lin Tianyi decided to strike back by wrapping his arms around Chen Yuxing and Yang Tao's shoulders and squeezing them hard. Soon they surrendered. Chen Yuxing was especially frustrated. Even though he looked bulkier than Lin Tianyi, he couldn't match his strength. Come on, let me introduce you. This is Ting Ting's roommate and old Yang's girlfriend's roommate. They began to get to know each other and continued picking songs. The atmosphere quickly became lively, but the girls kept stealing glances at Lin Tianyi and Yushu sitting together. They had already forgotten today's purpose. Actually, no. The purpose was already achieved. They came to see handsome guys. And now they had seen them and even gotten a tasty ship to enjoy. This trip was totally worth it. Yushu could feel the girls' eyes occasionally landing on him and Lin Tianyi. These fujoshi. He knew exactly what they were thinking. 2 years ago, because of Lin Tianyi, he had also fallen in love with anime culture and started liking some anime characters. So a year ago, he quietly joined a comic convention group by himself and attended events. Encouraged by the group members, he started cosplaying. The result was obvious. He quickly became the group's goddess. What? You say the goddess is a guy? In the cosplay circle, who cares about gender? As long as the portrayal is faithful and beautiful, that's all that matters. Thus Yushu had quite a few fans pursuing him. 2 days ago, he even received an invitation from a friend to be a guest at a small comic convention. Having been in the circle for a year and interacted with those girls, he naturally understood their thoughts. They just wanted to ship couples. Yushu had never minded before. It was just a personal hobby. But now the shipping targets were him and Lin Tianyi. At this moment, Yushu just wanted to dig a hole and bury himself. World just ended. Lin Tianyi, Xiaoshu, why don't you two sing a song? Upon seeing Yushu and Lin Tianyi sitting side by side on the corner sofa, one of the fujoshi asked curiously. I've caught a cold, my voice is hoarse, not really suitable. Yushu actually enjoyed singing, and her voice was quite pleasant. But now she dared not. Her vocal cords had changed. If she sang, she feared she would be exposed. She had to use a cold as an excuse. As for future exposure, Yushu thought she could keep it hidden for as long as possible. Maybe one day that damned system would let her become a real boy. I'm not much of a singer. Lin Tianyi wasn't sick, but he truly couldn't sing. He could only hum a tune at most. We don't believe that. And since we're at a KTV, how can you not sing at least one song? Exactly. Handsome, just go ahead. After all, he was a handsome guy, and Lin Tianyi's voice sounded pleasant. No matter how bad his singing was, how terrible could it be? Old Lin, will cue up a song for you. Blue and White Porcelain. Chen Yuxing chimed in at that moment, promptly selecting the song. Faced with everyone's teasing, Lin Tianyi helplessly shook his head, took the microphone, and began to sing. The plain embryo outlines the blue and white brush strokes, thick, turning light. The peony painted on the bottle, just like your first makeup. Everyone, bro, you really can't sing. His voice was like shouting. Pleasant to hear, yes, but it couldn't withstand such roaring. Everyone's smiles froze in place, especially the two girls who had been urging him. They regretted making Lin Tianyi sing. Chen Yuxing, Yang Tao, and Yushu all looked at Lin Tianyi in disbelief. Although his voice was nice. What was with that shouting-like melody? Chen Yuxing regretted handing the microphone to Lin Tianyi. Bro, you're one of us, don't sing. After the song, Lin Tianyi felt as if he had opened his run and do meridians, feeling refreshed and invigorated. It seemed singing occasionally wasn't a bad choice. Old Lin. What? Want me to sing another? Lin Tianyi saw Chen Yuxing's complicated expression and thought it was good, plus he was a bit reluctant to stop, so he replied. Ahem, old Lin, I think you're tired from singing, you should rest. Huh. Lin Tianyi scratched his head in confusion, and everyone chimed in. Yeah, handsome, have some wanglaji to moisten your throat. Xiaoshu, you too. Then they pushed 2 cups in front of them. Lin Tianyi pursed his lips. He understood now that these people just thought his singing was terrible. He had finally taken the initiative only to lose so thoroughly. Damn it. He picked up the cup and downed it in one gulp. Yushu didn't refuse either, she was a bit thirsty after not drinking for so long. She also picked up the cup and drank. Only after drinking did she realize. The drink seemed a bit bitter. Is this wanglaji? The girl who had handed it over glanced at the drinks beside her. In front of her was an open beer bottle and a wanglaji with her own cup next to them. She took a sip and realized it was wanglaji. That meant Yushu had drunk her beer. Oh no, that cup was beer. Lin Tianyi immediately realized, turning to Yushu with a serious expression. Xiaoshu, are you feeling unwell? No, I'm fine. It's just a mild cold, and I only had 1 sip. Yushu hadn't expected to drink beer. Whether it was an illusion or not, she felt her senses becoming a bit fuzzy. What's wrong with you? Nothing. Just feeling a bit sleepy. Could Xiaoshu be drunk? One of the girls muttered after seeing Yushu's condition. Indeed, looking at her, she seemed to have entered a tipsy state. Although not fully drunk, it wasn't far off. Just 1 sip. Her tolerance was too poor. Yushu gasped inwardly, as she hadn't expected her alcohol tolerance to drop so much. 1 sip, and she was tipsy. If she finished the whole cup, she'd be drunk on the spot. I'm fine. Maybe I should head back and rest. Yushu directly requested to leave. The others wanted to say it was too early, but they remembered she had a cold and had accidentally drunk a sip of beer. Though not a big problem, she seemed tipsy. Whether it was an illusion or not, her cheeks looked flushed, making one want to pinch them. They'll take you back. Lin Tianyi grabbed Yushu's small hand and pulled her up. But the moment he touched it, he instinctively squeezed twice. The texture. Yushu's hand was so soft and tender. After squeezing twice, he realized what he had done and quickly said to everyone, they'll take Xiaoshu back. You guys have fun. Yushu, though not fully reacting, felt her hand being held and instinctively tried to pull it back. But upon hearing that she could go back, she immediately stopped resisting. They were buddies, holding hands wasn't a big deal. Moreover, sudden resistance might cause misunderstandings. Right now, Yushu just wanted to escape this place. Those girls were terrifying. Their eyes kept drifting between her and Lin Tianyi. Yushu felt the fear of fujoshi shipping couples for the first time. Alright, take care on the road. Old Lin, make sure to look after Xiaoshu. Chen Yuxing said, though regretful, he didn't object. After the two left, the girls curiously asked Yang Tao and Chen Yuxing, Old Yang, is Xiaoshu really a boy? Of course. They both responded instinctively. They had lived together for 2 years, how could they not tell male from female? Although they had never seen Yushu use the restroom living together for so long, if she were a girl it would have been exposed long ago. But one thing bothered them: Yushu's appearance was even more beautiful than their girlfriend's. If only Xiaoshu were a girl, then they would definitely make her their girlfriend. Oh, before they had a girlfriend, that is. They absolutely had to add that condition. Yang Tao and Chen Yuxing swore in their hearts. Holding Yushu's hand, Lin Tianyi finally left the KTV entrance. Since it was night, the evening breeze blew in their faces, easing Yushu's tipsy state and clearing her mind a bit. Old Lin, I'm much better now. Please let go of my hand. Her voice was a bit low, sounding somewhat shy. Lin Tianyi came to his senses at that moment and quickly released Yushu's hand. Indeed, if others saw two grown men holding hands, wouldn't they be misunderstood? Embarrassed, he rubbed his nose. However, the moment his fingers touched his nose, he caught that alluring fragrance again. This kid, why does he smell so strangely good? And the lingering sensation of holding that small hand left Lin Tianyi with an unfinished yearning. After sensing Lin Tianyi let go, Yushu finally breathed a sigh of relief and walked ahead, leaving Lin Tianyi to follow behind. From behind, Lin Tianyi gazed at the graceful silhouette before him. He had to admit, from the back there was no sign that Yushu was a boy. No, even from the front it was impossible to tell. Lin Tianyi sighed inwardly. With looks like these, Yushu really left no room for girls to survive. Why be born so beautiful? At the same time, he noticed that he himself seemed very off today. No, Lin Tianyi, how could you have such a thought? Subconsciously slapping himself, Lin Tianyi finally sobered up a bit. How terrifying. He had almost been turned gay by Yushu. Lin Tianyi felt that maybe he should find a girlfriend, otherwise if this continued, he truly feared he might become gay. Just in time, there was a small exhibition at the expo center tomorrow. Though not large, it suited him well. At the comic convention, he felt he needed to interact with more girls to avoid being turned gay by Yushu. Besides, he had taken time to prepare a set of equipment himself, waiting to put on a good show at the convention. The two walked in this manner, one ahead and one behind. The moon hung high, and the streetlights reflected their shadows. Gradually, the shadows walked side by side, quite harmoniously. Back in the dormitory, Yushu took off his shoes and stepped into black flip-flops, returning to his bed. Lin Tianyi did not go out again. He didn't like the KTV environment. If it weren't for Chen Yuxing calling him foster father, he wouldn't have agreed to this foster son. Now that he was back, he could just get on with his own tasks. He took out his gaming laptop, opened an interface, and began typing code. It seemed like another lengthy task, but his fingers moved incessantly, like afterimages, making one suspect he was just pressing keys randomly. Yushu returned to his bed, pulled down the bed curtain, and lay flat on the bed. Except for the shirt, the underwear and pants were not at all fitting, making it uncomfortable to wear. He took out his phone and opened the chat with Sister Yu, which showed her invitation for Yushu to be a guest. After a moment of silence, Yushu replied directly, "Sister Yu, I've decided. I'm free that day." At the same time, Wang Xiaoyu, who was eating hot pot at Hedaleo, immediately replied upon seeing Yushu's message, "Really? That's great. The price is still the same, 300. Makeup included." The two girls sitting opposite her noticed Wang Xiaoyu's excited expression and asked curiously, "Sister Yu, what's made you so happy?" "Oh, we're having a comic convention at the expo center tomorrow, right? We originally planned to invite a few guests to liven up the event, but one of them couldn't make it at the last minute. So I found another adorable teacher to be a guest." "An adorable teacher? Let me see, let me see." The two girls crowded over curiously. Wang Xiaoyu didn't refuse and opened the cosplay photos of Yushu taken over the past year. Wow, this teacher is so faithfully recreated, so beautiful. The girl was envious when she saw Yushu's cosplay of Kwang-san in school uniform. "This teacher is so cute. Can you give us her contact info?" "Oh, you'll see her tomorrow, won't you? You can ask for her contact info yourselves then." Hee, perfect. As a makeup artist, she could get Yushu's contact info while doing his makeup. "Yushu, sister, you let me tell you in advance, I don't have a cosplay costume right now." "Wang Xiaoyu, no problem, the costume is ready. The shoes are only size 36, which might not fit teacher Suyu. Yushu, size 36 is just perfect. But what costume is it?" "Wang Xiaoyu, we have a cosplay costume of Alexia here. Just come tomorrow around 8 o'clock. If you perform well, there will be a reward." "Yushu, really?" "Wang Xiaoyu, yes, really." After a few casual words, Yushu said he had something to do and ended the chat. With vacant eyes, she stared at the ceiling, instinctively reaching down. Empty and hollow, her little brother let out a death rattle. Gone, truly gone. Yushu really cried. Opening Pinduoduo, Yushu searched for underwear. Bras could be skipped, after all she was what she was now. But panties were a must-buy, and they had to be boxer briefs. Otherwise it would be hard to explain. After a few clicks, Yushu lost about 500 yuan. Looking at her remaining balance of 126 yuan and 2 jiao, Yushu cried. She still didn't dare to confess to her family, afraid that if her parents found out about the whole raising a son as a daughter thing, they might die of anger. Such matters could only be handled slowly. She also needed a process to ease, and besides, maybe that damn system could turn her into a real man again. Getting off the bed, Yushu prepared to sleep. After all, she had to get up early tomorrow to go to the International Hotel for makeup, so getting enough sleep was important. Especially when getting makeup done, she had to take good care of her skin the night before. Wearing slippers that were clearly 3 sizes too big, she saw Lin Tianyi fully focused on typing code when she went to the bathroom. Watching the speed at which lines of code flew, like gibberish, she suspected he was just making it up randomly. Sensing someone watching from behind, Lin Tianyi subconsciously stopped his fingers. Turning around, he found Yushu staring at him, seemingly lost in thought. What's wrong? Lin Tianyi's voice brought Yushu back to reality, and her cheeks instantly flushed. Nothing, I just saw how fast you were typing code. Oh, that. It's just normal speed. Lin Tianyi shook his head and continued typing. After hearing that, Yushu felt a sense of awe. Was this what confidence in oneself meant? Snapping back to reality, Yushu realized something was off with her today. Ever since she had turned into a girl, she found her sensitivity had heightened significantly, blushing and feeling warm at the slightest provocation. Most importantly, just a single sip had left her in a tipsy state. She could hardly imagine that the same person who used to down 3 large glasses of spirit over 30 degrees in one go, without changing expression, was now reduced to this state. With a resigned sigh, she went to the restroom, instinctively pulling down her underwear to stand and wait for the urge to pee. But after a moment, Yushu sensed something was wrong. Looking down, she had wet her pants. Yushu. She had forgotten. The dragon was gone, leaving only the dragon's pit. But the question remained. Was she supposed to go to her locker wearing these wet underpants to get clothes? If no one was outside, Yushu wouldn't mind. But outside, Lin Tianyi was typing some unknown code on his gaming laptop. Although he seemed quite focused, who knew if he might suddenly look over. After thinking for a long time, Yushu decided to poke her head out to check. From the bathroom, a head slowly emerged, surveying the dormitory situation. Seeing Lin Tianyi still fully absorbed in typing code, she gathered her courage, lifted her now damp and uncomfortable pants, and prepared to walk toward the dorm. But the moment she popped out, Lin Tianyi closed his gaming laptop and stretched lazily. He glanced casually toward the bathroom, and the next second a figure swiftly retreated back inside. Lin Tianyi. What was Yushu up to? Curious, Lin Tianyi approached, but the bathroom door was already closed. Little Shushu, what's wrong? That. Could you go to my locker and grab a pair of underwear and pants for me? Her voice sounded somewhat urgent. Huh. Lin Tianyi was puzzled. It was just a few steps away. Why did she need him to fetch it? Alright, hang on. Without refusing, Lin Tianyi went to Yushu's locker, opened it, took out the clothes, and came to the bathroom door. He knocked. After a moment, the door opened a crack, and a small jade white hand reached out. Gazing at that delicate hand, Lin Tianyi inexplicably recalled the sensation of holding it at the KTV, and a desire to relive that touch stirred within him. As if finding the right direction, the hand took the clothes and immediately shut the door. Lin Tianyi. Come on, we're brothers, why so tense? He wouldn't actually. Let's not go there. Lin Tianyi felt something was off with him today, ahead, decide tomorrow. Shaking his head, Lin Tianyi returned to his bed, opened his gaming laptop again, logged into an account, and started communicating with others. Yushu took her clothes and breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, Lin Tianyi hadn't suspected anything, nor had he suddenly opened the door and walked in. Otherwise, it would have been awkward. Changing her clothes, Yushu unfastened the binding cloth. Looking at the mirror in the bathroom, she was captivated by the beauty reflected. After a moment, she seemed to notice something odd. Had she grown a bit? She touched it gently, the soft texture sending a tingle through her, and she let out an involuntary moan. Realizing what she had done, she quickly covered her mouth. After a moment of silence, hearing no unusual sounds from outside, she relaxed. It must be my imagination, definitely my imagination. Comforting herself, Yushu washed the clothes, took a nice shower, hung them up, and returned to her bed. On the way, she saw Lin Tianyi still working, and couldn't help but marvel at how hardworking old Lin was. At the same time, she felt envious. Not everyone had Lin Tianyi's talent. She put away the binding cloth and removed the adaptive wig. The silvery white hair wasn't flattened or tangled like a normal wig. After wearing it, remained as smooth as ever. As smooth as if it had been treated with a top conditioner. Lying flat on the bed, Yushu quickly fell asleep. Her breathing was light, with no snoring. Lin Tianyi rubbed his eyes and let out a sigh of relief. Finally done. Having to listen to reports every day was really annoying. Stretching, Lin Tianyi called out to Yushu's bed, Yushu, are you asleep? No response. She must have gone to sleep early. I'd have to ask her the next day. Originally, Lin Tianyi planned to go to a comic convention the next day and do a cosplay, asking Yushu to accompany him. But since she was already asleep, there was no need to disturb her. Soon Yang Tao and Chun Yuxing returned, opening the door. Before they could shout, Lin Tianyi's voice rang out, little Shu is asleep, keep it down. Yang Tao and Chun Yuxing exchanged confused glances, then nodded. After all, Yushu had caught a cold today and accidentally drank a sip of beer, so it really wasn't good to bother her. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Yushu's phone alarm rang. Before going to sleep, Yushu had set an alarm for 6 o'clock. At 6, the 3 adopted sons in the dorm would definitely not be awake. Based on her knowledge of them, they wouldn't fall asleep until 2 or 3 in the morning. So they would never get up until the last minute, especially since it was Saturday, giving them even more reason to sleep in. Sneaking down from the bed, Yushu washed up and prepared to go out. But as she changed her shoes, she felt a gaze fixed on her. For some reason, her senses seemed to have become much sharper. "Old Lin, you're awake so early." Lin Tianyi yawned. He had no choice. He needed to go to his rented studio to pick up equipment. "Yeah, I have things to do. What about you? Why are you up so early today?" "I have a part-time job. If I weren't short on cash, I wouldn't bother getting up this early." Yushu pouted in response. Money was hard to earn, just like shit was hard to eat. She only had 126 cents left on her. "Oh, take care then." Lin Tianyi nodded, also noticing that Yushu seemed to be short on cash. But offering to lend her money directly might not be appropriate. He'd find an opportunity later. Watching Yushu leave, Lin Tianyi tidied up briefly and then headed out. Only Chen Yuxing and Yang Tao remained in the dorm snoring away. After breakfast, Yushu took the bus for over an hour, finally arriving at the expo center. She checked the time, exactly 8 o'clock. She was pretty punctual. Just then a hand suddenly landed on her shoulder, startling Yushu. He let out an instinctive gasp, turning around to find a mature woman dressed in black high-heel stockings and an office lady outfit, standing at 1.7 meters tall. Her straight hair was neat and dry, a slight smile on her face as she looked at Yushu. "You Jia, you scared me to death." Yushu patted his chest lightly after seeing who it was. "Scaring people is no joke. Well, I saw teacher Suyu and wanted to give you a surprise." Suyu was Yushu's cosplay name, Cian, since in the cosplay community real names are rarely used. "Scare, yes." Yushu put on a fierce expression, which made Wang Xiaoyu laugh heartily. The waves on her chest rolled, causing some nearby boys to be unable to look away. "Anyway, teacher Suyu, you seems a bit off. How did you get so much shorter?" She remembered Yushu used to be around 1.7 meters, but now he seemed only 1.65 meters. "Forgot to use insoles." Yushu replied quietly, unable to tell her that he had turned into a girl and his height had shrunk. "Haha, it's okay, come on teacher Suyu, let's go get your makeup done," she said, pushing Yushu forward. Yushu let out a series of sounds as he was passively pushed by Wang Xiaoyu toward the makeup room. Along the way, Wang Xiaoyu uttered salacious words like, "Teacher Suyu, you smell so good." This made Yushu blush slightly, which only excited Wang Xiaoyu even more. What puzzled Wang Xiaoyu was that Yushu was supposed to be a cute boy, wasn't he? Although she had interacted with Yushu before, he never seemed to have such a captivating fragrance and soft, pliable body that made one want to pinch him. With that thought, Wang Xiaoyu instinctively launched a sneak attack on Yushu. Yushu instinctively stepped back 2 steps. This person had no martial ethics. She actually deceived and ambushed a young maiden of only 20. "I am a boy." Even though exposed, Yushu still blushed and stretched his neck, declaring proudly, all right, you're a boy." Wang Xiaoyu laughed heartily, then began to call the makeup artist to do Yushu's makeup and didn't bother him anymore. After all, she was one of the organizers and had things to attend to. Looking at the girl in the mirror that had become herself, Yushu sighed helplessly. "Teacher Suyu, why are you sighing?" The makeup artist, whom Yushu knew, was Wang Xiaoyu's assistant with the CN of Xiaoman. "It's nothing, you'll understand when you reach my age." Xiaoman was confused, but she was already 25. It had to be said, Xiaoman, as a professional makeup artist, was skilled. After putting on contact lenses and a simple cosplay makeup, Yushu looked even more youthful and charming. Moreover, her original appearance was already high, even more beautiful than the school's campus belle. If it weren't for the rule established after a year when a student used his roommate's cross-dressing photo to win top 3 in the school, banning students whose gender doesn't match the competition from participating, the 3 brothers in dormitory 404 would have wanted to put Yushu in women's clothing for the campus beauty contest. Done as expected of teacher Suyu, you look really beautiful, and your skin is so good, no foundation caking at all. Xiaoman enjoyed the entire makeup process for Yushu. Not only was there no caking, but the skin was also so tender and smooth. The simple cosplay makeup now made her look even more beautiful. "Do you need me to put on the wig for you?" "I'll do it myself. Is there a restroom?" "Yes, over here." Xiaoman pointed to a WC sign not far away. "Okay." Yushu picked up the cosplay outfit that Wang Xiaoyu had placed beside her and took it along with the wig into the restroom. A dozen minutes later, the restroom door opened, and Yushu walked out. What emerged was a girl with pink long hair, elf ears, and wearing a white and purple dress. In the makeup room, everyone instinctively held their breath when they saw the girl emerge. Was this Alicia herself? When did she break through the second dimension and come to the real world? And it was the most beautiful, true self. A human of law cosplay. Yushu was not yet aware of the situation, as she was carrying a bag containing her clothes and shoes. "Xiaoman, I am Alicia's dog. Teacher, please step on me with your jade feet. Don't be merciful." Just then a girl suddenly hugged Yushu's jade-like leg, and rubbed her face wildly against the milky white thigh. Yushu, sis, I know the cosplay spirit is a bit off, but this. Yushu was a bit scared too. Crazy. Sis, sister, please be normal, I'm scared. Yushu, amused and exasperated, tried to pull the girl hugging his leg away. Ehe, teacher, you're so beautiful. From now on you are my wife. Yushu, speechless. Xiaoman, help. Yushu felt like crying as she never expected to encounter such a crazy person. Although she had been popular when cosplaying before, it was never this exaggerated. Teacher Suyu is too beautiful. I'm about to fall for you. Xiaoman said this, but she was professional. Aang, get up, you've scared the teacher. The girl with Xian Aang realized and quickly touched Yushu's leg, made a slurp sound, and then stood up. I'm sorry, Teacher Suyu, you are just too beautiful. I have never seen a girl as beautiful and accurate as you. Thank you for the compliment. Yushu played with her hair shyly, then asked Xiaoman. Xiaoman, where should I put my stuff? Put it here, there's a storage spot. Xiaoman pointed to a nearby area where the staff placed their belongings. After putting away her things, wearing Alicia's cosplay high heels before the exhibition even started, people in the makeup room had already swarmed to seek photo opportunities. After taking a full 15 photos, Yushu finally emerged from the crowd. Teacher, you're so popular. Oh, I almost forgot you have a back ornament. With that, she attached the back ornament of Alicia's true self, human of law battlesuit. If one could ignore the tape on the back, Yushu's current appearance was nothing short of breaking the dimensional wall, stepping into the real world as Alicia herself. So beautiful. Xiaoman was envious and took a photo with Yushu. Yushu nodded and replied with a thank you, then sat down in a secluded corner, lowering her head to play on her phone. She was truly terrified. It was too overwhelming. She had never been surrounded by so many people with such fervor before. Ding detected that the host is in a special environment. Now issuing a mission, display a melodious voice at the convention. Reward vocal techniques. Yushu suddenly heard the system's voice in her mind, and her eyes lit up. Dog system, you're finally awake. Quick. Is there any way to turn me into a boy? Ding, host, don't even think about it. I'm already crippled. What more do you want from me? Besides, isn't it nice being a girl? Look how popular you are. Ding, I'm going back to sleep. I only have a tiny bit of energy left this time. I don't know when I'll wake up next. Host, remember to complete the mission or the reward will be taken back. Dog system. Don't run. Hey. But no matter how much Yushu screamed in her mind, the system remained silent. It was clear that the system had truly fallen asleep. This damn dog system. Yushu screamed internally in despair. However, the system had issued a mission related to singing. Click to claim. The next second, knowledge of vocal techniques was directly infused into Yushu's mind. She now knew exactly how to pronounce to sing a song better. Moreover, she discovered that she could imitate other people's voices. For example, Alicia. She could even mimic her own previous voice. But singing on stage. Yushu felt a headache coming on. Just earlier when she went to put away some things, she was surrounded and had dozens of photos taken. If she went outside, she would likely be mobbed. But this mission could alleviate her current situation. After all, she couldn't keep lying about having a cold and a hoarse voice. Yushu, believe in yourself, you can do it. After cheering herself up, she sent a message to Wang Xiaoyu. Soon Wang Xiaoyu replied, just interact with them more. If you have a talent, teacher, you can also perform on stage. Yushu, can I sing a song on stage? Yushu, it won't be long, just a little while. Wang Xiaoyu, of course, I'll arrange it for you, teacher Suyu. Wang Xiaoyu, let me know when you're ready, teacher. Wang Xiaoyu, I'll come find you in a bit. Putting away her phone, Yushu mustered her courage and walked out of the dressing room. It was now 9:30 in the morning, and outside the exhibition hall, a dense crowd of visitors and cosplayers had gathered. Although Yushu was attending a small convention, this so-called small was only relative to the big city conventions like Yaodu and Imodu. In reality, this small convention could attract over 1,000 participants. The foot traffic was still substantial. As a guest, Yushu had already entered the venue early. Outside, many people waiting for the 100 opening instinctively took a few extra glances at the Alicia cosplayer inside. But when they saw the appearance of this Alicia, they were instantly stunned. Holy crap. Alicia is alive. Huh. Damn. Such an accurate Alicia. Alicia, I'm your dog. Because a few people had spotted Yushu and couldn't help shouting, the crowd in line noticed that there was a cosplayer inside with an astonishingly high degree of accuracy. She was practically Alicia herself. Most importantly, the cosplay outfit prepared by the organizers was also very faithful and of good quality. The combination of the two created an incredibly powerful buff. Yushu was silent. This was too crazy. She could already imagine the storm she would face. But she was a guest now. Though she wanted to escape, she was here for a part-time job. There was no choice but to face it with a smile. To live up to her salary and the bonus Wang Xiaoyu had mentioned, Yushu decided to give it her all. Yushu put her hands behind her back, bent forward slightly, and responded with a smile. Hi, hello, everyone, I'm Alicia, nice to meet you. Since she was cosplaying Alicia, she used Alicia's voice. But Yushu seemed to have forgotten that her appearance alone was enough to drive them wild, and now, she was using Alicia's voice. The scene erupted into chaos. It's Alicia. Ozzel. Alicia's voice in the cosplay is incredibly accurate. Tell me, did you come back to life from the real world? Rise again, my love. Alicia, I'm your dog. Kick me. Woof woof woof. If not for the security guard at the entrance holding them back, the crowd would have already surrounded Yushu. Looking at the frenzied crowd, Yushu kept a smile on her face, but inside, she was going crazy. She was wrong. She shouldn't have given it her all. They were all insane. Yushu suspected that if she stood in front of them, she would be torn to pieces in less than a second. Just then Wang Xiaoyu walked over and immediately hugged Yushu. My Suyu, you're really amazing. Not only are you so accurate, but you can also use Alicia's voice. I think I paid you too little. With your quality ID, give you 1,000 without hesitation. I've decided. Your salary is raised to 1,000. Oh, isn't that too much? Yushu was a bit surprised. 1,000, not 100. Wang Xiaoyu just gave it like that. Not too much, teacher. You don't know, but cosplayers of your quality usually start at 2,000, and that includes meals, accommodation, and transportation. I'm just a small convention. I'm lucky to have you, teacher. You won't think I'm paying too little, will you? Wang Xiaoyu said with a pitiful expression as she looked at Yushu. No, how could I ever think that? Yushu was shocked. She never expected her salary to jump by 700, 1,000. Her monthly living expenses were only 1,500. This was almost a month's worth of living expenses in one go. Mom, I've made it. Yushu sighed inwardly. Mom, I've made it. Yushu sighed inwardly. By the way, teacher Suyu, although I don't know why you're wearing a chest binder or something, that thing really affects development. It's best not to wear it. At that moment, Wang Xiaoyu's gaze fell on Yushu's chest as he spoke earnestly. Yushu followed his gaze to her own chest, which had now reached the early cup size. She had noticed this when changing clothes earlier. Her body was still changing, especially her chest, which was slowly growing larger every moment. She was genuinely afraid it would keep growing endlessly, which would be terrifying. However, the chest binder the system had provided was incredibly effective. Though it had already reached a cup in the morning, it could still be perfectly concealed. Alright, it looks like Teacher Su, you will be the most popular one today. And judging by the situation, it'll be hard for you to go anywhere else. I'll arrange a spot for you near the stage so you can easily get on stage when it's your turn to perform. By the way, Teacher Suyu, what song are you going to sing? After a moment of thought, Yushu replied Gai. Wang Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, and he nodded in understanding. After arranging a spot for Yushu, the time reached 10 o'clock. The convention began admitting attendees. Those who had been eagerly waiting were now even more excited to see a highly accurate Alicia cosplayer inside, and one who could mimic Alicia's voice perfectly. The venue erupted instantly. A flood of people surrounded Yushu, taking photos and collecting pictures. Yushu could handle it at first, but there were simply too many people. She felt like she was about to collapse from exhaustion. Luckily, she could sit in the photo booth Wang Xiaoyu had arranged for her, otherwise she would have already collapsed. Despite that, the stream of people entering, taking photos, and collecting pictures never ceased. What Yushu didn't know was that the news had already spread like wildfire across various convention chat groups. Word was that the large convention at Jiangxing City Expo Center had invited a cosplay guest who was incredibly accurate and could mimic Alicia's voice. Others were skeptical at first, but after seeing the on-site photos, they were utterly devoted. People from neighboring cities immediately bought tickets and rushed to Jiangxing City Expo Center. Those in the same city hurried over as fast as they could, fearing Yushu might disappear. Even some office workers who were supposed to be at work made up excuses to take leave just to make the trip. So Yushu had yet to realize that this was merely the appetizer. The real storm was still brewing. Outside the expo center in the parking lot, a white SUV adorned with Alicia decals pulled in. A young man got out from the passenger seat and patted the trunk. The trunk opened, and he took out a box. I say, big boss, what made you interested in coming to such a small convention? Keep talking, and I'll dock your pay. The driver's door opened, and Lin Tianyi stepped out. If no one else was free today, I wouldn't have bothered with you. All right. Wang Yu rolled his eyes at Lin Tianyi and replied helplessly. Boss, how long did it take you to handcraft this suit? And using the factory's latest lightweight alloy TSK. Wang Yu examined the armor Lin Tianyi was putting on and asked curiously. Not long, just a week. A week? That's pretty fast. It's not a real mech. Spending a week on this is already slow. Lin Tianyi took the armor pieces Wang Yu handed him and finally put on the helmet. The armor seemed to activate, emitting a faint blue glow. The sections that needed to connect seamlessly joined together, forming a smooth, unified whole. Samu armor fully equipped. So cool. You're definitely the coolest guy today. Wang Yu smiled at Lin Tianyi, looking at the 2.9-meter-tall Samu armor. Though Lin Tianyi didn't respond, the slight upward curve of his lips inside the armor betrayed his mood. He was clearly in a great mood today. While Lin Tianyi was putting on the Samu armor, a crowd of onlookers had already begun to gather. After he finished suiting up, the armor produced the expected sound effects and visual effects, instantly drawing even more people in. This convention trip was absolutely worth it. Not only was there an incredibly accurate Alicia, but also a highly complete Samu armor. 2.9 meters tall. How was it controlled? They didn't know, but it felt amazing. This convention trip was totally worth it. It didn't disappoint his decision to skip work. Lin Tianyi controlled the Samu armor, making it stride toward the expo center. The movements were fluid and natural, as if a giant were merely wearing an outer shell, not a mech. Screams and shouts echoed along the way, but no one came to take pictures. Didn't they see he wasn't stopping? For cosplayers in high-level suits like this, unless they paused, it wasn't easy to stop them for photos. Inside the venue, Yushu felt like crying. So many people. And why were there more and more? She really wanted to cry, but she could earn 1,000 yuan for the day. At that thought, her teary expression instantly turned into a smile. She already knew how exhausting tomorrow would be. Just then the crowd thinned a bit, and exclamations of surprise rang out. Those who were puzzled turned around and saw it too. 9-meter-tall Luiying mech inside the convention. They were instantly thrilled. This 60 yuan ticket was totally worth it. Even just the incredibly accurate Alicia alone was enough to cover the cost, let alone such a large and detailed Samu mech. With the arrival of the Samu mech, the crowd around Yushu, though still large, thinned out a little, easing the pressure on her. She also noticed a massive Samu in the distance. Good heavens, a Samu mech. Good buddy, I'll have to thank you properly later. Yushu sighed inwardly. Thanks to the Samu mech diverting the crowd, she finally caught her breath. She then took out a bottle of water and started drinking. For some reason, she felt unusually thirsty today and had already downed an entire bottle. Maybe it was due to nerves. Luckily, the water here was free. If she needed more, she could just ask. But what puzzled her was that despite drinking so much, she didn't need to use the restroom. That was actually a good thing, since using the bathroom in her current outfit would be extremely troublesome. Inside the mech, Lin Tianyi looked around, feeling a sense of delight. What was the point of spending a week handcrafting this mech? It was all for this moment. And he had perfected the mech's operating program only last night, enabling such smooth movements. Otherwise, it would have been much clunkier. Just as Lin Tianyi was scanning the area looking for a spot to settle, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a familiar figure. It was Alicia. Also one of his favorite game characters, and he had even secretly declared online that Alicia was his wife. Though this was perfectly normal within the cosplay circle. But Lin Tianyi was seen by others as a cool and aloof handsome boy. If this were discovered especially by Yang Taochen Yuxing and Yushu, they would surely mock him, their adoptive father. Because the Sam mech was quite large, tourists instinctively made way for Lin Tianyi. Soon Lin Tianyi arrived at the location of Yushu's exhibition. Yushu was still taking photos with others, maintaining a smile. Though her heart was in turmoil, she was professional. After all, that was 1,000 yuan. How many ordinary people could earn that much in a day? At least Yushu didn't think she could, so she needed to be professional. By then Yushu had also noticed the giant Sam approaching her spot. She had thought it wasn't that big, but when the Sam mech actually stood before her, she realized it was truly massive. With this build and appearance, was it really possible for such a small exhibition to host a cosplay of this level? It seemed almost too exaggerated. She had always believed that only big exhibitions in cities like Yaodu or Mo-do could feature such high-quality suit cosplays. Although surprised by the arrival of the Sam mech, Yushu still used Alicia's voice to interact. Hi, hello there, Mr. Sam. Alicia is pleased to meet you. At first, Lin Tianyi just wanted to see this Alicia and maybe get a photo, but after approaching, he heard the Alicia cosplayer's voice was exactly like Alicia's. Lin Tianyi suddenly became excited, but before he could say anything, the Alicia looked up. Initially, he was stunned, thinking such a beauty existed in the world, but upon second glance, Lin Tianyi froze. Wait, this Alicia? Why did she look so familiar? Though she wore cosplay makeup, the foundation, the face, wasn't it just his good son Little Shu, whom he lived with day and night? No, it couldn't be Little Shu, because Little Shu was a boy, but this one was a girl. Couldn't he see the generous curves? He hadn't studied them, but they were definitely real. The Sam mech's helmet had 24K ultra-clear image recording. There was no mistake. Yet for some reason, upon seeing Yushu, his once calm heart began to race rapidly. It felt as if it would leap out of his chest, utterly uncontrollable. Recalling what had happened last night and the fact that this Alicia looked almost identical to Yushu save for the cosplay makeup. It seemed Yushu had gone to a part-time job today. Could it be? Lin Tianyi had a bold idea to test this. He had to test it thoroughly. Helplessly, Lin Tianyi was caught in self-doubt, unwilling to believe what he was thinking. With that thought, Lin Tianyi responded directly to Yushu. Nice to meet you, Alicia. You are beautiful. Due to the voice modulation, the sound was identical to the Sam in the game. Yushu was amazed. The Sam's audio effects were incredible. When she touched the Sam mech, the cold metallic texture told her it was definitely real metal. Good heavens, where did this big shot come from? Who would use real metal to build such a massive mech? Could this be real? Though surprised, Yushu kept her smile. Can I take a photo with Mr. Sam? She asked, pulling out her phone. Lin Tianyi recognized the phone case immediately. It was his good son Little Shu's. So Little Shu, you really are a girl. No wonder your hands were so soft and your body so fragrant. But Lin Tianyi was puzzled. If Yushu was a girl, why did she live in the male dorm and claim to be a boy? Was there some unspeakable reason? But that didn't matter now. The important thing was that he was certain this Alicia was Yushu. Lin Tianyi's heart itched with curiosity. Unbeknownst to Yu Shu, her secret had been completely exposed to Lin Tianyi. She was about to take a photo with this highly realistic Sam mech. This was a rare opportunity. Inside the Sam mech, Lin Tianyi cooperatively made a peace sign. Click no need for beauty mode, it could already serve as a wallpaper. Thank you, Mr. Sam. Yu Shu felt a bit happy as she also liked Sam mechs. After all, which boy could resist a mech, especially one piloted by a top-tier beauty? You're welcome. Lin Tianyi muttered, then muted his voice. Call Little Shu. Inside the helmet connected via Bluetooth, he directly dialed Yu Shu's number. He needed to make a final confirmation. The next second, Yu Shu, who had been admiring the photo, received a call. Through the ultra-clear lenses, he could clearly see the note Yu Shu had for him: adoptive son, no. 1. No doubt there would be 2 more following. This Little Shu. Lin Tianyi gritted his teeth, though he knew they often called each other adoptive father and adoptive son in the dorm. But somehow, knowing Yu Shu was a girl, his feelings had subtly shifted. Yu Shu glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Lin Tianyi. Though puzzled why he would call, she still answered. Hey old Lin, what's up? Her voice was low, but thanks to vocal techniques, it sounded exactly like before. Lin Tianyi fell silent. He hadn't expected Yu Shu standing right in front of him to possess such a skill. Was this the legendary ventriloquism? Nothing, just curious where you went for your part-time job. He said this while still staring at Yu Shu. From this angle, he could see her generous curves. His body involuntarily reacted. While she was a girl, not a boy, or it was normal for him to react. He had finally proven he wasn't gay. But Lin Tianyi's gaze fixed on Yu Shu. Yu Shu felt as if something dirty was staring at her, unconsciously shivering. She looked around, but saw nothing. However, she was puzzled. Why was old Lin suddenly curious about her part-time job? I work part-time at a milk tea shop. Glancing around at the chaotic surroundings, that was the only plausible excuse. Milk tea shop? Which one? Let me come and support you, Little Shu. No. Yu Shu panicked instantly. If he actually came over, she would be exposed. They'll be leaving soon. Really? Don't come. Alright, how about dinner together tonight? Okay. Finally managing to get through it, Yu Shu breathed a sigh of relief. She hung up and continued working. After all, she had to earn that 1,000 yuan a day. Inside the Sam mech, Lin Tianyi couldn't suppress the smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Now he was absolutely certain. The stunning Alicia before him was his Little Shu. Little Shu, you deceived me so thoroughly, you almost made me doubt my own orientation. I have to punish you for this. And you lied to me. Lin Tianyi pondered how to properly discipline Yu Shu. Though she didn't know she had been discovered, and while he couldn't fathom why she was cross-dressing and living in the male dormitory, since she wanted to keep her identity hidden, he wouldn't be foolish enough to expose her. Otherwise, if it caused awkwardness, or worse, a rift between them, the loss would be too great. After all, Yu Shu was the first girl among all he had met who made him feel something. Guiding the Sam mech, Lin Tianyi stood silently by. Yet when he saw the tourists snapping photos of Yu Shu, an inexplicable irritation stirred within him. It was as if something he wished to treasure was being put on display for others to admire. But he had no right to stop Yu Shu from being photographed, and besides, she seemed to need money given she had taken up this part-time job. Lin Tianyi felt he should find a way to help Yu Shu. For 4 whole hours the crowd around Yu Shu never thinned. All thanks to Lin Tianyi's Sam mech cosplay and Yu Shu's incredibly authentic Alicia. Backstage, Wang Xiaoyu was ecstatic as she watched the ticket sales. She never imagined that today not only would Yu Shu surprise her, but that wild Sam mech would also exceed expectations. She'd have to go thank the Sam mech cosplayer later. Beep beep, just then Yu Shu's phone rang. Looking down, she saw it was a message from Wang Xiaoyu reminding her that her turn was coming up soon. Finally, it's over. Seeing the message, Yu Shu's heart wept with relief. Hello everyone, I still have things to do. Hope we meet again someday. After bidding farewell, Yu Shu headed toward the free stage. Though the onlookers were disappointed, they couldn't very well stop her when she had obligations. Fortunately, the booth was very close to the free stage, so it took no time at all for Yu Shu to reach the backstage area. Sister Yu. Haha, my superstar, how did it feel today? Don't tease me, I'm exhausted. Yu Shu looked half dead, which made Wang Xiaoyu laugh. Alright, you're next. Teacher Su, are you confident? Confidence? They'll just do my best. It's not like they'll kick me off stage halfway through, right? If that happened, I'd really cry. How could that possibly happen? It's your turn. Go for it, Teacher Su. After a round of encouragement, Yu Shu heard the host calling her cosplay name. Summoning her courage, she stepped onto the stage. The moment she set foot on the stage, the entire audience below erupted with excitement. It's Alicia, that incredibly authentic Alicia. She's absolutely gorgeous. Alicia, I'm your dog. The host was startled by the lively atmosphere below. It was truly a first, every bit as intense as the big city conventions. After some interaction, they finally managed to quiet the crowd. Soon the stage was handed over to Yu Shu. Microphone in hand, feeling the gazes from below, she gathered her courage and listened as the music began. Then Alicia's elegant and enchanting voice rang out. La 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 la. Hi, you're here. I've been waiting for you. When the evening breeze traces the contours of a girl's hair, burning fireworks sparkle like starlight in her eyes. I'm dressed like a flower, a smile that travels the world. The moment her voice reached their ears, the entire venue fell silent. They felt as if a gentle girl was softly singing beside them. The restless hearts within them were now soothed. Peace. Only one thought remained: to listen to the perfect girl's song on stage. I dream of birds in the sky kissing the horizon. Doves there are singing loudly of this world. The air is filled with the sweetness of flowers. Like a child's smile. On stage, Yushu was initially nervous, but as her voice rang out, she discovered she had a natural command over the melody, and gradually, she fell into the flow. She closed her eyes slightly, letting the feeling guide her song. The venue grew quieter until only the girl's voice remained. I wish for you to be by my side, leaving my lingering attachment. I want you to sing praises of this world with me. The air is filled with the sweetness of dreams. Like your smiling face. Will you remember the world I bless? Her voice descended, and Yushu slowly opened her eyes. Flowers have bloomed, birds have alighted. It's the final farewell. As the song ended, Yushu's voice echoed in the venue, and the audience remained immersed in her beautiful singing. Only when the echoes faded did they realize the song was over. Even the host had been lost in the lingering notes, and didn't react until the sound vanished. He quickly raised his microphone. Teacher Suyu is truly incredible. In ancient times, they said music lingers for 3 days without fading. Today I've witnessed it firsthand. One more song. One more. Someone suddenly shouted for an encore, and the others joined in. The host found it somewhat expected. After all, being so beautiful was one thing, but singing so beautifully too. This girl was simply perfect. She was Alicia in the flesh. But they knew Alicia was fictional. Did that matter? The voices from the audience continued, and the host found herself in a dilemma. She truly wanted Yushu to perform another song, but there were still others waiting in line. Yushu seemed to understand the host's predicament, and picked up the microphone. Thank you all for your support, but there are still friends waiting in line. We can't disrupt the show's schedule. Everyone see you again if fate allows. The crowd was deeply disappointed, but Alicia has said so. What else could they do? Watching Yushu leave, everyone felt a profound loss, as if the moonlight of their hearts had departed. Without paying attention to the crowd's mood, Yushu let out a sigh of relief. The task was finally completed. Besides, when she had just gone on stage with so many eyes on her, she felt immense pressure. My teacher Suyu, the surprise you gave me is just too great. At that moment, Wang Xiaoyu hugged Yushu with a face full of delight, and Yushu was helpless. Sister, you okay? Let go of me now. Alright. By the way, your part-time shift is over. Do you plan to stay, or? It's over. Yushu was a bit surprised. It was supposed to be until 5 o'clock. It was only 4 o'clock. Of course, my teacher Suyu, I've seen how much work you've done today. Although she knew Yushu's cosplay today would be stunning, she never expected it to be this stunning. To put it bluntly, today's event was a great success. But hey, race the problem. There's still tomorrow's anime convention. Teacher Suyu, tomorrow. Sister, you am already obedient, please spare me. As soon as Yushu heard that, she immediately spoke, knowing it was about asking if she would come tomorrow. Tisk, fine. By the way, remember to accept the transfer. Wang Xiaoyu didn't insist, and Yushu breathed a sigh of relief. She took out her phone and saw the chat interface with Wang Xiaoyu, where a transfer of 1,500 appeared. Sister, you isn't it 1,000? Didn't I say that if you perform well, there's a little gift? These 500 are your little gift. Wang Xiaoyu squinted and smiled, then waved her hand. Alright, it's almost over. I need to prepare for the follow-up work, so I won't keep you company. By the way, this cosplay outfit is yours to keep. Since Yushu had worn it, Wang Xiaoyu didn't want anyone else to wear it and defile it. Yushu never expected that this trip would not only net her an extra 500 yuan, but also a cosplay outfit. Thank you, Sister Yu. What's there to thank? I should thank you instead. If you have time next time, I hope Teacher Suyu can take on another commission. Next time for sure. Yushu made a sound like a pigeon. Since work was over, Yushu naturally wandered around the exhibition. After all, she had spent most of the day in that area, and hadn't really explored the venue. The consequence was that many people still surrounded her as usual, forcing Yushu to borrow a handheld board that could be hung around her neck, on which was written, "Please spare me, I'm very tired today. Feel free to take photos." Because of the board hanging on her chest, everyone who saw it expressed understanding. After all, most of them had indeed heard that Yushu had stood at that booth for several hours. When Yushu returned to the booth, the Sam mecha was already gone. She had originally planned to thank it properly, but it seemed there was no chance. Just then Yushu noticed something. It was the Sam mecha. It had come to this spot. Just as Yushu was about to walk over and greet it, thanking it for helping attract so many people today, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. What did she see? A familiar person. Her number one, good son Lin Tianyi. No. Why was he here at the exhibition today? In an instant, Yushu's mind was thrown into chaos, and he was right in front of her. Yushu immediately turned around to leave, but heard Lin Tianyi's voice. "Teacher, please wait." Yushu pretended not to hear, but unfortunately Lin Tianyi's voice rang out again. "Teacher Alicia, can we take a photo together?" Hearing this, Yushu had no choice but to stop. However, she kept her head down, afraid to look at Lin Tianyi. Seeing this, Lin Tianyi naturally understood that Yushu was surprised to see him here and didn't want him to know she was cosplaying. In that case, he could have some fun with her. Okay. Yushu still didn't look up, but Lin Tianyi walked straight over and stood close to her. As he approached, Yushu felt her body gradually heat up. Seeing this, Lin Tianyi's heart, which had been set on teasing her, began to pound wildly. This look was simply too unfair. Most importantly, Yushu was wearing the Alicia cosplay and even using Alicia's voice. He remembered telling those girls that he only liked girls from anime and games. Now that such a girl had appeared in this form, he felt he couldn't hold on. But he still forced himself to control his composure to avoid revealing any cracks. Unfortunately, Yushu still kept her head down. "Teacher, can you smile?" Lin Tianyi's voice sounded, and Yushu's heart was pounding wildly. Forget it. Let it be exposed. Soon a photo of the young man and woman appeared on the phone. The young man grinned, his smile genuine. The girl was shy but still smiled at the camera. Lin Tianyi saved the photo and stared straight at Yushu. "Teacher, you remind me of someone I know." "Oh." Yushu looked up at Lin Tianyi in surprise. "I must have mistaken you. After all, that friend of mine is a boy." "Oh, teacher, I didn't mean that." "I know." Yushu's heart finally relaxed a little, it seemed. Lin Tianyi didn't seem to recognize her. That was good. If he had recognized her, she wouldn't know how to face her good son. "Teacher, can I know your CN and your real name?" "Suyu, my CN is Suyu. As for my real name." "Not telling you, Naya." After discovering that Lin Tianyi had not recognized her true identity, Yushu's courage suddenly grew. And so a playful mood arose, and the little devil inside her gradually emerged. Lin Tianyi looked at Yushu's protruding tongue and couldn't help feeling a bit thirsty, as well as surprised. What's up with little Shushu? Has she gotten bolder? The Yushu of today was a completely different personality from the Yushu he remembered from before. Was this her true nature? No. Sometimes Yushu would also play such pranks. Perhaps this was her genuine feelings showing. "Teacher Suyu, do you happen to know someone named Yushu?" Just as Yushu made a face at Lin Tianyi and was about to flee, she heard a name from his lips. Apparently, she had already guessed that Lin Tianyi was suspicious, uncertain. No, she absolutely had to mislead him. What should she do? Ding. Yushu felt her mind suddenly clear up. "Hey, do you know my cousin?" Yushu thought her acting skills were at their peak, at least she believed so. "Oh, I didn't expect my roommate to be the teacher's cousin. What a coincidence. I wonder if I could. Haha, I didn't bring my phone, sorry. I have things to do. See you around, my cousin's classmate." With that, Yushu turned and fled, leaving Lin Tianyi no chance to speak. Watching Yushu escape, Lin Tianyi's lips curled slightly. "Cousin, huh? Boss, what's this?" As the helmet of the Sam mech was removed, Wang Yu dismounted from inside. He had asked Lin Tianyi to let him try it out of curiosity earlier. Now he had witnessed this brilliant scene. It was absolutely spectacular. His boss actually showed interest in a girl. Lin Tianyi was never short of girls around him, but Wang Yu had never seen any girl treated by Lin Tianyi like this. "None of your business, and don't you dare leak this, or he'll deduct your salary." Tisk Lin the skinflint. Wang Yu verbally protested, but it was useless. "Excuse me, are you the cosplayer of the Sam mech?" Just then a staff member approached and asked. Wang Yu was about to point at Lin Tianyi, but Lin Tianyi interrupted. "Yes, he is the cosplayer of the Sam mech." "Great. Teacher, could you please come with us? We want to thank you properly." "Go ahead." Lin Tianyi waved his hand, signaling Wang Yu to leave. Wang Yu followed the staff member with a confused look. Lin Tianyi took out his phone connected to Bluetooth and dialed Yushu's number. Soon Yushu answered. "Hello, little Shushu, where are you now? Do you need me to pick you up?" I'm at the milk tea shop in Xinghe Plaza, but I'm leaving now." "Oh, I'm at the expo center, which happens to be near Xinghe Plaza. Shall we go together?" "Hey, wait, I still have something to do for a while, half an hour." "Okay, by the way, little Shushu, guess who I saw?" On the other end of the phone, Yushu had a bad feeling. Who? Your cousin, and she's actually a guest at the convention." You ran into my cousin. And she's a guest." "Yes, you two look so alike. If I didn't know you were a boy, I would have thought that beautiful Alicia was you." Hearing Lin Tianyi's words, Yushu finally felt completely relieved. It seemed that her good son Lin Tianyi hadn't discovered her secret. Unconsciously, a mischievous thought arose in Yushu's heart to tease her good son. "Hey, that's normal. Many people have said that since I was a child. So is my cousin pretty?" But as she said this, Yushu's face flushed slightly, and she inwardly scolded herself for suddenly asking such a question. "Pretty, your cousin is the most beautiful girl I've ever seen." Lin Tianyi's lips curled involuntarily. It felt so good to be able to speak the truth freely without any concerns. Hearing this sudden compliment, Yushu felt her heart racing. What a Lin Tianyi. But she also knew that he was only talking about her cousin. I have things to do. See you later." "See you later?" Lin Tianyi looked at the hung-up phone and smiled slightly. After hanging up, Yushu decided to run and remove her makeup and change back into her own clothes. After a series of operations, she returned to her original appearance, except that she now held a set of Alicia's cosplay costume. Luckily, Xiao Man had given her a large bag, otherwise it would have been hard to carry. Bidding farewell to Wang Xiaoyu and the others, Yushu glanced at the time. There were about 10 minutes left, so she started jogging toward Xinghe Plaza. Soon she arrived near the laughing milk tea shop. Although she had been jogging the whole way, she wasn't out of breath. Little Shushu, I'm here. Just then Lin Tiany's voice sounded. Yushu turned her head and saw Lin Tiany sitting on a chair with 2 cups of milk tea on the table. One of them was the strawberry bubble milk tea that Yushu liked. How are you here? Haha, I happen to be thirsty and wanted some milk tea. Here, this one's for you. Oh, so you know your adoptive father likes this. With that, Yushu unceremoniously picked up a straw, stabbed it into the milk tea cup, and took a satisfied sip. Her expression was one of pure contentment. Hearing Yushu call herself his adoptive father, Lin Tiany's face darkened. You little rascal, I buy you milk tea, and you want to be my adoptive father. With that thought, Lin Tiany stood up, and under Yushu's puzzled gaze placed both hands on her head, and began to mess up her hair. Ouch! What are you doing? Yushu slapped Lin Tiany's hand away, rolled her eyes at him, and continued. So where are we eating today? Let me make it clear first, I did a part-time job today, but I don't have much money. Who knew what expenses she would have after becoming a girl? Yushu had to be thrifty. It's fine, I'll treat you. Lin Tiany replied nonchalantly. Moi. Yushu became alert immediately, then looked at Lin Tiany seriously. Old Lin, you're acting suspicious. Since when did you become so generous? As long as you call me adoptive father, I'll treat you. Adoptive father. Yushu responded without hesitation. Lin Tiany was speechless. She really had no dignity. Let's go, it's already 5 o'clock, and I'm hungry. I heard Hetty Laofu has a discount recently. They'll treat you to it. Oh, old Lin, are you rich? Even with a discount, Hetty Laofu was still expensive. Forget it, Hetty Laofu is too expensive. Let's go somewhere else. I think Shashin Snacks is pretty good. It was the most suitable option for a not-rich college student like him. I said Hetty Laofu, and that's that. They'll treat you, don't be polite. Although Shashin Snacks was fine now that Lin Tiany knew Yushu was a girl, he felt it would be somewhat embarrassing to treat her to a place like that. Yushu was about to protest, not wanting Lin Tiany to spend too much, but Lin Tiany directly grabbed her hand and walked toward the Xinghe Mall. Hey Lao Lin, what are you doing? Yushu grew anxious as Lin Tiany suddenly grabbed his hand and started dragging him toward the Xinghe Mall. Let go. If someone sees 2 grown men holding hands like this, they'll misunderstand. Lin Tiany released his grip, but as he recalled the sensation of that touch, an inexplicable possessiveness stirred within him. No, she was his beloved friend and confidant, his roommate. How could he think such thoughts? But she was a girl, and the first girl in all these years who had ever made his heart race. Lin Tiany's mind was a tangled mess. He had always rejected the advances of girls who threw themselves at him, focusing only on his research classes and sports. He could sense that those girls were only after his appearance or his status. But Yushu was different. After years of companionship, she only brought him a sense of comfort. Now that he knew her true identity, a strange and wonderful feeling blossomed within him. He felt odd, his thoughts in disarray. Ahem, my fault. Yushu rolled her eyes and rubbed her forearm. A red mark remained. Lao Lin really had no idea how strong he was. He needed to be more careful. Yushu picked up the bag and looked at Lin Tiany. Let's go to Hetty Lao, she said. You pinched me so hard. You have to make it up to me. Since she couldn't argue with Lin Tiany anyway, she might as well go along with it. He was the one treating her, not the other way around. She could get a free meal. What's not to like? Fine, let's go. Lin Tiany was relieved that Yushu hadn't dwelled on it. But when she mentioned the pinch, he suddenly realized that his body was no longer ordinary. If he didn't control his strength, he could cause real harm. Hey Shushu, let me see your hand. Yushu held out her reddened hand. Lin Tiany gently took it and examined it. Seeing only a red mark and no swelling, he breathed a sigh of relief. At least her hand wasn't injured. Otherwise, he would have wanted to slap himself in the middle of the night. Soon they arrived at Hetty Lao. The waitstaff was incredibly enthusiastic, their service so warm that Yushu felt a bit embarrassed. Hello, handsome and beautiful, a table for 2. Yes, 2, please arrange it. Hey, I'm a boy. Yushu attempted to protest. The waiter looked surprised. A boy? There was actually such a beautiful boy in the world. Don't worry, she's actually a beauty. Lin Tiany's mischievous side emerged, and he smiled at the waiter. The waiter felt utterly confused. So was it a boy or a girl? Lao Lin. Yushu's skin flushed pink, clearly embarrassed. Haha, just kidding. Lin Tiany watched Yushu's shy expression and felt an inexplicable urge to kiss her cheek. If this had been yesterday, he would have suspected he was gay, but now he knew Yushu was a girl. So this was a normal feeling. He enjoyed teasing Yushu like this. Yushu bashfully punched Lin Tiany's chest twice, but to him it felt like a playful tap. Indeed, a shy Shushu was the cutest. Shushu, what do you want to eat? Shrimp balls, beef, whatever else. Yushu sat down and pulled out her phone to browse Janine. Lin Tiany nodded, tapped the screen, then got up to get the dipping sauce. When he returned, he had also prepared a serving for Yushu. Here, this is for you. Oh, Lao Lin, you actually know what kind of sauce I like. We've had hot pot together before, haven't we? With his enhanced memory, Lin Tiany could easily recall such a vivid experience. So he had mixed the sauce according to the flavor profile he remembered of Yushu. Soon beef, shrimp balls, tripe, and other hot pot ingredients were brought over. Wow, you ordered so much. This must be 7 or 800 yuan. Yushu stared at the piled-up ingredients in silence. This meal alone cost half a month's worth of her food budget. Although she knew Lin Tianyi had a job outside and often worked in the dorm, she never expected him to be so generous, treating her to a 7 or 800 yuan hot pot without hesitation. It's fine. Lin Tianyi didn't mind if for him it was nothing. Yushu pouted, and though she had joked about eating him out of house and home, she actually sent him a transfer of 300 yuan. Huh, why did you suddenly send me money? Lin Tianyi was surprised. He had said this meal was on him. No reason, don't ask. Yushu transformed into a voracious eater, devouring the beef and shrimp balls, as if to drown her sorrows in food. If Lin Tianyi had offered to treat her to a meal at Shaxin Snacks costing 1 or 200, she might have shamelessly freeloaded. But this meal was 7 or 800 yuan. No matter how thick-skinned she was, her conscience wouldn't allow her to take advantage. So with tears in her eyes, she transferred 300 yuan to Lin Tianyi, and then like a tragic hero began to annihilate the evil beef and shrimp ball monsters. Lin Tianyi fell silent, watching Yushu's expression, on the verge of tears, yet stuffing food into her mouth like a little squirrel, and couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong? Yushu looked at him puzzled. If you don't eat, he'll finish it all. It's fine, he'll order more if we need. For the first time, Lin Tianyi realized that Yushu was different from the women who clung to him. She was like a pure white lotus, thoughtful and considerate. He had always thought such girls only existed in anime and games, but here, she was in reality, standing before him. And most importantly, he was sure now, he had fallen in love with her. For the first time, Lin Tianyi felt an overwhelming urge to hold Yushu tightly in his arms, to marry her, to give her a home. Lao Lin, what's wrong? Why do I feel like something's on your mind? Yushu poked at the beef in the clear broth, then ladled it into Lin Tianyi's bowl. Eat up, or you'll starve. Okay. Lin Tianyi smiled with relief, having resolved something in his heart. He felt completely at ease. By the way, Shushu, I need your help with something. Yushu's eyes narrowed in suspicion. She knew it. This meal came with a catch. She regretted it. Could she get her 300 yuan back? What is it? Let me warn you first. I'm not necessarily going to help. Don't be so wary. It's nothing major. Lin Tianyi smiled at Yushu, who was staring at him with a tense expression. Actually, tomorrow is Sunday, and my former high school classmates are organizing a gathering. They also said everyone should bring their girlfriend. So, Yushu had a foreboding feeling. So, I want you to cross-dress and pretend to be my girlfriend for a day. How about it? Yushu didn't respond, instead eyeing Lin Tianyi with suspicion, then wearing an expression that said, I can't believe you're that kind of person. Old Lin, I'm a guy. If I apologize because I'm too handsome and turned you gay, then I'm sorry. But seriously, I'm not into men. What a joke. She hadn't even come to terms with the death of her little brother, and now Lin Tianyi was saying this to her. Just then Yushu seemed to think of something, and asked warily, Old Lin, be honest with me. Are you gay? Don't worry, I won't tell Old Shun and Old Yang. Lin Tianyi felt a strong urge to expose Yushu's disguise, pin her against the wall, kiss her soft lips, and then say, see, am I gay? But he didn't. For one thing, he still didn't understand why Yushu was pretending you. For another, he didn't want to break this situation. At least for now, he rather liked the dynamic of being in the dark while she was in the light. My sexual orientation is normal. If your orientation is normal, how could you propose such a perverted request? Yushu's voice lowered as she spoke the last 5 words. Could it be that she really had turned Lin Tianyi gay? If so, she would be the worst culprit. You know, I don't like those girls, but the gathering is tomorrow. But you can't just... Yushu raised a hand to her forehead in exasperation. This old Lin was really something else. So Shushu, how about it? Don't worry, he'll give you a reward afterward. Reward? Yushu's eyes lit up. But still she was conflicted. If Old Shen and Old Yang found out, she couldn't imagine the consequences. 10,000. Yushu's eyes nearly sparkled. 10,000. Was he serious? That was 10,000. Even working hard at a manual labor job, it would take ages to earn that much. And a job that paid 10,000 was hard to come by. Yushu was torn, then suddenly had an idea. Old Lin, it's not about the money. After all, we're both guys. Lin Tianyi sighed helplessly, looking as dejected as an abandoned child. Hey, don't sigh yet. Did you see my cousin today? Moi. Lin Tianyi narrowed his eyes. There might be a chance. Actually, my cousin is a bit short on cash, which is why she was a guest at the anime convention today. How about considering my cousin? It's just for one day, I think she won't refuse. Besides, she doesn't have a boyfriend. Lin Tianyi pretended to think, then the corners of his mouth lifted into a smile. Sure, that works even better. Yushu breathed a sigh of relief and pretended to send a message to her cousin. In reality, she opened her account, which she had registered with a date-only SIM card. She edited the profile, set up the photos she took today, made it visible for only 3 days, and arranged her avatar. After finishing, Yushu switched accounts and forwarded it to Lin Tianyi. Lin Tianyi clicked to send a friend request. A moment later, it was accepted. Yushu, hello, are you the boss my cousin mentioned, who needs a fake girlfriend for a day? Lin Tianyi silently glanced at Yushu, who was pretending to scroll through Douyin, nearly unable to suppress his smile. Lin Tianyi, yes, I'm counting on you. Yushu okay as long as the money is right, nothing is a problem. Yushu afterward he'll make sure you have no headaches. Yushu after all a handsome rich guy like you must have plenty of girls chasing you right. Yushu so rest assured once the money is settled it'll disappear immediately. Yushu a gif of a dog holding a rose and winking. Lin Tianyi no need to be so serious. How should I address you? Yushu my name is Lu Ruyan. When Lin Tianyi saw Yushu type out Lu Ruyan, he immediately sprayed out the cola he was drinking. Did Shu think he had never heard of Lu Ruyan? Hey old Lin, why are you drinking so fast? No one's competing with you. Lin Tianyi gave Yushu a glare. Who else was to blame for his state but her? Yushu, by the way boss, what kind of clothes should I wear tomorrow to go with you? Lin Tianyi's heart inexplicably began to race. This Shu, she's got something sexy. The thought of Yushu in black stockings, a short skirt, a low-cut top, and light makeup made him stir. But if she really wore that, those bastards would get an eyeful. Sexy was absolutely out of the question. Lin Tianyi go for a girlish style. Yushu got it boss. Yushu, what time should we set off tomorrow? Lin Tianyi, how about meeting at Star River Plaza at 10 in the morning? Lin Tianyi, although the gathering starts at 7 in the evening, I'd like to meet early and pretend for a while, so it seems natural, and they want suspect. Yushu, no problem boss. Understood. Yushu, I won't disturb you anymore boss. Take care. Lin Tianyi shook his head with a smile, and then directly transferred money to Yushu. Yushu, wow boss, what's this? Lin Tianyi, a deposit to put your mind at ease. On the other side, Yushu was delighted. She didn't expect old Lin to know about deposits. She accepted it without hesitation and found that old Lin had sent 5,000 yuan. Yushu boss, you're so generous. Tomorrow I'll make sure you experience the feeling of a perfect girlfriend. But after typing that, Yushu's pretty face flushed pink, looking utterly adorable. Looks like she'd have to go to a JK store to buy a set of JK outfit. Although she had never been to one, she had a good sister. Yushu boss, I won't bother you anymore. I'll head off now. See you tomorrow. Then Yushu clicked to withdraw using the fee-free limit and deposited 5,000 yuan into her bank card. But thinking about what she had to do tomorrow, Yushu's heart pounded wildly. She absolutely must not let old Lin find out. Otherwise she wouldn't know how to face them. After dinner, Yushu didn't return to school, with Lin Tianyi claiming she had something to do and left. Lin Tianyi nodded, then made a phone call. Soon a Volkswagen SUV arrived. Mr. Lin, head back to the company. Also tell Mr. Wang to leave my things in the studio. He knows where. Yes, Mr. Lin, and arrange something for me. Yushu, that's it sister, you please help me. On WeChat in the chat with Wang Xiaoyu, Yushu chose to ask for her assistance. After all, having just become a girl for the second day, much of her knowledge about being female came from Janine. She knew nothing about makeup, choosing clothes, or even underwear and sanitary pads. Wang Xiaoyu, teacher Suyu really surprises me. Wang Xiaoyu, but teacher Suyu, have you truly never been exposed to these things growing up? On the other end of WeChat, Wang Xiaoyu found it hard to imagine what kind of family would raise such a beautiful woman who had never bought these items alone. No wonder when she saw Yushu today, Yushu stubbornly insisted she was a boy. Wang Xiaoyu guessed that Yushu's family had always raised her as a boy, only today something had prompted her to ask for help picking clothes. Yushu, yes. So, sister, you please help. Yushu Shiba Inu bowing animated gif. Wang Xiaoyu, haha, I'm nearing them all too. Wait for me, I'll come help you right away, my dear little sister. Closing the message, Wang Xiaoyu decided to go assist this confused maiden Yushu. Teacher Wang, thank you so much for coming today. May I ask for your WeChat? Before leaving, Wang Xiaoyu planned to get Wang Yes contact info. After all, with a cosplay of this quality, if she could invite him tomorrow, the 2-day anime convention would undoubtedly be the most successful she had ever hosted. Wang Yu also had a headache being left here by his boss Lin Tianyi. However, Lin Tianyi had given him 1,000 yuan as compensation to thank him. Although for a general manager with a salary of 50,000, 1,000 wasn't much, it wasn't something to sneeze at either. Anyway, he had asked Lin Tianyi, and the 1,000 yuan reward was his. Sure. Wang Yu exchanged contact info with Wang Xiaoyu, then watched her leave. He also managed to score a free meal before leaving feeling quite pleased. Xinghe Mall, first floor near the restroom, on a decorative bench. Yushu waited there for Wang Xiaoyu's arrival. Just then she felt someone sneak up behind her and let out an instinctive cry. Turning around, she saw Wang Xiaoyu smirking mischievously at her. Sister Yu. Yushu puffed out her cheeks and put her hands on her hips to show her displeasure. My teacher Suyu is just too beautiful and cute, I couldn't resist. Yushu rolled her eyes at Wang Xiaoyu. Such a flimsy excuse. If she wanted to take advantage, just say so, she wouldn't. Well, actually, she wouldn't agree. Alright, teacher Suyu, don't be mad. Let's go pick out some cute JK skirts for you. Wang Xiaoyu looked Yushu up and down, noticing her clothes didn't fit quite right. The creamy white hoodie wasn't a big deal. Some girls did prefer oversized tops. But the shoes and pants clearly didn't match her feet. She wondered what Yushu was thinking dressing like that. Didn't she feel uncomfortable? Hearing Wang Xiaoyu's words, Yushu relaxed. Then I'll have to rely on you, sister Yu. For the sake of 10,000 bucks, Yushu decided to go all out. 10,000. A little sacrifice was nothing. Besides that, adopted son Lin Tianyi had already paid a 5,000 deposit, enough to doll herself up. She also needed to ask Wang Xiaoyu how to apply makeup. After all, she couldn't go on a date with Lin Tianyi without makeup. That would obviously reveal she was Yushu. Soon Wang Xiaoyu took Yushu's hand and led her to the third floor of Xinghe Mall. At first Yushu felt a bit awkward. After all, it was a girl's hand, and Wang Xiaoyu was stunning, easily a 90-point beauty. A mature older sister type that would have made Yushu, when she was still a boy, blush, speed up her heartbeat, and even dare not speak. But now for some reason she felt it wasn't that big a deal. And Wang Xiaoyu's image had already crumbled in her mind. Before, Wang Xiaoyu had been a goddess in her eyes, a big sister who loved helping newcomers. Now in Yushu's heart, she was a pervert, a shameless big sister who took advantage. But regardless, Wang Xiaoyu was still a beautiful older woman, and Yushu gradually got used to holding her hand. Thus, she was passively led by Wang Xiaoyu to the third floor's anime specialty store. The store carried JK Lolita traditional hanfu, all genuine. Naturally, the prices were sky high. Especially when Yushu saw a hanfu dress costing 2,000 yuan, her heart nearly stopped. So expensive. But it was worth it. The quality, texture, and appearance of that hanfu were quite good. Wang Xiaoyu didn't immediately pick out JK for Yushu. Instead, she had her try on all types of clothing. Yushu was completely overwhelmed. She wanted to resist, but Wang Xiaoyu shut her down with the line that only by trying could she know what style suited her best. Yushu initially wanted to protest a little. After all, this was a specialty store. Just trying without buying would be annoying. But Wang Xiaoyu's next words crushed her tiny protest. This store is mine. As the owner, isn't it normal for me to have the right to dispose of the clothes? Saying this, she blinked her big sparkling eyes and smirked lecherously. Teacher Suyu, how about a deal? Yushu looked at her warily, hands crossed over her chest, like a little bunny facing a big bad wolf. Don't be so nervous. This store is mine, but I've been struggling to find a suitable model. So, I want to use you, teacher, to wear the clothes and take photos for promotion. Of course there will be compensation. That's a given. Then she leaned in mysteriously and smiled. And he'll throw in a free set of clothes. Yushu's eyes turned into the shape of money. The cheapest piece here cost 200 yuan. Just taking a few simple photos for promotion in exchange for a free outfit and payment. How delightful. For the first time, Yushu wasn't so sad about becoming a girl. After all, this was a privilege she never had as a boy. So, what do you say, teacher Suyu? As she spoke, Wang Xiaoyu somehow produced a camera and grinned. All right. But, please be gentle. After all, changing clothes by herself was quite tiring, especially for something like hanfu, which she knew nothing about. She needed Wang Xiaoyu's help. Upon hearing Yushu's words, Wang Xiaoyu knew the deal was sealed. Don't worry, teacher Suyu. He'll make sure you look absolutely stunning. Wang Xiaoyu said with great confidence, as she was the one who took all the promotional photos for her shop. In a full 2 hours, Yushu had tried on 7 outfits. Among them were 3 JK uniforms, 1 ancient-style hanfu, and 3 Lolita dresses. The JK and Lolita were easy enough as they didn't require complicated hairstyles or makeup, but the hanfu was a different story. The makeup just needed a few tweaks, but it had to be paired with a specific hairstyle. That alone took up most of the time. The shooting process was quick thanks to Wang Xiaoyu's superb skills, and the resulting photos turned out exceptionally well. As she looked at the freshly developed photos, Wang Xiaoyu's lips curled up involuntarily, and she wore a goofy, almost foolish grin. It was hard to imagine that a beautiful woman, who could be considered someone else's goddess, would ever show such a terrifying expression. No wonder you're teacher Suyu. You're so photogenic. The photos in the camera barely needed any retouching from Wang Xiaoyu. Just a slight adjustment of the color tones was enough. She had to admit that as long as the model was good-looking, any shot would turn out great. At that moment, Yushu was also sprawled ungracefully across the cashier counter. 2 whole hours. Heaven knew what she had been through, but when she saw the final photos, her heart skipped a beat in surprise. Was that really her? Not to brag, but the girl in the photos looked like a celestial maiden descending to the mortal world, untouched by mundane affairs, beautifully alone. Especially the one in ancient-style makeup and costume. She could easily be mistaken for a reincarnation of the legendary femme fatale Sudaji. All right, teacher Suyu, it's all over now. Wang Xiaoyu walked over to Yushu, patted her on the shoulder, and laughed. Seeing Yushu sprawled out like a salted fish, Wang Xiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle. The sight was utterly adorable. How could there be a girl in this world who looked so unfairly charming? The thought of Yushu one day being taken by some lucky guy made Wang Xiaoyu feel a pang of jealousy. Finally over. Yushu was overjoyed. At last the working day was done. She never imagined that her simple request for Wang Xiaoyu to help pick out clothes would turn into this impromptu modeling session. Of course. Oh, and this JK set is a gift for you, teacher Suyu, along with these loafers. Oh, I almost forgot. These underwear are also for you. With that, Wang Xiaoyu pulled out a pair of underwear she had already bought for Yushu, her expression slightly mischievous. Yushu's face instantly turned a rosy pink. This sister Yu was just too wicked. She took every opportunity to tease her. But setting that aside, Wang Xiaoyu was a caring and thoughtful older sister who always looked after her. Sister Yu. Haha, okay teacher Suyu, I was just joking. But have you really never worn underwear in your life? Wang Xiaoyu had been shocked while helping Yushu change. She was still wearing a chest binder, not even regular underwear. No. After all, she had only become a girl the day before, and the underwear and pants she ordered online hadn't arrived yet. And since her chest binder perfectly concealed her cup, why would she buy proper underwear? That won't do. I need to give you a proper lesson. Seeing that Yushu wasn't taking care of her body, Wang Xiaoyu immediately turned into a biology teacher and started explaining the basics. Yushu's pretty face turned bright red, especially her ears, which were so flushed they looked as if they might drip water if pinched. After saying enough, Wang Xiaoyu took a sip of water. She was afraid that if she continued, Yushu would be so embarrassed she'd explode from shame. Finally, it was over. Yushu lowered her head, fiddling with her fingers in shame. She never imagined that after becoming a girl she would have to pay attention to so many things, and that a little carelessness could lead to many problems. Oh, I almost forgot to give you your payment for modeling. With that, she directly transferred the money to Yushu. In no time, Yushu received a transfer of 100 yuan from Wang Xiaoyu. Yushu's eyes widened in shock. Not bad, sis. You're a real rich girl. Just for a modeling session, you gave me 10,000 yuan. Yushu stared at Wang Xiaoyu in utter disbelief. Wang Xiaoyu calmly replied, "This is your payment for modeling plus a fee for using your photos as promotional material. I plan to use your photos, teacher Suyu, for advertising, so this includes the image rights fee." Yushu nodded, understanding now. "By the way, teacher Suyu, since we're now close friends and besties, you can't keep your name from me, can you?" Yushu thought for a moment and agreed. After all, Wang Xiaoyu had helped her so much. And without her guidance on girly matters, she would have definitely made a lot of mistakes. "My name is Yushu, Yu as in surplus, Shu as in writing. Yushu. Wang Xiaoyu murmured the name, then grinned slyly. "How about I call you Little Shu from now on?" Yushu, huh? Why did she have to be called Little Shu, just like her 3 adopted sons in the dorm? Fine. Whatever, she could call her whatever she wanted. Remember Little Shu, my name is Wang Xiaoyu. Don't forget it. Oh, and my phone number is. They exchanged numbers, and Yushu glanced at the time. It was already 9:30 p.m., and the mall was about to close. "It's 9:30, I need to go back." "Oh, where do you live, Little Shu? You look like a student, right?" "Yes, I'm a third-year student at Jiangyi University, living on campus." "I see. How about I give you a ride back to school? It's late, and it's not safe for a girl to go home alone." Yushu thought for a moment and nodded. Indeed, she was carrying 2 large bags right now. "Sister Yu, is your home near the school?" Yushu asked curiously on the way. "Not really, but I have an apartment near Jiangyi University, though I don't stay there often." Yushu fell silent. Was this the legendary rich woman? She wanted to shout, "Rich woman, please adopt me. I don't want to work hard anymore." But she was too shy to say it. As Wang Xiaoyu spoke, she looked at Yushu teasingly and laughed. "Little Shu, do you want your big sister to take care of you? Big sister loves little girls like you." She then let out a cackling laugh and playfully lunged at Yushu, but it was just a bit of harmless fun. After a bout of playful scuffling, Yushu followed Wang Xiaoyu to the underground parking lot. Since it was the second basement level, the parking lot was exceptionally quiet. They chatted mostly about makeup techniques. According to Wang Xiaoyu, Yushu must learn how to apply makeup. Girls nowadays all need to learn makeup. Even a stunningly beautiful girl like Yushu is no exception. After all, with her exquisite features, adding a bit of makeup would present a vision of unparalleled beauty that could captivate the entire world. Wang Xiaoyu had witnessed this firsthand. If let loose, Yushu would be an absolute weapon of mass enchantment. "Two beauties, so late at night, how about coming to the bar and having a drink with us?" Just then a burly man reeking of alcohol, with a dragon tattoo crawling across his arm, blocked the path of Yushu and Wang Xiaoyu. Beside him stood 2 men who looked rather frail and weak. They also had tattoos on their arms, clearly idle street thugs. Such people usually served as hired muscle and troublemakers in bars linked to the underworld. Even though society appears peaceful now, there will always be these social parasites lurking in the shadows. They can never be completely eradicated, only suppressed. Normally these guys wouldn't dare to cause trouble so blatantly here, since the underground parking lot is equipped with surveillance cameras. But today these 3 thugs had been drinking, half drunk to be precise. Initially somewhat dazed, they caught a strange fragrance in the air and couldn't help but draw closer. It just so happened that they saw Yushu and Wang Xiaoyu walking past them. In their half-drunk state, they naturally lacked their usual fear, and their courage instantly swelled. These 2 beauties. He wanted to get his hands on both. Especially the younger one. Though she wore a hat obscuring her face, that captivating scent was emanating from her. Alcohol gives cowards courage. Wang Peng decided to take a risk. He had been having a bad day, scolded for some trouble, and was drinking with his 2 underlings to vent. So when he saw Yushu and Wang Xiaoyu, his lustful desires flared up. Such beauties, it would be a waste not to try. At worst, it's just a few years in prison. Wang Xiaoyu's heart began to race uncontrollably when she saw the 3 men appear. Yet she instinctively shielded Yushu behind her. "Move aside, or well, scream for help." At the same time, her hand had already grasped the alarm in her bag. Once activated, it would automatically call the police. They just needed to wait until help arrived, and they would be safe. Scream. Ha ha. Brothers, she says she's going to scream. We are the people. Beauty, to be honest, we've never tried top-tier stuff like you before. So what if we get sentenced? Clearly these three were completely consumed by lust. Wang Xiaoyu sighed inwardly, but she still kept Yushu behind her and assumed a fighting stance. She was no pushover. She had at least learned some self-defense techniques. As a goddess in others' eyes, she knew how alluring she was, so to avoid unnecessary trouble, she had trained and picked up some combat skills. At the very least, she could now go toe-to-toe with an adult male without being at a disadvantage. But there were three of them, and she didn't know how this would turn out. One thing was certain: if she didn't act, the consequences would be dire. At the same time, she could only hope that someone would come to their aid. The three men burst into laughter, and then without another word, charged at Wang Xiaoyu. Two of them lunged toward Yushu. Such a petite frame would be a piece of cake for scrawny thugs like them. Seeing this, Wang Xiaoyu immediately pulled the alarm, and a piercing sound rang out. Wang Peng was furious. This woman actually dared to call the police. Disturbed by the harsh noise, Wang Peng sobered up considerably. He had messed up. Damn it. Why did he have to lose control and attack this woman? Wang Peng was filled with regret, but since things had already gone this far, he would be caught anyway. In that case, Wang Peng gritted his teeth and lunged directly at Wang Xiaoyu. However, to his surprise, he couldn't subdue Wang Xiaoyu right away. This woman knew martial arts. Although she wasn't very strong, given time he could overpower her, but time was not on his side. Off. Just then the two thugs let out involuntary cries of pain. Wang Xiaoyu and Wang Peng instinctively turned to look at the two thugs. Somehow the two men were writhing on the ground in agony, clutching their groins. Yushu looked shocked, as if she couldn't believe it. Regaining her composure, she turned to Wang Peng, lunged forward, and under his stunned gaze kicked him squarely in the groin. Wang Peng felt as if his eggs had been scrambled. He thought he had ascended to heaven. His face turned crimson, and then he collapsed to the ground, clutching his groin and joining the chorus of agony. Wang Xiaoyu stood there dumbfounded, watching Yushu like a divine warrior descending from heaven single-handedly take down all three thugs. Just then the sound of footsteps approached. A middle-aged man with an ordinary face stood frozen in place, staring at the three men on the ground, momentarily at a loss for words. In his hand, he held a device that had captured the scene. Inside the police station, Yushu and Wang Xiaoyu walked out, having given their statements. After completing the registration, they were allowed to leave. It was already past 11 o'clock at night, and the school gates had long been locked. Yushu wore an awkward expression, which made Wang Xiaoyu laugh involuntarily. Little Shu, what's wrong? Sister, the school gate is locked. At 11 the school closes the gate no matter if you're back or not. That's how strict it is. It's fine, since the gate is closed, you can stay at my place. And tomorrow I can do your makeup. As she spoke, Wang Xiaoyu felt a bit jealous. After all, she knew that Yushu had accepted a commission to pretend to be someone else's girlfriend tomorrow. What kind of lucky break made little Shu agree to that? Damn it. She also wanted little Shu to pretend to be her girlfriend. It would be best if it became real. Alright. After a moment of thought, Yushu nodded and agreed. After all, she had become a girl, and Wang Xiaoyu knew she was a girl, so living together was no big deal. By the way, little Shu, how are you so strong? You took down three men all by yourself. Wang Xiaoyu recalled Yushu's performance in the underground parking lot, still unable to believe it even now. Yushu grinned sheepishly. Maybe I'm just naturally strong. To be honest, Yushu herself couldn't believe she had taken down three people in one go. She could clearly feel that her physical condition had improved. It was much stronger than when she was still a boy. Otherwise, her reaction speed and movement speed wouldn't have been so fast, and her strength wouldn't have increased so much. Today's sister really owes it to Yu Xiao Shushu. Otherwise, Wang Xiaoyu was also trembling with fear that Wang Peng was clearly no match for her, and she could only stall for a while. If not for Yushu's decisive intervention, encountering him alone might have. Are we going to be okay, Sister Yu? Don't worry, the evidence is solid and they won't get out that easily. Just mentioning those three thugs made Wang Xiaoyu wish she could kick them to pieces. She had been truly terrified just now, and no matter how much she tried to act like a big sister, she couldn't change the fact that she was a girl. It would be a lie to say she wasn't scared. So Wang Xiaoyu had already told her elder brother about what happened, and she was sure he would avenge her. Come on, Xiao Shushu, we should head back. It's too late. It's already 11:30. If we don't go back soon, it'll be midnight. Yushu nodded and followed Wang Xiaoyu into the car. On the way, he received messages from the dorm group chat, all asking why he was so late. Yushu dared not tell them what had happened, or else it would definitely be exposed. So he made up an excuse, saying he was staying at an older sister's place. The two adopted sons in the dorm group were utterly shocked. They clearly hadn't expected Yushu to actually pick up a girl. And not only that, but he was going home with her, staying at her place. However, in the dorm, Lin Tianyi wasn't so easily fooled. He was currently listening to the report from his subordinates. When he left, he had arranged for a bodyguard to secretly protect Yushu. As for what kind of mindset drove him to do so, Lin Tianyi didn't know, but he felt that if he didn't he would be worried sick if something happened to Yushu this girl. Though Yushu had made up a story, Lin Tianyi already knew the truth. 3 thugs had harassed Yushu and Wang Xiaoyu, even attempting to assault them. Lin Tianyi's face remained calm, but inside he was consumed by rage. He wished he could tear apart those 3 thugs right then and there. Old Lin, what's wrong? Is little Shushu not back yet? Missing him, are you? Seeing Lin Tianyi's pensive look, Chen Yuxing laughed heartily and patted him on the shoulder. After all, they had been teasing about pairing the 2 of them yesterday. Lin Tianyi snapped out of it, took a deep breath, and smiled. How could that be? I just remembered something I need to take care of. He calmed down, knowing that he liked Yushu, but Yushu didn't know it yet. Until he succeeded, he had no right to occupy Yushu's life. Still, helping a friend was perfectly reasonable, wasn't it? Hey, this Alicia cosplay is so spot on, but why does that face look familiar? Just then Yang Tao exclaimed in surprise as he watched a comic convention video recommended on Janine. Chen Yuxing, curious, leaned in and took a look, then seemed to recall something. Whoa, she looks almost exactly like little Shushu. Could this Alicia be little Shushu? The 2 of them couldn't help but ponder further. Just as they were suspecting that the Alicia was cosplayed by little Shushu, Lin Tianyi spoke up directly. You're talking about that Alicia at the convention, right? I've seen her. She's little Shushu's cousin. Oh, how do you know? Chen Yuxing asked curiously. Because I went to the convention today and even took a photo with her. They're cousins, so it's normal for them to look alike. Though they felt something was off, they didn't dwell on it. After all, the girl in the video was truly a girl, while Yushu had been living in their dorm as a boy for 2 years. How could he be a girl? If he were, had been exposed long ago. But then again, recalling all the little details, there seemed to be no solid proof that he wasn't a girl. Be that as it may, assuming this was Yushu's cousin, having such a beautiful cousin and not telling them, they'd have to give him a good punishment when he got back. Just then Yushu's singing began. It was the song Dear Love he had performed at the convention that afternoon. Hearing the enchanting voice, the 3 of them unconsciously fell silent, listening to it 3 full times before snapping out of it. Now I'm sure she really is little Shush's cousin. He knew a bit about voice imitation, but this was clearly beyond falsetto. The last shred of doubt vanished instantly. Meanwhile, Lin Tianyi silently opened Janine's search for the video, saved it, and extracted the audio. Good for you, little Shushu. You actually sang today. And the worst part was he missed it. He had thought Yushu was leaving when she walked away, and that bastard Wang Yu had insisted on trying to pilot the Sam Mecha. So Lin Tianyi had followed Wang Yu out of the venue to switch places, causing him to miss Yushu's live performance. The recorded audio was already so beautiful, let alone the live version. According to the comments, it was a voice that lingered around the beams. What a huge miss. Lin Tianyi began to hold a grudge against Wang Yu and decided to teach him a lesson the day after tomorrow. Something like deducting his salary for entering with his left foot first. Meanwhile, Wang Yu, who was at home gloating over the 1,000 yuan he had earned, suddenly shivered involuntarily. He had a bad feeling about this. After setting up the audio, Lin Tianyi opened the company's legal department group chat and began assigning tasks to his employees. At that moment in the city's government office, the young constable who answered the phone fell into deep thought. This was already the 2nd call. What's wrong, Shaoli? Why do you look like that? Captain Zhang, who do you think those 2 beautiful girls are? 2 companies have called demanding strict punishment for the 3 thugs. One of them is even the giant tech company in our city. Shaoli didn't understand, but he was greatly shocked. At the same time, he silently mourned the fate awaiting the 3 thugs. Though they were guilty of attempted rape, their sentences would be severe. In particular, the emerging tech giant had hired the strongest lawyer Zhang San to represent them, seemingly intent on crushing the thugs completely. Meanwhile, in prison, the 3 Wang Peng included had finally calmed down. They took a hit, but at least nothing burst. It was just unpleasant, that's all. What brings you 3 in here? A gruff voice sounded, clearly belonging to someone not to be trifled with. The 3 replied tremblingly, attempted rape. Oh. The figure hidden in the shadows stood up, actually 2 meters tall. Beside him were 5 burly men in prison uniforms, each a full 1.9 meters in height. The 6 of them surrounded Wang Peng and his companions, and the leader grinned, showing his teeth. Do you know what I hate most in my life? It's scum like you. Brothers, teach them a lesson. The 5 strong men, hearing this, also grinned and began to grab Wang Peng and his group. The 3 screamed in pain, but the prison guards outside paid no heed. After all, they themselves wished they could give these scumbags a good beating. After all, they had defiled the reputation of men, but their uniforms prevented them from doing so. Moreover, it seemed someone upstairs had given the word, so tonight, nothing happened. Yushu stared at the huge villa before her, falling into a daze. She knew that Wang Xiaoyu might be a wealthy woman, but she never imagined she could be this rich. It was as generous as her own bountiful bosom. Haha. So how about it? Isn't Big Sister's house beautiful? Seeing Yushu's dumbfounded expression, Wang Xiaoyu couldn't help but show off. Sister, you're really a sugar mommy. Please adopt me. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoyu squinted her eyes slightly, looking Yushu up and down which made Yushu instinctively step back, guarding her chest with both hands, and watching Wang Xiaoyu warily. If it's you, little Shu, big sister would be very happy to adopt you. After all, a high-quality beauty like little Shu is really rare, you know. Ahem, forget it. Yushu immediately surrendered. Facing Wang Xiaoyu, this female pervert, she was truly helpless. She just hoped nothing strange would happen in the early morning. Come on, you've had a hard day, and you're tired. Go take a bath. After entering the villa, Wang Xiaoyu handed Yushu a pair of slippers, briefly introduced the layout of the house, and pointed out the bathroom. Yushu nodded and picked up her clothes to go take a bath. But just as she was about to enter the bathroom, Wang Xiaoyu called out to her. Little Shu, are you planning to sleep in that outfit? Yeah. Yushu glanced at the JK uniform in her hand. She had no choice, it was the only thing she could wear. Even though I'd love to see you in that, you should be wearing pajamas now. Soon Wang Xiaoyu took out a pink nightgown printed with a duolia pattern. Because of their height difference, the dress was more suitable for Yushu. Don't worry, I've only worn this dress once. Or do you mind wearing big sister's hand-me-downs? Wang Xiaoyu pretended to look hurt, prompting Yushu to quickly explain, of course not. After all, Wang Xiaoyu had a faint pleasant scent about her. How could she possibly mind? Alright, go take your bath. Wang Xiaoyu urged Yushu into the bathroom and closed the door. Holding the nightgown and underwear, Yushu was pushed inside and found a large bathtub, no more like a pool, against the floor. After a quick study, she successfully filled the tub with hot water. She took off her clothes, placed them aside, and removed the adaptive wig. Although the wig didn't constrict her head, she felt much more comfortable after letting it go. After putting away her clothes, Yushu looked at herself in the mirror. What a jade-like beauty. Her silver hair cascaded over her shoulders, and she couldn't help but take a few extra glances at herself. In the past, if such a stunning beauty had been placed before him, he would have felt his heart race and flutter. But since it was herself, she immediately lost interest. After all, no matter what, she couldn't be attracted to her own body. She walked to the bathtub, tested the water temperature with her little foot, and found it just right. Then she laid down in the tub, enveloped by the warm water. Yushu felt a wave of comfort that seemed to reach the top of her head. The previous day had been overwhelming, but soaking in the hot water now made her feel much better. Just then the door was suddenly pulled open. Yushu yelped, and Wang Xiaoyu's mischievous laughter rang out. Click! The door was slammed shut. Sister, you. What are you doing? Hee, little Shu, big sister is coming to bathe with you, of course. After all, water bills cost money. Yushu's eyes widened. You, a rich woman, are worried about water bills. Oh, little Shu, you don't understand. Even though big sister has money, I save every penny bit by bit. Yushu rolled her eyes at Wang Xiaoyu. If she wanted to be pervy, she should just say it instead of making excuses. If she really saved every penny, she wouldn't have given Yushu so much cash and clothes. The day before, Wang Xiaoyu had already given Yushu over 10,000 yuan. Since she was already in the tub, Yushu had no choice. At this time, Wang Xiaoyu noticed something strange about Yushu. Silver hair. Little Shu, is your hair dyed? No. Yushu submerged herself in the water, leaving only half her head exposed, her gaze still fixed on Wang Xiaoyu. Wang Xiaoyu had never seen natural silver hair before and was unconsciously fascinated. She held up Yushu's silver hair and found that even when wet it didn't tangle. This alone made her envious and jealous. She knew that when washing long hair alone, it was easy for it to form small knots, which often frustrated women. I'm so jealous of you, little Shu. Not only does your hair not tangle, but it's also such good quality. As she spoke, she slowly stepped into the bathtub and then took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack while Yushu wasn't paying attention. Yushu let out a soft moan, and her face instantly flushed red. Sister, you. Little Shu, big sister is so jealous right now. The bathroom was filled with the sounds of their playful scuffles. After a few dozen minutes, it finally quieted down. Yushu, clad in a nightgown adorned with a duolia pattern and her hair wrapped in a towel, lazily stepped out of the bathroom. Wang Xiaoyu meanwhile placed their clothes into the washing machine for cleaning and drying. Then she picked up a hairdryer and approached Yushu, guiding her to sit at the vanity table. Activating the hairdryer, warm air cascaded over Yushu's hair as she began to blow-dry it. Xiao Shushu, am so envious of your hair texture. Wang Xiaoyu murmured, stroking Yushu's silver locks and feeling their silky quality. Do you usually use any conditioner or something? Yushu pondered for a moment, then tilted her head slightly. I don't think so. She simply washed her hair with shampoo and never used conditioner. This revelation struck Wang Xiaoyu like a magnitude 12 earthquake. No conditioner and such gorgeous hair. Oh my god, you're an angel. After a few minutes of drying, the silver hair was nearly dry, so she stopped the hairdryer and lifted a strand to sniff it. It carried a faint, fragrant scent, different from the body wash at home. It was Yushu's natural body fragrance. They frolicked again, but only for a brief moment. After a few minutes, it was Yushu's turn to dry Wang Xiaoyu's hair. Since Wang Xiaoyu had helped her, it was only fair to return the favor. Even when Yushu was a boy, he had kept a wolf-tail hairstyle with hair that reached nearly shoulder length. Thus he was accustomed to using a hairdryer. Xiao Shushu, you're so skilled. Wang Xiaoyu had assumed that Yushu, who lacked knowledge typical of girls, wouldn't know how to use a hairdryer. Alright, your hair's almost dry. It's not advisable to dry hair completely with a hairdryer, as it can easily damage the texture. Just dry it until it's mostly dry, then let it air dry naturally. After they finished, it was already 2 o'clock. There wasn't much time for play as the day had been packed with a comic convention and fitting sessions. Though they shared the same bed, they quickly fell asleep. The next morning, Yushu's phone rang. It was the alarm she had set. Groggily, she picked up the phone and glanced at the time. 8 o'clock in the morning. Yawning, she let out a soft, fox-like whimper. Then she realized that one of her slender feet was being firmly clamped by someone. Yushu, sis, I'm not a body pillow. You don't have to hold me like this. She patted Wang Xiaoyu's pretty face. To be fair, even without makeup, this stunning older sister was still breathtakingly beautiful. With light makeup, she could accentuate Wang Xiaoyu's charm even more. Sis, wake up, it's time to get up. Yushu gently tapped Wang Xiaoyu's shoulder, earning a dissatisfied grumble in response. Oh, I haven't slept enough. I want to sleep more. Yushu was taken aback, never expecting that this seemingly neurotic, yet beautiful older sister could act so adorably. But if I keep sleeping, I'll be late. Huh. Wang Xiaoyu blinked drowsily, her half-asleep expression making Yushu chuckle. The moment she saw Yushu, her eyes sharpened, and she was wide awake. Xiao Shushu still had things to do, so despite her reluctance, she had no choice. Alright, huh? Wang Xiaoyu yawned and scrutinized Yushu, who lay beside her in the same bed. Xiao Shushu, you're so beautiful, blushing, Yushu retorted. Sis, you're teasing me again. Yushu puffed out her cheeks, pretending to be fierce. In reality, this only made her cuter in Wang Xiaoyu's eyes. Alright, go freshen up. We still need to do your makeup. Yushu nodded, knowing she had a mission today. They both got up and headed to the bathroom, playfully messing around. After breakfast, Wang Xiaoyu began applying makeup to Yushu, simultaneously explaining the uses of each product and offering tips. Though Yushu wasn't keen on learning now that she was a girl, she knew she'd have to master makeup if this situation became permanent. After she dressed, Wang Xiaoyu had somehow produced a camera. Yushu, where did you even pull that camera from? Hee Xiao Shushu, you look gorgeous. Let's take a few shots. Strike a pose, cheese. Despite her bewilderment, Yushu cooperated. Before long, 9 photos were ready. With her stunning looks, Yushu's pictures were truly professional grade, no matter the angle. You couldn't find a single unflattering shot. Wang Xiaoyu was intensely jealous. Alright, time to head out. I wonder which lucky bastard got to have you pretend to be his girlfriend, she said through gritted teeth. Yushu blushed, as this was her first time agreeing to be Lin Tianyi's fake girlfriend. Most importantly, Lin Tianyi had no idea that she was Yushu. He thought she was his cousin. Therefore, Yushu had to put on a flawless performance, ensuring he never discovered her true identity. She had to distinctly differentiate their personalities to minimize the risk of exposure. She just had to survive the day, collect her payment, and then slip away. Afterward, she could come up with any excuse to brush it off. It wasn't like Lin Tianyi could actually track down her fictional cousin right. After dropping Yushu off at the CC Milk Tea Shop in Xinghe Square, Wang Xiaoyu left with a look of anguish, as if heading to the execution ground. After all, she had her own work to attend to. As a boss, she had to return to the company to handle affairs. Yushu watched Wang Xiaoyu leave, then headed to the milk tea shop, intending to order a cup of strawberry boba milk tea and wait for Lin Tianyi. To her surprise, Lin Tianyi was already there. Besides his own cup of tea, there was an extra cup of strawberry boba milk tea waiting. 10 minutes earlier, Lin Tianyi had already arrived at the Galaxy Plaza. He glanced at the time. 9:30. There was still half an hour to wait, but knowing Yushu, he expected her to arrive early as well. Miss Lu, shall we meet at the Smiley Milk Tea Shop in Galaxy Plaza? Okay. After a brief exchange, Lin Tianyi ordered the milk tea and waited for Yushu's arrival. His heart was pounding with nervousness, yet also tinged with anticipation. After all, this was his first time doing something like this, and for some reason, he felt a strange thrill. Soon the milk tea was ready. He held his own cup while placing the other, a strawberry bubble milk tea, on the table bought for Yushu. He knew she loved this flavor. A few minutes later, Lin Tianyi spotted a graceful figure stepping into the shop. The moment she entered, every male patron's gaze instantly fixed upon her. Radiating youthful vitality with only a touch of light makeup, she effortlessly eclipsed their idealized memories, leaving them momentarily forgetful of what they were doing. That graceful figure was none other than Yushu, who had come as promised. Her face bore a subtle daily makeup, her cherry lips, faintly red, yet not overly seductive. On her fair cheeks the blush was subtle, but upon closer inspection it was irresistible, making one want to pinch her. Especially her eyes. They seemed to hold a universe of stars within, utterly captivating. Willow leaf brows, peach blossom eyes, long lashes, and a delicate wing of black eyeliner at the corners made her look both charming and adorable. Perhaps due to the tight white shirt, her curves were perfectly accentuated. After a night's rest, she had grown even more, now resembling a small cantaloupe. At the collar, a black ribbon made her face appear even smaller. Her silver hair was tied into a high ponytail with a blue bow, adding a playful touch. She wore a light blue JK pleated skirt, 40 denier black knee-high socks, and shiny black loafers, each step producing a soft tapping sound. On her back, She carried a large Hatsune Miku Ita bag, holding the two straps in her hands. The pressure outlined her perfect bust. Seeing Yushu like this, Lin Tianyi was completely stunned. Was this really the Xiao Shu Shu he knew? Last night, when Yushu cosplayed as Alicia, he had already been captivated. Now seeing another side of her, his heart raced, threatening to leap out of his chest. Noticing that Yushu seemed unaware of him, Lin Tianyi immediately called out, "Miss Liu." At first Yushu didn't realize he was calling her, since the name Liu Rian was just one she made up on a whim. But after Lin Tianyi called twice, she finally reacted, her gaze falling on him. He had already bought the milk tea, and beside it was an extra cup of strawberry bubble milk tea. "Sorry boss, I didn't notice for a moment," she said, inwardly cursing herself for forgetting she was now called Liu Rian. She looked at Lin Tianyi, who seemed a bit dazed, and waved her fair milk-white hand in front of his face. Lin Tianyi snapped out of it, then instinctively turned his face away, not wanting her to see his shyness. From a distance, she had already seemed unrealistically beautiful, but up close, she was even more breathtaking. Graceful as a startled swan, elegant as a swimming dragon. How could such a stunning beauty exist in this world? And what made it even more mind-boggling was that he actually knew her. Today she was even pretending to be his girlfriend. Lin Tianyi felt that his life was complete. "Boss, what's wrong? Why are you turning your head away?" Yushu covered her lips with her hand, smiling. "Nothing, I just think you look so beautiful today, Miss Liu." Lin Tianyi turned to face her, speaking seriously. Yushu, familiar with him, knew he was shy. She felt a mischievous urge to tease him. But unexpectedly Lin Tianyi played dirty and went straight for the kill. Is that so? If it were anyone else, Yushu wouldn't have minded. They would only see her as a pretty girl. But the person before her was Lin Tianyi, her roommate. More importantly today, she was pretending to be his girlfriend under the guise of a fictional cousin. With these two layers of disguise, she was already feeling insecure. Now with him earnestly telling her she was beautiful. Yushu's cheeks flushed, heating up. Even her speech became hesitant. She sat down, unconsciously fiddling with the hem of her clothes, trying to ease her shyness. Lin Tianyi watched her, avoiding his gaze, especially noticing the sudden blush, and felt an urge to hold her in his arms and tease her. "If I bully Xiao Shu Shu like this, would she cry for a whole day? No. Why did I have such a twisted thought?" Lin Tianyi slapped away that rather perverse idea. Nothing was set in stone yet. If he accidentally did something like that, it would be a disaster. "Yes, Miss Liu." Lin Tianyi deliberately drew out the words, then pushed the strawberry bubble milk tea toward her. "Here, this cup is for you." Yushu's heart was still flustered, but she took the cup, inserted the straw, and took a sip. Then she reacted and curiously asked, "Boss, how did you know I like this flavor of milk tea?" Lin Tianyi knew that as Yushu, she loved strawberry bubble milk tea, but she hadn't told him that in this identity yet. Lin Tianyi's expression unconsciously stiffened, then he replied casually, "Miss Liu also likes this flavor. I just reordered the same milk tea I bought yesterday, and it turns out I got an extra cup." "Oh, I see." Yushu breathed a sigh of relief. She thought she had been exposed, which had scared her. If Lin Tianyi really knew that she was actually Yushu, she would literally explode. Though Lin Tianyi looked calm on the surface, his heart was already racing. He almost slipped up. Luckily he was quick-witted, or it would have been hard to cover up. He had nearly failed before even starting. The two of them, each with their own ulterior motives, looked at each other. After finishing their milk tea, in tacit agreement, Lin Tianyi planned to take Yushu to see a movie. After all, they had agreed to pretend to be a couple in advance, and watching a movie was something couples did. A movie? After the two left the milk tea shop side by side, Lin Tianyi proposed the idea of watching a film. "Yes, actually I've wanted to watch a movie for a long time, but no one has ever accompanied me." He spoke with a pitiful expression, looking at Yushu. "So Miss Liu, would you be willing to go with me?" Yushu recalled Lin Tianyi's lifestyle. Indeed, as he had said in her memory, he always seemed busy, and when he had free time, he would exercise, never finding time for movies. Pitying old Lin, she reluctantly agreed. "All right, boss." "Why are you still calling me boss?" Then what should I call you?" Yushu was momentarily at a loss for a proper address. Old Lin. That seemed off, as it was the nickname they used among roommates. What if she accidentally slipped and revealed their secret? Lin Tianyi looked Yushu up and down, then a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "Since we're pretending to be lovers, albeit fake, it's only natural to address each other intimately, right?" Right. For some reason Yushu sensed an ominous premonition. What exactly was old Lin up to? "How about this, I'll call you Yenner, and you call me Brother E." Yushu tilted her head, staring at Lin Tianyi with a bewildered look. Calling her Yenner was fine, since Liu Rian was just a fake name. But calling him Brother E, what was that about? Seeing Yushu's confused expression, Lin Tianyi's heart raced, nearly reaching 120 beats per minute. After all, we're lovers, intimacy is perfectly normal, isn't it? Lin Tianyi forced himself to stay calm. After a moment of silence, Yushu blushed, looked at him shyly, and murmured, "Brother E." Her voice was so soft it was barely a whisper, but Lin Tianyi heard it clearly. She actually called him. That single Brother E sent Lin Tianyi's heart surging like a bursting dam, unstoppable. Yushu too felt deeply embarrassed. She wouldn't have called him that if she hadn't promised him the night before that she would give him the perfect girlfriend experience. And he had already paid a $5,000 deposit in advance. Despite her shyness, as long as it didn't cross her bottom line, Yushu was determined to provide full service. How else could she justify the $10,000 reward? After an inner struggle, she finally uttered the words. But after saying it, Yushu felt as if something had been lost inside her, something called integrity. It was no longer whole. Her poor heart felt shattered. Hey. Lin Tianyi responded with a joyful heart, then looked at Yushu's hand with excitement. That hand. He remembered the sensation from the past 2 days. Soft, incredibly soft, boneless, with skin as smooth and delicate as milk. Touching it was pure bliss, not to mention the natural fragrance that emanated from Yushu's body. Can I hold your hand? As he spoke, Lin Tianyi's heart seemed to reach a critical threshold of pounding. Even Yushu could clearly hear the frantic beating of his heart. Coming back to her senses, feeling that something had slipped away, Yushu heard Lin Tianyi's request to hold hands. Then came the faint, unmistakable sound of a heartbeat. Though soft, she caught it. Tracing the source, she realized it was from Lin Tianyi. This guy was nervous. Having been embarrassed and mourning her lost integrity after calling him brother, the moment she heard Lin Tianyi's heart race, with anxiety, a mischievous impulse stirred within her. Old Lin, who usually seemed aloof and indifferent to women and exuded an ascetic handsomeness, was actually such a secret romantic. He even got so nervous about holding a girl's hand that he stuttered. Yushu's shyness vanished in an instant, replaced by the emergence of a little devilish side. You want to hold my hand? Yushu extended her slender jade-like left hand, covering her cherry lips with her right hand as she smiled, her eyes like sealed constellations fixed on Lin Tianyi's forced composure. Are you asking? Seeing her left hand extended, Lin Tianyi felt his head rush with blood. It was the first time she had proactively offered it to him. He had made the request, but she hadn't refused. For some reason his hand trembled. Unprecedented nervousness. Could he hold it openly this time? No. This time it didn't count, they were just pretending. But Lin Tianyi believed that if there was a first time, there would be a second, a third. Until Yushu inadvertently revealed her true identity and became his girlfriend. With that thought, Lin Tianyi took a deep breath to avoid revealing his true feelings and directly grasped Yushu's left hand. He held it. His heart surged with excitement. So soft, completely different from the sensation when he had grabbed her forearm before. It was an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. The two walked silently toward the 5th floor of Galaxy Mall. Lin Tianyi pretended to look around casually, but in reality, he kept stealing glances at Yushu. She looked so beautiful today. It was the first time he had seen Yushu dressed in such a youthful, vibrant girl's outfit. A celestial maiden descending to earth couldn't match a fraction of her charm. Especially her occasional smile, which carried a captivating allure that could enchant a kingdom. In truth, Yushu noticed all of Lin Tianyi's little moves. Every time she caught him sneaking a look at her, she couldn't help but smile. Was old Lin being too cautious? As if afraid she would discover him watching her. But Yushu could clearly feel the slight tremor in the hand holding hers. Was it nervousness or excitement? Perhaps both. Lin Tianyi's demeanor resembled that of someone who had never been close to a pretty girl, awkward and unsure of what to do. So it seemed that although old Lin had many beautiful women around him, he was quite virtuous. I'm a good man. Yeah, right. Why did that thought even cross my mind? Yushu's mind was a little chaotic. But what if she suddenly caught him sneaking a peek? What would happen then? Would he panic and not know what to do? Yushu's little devilish heart stirred. For some reason she was eager to see old Lin at a loss. Lin Tianyi pretended to look around, but in fact he was secretly stealing glances at Yushu. So beautiful, worthy of being my girlfriend. Well, a fake one for now. Lin Tianyi thought to himself, but one day it will become real. Just as he couldn't help but sneak another peek, he found that Yushu for some reason was also looking at him. Their eyes met. Lin Tianyi was stunned. Oh no, I've been caught. Yushu saw his startled expression and smirked inwardly. Brother, why do you keep glancing at me? Is there something on my face? As she spoke, Yushu covered her cherry lips with her right hand and laughed. Her eyes, as if containing the stars, curved into crescent moons as she smiled. So beautiful. For a moment Lin Tianyi forgot his embarrassment, mesmerized by her smile, and blurted out his true feelings. Yushu, no, this isn't how the script goes. You're supposed to be shy and embarrassed, and then I'm supposed to act magnanimously. Why aren't you following the script? Hearing Lin Tianyi's sudden heartfelt words, Yushu was a bit flustered. But that old Lin actually said she was beautiful. Yushu knew that such spontaneous words often came from the heart, so she felt a little regret that Lin Tianyi didn't follow the script she had imagined, yet for some reason a hint of sweetness lingered in her heart. No. Yushu snapped out of it, giving herself a mental reminder, you will find a chance to become a real boy. Don't let this disturb your mind. However, even so, Yushu subconsciously felt satisfied. Ahem, let's go. With that, she took Lin Tianyi's hand and led him up to the 5th floor. They'll let him off this time and tease him next time. It's definitely not because she was unsettled by his so beautiful comment. Lin Tianyi also realized that he had apparently spoken his thoughts aloud, but found that Yushu didn't say anything. Instead, she pulled his hand and walked toward the 5th floor. He felt relieved. It seemed that his words had unsettled Yushu, because he could clearly feel her hand tremble the moment he said "so beautiful." As a man who could build a Sam mecha with his own hands, he was naturally very confident in his dexterous fingers. It seemed that although Yushu liked to tease him, she was quite cute when faced with something unexpected. And so hand in hand they walked toward the cinema on the 5th floor. Many passers-by on the way turned to look at this handsome man and beautiful woman. They certainly turned heads, especially that girl. They swore her looks were the most beautiful they had ever seen in their lives. In this era of rampant online beauty filters, setting aside the filters, how many of those so-called goddesses could hold up? But this girl was different. This was in real life. Even so, her flawless beauty completely outshone the filtered online goddesses. Mama in love. But what a pity. Why does such a beautiful goddess already have a boyfriend? How infuriating. I wish I could take that man's place and be the goddess boyfriend. When they arrived at the cinema entrance and queued for tickets, Lin Tianyi naturally noticed the gazes all around him. Some envious, some jealous. Some even gritted their teeth. Seeing this, Lin Tianyi curled his lips slightly and suddenly let go of Yushu's hand. The next second, as Yushu wondered why he had released her, he wrapped an arm around her delicate shoulder. Yushu was startled by this sudden move. What is old Lin up to? At this moment, she also noticed the strange looks around them. The male students' eyes seemed to want to kill old Lin. The girls who had boyfriends were furious when they saw their boyfriends almost staring unblinkingly at Yushu. Immediately they twisted their boyfriend's ears and shouted, "Is she that beautiful?" Meanwhile, they cursed Yushu in their hearts as a reincarnated vixen seducing their men. Yushu could clearly read jealousy and hatred from those girls' eyes. Can I help it if I'm too perfect? But Yushu also seemed to understand why Lin Tianyi had suddenly hugged her. Showing off. Blatant showing off. Such a childish mentality. Yushu was both amused and exasperated. How old was he still acting like this? But Yushu didn't resist as she let him hold her. After all, she had promised to give Lin Tianyi the perfect girlfriend experience, and she had to at least be worthy of the 10,000 yuan price. Otherwise, just pretending to be a girlfriend. How could she accept 10,000 yuan for that? She certainly wouldn't have the nerve. But now that old Lin had held her hand and hugged her shoulder, even though she felt these little gestures weren't worth 10,000 yuan, she could at least take the remaining payment without shame. Meanwhile, Yushu was annoyed by those girls' looks. She couldn't help it if their boyfriends stared at her, who told her to be so beautiful. And besides, the eyes were on their boyfriends' faces. If they couldn't control their own boyfriends, why blame her? What kind of logic is that? Anyway, Yushu was displeased. So she cooperatively placed her hand on Lin Tianyi's waist and looked at him with an affectionate gaze. But as her hand touched him, she realized that this old Lin was something else. Although Lin Tianyi looked quite thin, that was just an illusion. Her mind involuntarily recalled the time in the dorm when she saw his muscular body with 8-pack abs and F-shaped torso. So hard. So firm. I want to try it. No. You're a boy. How can you have such thoughts? Throwing away those dirty thoughts, Yushu made no further move. Lin Tianyi had originally thought Yushu would resist, and since he hadn't told her beforehand, he expected to be scolded. But Yushu didn't scold him. Instead, she cooperated by placing her hand on his waist and even looked into his eyes like a couple deeply in love. He couldn't help but feel smug. He shot a provocative look at the boys who were casting jealous glances. Seeing this, the boys with girlfriends looked at their own girlfriends and wanted to cry. Tears welled up involuntarily. They couldn't lower their heads because if they did, their tears would fall. Childish, Yushu muttered softly. Lin Tianyi heard her and grinned, showing his teeth. This was the first time he had smiled like this from the bottom of his heart. Even since starting his business, he had never felt such a mood. Lin Tianyi looked into Yushu's enchanting eyes and silently vowed, "I will truly, truly make you my girlfriend. No, my wife. My family." Soon it was Lin Tianyi and his companions' turn to buy tickets. He glanced over the list of movies. "What movie do you want to watch?" Lin Tianyi decided to leave the choice to Yushu. Yushu looked at the movies and immediately skipped the horror ones, absolutely not watching them. Yushu would never admit she was afraid of ghosts. However, Lin Tianyi noticed her unnatural expression. "Nothing interesting," Yushu said. Although she was now a girl, she didn't really like sweet romance movies either. "In that case, let's do eeny, meeny, miny, mo." Fine. She was just there for company anyway. It didn't matter what movie they watched. Lin Tianyi scanned the options, finally settling on Bishan 4. After a quick calculation, he began doing the eeny, meeny ritual in front of Yushu. "Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, you're it. Bishan 4. Yushu. Bro, with all these sci-fi romance and fantasy movies to choose from, you had to pick the only horror film. What kind of luck is this?" Yushu's expression was dazed, clearly bewildered. Soon the tickets came out. Holding 2 tickets, he took the still stunned Yushu by the hand and led her to the popcorn stand. How could watching a movie be complete without popcorn and cola? Yushu held the popcorn bucket that Lin Tianyi handed her, silently staring at the 2 tickets in his hand. If she remembered correctly, the movie he had chosen was Bishan 4. She had seen this movie when she was little, but not the fourth one, just the original Bishian. But it was the same series. After watching it, Yushu couldn't sleep that night, because she was afraid that a woman in a white dress would appear before her if she fell asleep. Her voice trembled slightly, as Yushu looked at Lin Tianyi with a hint of pleading. What's wrong, Yenner? Lin Tianyi could clearly see that Yushu was scared. This was exactly the effect he wanted. He. Watching sweet movies is nothing compared to horror films. When watching a horror movie, do you really watch the plot? No, you watch for the moment when your partner hides in your arms. No sensible person actually watches the movie at a horror film. They use it to enhance the relationship. This was all Lin Tianyi's plan. Last night, after proposing the idea of Yushu pretending to be his girlfriend, and once she agreed, he went back to the company to finish up work, then returned to the dormitory to search for dating tutorials. He was a man who had stayed up until 3 in the morning fully prepared. First stop, the cinema. The cinema is a great place to build intimacy. Imagine in the dark, 2 people secretly holding hands in a public setting. The thrill. And the best choice is a horror movie. These were all tips from the big shots on Janine, and Lin Tianyi remembered them well. Nothing. Yushu forced a calm reply. She couldn't very well say, I'm scared, let's not watch it, could she? If they hadn't already paid, she could have said it. But each ticket cost 50 yuan. 2 tickets were 100. Now that they couldn't get a refund, it would be a waste not to watch. Faced with the choice between a horror movie and wasting money, Yushu decided to watch the movie. Waste not, want not. Yushu cheered herself up mentally. Besides, she felt she had grown up and was no longer the little girl she used to be. A mere horror movie, a Ouija board. No problem. Adjusting her mindset, Yushu felt very brave now. Let's go. In we go. Yushu's show of courage stunned Lin Tianyi. What's going on? How did Xiao suddenly become so brave? Could it be that her earlier behavior was all an act? If Yushu knew what Lin Tianyi was thinking, she would have scoffed. Men, what I showed earlier was all real. Oh. In the movie, the thrilling music started, and the figure of the Ouija board suddenly appeared in front of her, startling Yushu so much that she instinctively grabbed Lin Tianyi's arm. She even tried to bury her head in Lin Tianyi's chest. Indeed, she had failed. So annoying. Mom, help. I'm scared of ghosts. Feeling the sensation on his arm, Lin Tianyi couldn't help but smirk. Indeed, the big shots on Janine were right. Look, now she was holding him unconsciously. Next step, who knows? Lin Tianyi was ecstatic inside and mentally gave the movie a thumbs up. After the movie, an hour and a half had passed. Yushu's face was slightly pale, and she was gripping Lin Tianyi's arm tightly. You did it on purpose. Yushu now noticed Lin Tianyi's smug expression and knew perfectly well he had planned it. She puffed out her cheeks and glared at him with a fierce expression, which made Lin Tianyi a bit dazed. She was really too cute. Unfortunately, this treatment was only a Onedi trial card. Lin Tianyi became even more determined to spend the rest of his life with Yushu. Sorry, come on, let's go eat some aliokani at barbecue to cool down. Although he said sorry, he showed no sign of genuine apology. Yushu had no choice but to accept it, and it was clearly Lin Tianyi's prank. However, compared to the past, when she cried from fear and no one comforted her, what just happened gave Yushu a strange feeling. It seemed that every time a scary scene appeared, Lin Tianyi would reach out to comfort her, preventing her from being too frightened. And when she was scared, she would unconsciously grip his arm tightly. If this had happened in the past, she would have run away long ago, let alone stay to the end. However, Yushu seemed to think of something. Does your hand hurt? Yushu knew that her strength had increased a lot recently. She had lost control several times just now, and she was really afraid she might have hurt Lin Tianyi. Hearing this, Lin Tianyi rubbed his arm. Yushu's grip had indeed startled him, but it was still within acceptable limits. Seeing her worried expression, he teased. Yenner, are you worried about me? Who's worried about you? You're fine. Yushu's face flushed instantly. The temperature rose. She immediately let go of his arm and walked ahead alone. Lin Tianyi chuckled and followed. One after the other, they chased each other, finally walking side by side. At that moment, Lin Tianyi took Yushu's hand. Feeling a slight tremor, but no resistance, Lin Tianyi's heart blossomed with joy. After the movie, it was already 12:30. Lin Tianyi took Yushu's hand and led her to the 4th floor to a barbecue buffet called Charcoal Fire Barbecue. It was 99 yuan per person and 190 yuan for 2. After paying a deposit of 20 yuan, they sat at table number 3 near the entrance. What would you like to eat? I'll get it for you, Lin Tianyi asked, glancing at the ingredients not far away. Let's go together. I also want to see what's available. Yushu set down her Hatsune Miku bag and followed Lin Tianyi to the ingredient area. It must be said that for a 9-10 yuan per person restaurant, the meat quality was guaranteed. At least it wasn't synthetic meat, but don't expect to get any expensive ingredients. The restaurant probably couldn't even recoup the wholesale cost. Even so, most of the meat was fresh. Aside from various steaks, lamb chops, and pork chops, there was also a small selection of seafood. But the seafood didn't look very fresh, so Yushu naturally didn't take any. Jiangzhou City was only a second-tier city, nothing compared to top-tier cities like Yao City or Mo City. When they returned to their seats, Yushu was holding 2 portions of dessert and 4 cans of Wanglaji. You're having dessert at a barbecue buffet. Lin Tianyi fell silent. At a barbecue buffet, shouldn't you be eating barbecue? Yushu also felt something was off, but the desserts looked so small and tempting. Only 2 or 3 bites each, and they were irresistible. I just felt like eating them. Lin Tianyi nodded with an O and started grilling the meat. It must be said that the sizzling sound of meat on the grill with a little oil was incredibly soothing. The white smoke was sucked away by a special ventilation device, so you didn't end up smelling like smoke after the meal. As Lin Tianyi grilled, he watched Yushu's eager expression and couldn't help but smile. What are you laughing at? Yushu looked at him with confusion, obviously not understanding why he had suddenly burst into laughter. There was nothing particularly funny. Nothing. I just thought our situation looks a bit like we're a real couple. Lin Tianyi said this without a blush, though his heart was racing. It was just a simple test. Hearing this, Yushu blushed deeply. What was he saying? Real couple. They were just pretending to be a couple. Yes, pretending. If it looked real, that just proved how good their acting was. That was definitely the reason. And Yushu had no intention of continuing this charade. If she kept it up, what if her disguise was exposed one day? How would she face Lin Tianyi then? She remained silent, her gaze drifting away. But as she looked, Yushu took a deep breath. What did she see? Chen Yuxing and Yang Tao, those 2 brothers. They were supposed to be sleeping in the dorm until late, but here they were at Xinghe Mall. Worse still, they seemed to be heading toward their table. Help! Yushu quickly turned back, her expression unnatural, making Lin Tianyi feel something was off. Just as he was about to ask if she was feeling unwell, a voice made him jump. Hey, old Lin, you got a coupon too. Chen Yuxing's voice rang out, followed by a shocked exclamation. Damn, old Lin, you're something else. When did you get a girlfriend? We had no idea. Because Yushu was sitting with her back to them, the 2 didn't yet know who the girl across from Lin Tianyi was. But from her clothes and figure, she was definitely goddess level. Old Lin was something else. No wonder he'd been so distant with other girls on Friday and always sat with Yushu. He'd already found someone he liked. But Chen Yuxing and Yang Tao tacitly didn't say anything about it. If they did, and the girl opposite Lin Tianyi took offense and ruined things, that would be bad. And Lin Tianyi, actually going on a date with a girl, was a miracle in itself. They had to help him out. Help Lin Tianyi win over the girl across from him. Must win. Chen Yuxing and Yang Tao exchanged a knowing glance, then gave Lin Tianyi a reassuring look. Lin Tianyi kept a smile on his face, but inside, he was already panicking. Old Yang, old Chen, why did you 2 have to come? After 2 years of dorm life, he had already deciphered the meaning behind their looks. Helping him out. What would they think if they knew who they were helping him win over? Ahem, what are you 2 doing here? By the way, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend Rian, Yushu's cousin. Yinner, these are my and Yushu's roommates. Yushu's cousin. The 2 felt as if a bell had rung in their minds. Wasn't she the one from the video they'd watched at least 3 times last night? The Alicia who sang at the convention. And now Lin Tianyi had actually gotten together with her today? Impressive. No, wait. Old Lin had also gone to the convention yesterday. How did these 2 get together? They must have known each other already. Yushu really didn't want to turn around and greet them, but since Lin Tianyi had already introduced her, she had no choice but to force herself. Hi, nice to meet you. Her pretty face was flushed with shyness, but right now her identity was that of Yushu's cousin, so she had to completely separate herself from her real self. She absolutely couldn't let these 2 brothers notice anything. If her cover was blown, Yushu felt she would die of social death. The first thing Chen Yuxing and Yang Tao noticed when they saw Yushu was that she was a rare beauty hardly seen in the mortal world. The second thing, wow, she really did look about 70 to 80% like Yushu. No wonder they were cousins. By now they had completely distinguished the 2, and they felt both happy and jealous for their brother Lin Tianyi. How did this guy get such a beautiful girlfriend? Hello, Yushu's cousin. We won't disturb your date, haha. We'll take the table inside. The 2 then found a corner in the back to eat, but because the only empty seats were not far away, they could still see each other if they glanced over. Watching them leave, Yushu finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they weren't right in front of her, it was fine. If they had stayed, she felt she would have really died. But before she could relax, her phone received a message. Chen Yuxing, little Shushu, guess who I ran into with old Yang at the Star River Mall restaurant? Chen Yuxing sneaking a peek. After reading this message, Yushu felt utterly dumbfounded. But still suppressing her inner embarrassment, she pretended not to know and asked. Yushu who? Yushu curious cat. Chen Yuxing. Old Lin is having dinner with your cousin. Chen Yuxing photo. The photo was one that Chen Yuxing had secretly taken showing a man and a woman, Lin Tianyi and Yushu. Yushu, no way. Chen Yuxing. That's right, little Shushu, you're not good enough. You have such a beautiful cousin, but you never introduced her to us. Yushu was speechless. Introduce herself to them. Was she bored out of her mind? But this was also good. They really didn't know that Yushu and the so-called cousin were actually the same person. It was a silver lining in the bad news. Chen Yuxing, by the way, little Shushu, why haven't you come back to the dorm yet? Yushu, I'm still working part-time, gotta go. Closing the chat, Yushu's heart was uneasy, hoping that old Chun and old Yang hiding in the corner wouldn't suddenly do something to cause trouble. Luckily the two were really there just to eat, grabbing a huge pile of food. Especially Chin Yuxing, who was naturally muscular and ate a lot. The stacked plates already numbered over 20. Yushu, feeling as if ants were crawling all over her body, was extremely uncomfortable. So she only ate half her fill during the meal. In contrast, Lin Tianyi across from her ate heartily. Whether he had taken some stimulant or what, Yushu couldn't understand. Let's go yin, our next stop, while hit the food street. Hearing this, Yushu's eyes lit up. She wasn't full yet. Besides, staying here with old Chun and old Yang staring at her from time to time gave her an indescribable feeling. But if she ate too much, would it? No. Why should she care about that? There's a food festival event going on right now. Then Lin Tianyi glanced at Yushu's slightly conflicted face as if thinking of something and added, I'm not full yet. Great. Yushu blinked and smiled. That smile made Lin Tianyi pause for a moment. He only snapped out of it when Yushu waved her hand. What's wrong? Yushu couldn't help but snicker at Lin Tianyi's dazed look. Old Lin looked so silly, so cute, so funny. She had never seen Lin Tianyi act like this before. Wait. Yushu thought of a problem. Could old Lin actually have fallen for her? She had no intention of continuing to use the cousin account. If she kept this up, who knew when she would be exposed? So Yushu decided as soon as she got back she would block old Lin on this account. That way she could cut off old Lin's longing. No, nothing, Lin Tianyi replied awkwardly after coming to his senses, having been caught. But by then Lin Tianyi had grown thick-skinned, and without a second thought, he took Yushu's hand and let her out. Yushu let out an and had no choice but to follow Lin Tianyi's lead. Meanwhile, she couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Old Lin was getting more and more smoothie. At first he would ask, but now he didn't even bother. Behind them, Chin Yuxing and Yang Tao watched with envy. Damned old Lin. Their girlfriends were pretty too, but compared to Yushu, they were like fireflies to the bright moon. Could it be that being handsome, rich, and aloof earned you such a beautiful partner? They snapped a photo, then turned their grief into appetite. The owner of the self-service barbecue watched the two eating like gluttons, his heart bleeding. The food festival was held in Star River Square, starting on Saturday and lasting 2 days. Today was the last day. Yushu sniffed the air. It was the aroma of grilled skewers. Besides skewers, there were squid, oysters, scallops, grilled birds, shredded chicken, and more. The entire street had over 100 stalls, all in temporary tents. So fragrant. Ever since becoming a girl, her appetite had increased rather than decreased. Now smelling these aromas, Yushu's stomach growled again. Then let's go, I'm hungry too. If it were just now, Lin Tianyi's words might have been a lie. But now he truly felt a bit hungry. The stomach that had just been full suddenly made room. Hand in hand, they walked past stall after stall, and the food in their hands kept growing. But no matter how much Yushu could eat, her stomach was easily filled. Yet seeing so much delicious food, Yushu regretted not being able to satisfy her cravings all at once. How about we buy a little of everything, so we can try it all? And if you can't finish, I can help you eat it. Great idea. Yushu's eyes sparkled. As expected of old Lin, he always had good ideas. But Yushu came to her senses. Eating leftovers from a girlfriend was something only a real boyfriend would do. But they were fake. That might not be appropriate. Yushu hesitated, but as a foodie, she really wanted to eat. What's wrong with it? Aren't we a couple? Isn't it normal for a partner to help finish the leftovers? Lin Tianyi blinked, pretending they were real. Hearing this, Yushu was speechless. Did you really not know if it was real or fake? But Lin Tianyi's words also made Yushu conflicted. In the end, she decided to throw caution to the wind. It was just giving old Lin her leftovers. Anyway, it wasn't her loss. She got the first bite, and he got the rest with her saliva. She was totally not losing out. As the godfather, wasn't it normal to give leftovers to the godson? Yushu thought this way and finally convinced herself. Alright then. Besides this reason, Yushu had also promised to give him a perfect girlfriend experience worth the 10,000 yuan. Yes, it must be for that reason. Lin Tianyi could barely suppress his smirk. Plan successful. He had been envying the couples around him doing that very thing. Now it was finally his turn. Lin Tianyi's heart thrilled, and under Yushu's gaze he took the large chicken skewer Yushu had just bitten and ate it. Yushu. Bro, I haven't finished that yet. You're making me look so dumb. Lin Tianyi smacked his lips with delight. It was delicious. He hadn't thought much of the chicken skewer before, but now it seemed tasty and a little sweet. Watching Lin Tianyi smack his lips like that, Yushu couldn't help but say disdainfully, this chicken skewer is just okay, you don't have to eat it like that, do you? What do you know? This is an imported chicken skewer, and the flavor is just fragrant. Lin Tianyi didn't care at all about Yushu's disdain, and even shamelessly replied, imported chicken skewer. Yushu's face instantly flushed as she realized. The temperature was rising again. This bastard. Yushu's heart was collapsing. She felt as if she was only now getting to know Lin Tianyi for the first time. He was so shameless. Yushu pointed a jade-like finger at Lin Tianyi, looking utterly incredulous, then stomped her foot and walked ahead first. Lin Tianyi chuckled softly, then followed right behind Yushu. They looked exactly like a pair of bickering, passionate lovers. It must be said that with the food festival here there were truly so many delicacies. All kinds of rare snacks had emerged. Yushu stopped in front of the grilled oysters. Looking at the garlic oysters, each as big as the palm of a hand, tears involuntarily flowed from the corners of her mouth. So big. You know oysters were her favorite, especially garlic oysters. After being charcoal grilled, the texture was simply delicious. Even if her stomach was full, she could still force down a dozen more. Boss, how much for a dozen of these oysters? The boss was a 50-year-old man with a receding hairline fanning the charcoal with a palm leaf fan to keep the heat high. A little beauty, 99 yuan per dozen. For a pretty face like yours, I'll give it to you for 70. Food at the festival was generally on the pricey side, but even after the discount, it was still 70 yuan per dozen. In the past, Yushu would have hesitated. After all, she only had a monthly allowance of 1,500 yuan, and spending 70 meant she'd have to live on instant noodles for the rest of the month. But now it was different. She had over 10,000 yuan in her pocket, and the next day, she would receive another 5,000. 70 yuan didn't seem like much anymore. Suddenly becoming a girl, she hadn't yet escaped the shadow of that change. What was wrong with treating herself to a dozen oysters? Alright boss, he'll take a dozen. Yushu took out her phone, scanned the QR code to pay 70 yuan, then sat down on a small stool nearby to wait. The balding boss was overjoyed. Not only did he get money, but it was from a beautiful girl. Here you go, beauty. Just a moment. The boss picked out 13 plump, juicy garlic oysters from the ones that were almost done. Boss, that's one extra. Seeing the extra oyster, Yushu immediately pointed it out. That extra one is a gift. Seeing you reminds me of my daughter. Looking at Yushu's stunning face and sweet voice, it reminded him of his daughter. When she was 10 years old. Back then she was so considerate, always clinging to him, calling him dad this and dad that. Thinking of that, the boss' lips unconsciously curled into a smile. Thank you, boss. Yushu felt delighted inside. For the second time, she felt the convenience of being a girl. One oyster in her mouth. It tasted good, slightly sweet and salty, exactly the flavor she liked. Garlic paired with grilled oysters was simply a perfect match. Plus it was a good way to nourish her body. Just as Yushu was enjoying her meal, she felt a gaze fixed on her. Looking up, she saw Lin Tianyi staring straight at her. What are you looking at me for? Is there something on my face? Yushu instinctively touched her cheek. I want some too. Buy your own if you want. You're not going to buy my share, are you? Yushu guarded the plate of oysters like a protective kitten, putting on a fierce expression. But in Lin Tianyi's eyes, this only made her look even cuter. Lin Tianyi didn't reply, he just stared silently. Yushu's face flushed red again under his gaze. Fine. Here, take some. Yushu divided 2 oysters for Lin Tianyi. That was the biggest concession she could make. Lin Tianyi was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected Yushu to actually give him some. In the past, when they went out for barbecue together, Yushu would always order a plate of oysters for herself. It was nearly impossible for the three of them to get even a single oyster from Yushu, let alone her giving away 2 now. This was a first in history. After giving away the 2 oysters, Yushu also realized how readily she had acted. No, it must be because Lin Tianyi had given her a 5,000 yuan deposit. Yes, that had to be the reason. It definitely wasn't because she saw Lin Tianyi's pitiful expression as he stared at her just now that she decided to spare him too. Taking the 2 oysters from Yushu, Lin Tianyi enjoyed them with relish. And when they tasted good. He had eaten plenty of oysters before, even many of better quality. But somehow he felt that none of those were as delicious as these 2. Old man. I'm back to help. Just then a husky voice rang out. Yushu and Lin Tianyi instinctively looked over and saw a person, 65 meters tall with a figure comparable to the Michelin Man, tattoos on the arms, nose ring, lip ring. A young woman. Approaching the balding boss. Well, forget it. You do the grilling. Yushu, Lin Tianyi. Wait, boss, this is your daughter. This person who looked like the Michelin Man. Yushu recalled what the boss had just said, that seeing her reminded him of his daughter. She looked like his daughter. She equals the Michelin Man. Yushu fell silent, stunned into silence by the boss. Lin Tianyi couldn't help but laugh at the scene, but when Yushu heard it, she couldn't help but glare at him. Laugh. Go eat your oysters. Yushu turned her grief into appetite, devouring the remaining oysters. Yushu didn't have much appetite for the rest of the food. Being told by the boss that she looked like his Michelin Man daughter had completely ruined her mood. Seeing Yushu's dejected look, Lin Tianyi took her hand and led her to the Star River Billiard Club on the 6th floor of Star River Plaza. Whenever they had a chance, the 4 roommates would go play some billiards. And it just so happened that they still had 3 hours before 7 o'clock. Playing a bit of billiards was no problem. Yushu followed Lin Tianyi helplessly. This guy was getting more and more comfortable with the whole thing. But Yushu couldn't be bothered to resist. She had been grabbed so many times now, one more time didn't matter. Once they arrived at the billiard club, Yushu's playful side was stirred up. It had been a long time since she last played, and this was the perfect way to vent her earlier frustration. Yushu set up a pool table, grabbed a cue stick, and held a white ball in her hand as she asked Lin Tianyi, "You first or me first?" "You go first," Lin Tianyi replied nonchalantly, for to him now playing pool was as easy as child's play. Yushu nodded without objection, placed the white ball at the center point, and bent her body slightly. As she lowered her head to aim and applied force from her waist, her hips rose slightly, the hem of her JK skirt lifting just enough to reveal the expanse of fair skin hidden at the top of her thighs. After locking onto her target, Yushu licked the corner of her mouth, and then struck with a powerful force. With a sharp crack, the cue slammed into the white ball, sending it hurtling toward the triangular formation of colored balls. In one stroke, a blue ball and a green ball sank into separate pockets. Hey, I'm playing solids. Yushu hadn't expected such luck pocketing two balls in a single shot. She immediately turned to flaunt her success at Lin Tianyi. Lin Tianyi quickly averted his gaze and clapped, though his eyes betrayed a hint of guilt, as if he had just done something he shouldn't have. Yushu found Lin Tianyi's guilty demeanor puzzling, but she didn't dwell on it. She readied her second shot again, assuming a stance of power, aiming at a scattered solid ball and unleashing another mighty strike. The cue struck, but this time the ball didn't find a pocket, merely colliding with other balls nearby. A pity. Yushu sighed inwardly, but this was her true skill. Mediocre, yet enthusiastic. All right, your turn. Lin Tianyi walked stiffly to the opposite side, shook his head with a faint smile, then took a casual shot. It missed, didn't even touch a ball. Yushu chuckled. Oh brother, it looks like you're not up to it, you can't even hit the ball. Lin Tianyi. Yushu was just teasing. She knew Lin Tianyi's real skill. How could he possibly miss the ball entirely? He was clearly letting her win. She was just poking fun to make him show some real effort. Otherwise Yushu would be thoroughly bored. Hearing her words, Lin Tianyi said nothing, his expression gradually turning serious. In the past, he might have brushed it off as a joke. But now, even knowing it was mere banter, he felt genuinely annoyed. A man. How could he be not up to it? Yushu, unaware of the gravity of the situation, took another shot at the white ball, but again missed. She wasn't discouraged. She was used to it. When it was Lin Tianyi's turn, he stepped forward, silently studied the table, fixed his gaze on the stripe he needed to pot, and calculated in his mind. In that moment, the precise force and angle required were calculated with razor-sharp accuracy. A crisp tap sounded as the white ball struck the stripe ball, which bounced twice before dropping neatly into the pocket. Tisk, Yushu muttered, convinced it was sheer luck. He had never been this accurate before. Probably just a fluke. Lin Tianyi took a deep breath and continued his calculations. Another tap, then a thud, then another tap. Several more balls found their way into pockets. Yushu now realized that Lin Tianyi seemed to not be relying on luck, but on skill. Old Lin, are you serious? When they played before, Lin Tianyi was good, but never this absurd. Now he felt like a precise computer, calculating every landing spot of the white ball with uncanny accuracy. After 7 consecutive shots, the final blow struck the black ball, securing victory. Lin Tianyi raised an eyebrow at Yushu, as if to say, I'm plenty capable, enough to clear the table in one run. Yushu was speechless, finally realizing she might have said something wrong. When a girl says to a guy, are you up to it? It triggers an inexplicable urge to prove himself. The more attractive the girl, the stronger the impulse. Yushu, now a top-tier beauty, had naturally provoked Lin Tianyi. Realizing the truth, Yushu shot him a half-amused, half-exasperated glare. You're so childish. I'm done, no fun. Having witnessed Lin Tianyi's true skill, she had no face left to challenge him. She'd rather find some other rookies to play with. Don't go. Lin Tianyi immediately regretted his impulsiveness. He shouldn't have revealed his ability, now had shot himself in the foot. Though they didn't play pool, the two ended up at a small karaoke booth in the mall. A phone booth-sized karaoke spot, barely big enough for two. 20 yuan for 10 minutes, 45 for 30 minutes. So expensive. Yushu couldn't help complaining. For that price, she'd rather go to a real KTV and rent a small room for a few hours. A small KTV costs about the same for a 5-hour session, with a free pot of water. In this booth, there was nothing but 2 headphones and a recording function. Let's go, it's way too expensive here. After seeing the price, Yushu backed out. Lin Tianyi grabbed her hand and smiled. It's fine, I don't want to run around. Just sing a few more songs for me. I regret missing your performance at the comic convention. Yushu was also averse to trouble, so she nodded at Lin Tianyi's words. As for whether she wanted Lin Tianyi to sing too, she'd rather keep her ears intact. She had no desire to hear him start. For some reason, Yushu found herself increasingly fond of singing. She used to enjoy it, but she'd stopped before it became too much. Now singing felt wonderful, as if she were releasing her true nature. A notification chime detected host in a special situation. Issuing new mission, attract one person, make him unwittingly do what he currently desires to do. Complete within 24 hours. Reward makeup talent. What the hell? You're awake, you damn system. And what kind of mission is this? Don't be upset, host. Unwittingly do what he wants could be something like saying what's on his mind. Just a little seduction, and it's done. Relieved by the system's explanation, Yushu let out a sigh. At least it wasn't some ridiculous task. Otherwise she would have refused. But how to complete it? Attract someone. She cast a glance at Lin Tianyi, who was secretly recording her singing. Seduction. How exactly should she seduce him? After pondering for a moment, Yushu turned to Lin Tianyi and asked in a sweet voice, Brother, is there something you want to say to me? Lin Tianyi. Wait, what's going on with you? Why did she suddenly speak in such a soft, tender, and sweet girlish voice? He really couldn't handle it. Lin Tianyi felt as if struck by lightning, clearly not expecting Yushu to ask him that. Ahem, lovely, lovely. Absolutely lovely. Lin Tianyi couldn't help wiping non-existent sweat as he replied. Tisk. Yushu clicked her tongue inwardly. The task wasn't completed. Oh, obviously it wasn't the kind of involuntary infatuation. Forget it. Anyway, there was no penalty for failure. Doing it or not didn't matter. As for the task reward of makeup talent, it would be nice to have it, but if not, she could just ask Sister Yu for help and learn herself. Yushu sang for a full hour in the small private room, while Lin Tianyi listened for that entire hour. The two simply stayed together, letting time pass. Lin Tianyi quietly listened to Yushu's singing. Unlike the version he had heard online, the effect of hearing it live was completely different. It had a calming quality that soothed the soul. Moreover, Lin Tianyi noticed that while Yushu sang, his heart grew peaceful and the aftereffects of his mental deductions seemed to ease. This was Lin Tianyi's secret. 3 years ago, he had discovered that he possessed the ability to deduce. With this ability, Lin Tianyi had a natural mastery over scientific research. However, although the deduction ability was excellent, it consumed a great deal of energy, and the longer the deduction process, the more irritable his mind became, easily turning him furious. He had never expected Yushu to possess this power. In the future, he could listen to her singing while deducing, effectively alleviating the aftereffects of the process. Leaving the small private room, Yushu stretched her slender waist with a hint of laziness. The unconscious soft murmur she made caused Lin Tianyi's heart to race. What time is it? Yushu recalled that she had been singing for quite a while. It's about time. We can head to the party. Lin Tianyi checked the time, opened the high school group chat, and saw that some people had already arrived. Alright, let's go. Yushu's stomach happened to be growling again. Singing was quite a physical exertion. Okay, let's attend the party. With that, he took Yushu's hand again, and they went to fetch the car. Yushu. Never mind. After this party, everything would be over. She might as well let him have this little advantage. When they reached the parking lot, Yushu discovered that Lin Tianyi's car was a Natasha, and specifically an Alicia wedding-themed Natasha. Just how much do you like Alicia? Yushu teased. What, are you jealous? Lin Tianyi didn't answer, but instead countered. Yushu, huh? Dude, why would I be jealous? Haha, just kidding. Actually, I just like her personality. After all, girls like that are rare in real life, aren't they? Yushu rolled her eyes at Lin Tianyi, but couldn't help agreeing with his words. Indeed, far too rare. If I could meet one, I would definitely cherish her. Then I wish you find your own Alicia. You'll help me find my Alicia, won't you? Lin Tianyi's gaze wavered slightly. Definitely. After all, he was her good buddy. How could she not help? Wait, we're fake lovers, brother. After today, I won't be able to help you anymore. Yushu quickly corrected herself, narrowly avoiding a slip. She had already planned to delete Lin Tianyi from this account after today, and had even prepared a reason for never meeting again. How could she possibly help him? Well, at least not in this identity. Oh, really? What a pity. Lin Tianyi's face was full of sorrow, but it was all an act. They exchanged smiles, and then Lin Tianyi drove to the Dihao Grand Hotel. The journey was uneventful aside from a bit of traffic. Yushu sat in the passenger seat replying to Wang Xiaoyu's messages. The gist was asking when the commission would end, and whether she needed to pick her up. Yushu didn't know how long the party would last, so she replied that she would let her know if needed. We're here. Lin Tianyi parked the car in the lot, then took Yushu's hand, and led her into the Dihao Grand Hotel. The Dihao Grand Hotel was one of the top-tier establishments in Jiangxing City. Logically, college students like them didn't have enough savings to spend at such a place, let alone host a party. However, some anonymous benefactor had sponsored them, allowing them to hold a class reunion at the Dihao Grand Hotel. But with one condition: everyone had to bring a partner. What about those without a partner? Naturally, they could just find a friend to pretend. After all, who wouldn't want a free meal? Under the guidance of the staff, Lin Tianyi and Yushu arrived at the third floor where the party was being held. The entire floor had been reserved by the mysterious benefactor, and the event was a buffet-style gathering. Hey, isn't that Lin Tianyi? You're here too, and this must be... That's right, she's my girlfriend. Lin Tianyi raised their joined hands as he spoke. How wonderful. The other person felt a pang of envy that a beauty of Yushu's caliber was Lin Tianyi's girlfriend. The moment such a girl appeared, every other woman in the room seemed to pale in comparison. Even those who had dressed up meticulously couldn't rival Yushu's youthful radiance. The two found a corner to rest, and Yushu looked at Lin Tianyi curiously. Do all your classmates have partners? Yushu noticed that practically everyone who showed up was paired up. She couldn't help asking out of curiosity. Lin Tianyi already had an answer prepared. Actually, quite a few are in the same situation as me. Someone sponsored this party, but the condition was that only couples could attend. So, this party was optional. Exactly, Yushu. But hey, it's a freebie. Don't you want to go? If it were a normal freebie, Yushu would definitely go, but Lin Tianyi had spent 10,000 to hire her as a fake girlfriend for a day. What kind of logic was that? Spending 10,000 to hire a fake girlfriend just to score a free party. Tianyi, Just then a girl in a formal dress walked over holding a wine glass with a young man in a tuxedo on her arm. The man was somewhat handsome, but still couldn't compare to Lin Tianyi in his casual attire. The moment the man laid eyes on Yushu, a flicker of greed involuntarily flashed in his gaze. He had never seen such a beautiful girl before. He absolutely had to get to know her. Who are you? Lin Tianyi asked, puzzled as he looked at the girl who had taken the initiative to greet him. I'm Lin Duodua, don't you remember me? Lin Duoduo. Lin Tianyi thought for a moment, then it came to him. But the Lin Duoduo in his memory was a chubby girl, wasn't she? Now she seemed to have undergone a transformation. Congratulations on successfully losing weight, Lin Tianyi said, keeping it brief with no intention to continue the conversation. The young man beside Lin Duoduo took the initiative to greet them. Hello, I'm Yang Dianfeng, Lin Duoduo's boyfriend. A pleasure to meet you. As he spoke, he extended his hand toward Lin Tianyi. Although Lin Tianyi disliked conversing with them, as the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. A handshake was no big deal. However, after the handshake, Yang Dianfeng's gaze fell upon Yushu. And who might this beautiful lady be? My girlfriend Lu Ruyan, Lin Tianyi replied, directly releasing his hand. Oh, Miss Lu, hello. A pleasure to meet you. Once again he extended his hand, clearly intending to shake Yushu's. Yushu glanced at Lin Tianyi, whose expression was inscrutable and somewhat uncomfortable. Clearly he disliked this person. To be honest, Yushu also sensed that the man harbored ulterior motives, and she felt a natural aversion to him. I'm sorry, but my boyfriend doesn't like me having physical contact with other men, Yushu said, invoking Lin Tianyi's name. Yang Dianfeng paused, then withdrew his hand with a smile. No problem. It's clear that you and your boyfriend are very much in love. Dianfeng, let's go sit over there, Lin Duoduo said, sensing something, and tugged Yang Dianfeng aside. Yang Dianfeng did not refuse, but as he passed, his gaze lingered on Yushu with a hint of greed. Such a beauty. He was utterly captivated. And he had a particular hobby. He loved nothing more than poaching people who were already in relationships. Lin Duoduo was one he had stolen from someone else. Now upon seeing Yushu, he felt that same desire stirring within him once more. But this was not the time. He would plan carefully after returning. After all, he was the heir of the renowned Yang Group in Jiangzhou City, a vast fortune at his disposal, and he could have anything he desired. The only companies on par with his were the Wang Group and the unstoppable rise of Super Technology Co. Ltd. He also had Lin Duoduo to thank. If not for her sudden suggestion, he would never have had the chance to meet such a beauty. There were plenty of goddesses online, but how many could hold up in person? Yushu was different. She looked absolutely perfect. As Lin Duoduo and her boyfriend walked away, Yushu could clearly sense Lin Tianyi's mood seemed somewhat displeased. Could it be jealousy? No, they were just a fake couple, and if anything, they had only met twice. It couldn't be that he had fallen for her at first sight, could it? Old Lin wasn't that kind of person. Well, probably not. Gonna stay here for a moment. I need to use the restroom, Lin Tianyi said with a smile, then headed toward the bathroom. Yushu tilted her head in confusion, but didn't dwell on it. More and more people were arriving, and many had noticed the stunning beauty sitting in the corner. Their gazes fell upon Yushu from time to time, and she could feel them staring at her without restraint. For the first time, Yushu felt a strange sense of disgust. If they were going to stare, couldn't they at least be a little more subtle? Before long, Lin Tianyi returned. Brother, when are we leaving? What's wrong? Lin Tianyi asked hesitantly. I don't really like the atmosphere here. Lin Tianyi looked around the surroundings. Sure enough, many men kept glancing at Yushu, especially Yang Dianfeng, who was staring fixedly. When he met Lin Tianyi's gaze, he even gave a small wave. Lin Tianyi returned the smile, but it was icy cold. All right, let's go. Lin Tianyi had never intended to hold this gathering in the first place. It was merely an excuse to get everyone together. Now there was no reason to stay. Then what? Let's take a stroll around the streets. That works, Yushu agreed without objection. After all, it was already past 8, and there were still over 3 hours until midnight. As the two left the Emperor Grand Hotel, Yang Dianfeng fixed his eyes on them. He pulled out his phone and made a call. Soon a deep voice answered. Young master, what are your orders? Investigate someone. I want all her information within an hour. A woman. The prey I've set my sights on. You can't escape my grasp. Yang Dianfeng licked his lips, a predatory look in his eyes. Then he pulled Lin Duoduo into his arms, intending to have his way with her. But before he could proceed, his phone rang. Yang Dianfeng was about to curse whoever had interrupted his fun, but when he saw the caller ID, he instantly calmed down. Composing himself, he answered, Dad, what's up? You worthless son, what have you done? All the enterprises we work with are canceling their contracts with us. They say the heir of the Yang Group has a problem with his conduct, and they refuse to cooperate. Tell me, who exactly have you offended? His father was clearly furious beyond words. He never imagined that after handing the group over to this generation, his son would have caused such a disaster. Even companies that had close ties with the group were cutting off relations. It was as if they were afraid of provoking that person. What kind of person could wield such power? No, I haven't. I haven't offended anyone. Yang Dianfeng was stunned. He remembered all the young heirs of the major groups. He never bothered to provoke them. You bastard. Still denying it. They named you as the one who provoked them. Yang Dianfeng panicked, and suddenly a thought struck him. Lin Tianyi. No, that couldn't be right. Wasn't he just a classmate of Lin Duoduo? He knew that Lin Duoduo's classmates were just college students. Did a college student have that kind of power? I really don't know who I've offended. The only person I provoked today is a guy named Lin Tianyi, and he was wearing bargain bin clothes. There's no way he has that kind of clout. Yang Dianfeng was always careful about whom he targeted, otherwise with his behavior he would have gotten into trouble. Lin Tianyi. Yang Difeng's father Yang Danin was frantically searching his memories for who this person might be. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not recall anyone in Jiangxing City possessing such immense power. Suddenly Yang Difeng seemed to have an epiphany. Extraordinary Technology Co. Ltd. This was a newly emerged giant corporation rising rapidly and renowned for its cutting-edge technology. Even the Qinxia state had certain collaborations with this company. No one knew the true identity of its founder, but through careful investigation Yang Difeng learned that the founder was a young man surnamed Lin. Could it be? Yang Denin's face turned pale. If his suspicions were correct, then the Yang Group was beyond saving. That was an enterprise that no one in Jiangzhou City dared to provoke, a company that could cooperate with the state. How could they possibly afford to offend such a power? You ungrateful wretch. They'll beat you to death. Get back here immediately. Now the only option was to find a way to make amends. To beg for forgiveness. Yes, only this might persuade the people at Extraordinary Technology to spare the Yang Group, otherwise they would face nothing but an abyss. After the brief interlude, Yu Shu and Lin Tianyi walked hand in hand down the street, exchanging no words. They simply savored the feeling of the summer breeze against their skin. Passers-by marveled at their striking beauty, a perfect match of a golden boy and a jade girl. As they strolled, they came upon a self-service photo booth. Want to take some pictures? Lin Tianyi suggested. Yes, sure. Yu Shu didn't object. They stepped inside and began posing according to the instructions on the screen. Following the prompts, they pulled each other's cheeks, pretended to kiss, made funny faces, and Lin Tianyi rested his head on Yu Shu's. Soon a series of silly photo strips were produced. Lin Tianyi and Yu Shu each kept a set as a memento. The day is coming to an end, Yu Shu said in a light voice. Lin Tianyi paused, a flicker of sadness crossing his face before he quickly regained his composure. Yet time flies. I really enjoyed myself. Recalling the day's events despite the minor hiccup, his mood remained untarnished. At that moment he was more certain of his feelings than ever. He liked Yu Shu. Time to say goodbye, brother. Is there anything you want to tell me? Yu Shu playfully drew out the syllables. Standing before Lin Tianyi, she raised her face, eyes sparkling, looking up at him. Lin Tianyi stared at Yu Shu's pretty face, recalling their silly poses in the photo booth and the genuine smile that had lit up her features. Just then the warm summer breeze swept over them, rustling Yu Shu's silver hair. Instinctively she pressed her hand against her hair to keep it in place. Watching this scene, Lin Tianyi blurted out, I like you. Then without thinking he leaned in and kissed Yu Shu, who was frozen in shock at his sudden confession. Ding, mission complete. The system's chime rang out. Whether Yu Shu heard it or not at that moment, only her mind was screaming. That old Lin. He actually kissed her, and he held her close while doing it. For a moment Yu Shu was utterly at a loss, forgetting to resist. Only when she found it hard to breathe did she push against Lin Tianyi's chest and shove him away. You. 3 exclamations, and Yu Shu's voice trembled. Was she angry? Yes. Was she embarrassed? Also yes. 1,000 words condensed into one. You jerk. With that she stomped her foot and walked away, unable to bear staying there any longer. She, a 20-year-old man, had just been kissed by another man today. And worst of all, the other person was her good son. This was downright. Oh. When Lin Tianyi was pushed away, he also snapped back to reality. What had come over him? How could he have lost control and kissed Yu Shu? He had already prepared himself to be hit or scolded, but Yu Shu only said, you jerk, and then walked away without another word. Lin Tianyi quickly chased after her. Yinner, I'm sorry. Lin Tianyi immediately apologized, but Yu Shu turned her head away, refusing to look at him, still angry. Her good son had actually kissed her, his adoptive father. This was a violation of ethics. Most importantly, that was her first kiss. She had given her first kiss to her good son. How could she not be devastated? But what was done was done. Feeling Lin Tianyi take her hand, Yu Shu tried to pull away, but remembering the change in her strength, she stopped and glared at him, demanding, Boss. We're just pretending to be a couple. That was my first kiss. How am I supposed to explain this to my future partner? If she could one day become a real man, how would she ever tell her future girlfriend that she had kissed a man? Hearing this, Lin Tianyi's eyes lit up. First kiss. Mine is also my first. No, it's simple. He almost blurted out his true thoughts. Moi. You know I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Yu Shu. Not old Lin, I treat you as an adopted son, and you want to get with me. Yu Shu already regretted becoming Lin Tianyi's fake girlfriend. Holding hands was fine, no big deal. But she lost her first kiss. What a huge loss. No. The thought of being confessed to by a man, even as a big boy herself, made her deeply uncomfortable. She hadn't yet emerged from the shadow of becoming a girl, and this sudden confession naturally frightened Yushu. Lin Tianyi heard her refusal and felt a heart-wrenching pain. His first confession had been rejected so thoroughly. Damn. A look of disappointment spread across his face, making him look as pitiful as a stray dog abandoned in the rain. Seeing Lin Tianyi like this, Yushu's heart was stirred. She suddenly remembered that Lin Tianyi had never had a girlfriend just like her. He had finally mustered the courage to confess, and her firm rejection must have crushed his confidence. What a sin. Sure, her adopted son had done something wrong, but she also understood how beautiful she appeared now. It was natural for him to lose control, a normal reaction. Taking a deep breath, Yushu tried to comfort him. What I mean is we only just met. I don't like things moving so fast. Do you understand me? Upon hearing this, Lin Tianyi's dull eyes suddenly brightened. So that meant there was still hope. You mean it depends on my future performance? Lin Tianyi's eyes blazed with excitement, realizing that Yushu didn't actually dislike him. Otherwise, given his earlier actions, what he did could easily be considered harassment. There was no way things could still be like this. Yes, Yushu replied helplessly, now only hoping to pacify this wayward child. Hopefully he wouldn't be left with psychological trauma. No, wait. Yushu just realized that the one who should have been traumatized was her. How had the tables turned so suddenly? Yenner, do you want me to see you home? No need, my friend will pick me up. She had just messaged Wang Xiaoyu, who replied with an OK emoji. Alright, by the way, I almost forgot. Lin Tianyi pulled out his phone and soon transferred the remaining 5,000 yuan to Yushu. Yushu glanced at the notification. A transfer of 5,000 yuan. And the awful mood from having her first kiss stolen by Lin Tianyi's ambush instantly vanished. Her mood instantly brightened, and Yushu successfully withdrew the 5,000 yuan. She checked her bank balance, 21521. 20 yuan. Good heavens, she had only been forced into being a girl for 3 days, yet she had already earned over 20,000 yuan. This was something Yushu would never have dared to imagine before. Lin Tianyi naturally noticed Yushu's excitement. Little money grubber. Just over 20,000 yuan could make her this happy. Lin Tianyi thought of the endless string of digits in his own account, longer than his ID number, and wondered why he didn't feel the same thrill. Just then the sound of clacking footsteps echoed. A familiar voice rang out. Hey, beautiful, free tonight. Wang Xiaoyu in black stockings and high heels approached Yushu. The nearby Lin Tianyi for some reason felt an inexplicable sense of hostility. This woman was no ordinary person. Stop messing around. Yushu's pretty face flushed. Wang Xiaoyu was really too mischievous. So this is your little boyfriend. You actually abandoned your sister for a date. It makes me so sad, boo-hoo. Wang Xiaoyu pretended to cry, acting like a jilted lover. If she could squeeze out a few drops of eye drops, she'd look even more convincing. Indeed, women were all drama queens. Lin Tianyi observed the scene and recognized this woman as the one who had taken Yushu in yesterday. According to the intel from his subordinates, she was the younger sister of the president of the Wang Group, holding a one stake in the company. Hello, I'm Lin Tianyi. Wang Xiaoyu. Facing this man, Wang Xiaoyu was quite displeased. Why did he get to be Yushu's partner? Even if it was fake. She wanted to be Yushu's partner too. Even a fake one would do. Alright, I'm taking my beautiful girl home now. Bye-bye, handsome. With that, she pushed Yushu away, leaving Yushu both amused and exasperated. Watching them stand opposite each other, Yushu had even worried they might come to blows. Because the atmosphere was just too tense. After seeing Yushu get into the car, Lin Tianyi pulled out his phone to check the reports from his subordinates. The Yang Group wants to come and apologize. Recalling Yang Dianfeng's provocative smile, Lin Tianyi sneered coldly. Don't pay them any attention. Do what must be done and hand over all the Yang Group's dealings over the years to the legal department. In business, he didn't like playing endless tug-of-war with others. If he could crush someone in one fell swoop, he would. He never gave anyone a second chance. Besides, Yang Dianfeng had made Yushu unhappy, and that made him unhappy too. This only strengthened Lin Tianyi's resolve to crush the Yang Group. After all, if his mind wasn't at ease, how could he find joy? Little Shu, how about you stay here tonight again? When they returned to Wang Xiaoyu's home, Wang Xiaoyu said to Yushu, who was packing her things. Wouldn't that be inconvenient? I have school tomorrow. There were still about 10 days until summer vacation, so she still had to go to school. It's fine, I'll drive you tomorrow. Wang Xiaoyu said with a smile, then pushed Yushu toward the bathroom. Hey, sister, what are you doing? We just got back, it's hot, and we're all sweaty. Let's take a shower together. I want to shower by myself. Water costs money, you know. Yushu. Soon the bathroom was filled with the sounds of their playful scuffling. Though Wang Xiaoyu was the main aggressor, Yushu still lacked the nerve to attack her. After showering, Yushu put on the nightgown Wang Xiaoyu had given her and lay down on the bed. Wang Xiaoyu sat at the desk handling the day's company affairs, not yet ready to sleep. In the dorm group chat, Yushu left a message for her 3 adopted sons, saying she was spending the night at the beautiful lattice place again. After reading their jealous and envious replies, she chuckled and closed the chat. Switching accounts, Yushu logged into the Lu Yuyan profile. The first thing she did was send a message to Lin Tianyi. Yushu, sorry Tianyi, I'm going abroad, so don't miss me. Then she blocked Lin Tiany's account. After doing all that, she switched back to her original account. As for how Lin Tiany would react, she had no idea. When he asked her later, she could just say she didn't know. After all, she and her cousin were two different people. Back in the dorm, Lin Tiany stared at the message from Yushu's Lu Yin account, his face full of confusion, clearly clueless about what she was up to. He was about to reply when he saw a red exclamation mark. Lin Tiany immediately realized that Yushu had blocked him on that account. He was both amused and exasperated by her move. "You little rascal, do you really think you can get away?" He immediately sent a message to Yushu's main account asking why her cousin had blocked him. Seeing Lin Tiany's message, Yushu had already prepared an excuse. "Yushu, what? My cousin blocked you." "Yushu, wait, let me ask my cousin." "Yushu, by the way, you didn't do anything inappropriate to my cousin, did you? She's usually very nice." Reading this, Lin Tiany recalled the scene tonight when he had impulsively confessed to Yushu and kissed her cherry lips. Lin Tiany subconsciously touched his lips as if he could still taste the lingering flavor of Yushu's kiss. It seemed he really had done something wrong to Yushu. He had thought she had already gotten over it, but now it turned out she was waiting for this moment. "Lin Tiany, that I couldn't help confessing to your cousin and gave her a deep tongue kiss. Does that count?" After reading the message from Lin Tiany, Yushu's delicate face instantly flushed crimson, heating up. This guy, how dare he say anything? It was fortunate that he didn't know she was the fictitious cousin, otherwise she wouldn't know how to face him. "Yushu, how could you do this? Yushu, my cousin has never been in a relationship. Yushu, what will she do now?" "Lin Tiany, simple, ill, just become your cousin-in-law." Yushu, dumbfounded. "Not bro, how can you say such things?" And saying it right in front of the real person. She didn't want to be anyone's girlfriend. Yushu thought indignantly, then, as if recalling something, quickly replied. "Yushu, my cousin said she won't hold the first kiss against you, but don't contact her anymore. Yushu, she said she doesn't want to date now. Yushu, she only agreed before because she needed money." On the other end of the phone, Lin Tiany sighed helplessly. Indeed, he had been too hasty. Thinking this, Lin Tiany couldn't help but slap himself. Chen Yuxing and Yang Tao, who were beside him, looked at Lin Tiany in shock. "Old Lin, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly slap yourself?" "Yeah, is there something sad?" "Let's laugh, let's hear if we can solve it." Yang Tao quickly corrected his slip of the tongue. Lin Tiany listened, looked at the two adopted sons in the dorm, then pondered for a moment before organizing his thoughts and asking, "How do you appease an angry girl?" "A friend of mine couldn't help but kiss that girl without her consent. Now she's angry. What do you suggest?" Chen Yuxing and Yang Tao exchanged glances, then patted Lin Tiany on the shoulder and said seriously, "There's no one else here, so we can assume you are that friend." Lin Tiany rolled his eyes at them. He had finally mustered the courage to speak, and these two adopted sons actually exposed him. So frustrating, he wouldn't say more. "All right, old Chen, stop teasing old Lin. But your friend might have been a bit impatient. Did that girl respond to you?" Lin Tiany thought for a moment and nodded. After all, Yushu had responded to him, though using her own account, not the one under Lu Rian. That's good. It means she's just sulking. Girls always say they hate it, but who knows what they really think. They love saying the opposite, don't they? "Did you kiss her in public?" "Oh, your friend, not you." Lin Tiany nodded. Indeed, it was in public. When he saw the beautiful scene of Yushu, he couldn't help but kiss her. "That's right. And was that girl's first kiss?" Lin Tiany recalled. "Yes, it was." "That's it. Think about it. Her first kiss was still intact, and you kissed her in public. How could she not be shy? Girls are shy, especially in such situations. So 9 times out of 10 she's angry because she can't save face. Just coax her a bit, and it'll be fine." Chen Yuxing had somehow put on a pair of black lensless glasses, 2 fake buck teeth, and slicked his hair back. With a serious expression, he educated Lin Tiany on analyzing a girl's psychology. "Then how should my friend, coax her?" "Simple. Give her romance. Imagine this: if you create a romantic environment, she'll feel the romance, and the atmosphere will be set. Then you can lean in and kiss her. By then she won't be angry as she'll love you." "I get it." Lin Tiany was shocked. Why hadn't he thought of that? Girls all love romantic atmospheres. He had forgotten such an important thing, and kissed Yushu in public without thinking. No wonder she was angry. You're a teachable student. Keep it up, I'm rooting for you." "Great." After Chen Yuxing's guidance, Lin Tiany felt eager to try it out. But he couldn't be too flashy, as he knew Yushu didn't want to reveal she was a girl. So he could only make his move on Saturday or Sunday. "Don't be too discouraged, old Lin. Believe in yourself. You'll get her." "All right. He'll get her." Chen Yuxing and Yang Tao had roughly guessed that the girl was the cousin they saw today. Old Lin could really do it, actually kissing her, but he was a bit too eager. Now he had made her angry. But as their adopted son, how could they as adoptive fathers not help him out? Achu. At Wang Xiaoyu's villa, Yushu, lying on the bed, sneezed involuntarily. For some reason, she felt a sense of unease, as if something sinister was watching her in the shadows. "Hee, my little book, I'm coming." At that moment, Wang Xiaoyu's voice rang out, and she pounced onto the bed, hugging Yushu's soft body and taking a deep sniff. Sniff, sniff, this scent so fragrant. Wang Xiaoyu acted like a pervert, leaving Yushu speechless. "Sister, you be serious?" Yushu slapped away Wang Xiaoyu's hand that was trying to take advantage. Hee hee, who can help it when you're so beautiful, little book? I can't resist. By the way, little book, what are your plans for summer vacation? After all, there were only 2 weeks left until summer break. Me. He'll go back to my hometown and set up a small stall at the family convenience store. Yushu recalled her past summers. This year would be no exception. But, thinking about how she had turned from a he to a she, Yushu was terrified of how to explain it to her family. Yet she had to face it eventually, so she decided to come clean when she went home for the summer. Her parents wouldn't abandon her just because of her gender right. If they did, Yushu would really cry. Where's your hometown, little book? Jianghe town, not too far. A 2-hour drive, or just over an hour on the expressway. That's a pity. But during summer vacation, little book, will you come as a guest at the comic convention? I've saved a spot for you. Yushu recalled the massive crowd at the convention on Saturday and felt a headache coming on. Ahem, next time for sure. Yushu said in a flaky tone, which made Wang Xiaoyu heartbroken. She then pounced on Yushu and they started playfully wrestling. By the way, sister Yu, I have something to ask you. Oh, what is it? Do you have the contact information of that cosplayer who wore the Sam Mecha suit at the convention? I want to thank him properly. Oh, how so? Soon Yushu explained to Wang Xiaoyu what had happened that day. Without the Sam Mecha's draw, Yushu would have been exhausted. I see that day was indeed tough for you, little Yushu. Because of the others' promotion, the tickets for Saturday's convention sold like crazy. Over 3,000 people bought tickets. What a sense of achievement. Correspondingly, Yushu bore a lot of pressure. Let me search. Oh, here it is. They'll send it to you. Yushu nodded after hearing this. At this moment, in the general manager's office of Chaofin Technology Co. Ltd. in Jiangzhou City, Wang Yu was dealing with work matters with a speechless expression. Just now Lin Tianyi had asked him which foot had entered the company first today. How could he remember such a thing? So he casually said the right foot. As a result, Lin Tianyi actually claimed that today it was unlucky to enter with the right foot first, so he fined Wang Yu 3,000 yuan as merits to replenish his yin virtue. After seeing Lin Tianyi's words, Wang Yu felt utterly confused. He recognized every character, but why did they seem so foreign when combined? Ding dong. At that moment, Wang Yu noticed his other phone light up. He picked it up and saw that it was a friend request on his private WeChat account. He glanced at the content. It was that AI Li Xia from the other day, and she said she wanted to thank him properly. Seeing this, Wang Yu couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. He then forwarded the message to Lin Tianyi. Lin Tianyi. The next second a call came in. It was from Lin Tianyi. Hello boss, why did you suddenly call me? From now on, this private WeChat account of yours belongs to me. Wang Yu. No boss, this is my personal account. In the end, Wang Yu handed over the account. After all, it had been created not long ago and didn't have many people, just 1 or 2 confidants. They were all met online, so giving it away was fine. In the dorm, Lin Tianyi instantly became alert. He hadn't expected Yushu to actively add him. Well, yes, he was the Sam Mecha cosplayer. Who else would she be looking for? Yushu, hello, are you the Sam at the Saturday convention? Yushu and the AI Li Xia from that day. Thank you, Master Sam, for helping with the attraction that day. Oh, otherwise, I would have been exhausted. Yushu Chigo, thanks. RPG. Lin Tianyi, it's nothing, just a small effort. Lin Tianyi, you were beautiful that day, the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. Yushu, thank you for the compliment. Maybe we can cosplay together sometime. Lin Tianyi, okay. Then after waiting for a minute, Lin Tianyi fell silent. What? No reply. For a moment, Lin Tianyi was torn. Should he be happy that Yushu didn't chat much with other boys after adding them, or sad that there was no follow-up? Or should he be sad because they only exchanged a few words, and then nothing? Lin Tianyi was caught in a dilemma. Obviously, this was a question without an answer. After thanking the Sam cosplayer, Yushu made a polite remark and ended the conversation. Wang Xiaoyu came over intending to playfully tease Yushu. Sister, you stop it, I'm going to sleep, I'm so tired. Alright, I'm tired too today. Wang Xiaoyu yawned in response. After all, she ran a company and several stores, so she had to manage them constantly running around. No wonder she was tired. The company and those stores had just opened, so they needed more attention in the early stages. After a while, it wouldn't be so busy. Soon the lights went out, and Yushu lay flat on the bed with Wang Xiaoyu sleeping beside her. She tried to communicate with the system in her mind, but unfortunately the system was as dead as a doornail, not saying a word. Obviously, it had fallen asleep again. She truly had mixed feelings for this damn system. Although it didn't give her awesome skills like the ability to destroy heaven, earth, and air, nor did it stuff her with piles of money to make her a tycoon overnight. But it saved Yushu's life at the most critical moment and also granted her some special skills, makeup talent, and pronunciation techniques. Although not powerful, they were very practical. Yushu also pondered if she really couldn't become a real boy, then she would have to consider living as a girl. The night passed without incident, and soon it was 7 in the morning. After washing up and having breakfast, Yushu dressed herself up. Borrowing some of Wang Xiaoyu's cosmetics, she successfully transformed into a handsome young man in just 10 minutes. She looked exactly like her former self. It had to be said, this makeup talent was truly amazing. Yo, little Yushu is so cute and handsome too. Looking at Yushu's petite and handsome appearance, wasn't that a shota? Come, let sister give you a kiss. Sister, you stop it, I have to go back to school. Alright, little Yushu's attitude is so cold, sister is so sad. And little Yushu has to go to school, sister will be lonely again. Seeing Wang Xiaoyu's disappointed expression, Yushu couldn't help but comfort her. It's okay, sister, we still have our phones. We can send each other messages. But what if sister wants to see you? Wang Xiaoyu looked at Yushu pitifully like a kitten abandoned by its owner. Seeing this, Yushu felt a pang of distress. Somehow, after becoming a girl, as long as it didn't cross her bottom line, she couldn't resist such a scene at all. After hesitating for a moment, Yushu quietly replied, actually, we can meet again during the holidays. Hee, then it's a deal. Yushu. Seeing Wang Xiaoyu's instant change of face, Yushu knew she had been played. Soon Yushu returned to Jiangyi University carrying the AI Li Xia cosplay JK uniform and shoes. When she got back to the dorm, she found that the 3 adopted sons were still sleeping. Perfect, so she could quietly put away her things. Fortunately, Yushu had few belongings before, so a large box was enough to hold them. Just as Yushu was arranging her clothes, some phone rang, and everyone woke up. Yushu glanced down and realized it was his phone alarm ringing. The alarm was set for 8 o'clock every morning from Monday to Friday. Having persisted for 2 years, the sound never failed to rouse his 3 roommates from slumber, almost as if by conditioned reflex. Hearing the stirring of his 3 so-called brothers, Yushu sensed trouble. Hastily, he stuffed the clothes and a set of cosmetics gifted by Wang Xiaoyu into his cabinet, then closed the door with a sigh of relief. Already time for the early class. Damn it. 2 of his roommates let out indignant roars. They had barely closed their eyes, yet morning had arrived. Who had stolen their time? Lin Tianyi also woke up, recognizing the familiar ringtone and instantly deducing that Yushu had returned to the dormitory. Rising from his bed, he looked down at Yushu, standing by the cabinet. Sensing his gaze, Yushu instinctively met Lin Tianyi's eyes. In that split second, Yushu recalled the events of the previous night, the evening breeze, Lin Tianyi's impulsive confession, and the kiss. Her cheeks flushed crimson, growing warmer. She quickly turned away, afraid that prolonged eye contact would betray her feelings. Lin Tianyi, noticing Yushu's sudden shyness, also remembered his reckless act. The faint warmth of her cherry lips seemed to linger on his own. He longed to taste them again, but the opportunity was not yet at hand. Little Shu, when did you get back? Shen Yuxing attempted to stay in bed, feeling as if his blanket had trapped him. Just now, not long ago. I envy you staying over at a girl's place. Tell me, did you kiss her? Just then Yang Tao poked his head out from his bed, a lecherous grin on his face. He was somewhat handsome, yet his lascivious expression made one want to punch him. Kiss. Yang Tao's words brought back the memory of Lin Tianyi's kiss from the previous night. But it wasn't a girl who had kissed him. It was Lin Tianyi, his brother. Hey, little Shu, you look a bit flushed. Are you still running a fever? Really? Let me see. Shen Yuxing chimed in, poking his head out to join the fun. Under their intense scrutiny, Yushu, despite her embarrassment, quickly retorted, why are you staring at me? Are you gay? If they kept looking at her like that, she felt she might just explode. Indeed, one more glance, and she would have burst. Hee, if it's little Shu, I wouldn't mind. Ahem. Lin Tianyi, for some reason, felt a surge of displeasure and coughed involuntarily. Old Lin, what's with the cough? Did little Shu infect you last time? Enough, stop teasing him. If we don't get ready, we'll be late and marked absent. Right? Upon hearing Lin Tianyi's words, the two realized they had class today. With only 2 weeks left until summer vacation and final exams, the homeroom teacher was strict as ever. Thanks to Lin Tianyi's intervention, Yushu finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that old Lin wasn't so bad after all. Soon the 4 of them headed to the classroom together. They were all computer science majors, but since the school was in a small city, the quality of instruction was only mediocre. Upon entering the classroom, many students were still yawning, clearly having stayed up late. The 4 of them drew quite a few glances as they appeared at the door. Lin Tianyi was especially conspicuous, the most handsome among them and still single. As for Yushu, his delicate features made him look like a petite bride despite being a boy. The other 2 were merely incidental, though not bad-looking. They paled in comparison to Lin Tianyi. The 4 of them took their seats. Yushu pulled out his textbook and began to study. He wasn't a genius. His grades were only average in the class, nothing like Lin Tianyi, that beast. Though Lin Tianyi never seemed to study, he always ranked first in the class, and even in the entire grade. In fact, Lin Tianyi was quite a celebrity in the grade. Soon the homeroom teacher walked in with a textbook tucked under his arm. His name was Song Zheng, a man in his 50s with a bald head, looking very old-fashioned. The class proceeded uneventfully. This was their daily routine. No sudden appearances of school bullies or campus beauties to disrupt things. That sort of thing only happened in novels. In reality, it was virtually impossible. Finally, lunchtime arrived, and everyone was relieved. At the cafeteria, the 4 of them ate together. Shen Yuxing and Yang Tao sat together, while Lin Tianyi sat beside Yushu. I get so sleepy every time class starts, it's infuriating. Shen Yuxing complained, his mouth full of chicken leg. Tell me about it. The teacher's voice is like a lullaby. Maybe we should record it and listen to it at night to fall asleep. Great idea. Yang Tao agreed enthusiastically. There were no classes in the afternoon, only electives. Usually at this time, they went their separate ways. Lin Tianyi handled work matters, Yang Tao played games, Chen Yuxing loved basketball, and Yushu would binge-watch shows. After the meal, as they were about to part, Lin Tianyi followed Yushu. Yushu turned around in confusion. Old Lin, what's up? Something wrong. At the same time, he instinctively stepped back, afraid that Lin Tianyi might lose his mind again and kiss him like last night. But then he remembered his current identity. He was a boy. He was Lin Tianyi's roommate, not his cousin. So he relaxed his guard. If Lin Tianyi really kissed him here, he'd probably make it to the school's gossip page by that afternoon. I'm bored today. Want to go hang out? No. Even though she knew she was now a boy and Lin Tianyi wouldn't know that she was Lu Ruyan from last night, she was still afraid. Besides, she didn't like running around. It was much nicer to watch shows in the dorm. I'm going to watch shows. Oh right, I almost forgot to pick up my package. The package had arrived in the morning and was waiting at the parcel station. They'll go get it for you. No. Yushu immediately shook his head. No way. The package listed what she had bought. If he found out, she'd never be able to explain. Was it really such a big deal just to help pick up a package? Watching Yushu's slightly nervous expression, Lin Tianyi couldn't help but feel playful. Little Shushu, why are you so nervous? He teased. Don't tell me you bought something embarrassing. Yushu's face flushed instantly. It really was something she couldn't let them see. How could that be? She stammered. It's just a small thing. I don't need your help. With that, she turned and fled without looking back, knowing that if she stayed, old Lin might pull some other stunt. And Yushu felt a bit perplexed. What was up with old Lin? Why had he been acting so strangely these past few days, completely unlike his usual self? Could it be? A thought crossed her mind, sending a chill down her spine. Could it be that because her fictional cousin had rejected him as a girlfriend, old Lin had now set his sights on her instead? No way. After all, the only difference between Yushu and her fictional cousin was just makeup. If old Lin really shifted his target, or even his sexual orientation, Yushu had no idea what she would do. Picking up the package from the express station went without incident. After collecting it, she bought some snacks at the convenience store to reward herself, then returned to the dorm to binge-watch a show. Inside dormitory 404, Yang Tao saw Yushu return with a large bag of snacks and immediately scrambled over excitedly. Just as he reached out to grab some, Yushu slapped his hand away. Hands off. These are my snacks. Father, here, take them. Instinctively guarding her food, Yushu relented upon hearing the word father and handed over some shrimp crackers. Father. Chen Yuxing, lying on the bed, also shamelessly called out to Yushu. Take them, take them. Yushu felt a sense of elevation. What brought the greatest sense of achievement in a male dormitory? Naturally, having your roommates call you father. As for the snacks, what did they matter? In the dorm, as long as you had tissues, you could be a dad. The other two had called out, but something felt missing. All eyes turned to Lin Tianyi. Lin Tianyi. Old Lin, what's wrong with you today? Yang Tao asked, incredulously pointing at him. Just one, father, and you'd get snacks, but you didn't say it. Yang Tao pointed at Lin Tianyi with a look of shock, as if witnessing something terrifying. In the past, Lin Tianyi would have joined in without hesitation, since he attended university just to enjoy the experience of being a college student, fulfilling his life. But now it was different. Asking him to call Chen Yuxing and Yang Tao father, he might still consider it. But calling Yushu father? Impossible. They didn't know Yushu's true identity, but he did. He was determined to pursue Yushu. He simply couldn't bring himself to say that word. Nothing much, just a bit hot-headed lately. I see. Oh, I almost forgot. Yang Tao seemed to recall something, pulled out his phone, and showed a photo directly in front of Yushu's face, demanding, little Shushu, that's not fair. You have such a beautiful cousin, and you never introduced her to us. That's not very bro-like. And now she's old Lin's girlfriend. Chen Yuxing clutched his chest, dramatically thumping it wildly, as if in great sorrow. Anyone watching would have thought Chen Yuxing was devastated by some tragedy. Exactly, little Shu, you're being dishonest. You deserve a punishment. The two let out a sly, lecherous laugh. Yushu instinctively stepped back 3 paces, watching them warily. What are you two Sansuptanagud doing? I'm your father. Yushu was inwardly panicking. Normally this would just be harmless roughhousing between guys. But not now. If Yang Tao actually touched her, who knew if he'd discover she had become a girl? He were gonna tickle you. Yang Tao was about to grab Yushu's waist when he felt an arm loop around his neck. Turning around, he saw Lin Tianyi somehow behind him, holding him in a headlock. Alright, old Yang, can't you see you've scared little Shu? Lin Tianyi said casually. Yang Tao glanced at Yushu. She did look scared. When had Yushu become so timid? Still, Yang Tao knew when to stop respecting boundaries. Tisk, no fun. Little Shu's gotten chicken-hearted. Yushu breathed a sigh of relief and cast a grateful look at Lin Tianyi. Who would have thought old Lin was actually pretty decent? If he hadn't stepped in, she wouldn't have known what to do. I'll forgive your rudeness from last night. Yushu's mood lifted, and she tore open the package, taking out the clothes to wash. After drying them for an afternoon, she could wear them in the evening. As Yushu passed by, Lin Tianyi caught the increasingly distinct fragrance in the air. Even a certain part of him began to stir, but he suppressed it. Yet he knew that if this continued, it was only a matter of time before something went wrong. He had to find an opportunity to make little Shu slip up. After last night's events, his feelings for Yushu had grown even stronger. When she had blocked him, his first thought was what he would do if she disappeared. After washing up, Yushu stretched and let out an unintentional moan. So tiring. The school had no washing machines, as she had to wash everything by hand. Summer was fine, but winter was brutal. Especially since they were in the south where there was no central heating. Washing clothes could even lead to frostbite. Yushu pulled out her phone and sat on her stool to binge a show. Yang Tao, who was playing games beside her, glanced at her screen and asked casually, "Binge watching again?" "And it's a palace drama. Little Shoo we're guys. Act like one. Download QQ Infinite and let's parry together." Yushu didn't respond, just gave Yang Tao a silent middle finger. "No, too hard, I don't like it." She had played QQ Infinite before, but every time she landed she'd be taken out by someone's combo of hook and lift. The more she played, the angrier she got. Not cursing was already a victory. She set up the show she wanted to watch, sat cross-legged on the stool, and started munching on chips. "Parry, parry, hey you bastard, don't break my execution. Aw man, I'm really done with you, you rat." Yang Tao's parry succeeded, but his execution was dismantled by his teammate, and they were wiped out by the opposing team. Staring at the ending screen, Yang Tao looked around gloomily. Chen Yuxing was catching up on sleep in bed, planning to play basketball after waking up. Lin Tianyi sat quietly in the dormitory looking at his gaming laptop, seemingly working with a cup of coffee appearing in his hand at some point. As for Yushu, he was sitting cross-legged on a stool, binge-watching a show. His appearance looked even more like a girl's, especially his feet, face, and hands. Yang Tao felt for the first time that a boy could be so beautiful, and he even had a thought that it would be wonderful if Yushu were a girl. Just then Yang Tao noticed that Yushu's phone looked familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. Thinking of something, he took out his own phone and opened the photos taken by Lin Tianyi and Yushu at the self-service barbecue. The photo showed Yushu taking out his phone. Comparing it with Yushu's phone, Yushu sensed something, turned his head, and saw Yang Tao staring at him. "Son, what are you looking at your father for? This guy is acting weird, as if he's plotting something. Little Shu, why is your phone the same as your cousin's?" Yushu then realized that when he played the role of Lin Tianyi's girlfriend, he hadn't changed his phone. Not to mention, he didn't even change the phone case before using it. For a moment, Yushu felt his scalp tingle, especially now that he didn't dare look at Lin Tianyi, afraid their eyes would meet. Could it be that he had been exposed? It should be the same brand. Lin Tianyi's voice drifted over leisurely. He seemed to be drawing something with content that looked somewhat whimsical, at least Yang Tao couldn't understand it. "I see, that's why it looked so familiar." Yushu felt strange, but didn't think too much and followed Lin Tianyi's lead. "My cousin and I bought the same phone model, so it's normal for them to look the same." "Yes, that's it. This excuse is perfect. Forget it, I'm not playing anymore. I'm going out to find my girlfriend." Yang Tao didn't want to think too much, just curious. Chen Yuxing, who was sleeping, was also woken up by the alarm. He opened his eyes, groggily rubbed them, then got off the bed to tidy up, grabbed his basketball, and went to the court. Soon only Yushu and Lin Tianyi remained in the dormitory. Because Yushu was wearing Bluetooth earphones and Lin Tianyi was drawing, the dormitory was rather quiet. However, Yushu occasionally glanced at Lin Tianyi, feeling that this adopted son of his seemed a bit off. Why did he help him out just now? Could he really have discovered something? Thinking this, Yushu was torn inside and finally decided to test him. If it's exposed, then so be it. "Old Lin, I have a question for you." Yushu's voice trembled slightly. Lin Tianyi looked at him in confusion, obviously not knowing what he was going to ask. If I were a girl, what would you do?" "Lin Tianyi. Seriously, are you not even hiding it anymore? Are you planning to come clean?" "But it seems wrong, this seems like a test." Seeing Yushu's conflicted expression, Lin Tianyi knew that Yushu wasn't ready to be exposed and was just trying to force it. "If you were a girl." Lin Tianyi stepped forward, which startled Yushu. He obviously didn't expect Lin Tianyi to come right up to him and pinch his cheeks, making them puffy. "With such a pretty face, I'd definitely have to take you as my girlfriend. After all, I really like your type." Gathering his courage, Lin Tianyi tried to speak his true feelings in a muddled way. He noticed that Yushu didn't seem to dislike what he said, or they would have had a falling out yesterday. "Yushu, dude, could he really have been turned gay?" Yushu's eyes were filled with shock, at a loss for words. Lin Tianyi looked slyly into Yushu's eyes. This flustered expression was quite cute. But Lin Tianyi didn't go further. He returned to his seat to continue drawing. He had a habit, once he started deducing something, he generally wouldn't interrupt his process. So after teasing Yushu a bit, he went back to his position to continue his deduction and drawing. Yushu touched his own pretty face in confusion, wondering if he had been exposed or not. He couldn't figure anything out from the test. No, you could say he did find something out. Old Lin likes girls of his type. No wonder that yesterday, when they pretended to be a couple, this rebellious son actually broke character and confessed to her kissing her. It scared her half to death. That said, it seemed she hadn't been exposed. Yes, that must be it. Yushu consoled himself. Since she wasn't exposed, it was fine. Otherwise, she really didn't know how to face this rebellious son. Yushu took a sip of water and checked the time. It was 4 o'clock. Because the dormitory had air conditioning, it wasn't too hot. "Old Lin, are you going to eat? Or should I get you a meal to bring back?" "Give me one too, same as yours." As he spoke, Lin Tianyi took a moment to transfer money to Yushu via his phone. 100 yuan. Wow, boss is generous. Old Lin, you're giving this much. Consider the rest as your delivery fee. I'm still busy while talk during dinner. Then he continued deducing and drawing, ignoring Yushu. Yushu nodded, pocketed his phone, put on rimless glasses, and went out. It must be said the weather outside was scorching, over 30 degrees Celsius. Yushu felt like he was being baked like a salted fish. Since old Lin had given him so much, Yushu was generous too, ordering 2 portions of 3-topping braised pork rice and returning to the dorm. When he returned to the dorm, Yushu was drenched in fragrant sweat. Lin Tianyi caught the scent in the air, and his restless mood suddenly calmed down. Even the stuck point in his work was instantly broken through. With superb speed, Lin Tianyi successfully completed the product deduction. Yushu curiously came over, placed the pork rice on Lin Tianyi's desk, and asked, "Old Lin, what kind of drawing is this? Why does it look like a battery?" "It's a battery drawing." Lin Tianyi didn't hide it, he said it openly. For some reason, he didn't want to keep secrets from Yushu, perhaps because of the guilt of knowing Yushu's secret and quietly keeping it. Why can the gap between people be so huge? Yushu replied with some frustration, simultaneously sending back the 70 yuan left from the 100 yuan Lin Tianyi had given her to buy food. "Lin Tianyi, why are you returning it to me? Didn't I say it's a delivery fee?" he said while choosing to reject it. He wasn't short on that money anyway. Yushu persisted in sending it back and retorted firmly, "As your godfather, how could I charge my ungrateful son for bringing food? And even if it's a delivery fee, this is way too much." Although she loved money, she had her principles. Once a person crosses their own bottom line, many things are done without regard for consequences. So Yushu didn't want to become that kind of person. At the very least, she had her own boundaries and conscience. Hearing this, Lin Tianyi was silent for a moment, then smiled and clicked to accept. Perhaps he just liked Yushu's personality. At least the other 2 adopted sons in the dorm got along well with him. Especially Yushu. "It's so hot, I'm going to take a shower first." Yushu twisted her collar and shook it as if that would make her cooler. Lin Tianyi glanced at Yushu from his angle. He could clearly see a strip of white fabric inside her hoodie. A chest binder. For some reason, he actually had the perverse thought of wanting to smell that chest binder stained with the scent of sweat. Just thinking about it made Lin Tianyi feel a stirring in a certain part of his body. He silently turned his head to divert his attention, unwrapped the braised pork rice, and started eating. After all, he was genuinely hungry. Yushu didn't notice Lin Tianyi's anomaly and went to fetch her dried clothes for a shower. At that moment, Lin Tianyi finally breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that Yushu hadn't stayed by his side. Thinking this, he sternly expelled the lewd thoughts from his mind and began silently reciting the Tao Te Ching to cultivate a peaceful state of mind. But the next second, the sound of water rang out and Lin Tianyi's composure shattered. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Yushu placed her clothes aside and looked at herself in the mirror, feeling a pang of melancholy. She set the chest binder aside and her clothes too. Yushu tentatively tried to communicate with the system in her mind, but the damn system still ignored her, remaining dormant. She had no idea how long this slumber would last. Soon after washing up, Yushu also cleaned her clothes, hung them to dry, and instinctively stretched. She pushed open the door and patted Lin Tianyi on the shoulder, laughing. "Old Lin, why are you eating so slowly?" Then she returned to her seat, took out the braised pork rice that had been packed together, and began to eat. Lin Tianyi felt frustrated. Whose fault was it that he was eating so slowly? It was all because of the sound of water from someone's shower, which had stirred his imagination. Just as Lin Tianyi was about to say something to Yushu, he noticed that Yushu usually liked to wear loose tops, so she always bought the largest size. After all, such tops were more comfortable to wear. Watching Lin Tianyi leave, Yushu was a bit puzzled. Why did old Lin have such a small appetite? He had left half of his meal unfinished. Yushu didn't think much of it and started to eat. But then she noticed something. Why did she seem different? She touched her chest and realized she had forgotten. Oh no, because she had separated her clothes from that thing, she had forgotten it. This was also related to the fact that she had only become a girl 4 days ago and hadn't fully adapted yet. Yushu panicked, terrified that Lin Tianyi would find that thing left aside in the bathroom. At that moment in the bathroom, Lin Tianyi was dousing himself with cold water, cooling down from head to toe. The images in his mind were far too stimulating. If he didn't cool down, he was really afraid he'd make a fool of himself. Just as Lin Tianyi reached for a towel to wipe his face, his hand touched a piece of fabric that still held some warmth. He looked down, his eyes wide, and fell into a speechless silence, at a loss. If he had not guessed wrong, this piece of cloth in his hand was Yushu's undershirt. Although he had intended to smell it just moments ago, now that it was actually before him, Lin Tianyi was utterly at a loss. And he had even touched it with his bare hands. Knowing that his hands were still wet with water droplets, touching it directly would clearly indicate he had seen it. There was simply no way to explain it away. In an instant, cold sweat beaded on Lin Tianyi's forehead, and even the cool water streaming over him could not alleviate his embarrassment. Just then, an angelic Yushu appeared on his right. "Put it back. You can't do this. How can you face little Shu after this?" A demonic Yushu appeared on his left. You've already picked it up, it'd be a shame not to take a sniff. You can think of an excuse later. The two little figures, unable to reconcile their conflicting ideas, began to brawl fiercely. The angelic Yushu was no match for the demonic one and was pinned to the ground. In the end, the angelic Yushu seemed to unleash all her strength and subdued the demonic Yushu. Just as Lin Tianyi was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Yushu's voice came from outside the door, and he instantly tensed up. He was holding the incriminating evidence in his hands. Old Lin, did you see a towel in there? If you did, could you hand it to me? Yushu's soft, gentle voice sounded still boyish yet tender and shy. A towel? All right. This piece of cloth padded with a bit of cotton looked just like a towel if you didn't examine it closely. Feeling the lingering warmth on it, Lin Tianyi opened the bathroom door and extended one hand holding the towel. Is this it? His voice was uncertain, but he tried hard to sound calm. But Yushu, too shy to notice the change in his tone, took it with a soft mm and scurried away. She was genuinely afraid that Lin Tianyi might discover something amiss, so she had taken the initiative to label it as a towel. Otherwise, a closer look would reveal that this towel was different from ordinary ones, and that would have been disastrous. The sound of Yushu closing the door reached Lin Tianyi, who finally let out a sigh of relief. He had nearly slipped up, only by forcing calmness had he avoided a catastrophe. He rubbed his nose awkwardly only to catch a faint milky scent. It was intoxicating pleasant. Lin Tianyi. In the end, he had gotten what he wanted to smell, albeit through a rather twisted process. After this little incident, Yushu became extra cautious when bathing, and for a while no more awkward moments occurred. Lin Tianyi, on the other hand, had taken a few days off and disappeared somewhere. As usual, no one could reach him by message, and he would only explain upon returning that his work site didn't allow phones. His mysterious behavior piqued everyone's curiosity, but they didn't pry. After all, everyone has their secrets, just like Yushu, who concealed the fact that she was now a girl. Soon Friday arrived. Several days passed without any mishaps, which brought Yushu some relief. However, she noticed something strange. Whenever her legs touched water, a peculiar tingling sensation would arise. Though not strong, it had been intensifying over the past few days. Yushu recalled that the wretched system had once said her dormant mermaid genes were activated. Could it be that she was about to transform into a human with a fish tail? The thought filled her with dread. She feared losing her legs, becoming a monster, and being sent to a lab for dissection. Of course, her fear of being dissected was merely a paranoid fantasy from watching too many movies as a child. At least for now, it was beyond her reach. Beep beep, Yushu's phone rang. She opened it and saw a message from Wang Xiaoyu. It was an invitation to dinner. After a moment's thought, Yushu agreed. After class, Wang Xiaoyu was already waiting at the school gate. She stood by her car wearing sunglasses, black stockings, high heels, and an office lady outfit. Seeing Yushu approach, she walked over. Hey beauty, care to join me for a meal? Yushu rolled her eyes at her. Sister Yu was as frivolous as ever. Fine, Yushu played along. After the initial shyness, as they grew closer, Yushu had become more relaxed and was happy to joke with Wang Xiaoyu. By the way, little Shu, have you been in touch with your little boyfriend lately? Wang Xiaoyu's sudden question left Yushu speechless. Sister Yu. Haha, just kidding. But seriously, have you? No. Lin Tianyi had been as good as disappeared for the past few days, unreachable even by phone. If their class advisor hadn't said he was on a business trip, the whole dorm would have reported a missing person. Strangely, Yushu found herself conflicted. She didn't want to be near Lin Tianyi, yet she couldn't help thinking about him. Sometimes she would even be reminded of the time they had pretended to be a couple on a date. A little Shu seems a bit upset. Did that guy do something bad? Not at all. But Sister Yu, why don't you find a partner? You're already 25. Yushu's sudden nagging made Wang Xiaoyu's smile freeze. Well, little Shu, you're starting to urge me to find a partner. I don't wanna. You're just like my old man at home, always pestering me. Wang Xiaoyu said indignantly that old man actually arranged a blind date for me. It's just forget it, I'm so mad. She never thought she'd be set up on a blind date by her father. Was she not attractive enough? She was tired of being pursued by too many people, so she didn't want to date at all. Unless someone could break through her defenses, she had no intention of finding a partner. Except for little Shu, of course. After all, Wang Xiaoyu had no resistance to a soft girl like Yushu. Forget it. I'm done worrying about it. Xiao Shu. You have to keep me company tonight. I've been so exhausted lately. Wang Xiaoyu complained to Yushu. She had indeed been extremely busy over the past few days running around for business because she had opened several new stores. She probably wouldn't be able to rest until she had recruited enough staff. All right. Seeing Wang Xiaoyu's resentful expression, Yushu responded with a mix of amusement and resignation. The two of them headed straight to a seafood and Japanese cuisine buffet restaurant located at Qingyu Square. This restaurant was ranked among the top 3 in Jiangzhou City, and its prices were correspondingly steep. It cost a full 320 yuan per person, slightly cheaper for two, at 620 yuan. With such a high price came naturally excellent service. The waitress handed a menu to Wang Xiaoyu, who marked her desired dishes before passing it to Yushu. Yushu glanced at it and quickly marked his selections. A dozen garlic roasted oysters, a dozen salted mussels, 3 glass shrimp, 3 portions of salmon belly, 5 slices of sashimi scallops. All in all, Yushu ordered 10 dishes before handing the menu back to Wang Xiaoyu, asking if she wanted to add anything else. Wang Xiaoyu looked at the dishes Yushu had marked on the menu, a hint of bewilderment in her eyes. This Xiao Shushu has such a big appetite. If they can't finish it, it'll be wasted. Xiao Shushu, are you sure you can eat all this? Adding her own orders that made 13 dishes in total. Can we order more if this isn't enough? Yushu wasn't sure since it was his first time here. Wang Xiaoyu. Well, it seemed Yushu could indeed eat all that. The waitress took the menu and after glancing at the quantity fell into a stunned silence. These 2 beautiful ladies, especially the slightly petite one, looked no different from a fairy. But how could they have such huge appetites? Were these legendary competitive eaters? Though her expression was one of shock, she quickly recovered. After all, she was just a waitress, not the owner. It wasn't her money being lost. Before the dishes arrived, Wang Xiaoyu vented to Yushu about her recent unlucky experiences. Not to mention running around for business, her old man had forced her into a blind date. Just thinking about meeting the blind date gave her a headache. Wang Xiaoyu complained while Yushu secretly chuckled. It was obvious that Wang Xiaoyu had been really irritated lately, and her complaining look was actually quite cute. Xiao Shushu, are you laughing at me? Hee, how could I? You are laughing. Wang Xiaoyu puffed out her cheeks, looking like she was angry and waiting to be coaxed. Alright, I'm sorry sister, I was wrong. Yushu said, half laughing and half crying as he tried to comfort her. Not sincere at all. And here I am treating you to this big meal today. Wang Xiaoyu turned her head away with its tsundere air, her fair neck resembling a swan's, looking especially alluring. Then what do you want, sister Yu? Yushu was also at a loss. How could sister Yu act like such a child? Completely different from the caring big sister who used to look after her. Was this her true nature showing now that they were close? Go on a date with me. Anyway, you have weekends off, so for these 2 days you're mine. Huh? Yushu was stunned, clearly not expecting Wang Xiaoyu to make such a request. Can't you? Woo-woo. I knew it, you were just comforting me with empty words, woo-woo. Seeing Yushu's stunned look, Wang Xiaoyu immediately started to play the victim. And she kept sneaking glances at Yushu to see his reaction. Alright, fine deal. Yushu was speechless. After all, Wang Xiaoyu had been too irritable and busy lately. She really needed to let off some steam. And a date. Yushu sized up Wang Xiaoyu. This was a beauty who scored nearly 90 out of 100 even without makeup. With makeup, she would easily break 90. Back when Yushu was a boy, he had never gotten close to a beauty of this level. Now that he had become a girl, he actually had the chance to get close. But the dragon was gone, leaving only the lair. What use was it? In the past, seeing a beauty of this level would have made Yushu shy, and even a slight touch would have caused a little reaction. But now, Yushu felt neither excitement nor any reaction. It was just like normal contact. Just like when he was a boy and had normal interactions with his dorm brothers. Xiao Shushu, you promised, remember? Yeah, I promised. Yushu shook his head helplessly. A big sister acting like a child was still somewhat cute. Soon the dishes began to arrive one by one. It had to be said the taste was quite good, and the portions were moderate. An ordinary person would be full after ordering 3 or 4 dishes. But Yushu, to Wang Xiaoyu's astonishment, ate 7 or 8 servings in a row and was only about half full. Xiao Shushu, your appetite is a bit big. If you started a mukbang, you'd go viral in no time. Watching Yushu put one dish after another into his mouth without pausing, Wang Xiaoyu was truly impressed by this capacity. She was also curious and envious. How could Yushu eat so much yet maintain such a perfect figure? Curvy and toned without an ounce of flab. Looking at herself, if she didn't carefully manage her figure, she would have long become overweight. Why could the gap between people be so huge? Wang Xiaoyu wept inwardly as she wished she could be like Yushu, eating whatever she wanted without gaining weight. Soon most of the dishes were finished. Yushu called the waitress over and ordered another dozen oysters, a portion of salmon belly, and grilled squid. The waitress was also shocked. She had indeed encountered a competitive eater. She had initially thought such a cute and pretty young lady wouldn't eat much, but now it seemed she had underestimated Yushu's appetite. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a prime minister's appetite. Sister Yu, why are you staring at me? Eat, Yushu asked, puzzled, seeing Wang Xiaoyu looking at him with envy. Big sister's appetite isn't as big as Xiao Shushu's, but I can order some desserts. After all, as the saying goes, girls have 2 stomachs, one for meals and one for desserts. Even Wang Xiaoyu, who was almost full, was no exception. At least she could still eat a little dessert. She just hoped she wouldn't gain weight after going home. Yushu compared herself to Wang Xiaoyu, and it seemed she did eat a bit more. But there was no helping it. In the past few days, she had felt ravenous, devouring at least 4 bowls of rice, even at the cafeteria. Her roommates Yang Tao and Qin Yuxing both looked as if they had seen a ghost. They wondered if their eyes were deceiving them. How could such a petite frame consume so much? When she went to the bathroom, it must be a massive pile. That was what Qin Yuxing and Yang Tao thought. Of course, Yushu had no idea about her 2 adopted sons' musings. Hey, is that Xiaoyu? Just then a slightly frivolous male voice rang out. Hearing it, Wang Xiaoyu's expression darkened with annoyance. She recognized the owner of that voice, the forced blind date from 3 days ago, Tang Wangyi, the second young master of the Tang group, from neighboring Zhonghai City. She had deliberately made herself ugly and acted goofy that day, yet this Tang Wangyi still clung to her like a stubborn leech. She even wondered if Tang Wangyi had some peculiar fetish. Master Tang, were not that familiar. I have no interest in blind dates. I only went along to appease my old man. Please be magnanimous and let me go. Wang Xiaoyu was utterly exasperated. Whether it was a coincidence or intentional, she didn't know. She just didn't want to see Tang Wangyi. Tang Wangyi, on the other hand, was unfazed. After all, any woman he set his sights on couldn't escape. Initially, Tang Wangyi had loathed the family's arrangement. He was perfectly content as a bachelor, able to enjoy any woman he pleased. Even if he got someone pregnant, money could settle it. But if he married and got caught having an affair, that would be trouble. So he had rejected the idea of a blind date, especially one that required traveling to Jiangzhou City. However, after seeing the photo of his blind date, Wang Xiaoyu, his mind changed instantly. He had been with many women, but few were as stunning as Wang Xiaoyu. Most were Photoshop masters, their real faces nothing like the pictures. Driven by curiosity, Tang Wangyi came to Jiangzhou City to meet her. After the meeting, he decided he had to win her over. He could perceive a woman's beauty by her scent, and Wang Xiaoyu's fragrance told him she was a true beauty. Even though she wore heavy, ugly makeup, he saw through her real appearance. Thus, for several days, he kept creating chance encounters to stay in her sight. Tonight was no exception. But just as Tang Wangyi was about to speak, his nose twitched, the scent of a beauty, and the fragrance was even more alluring than Wang Xiaoyu's. Another top-tier beauty, even more beautiful than Wang Xiaoyu. At that moment, Tang Wangyi's gaze fell upon Yushu, who was munching on melon seeds and oysters. Yushu, hey, aren't you a suitor of Sister Yu? Why are you staring at her? Is there something on me? Miss, may I know your name? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tang Wangyi, the second young master of the Tang group, from Zhonghai City. He then struck a pose he thought was charming, trying to catch Yushu's attention. Yushu glanced at the slightly ostentatious Tang Wangyi. He was somewhat handsome, but that was it. From his earlier words, she could tell he was a womanizer of the highest order. Tang Wangyi, what are you doing? Don't worry, I just want to get to know this beauty. Tang Wangyi's heart raced with ecstasy. He had come to pester Wang Xiaoyu and stage a romantic encounter only to find a woman even more beautiful than her. Wang Xiaoyu was attractive with a great figure, but who could resist a girl even prettier? Most importantly, the aura of this girl made him ache to pull her into his arms. If not for the public setting, he would have already revealed his beastly nature. Even so, Tang Wangyi's heart itched as if ants were crawling all over him. He had to have this stunning beauty. As long as he could get her, he would enjoy. A wicked thought crept into his mind. If Yushu cooperated, he wouldn't mind giving her a status. But if she didn't cooperate, he would resort to some means. Whatever he wanted, he always got it, including Wang Xiaoyu. He had done this many times. In Zhonghai City, the Tang group was the law. Although they had only a few business interests in Jiangzhou City, it didn't matter. He had heard that the Yang group in Jiangzhou City had gone bankrupt. Since the Tang group overlapped heavily with the Yang group's industries, this trip wasn't just for a blind date. It was also to acquire the Yang group's assets. Then they would expand in both Jiangzhou and Zhonghai. Soon Jiangzhou City would become his playground. On his own turf, making a move on a girl would be trivial. As for Wang Xiaoyu, with families and conglomerates at this level, individuals couldn't control their fates. Marriages were all about alliances. After using some tactics, he would just apologize and then marry Wang Xiaoyu. So Tang Wangyi wasn't worried about consequences. Of course, that was the crudest method. He preferred the thrill of conquest. I don't want to know you. Thanks. Yushu felt no liking for Tang Wangyi. Couldn't he see how much Wang Xiaoyu despised him? Yet he shamelessly clung on. Yushu noticed the predatory gleam in his eyes, as if he wanted to make a move on her. She had seen that look before, on the Three Thugs. A bowtie slot is hard. That must be it. Yushu felt a headache. She didn't want trouble, so why did it come to her? Was she cursed with attracting trouble? And I'm a guy. Yushu spoke in his original male voice. The moment the male voice rang out, Tang Wangyi's expression froze like a cat contemplating life, his mind short. He couldn't believe what he had just heard Yushu say. She was a man. Impossible. Tang Wangyi had peeped at Aunt Wang taking a bath at 7, sneaked into the women's restroom at 8, lost his virginity at 13, and started chasing girls at 14. Now at 27, as a seasoned player who could identify a woman by her scent, he never doubted his olfactory instincts. He was certain this was a woman. And if she were a man? Tang Wangyi recalled that some men were naturally effeminate in appearance, their forms resembling those of women. So it was not impossible. But the fragrance on Yushu told him she was a woman, while the unmistakably masculine voice baffled him. He shook his head, abandoning the thought. A man then? Such a beautiful man. A bold idea crept into his mind. Perhaps a man was not off limits. After all, his long pursuit of women had left him weary of the chase. Only a goddess of Wang Xiaoyu's caliber had rekindled his interest. Now looking at Yushu, even if she were a man, he might still try to pursue her. In fact, Tang Wangyi's heart stirred with a perverse excitement. A man, and such a beautiful one at that. Wouldn't that be thrilling? The sordid thoughts found their way onto his face, but he quickly composed himself. It doesn't matter if you're a man. I just want to get to know you. Tang Wangi, if you keep bothering us, we won't hesitate to take action. Wang Xiaoyu pulled out an alarm which she always kept at hand. Pretty as she was, she had trained in some combat techniques, but those only bought her time and couldn't overpower an average man. Tang Wangi fell silent. In all his years of chasing women, he had never encountered such a tough nut. But he didn't mind. He relished the challenge. It was time to leave, or Wang Xiaoyu would indeed pull the alarm. All right, I'll leave you two alone. Tang Wangi flashed a self-satisfied smile before turning away. The moment he turned, his smile vanished, replaced by a sinister expression. He would only actively pursue a woman 3 times. If she refused after that, he would resort to other means. This was the second time. One more chance remained. Having set a countdown for Wang Xiaoyu, Tang Wangi departed. Watching him leave, Yushu breathed a sigh of relief. That man was terrifying. His aura was too sinister. He was like a venomous snake. Sister, you really have it tough. Now you see, don't you? You understand my pain, right? Wang Xiaoyu shook her head helplessly. Tang Wangi was like a persistent plaster. If not for the need to give her father a proper account, she would have already blocked and deleted him entirely. By the way, little Shu, how did you do that just now? Was it a falsetto? Yes, it was. As she spoke, she switched back to her original male voice and suddenly pinched Wang Xiaoyu's cheek, laughing. Smile for me, little lady. Wang Xiaoyu burst into laughter. Little Shu, you look so hilarious. Yushu rolled her eyes at her, but her gaze fell on a middle-aged man eating and drinking nearby. Ever since becoming a girl, Yushu's sensitivity had sharpened dramatically. She could vaguely sense any gaze fixed on her. That man had been glancing at her from time to time. Could he be up to something? Yushu couldn't help but wonder, especially after the encounter with Tang Wangi. She unconsciously projected a mentality of everyone's out to get me. After the meal, she and Wang Xiaoyu strolled through the clothing stores in Xinyu Plaza. Since Yushu hadn't brought any clothes, she would have to return to school to fetch a change. Wang Xiaoyu didn't want the hassle, so she took Yushu straight to a clothing store. Dressing up such a beautiful woman was like playing with the Barbie dolls of her childhood. Yes, Yushu had become a life-sized Barbie doll. To be fair, Wang Xiaoyu had impeccable taste. With her styling, Yushu looked even more captivating and alluring. Especially when she was coaxed into wearing a black lace-trimmed blouse that revealed a hint of skin. Wang Xiaoyu couldn't stop praising her. It was Yushu's first time trying such a bold style, and she had to admit it was seductive. Even she thought she looked beautiful in the mirror. Just as they were shopping, Yushu's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID in surprise. It was Lin Tianyi, who had been missing for days without a word. Seeing his name, Yushu felt a mix of emotions. For some reason, a hint of displeasure welled up inside her. How could he take so long to reply to her messages? But she quickly realized her reaction was off. Old Lin had always been like this. After all, men had to focus on their careers. And their relationship was merely that of a foster father and son, so why should she care so much? Yushu collected her thoughts and answered the call. Hey, Old Lin finally decided to reply. I thought you'd kick the bucket. As soon as the words left her mouth, she realized her tone was off. It sounded like a complaining wife. Impossible. How could she be that kind of nagging wife? It must be an illusion. Fortunately, Wang Xiaoyu was changing clothes and wasn't around if she had heard that Yushu wouldn't know how to face her. I missed you. Lin Tianyi's voice came through a little hoarse, gentle, and carrying a hint of relief. Yushu was taken aback. Yushu? Wait, what? Old Lin, are you okay? And I'm a grown man. Why would you miss me? I'm not gay. Cough, it's nothing. I just missed you all. Lin Tianyi quickly corrected himself. But hearing the tone of Yushu's initial reply, he felt a touch of sweetness. Her complaint had sounded just like a wife nagging, which had prompted his subconscious response. I saw the message you left, so I'm returning your call. By the way, what are you up to? Yushu thought for a moment. It did seem that way, but they hadn't called each other before. Before she could dwell on it, Wang Xiaoyu emerged from the fitting room. I'm on a date with someone. Gotta go. Talk when you're back. Bye. She hung up, leaving Lin Tianyi standing outside the lab, bewildered by the wind. What did he hear? Yushu actually went on a date with someone else. At this moment, Lin Tianyi, who had endured the torment of the laboratory while suppressing his longing for Yushu, completely collapsed. What had happened? Why was his little Shu dating someone else? Although Yushu was not his girlfriend now, Lin Tianyi had already regarded her as the object of his pursuit, someone he wanted to spend his life with. Just out of the lab, groggy and disoriented, he heard the news, and his suppressed longing instantly turned into devastation. Before long, a white-haired old man in his 70s wearing a white lab coat and goggles saw Lin Tianyi sitting dejectedly on the stairs, smoking in melancholy. He walked over, puzzled. Hadn't the research succeeded? Shouldn't he be happy? Why did he look so despondent? Could it be something bad? Xiaoyi, what's wrong with you? Lin Tianyi heard the voice and looked up, his eyes bloodshot from lack of sleep, now even redder. The old man was startled by his appearance. Xiaoyi, your eyes. You must get a good night's sleep. You haven't closed your eyes in the lab. You've been rushing to speed up the research. I don't know what's been driving you so urgently, but your health is the priority. And the nuclear fusion experiment has succeeded. Now we just need to move toward miniaturization. We old folks can handle that. You should go home and rest. He patted Lin Tiany's shoulder, as if to say, we've got this. Lin Tiany was a prodigy who had burst onto the scene. 3 years ago he rose suddenly and unstoppably. It was as if he had cheated. Every scientific achievement he touched succeeded without exception and at the fastest speed possible. The high-ranking officials of the Qinxia Kingdom had already decided to cultivate Lin Tiany as a pillar of the nation. Thinking of his achievements over the past few years, the old man couldn't help but marvel at the young hero. Gene optimization potions, ultralight, high-temperature alloys, new composite carbon fiber technology. The list went on. Even the military had upgraded its equipment because of Lin Tiany. That was why the Qinxia Kingdom had been growing more assertive in recent years. With a strengthened backbone, they were that powerful. It was only because Lin Tiany insisted on living a normal college life and experiencing student life undisturbed that he didn't want others to interfere. Otherwise, with his current achievements, he would have already become the chief designer of the research department. In just 3 years, Lin Tiany had won over all the academicians. Even if he proposed any fantastical plan, they would no longer doubt him, but would give full support. Because he was the embodiment of miracles. Just like the nuclear fusion that was said to take 50 years to develop, Lin Tiany had already cracked it. And just an hour ago, it had successfully ignited, giving birth to infinite clean energy. Lin Tiany looked up, glanced at the old man, and sighed helplessly. Grandpa Zhang, the girl I like, went on a date with someone else. A thunderclap. The words struck like a bolt from the blue, crashing into Grandpa Zhang's mind. What did he say? A girl he liked. They had introduced so many girls to Lin Tiany, but they never knew he already had someone. Why didn't they know? This Xiao Yi, he really kept it hidden. Wait. Grandpa Zhang seemed to realize something. What did he just say? The girl he liked went on a date with someone else. Who was this heartless person who would abandon such an outstanding man to run off with another? Wasn't that betrayal? With that thought, Grandpa Zhang was also furious. He patted Lin Tiany's shoulder and said, Xiao Yi, in young people's terms, she's a heartless woman. You don't need to sink for her. As he spoke, Grandpa Zhang's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent. None of the old men in high positions were simple. If this one thing caused their future pillar to lose all will and never recover, he would make sure that damned heartless woman was dealt with. At that moment, Yushu, who was praising Wang Xiao's dressing, felt a chill run through her body, as if something terrifying was eyeing her. Xiao Yi, forget that heartless woman. Grandpa will introduce you to someone. My granddaughter is not bad about your age. Lin Tiany looked at Grandpa Zhang, bewildered. Grandpa Zhang, don't say that. She's not a heartless woman. Grandpa Zhang. Xiao Yi, you're already lost. It seemed this woman had completely bewitched Xiao Yi. At this moment, Grandpa Zhang seemed to recall something. In the past, when doing research, Lin Tiany was never in such a hurry. He always took it step by step. But this time he was so impatient, as if someone was waiting for him. So he was in love. But why did he have to fall for a heartless woman? And what kind of tricks did that woman use to completely bewitch Xiao Yi? Damn it. The girls they introduced weren't bad either. Why couldn't they compare to that unknown heartless woman? Xiao Yi, tell Grandpa what's so good about that woman. Lin Tiany took a drag of his cigarette, then blew out a smoke ring. You don't understand. She gives me a special feeling. Her every smile and tear touches my heart. That's something those other women can't give me. Grandpa Zhang helplessly rubbed his forehead. It seemed that woman's skills were too powerful. How could anyone achieve such a level? Just by slightly adjusting the security around Lin Tiany, that heartless woman had succeeded. I just didn't expect that before I could confess someone else had already made a move. Lin Tiany was full of regret. If only he had. Well, maybe this was fate. After all, nuclear fusion was at a critical moment, and he was needed here. Wait, Xiao Yi, you mean? You hadn't confessed yet. Lin Tiany nodded and continued smoking. Grandpa Zhang. He really wanted to see just what kind of woman could hook Lin Tiany so completely, without even a confession. Xiao Yi, look on the bright side. With your achievements, no woman is worth wallowing for. Lin Tiany understood, but his heart ached. It was his fault for not seeing through Yushu's disguise earlier. He wondered if things would be different if he had exposed her that day in the dorm. No, I must find out exactly who it is. If he didn't uncover who had snatched Yushu away, he would even wake up in the middle of the night and slap himself. He only regretted not confessing his feelings before entering the lab. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tiany pulled out his phone and made a call. Soon a deep male voice answered on the other end. Boss, what are your orders? I want to know who Yushu is dating. On the other end, a sturdy, middle-aged man listened with a puzzled expression. He sounded somewhat dejected. Was he mistaken? Since the day he learned Yushu was a girl, he had arranged for plainclothes bodyguards to secretly tail and protect her. So outside the school, whenever Yushu appeared, she was under protection. At the same time, Lin Tiany also wanted to observe Yushu's life outside school. Now that he learned Yushu was actually on a date, although heartbroken, he still suppressed his inner discomfort to inquire who she was dating. Miss Yushu seems not to be dating anyone else, but she is currently picking out clothes with the eldest daughter of the Wang group. Lin Tiany. Wait, wasn't Yushu on a date? How? Suddenly Lin Tiany seemed to think of something. Lin Tianyi knew Wang Xiaoyu's identity and naturally understood that she had become Yushu's best friend. Moreover, Wang Xiaoyu had never been in a relationship and had no romantic experience, so he suspected she might be a lesbian. Thus it was highly likely that Yushu's date was Wang Xiaoyu. With this thought, Lin Tianyi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought she was taken by another man, but it turned out she was on a date with Wang Xiaoyu. He almost scared himself to death. Old Master Zhang, who was nearby, looked at him in confusion and asked Xiao Yi what's going on. Lin Tianyi seemed to have relaxed after making that phone call, as if he now knew who the date was. Old Master Zhang, I'm fine. Lin Tianyi regained his composure. After knowing who it was, he no longer felt dejected. Yet a sense of urgency stirred within him. Who knew if Yushu would be taken away today, but what about tomorrow? After all, his situation was different now. He was burdened with countless research tasks that required his presence. So there was no telling when he would have to enter the lab again for a research project. Ever since he learned Yushu was a girl, fragments of their time together kept flashing through his mind. Especially that kiss under the evening breeze. Old Master Zhang, seeing Lin Tianyi recover, looked at him with bewilderment. Young people these days were so fickle. One moment he looked like he was about to end his life in despair, and the next he was as happy as a 200-pound child. Even a man's period couldn't cause such mood swings. So that girl isn't dating anyone else. He actually had a small ulterior motive, hoping that Lin Tianyi would end up with the person he had introduced so that their relationship would grow closer. After all, everyone wanted a future pillar of strength to be close to them. This was a chance to rise to the top overnight. Though their current status was already sky high, who knew if the younger generation would be capable after the old guard fell? It was all for the continuation of the family. I was mistaken. She was on a date, but the date was a woman. However, before Lin Tianyi could finish, after hearing the report from the man on the phone, his face instantly darkened. Old Master Zhang didn't know what to say. There it was again. But this time, he seemed angry. Who dared to provoke this living hellhound? Once Lin Tianyi got angry, there was no easy way to calm him down. After all, he was the treasure of their entire Qinxia kingdom. As long as he didn't violate the laws, and bottom line, the state would support whatever he did. In the past 3 years, many companies had tried to snatch a piece of the pie when Lin Tianyi's Supernatural Technology Co. Ltd. was still weak. And the result? Their graves were already overgrown with weeds. Now Lin Tianyi's expression was so dark it could drip water, showing just how furious he was. Are you sure? Absolutely sure. I recorded everything. Good. Protect Yushu. Hanging up the phone, Lin Tianyi took a deep breath and his eyes blazed with murderous intent. He wanted to kill. Never before had he been so angry. Even the companies that had once targeted him only made him irritated, not this furious. Xiao Yi, who provoked you? Do you need us to step in? These old fellows were all eager to help Lin Tianyi, but it was too difficult. After all, Lin Tianyi's wings were now fully spread, and he had just completed the nuclear fusion project, successfully achieving ignition and ushering in infinite clean energy. With that achievement alone, Lin Tianyi had secured a high position that no one could shake. The Tang Group in Zhonghai City. I want to hear news of its bankruptcy. The Tang Group, though a leading company in the second-tier city of Zhonghai, was nothing more than an ant in their eyes. They had never even heard of this Tang Group, which meant it was not a major enterprise. At most, it could only throw its weight around in such a small place. Don't worry. After tomorrow, the Tang Group will be bankrupt. Lin Tianyi nodded. He was truly exhausted, but there was someone he wanted to see, so he didn't want to stay. Can you arrange a car to take me back? Of course. Old Master Zhang nodded in agreement, then arranged for someone to drive Lin Tianyi back to Jiangzhou City. As for himself, he began contacting his old comrades to mobilize their connections. Since their pillar of strength wanted the Tang Group of Zhonghai City gone, they would just remove it. Soon at the Tang Group headquarters, Tang Long, the chairman, was enjoying a massage from his secretary. The secretary was very young, only about 22, and looked like she had just graduated. But she was truly beautiful, especially dressed in a business suit, black skirt and high heels, sitting on Tang Long's lap feeding him grapes. Tang Long's expression was lecherous. His wandering hands roamed over the secretary's body, and she neither resisted nor even cooperated. Despite her title of secretary, she was actually Tang Long's kept mistress. A monthly allowance of 100,000 Qinxia dollars was enough for her to abandon everything. Just then the door to the chairman's office suddenly swung open. A middle-aged man in a suit and glasses hurriedly walked toward Tang Long. I recall mentioning that one should knock before entering the office. Tang Long cast a stern, displeased gaze at his assistant. The secretary by his side was merely a decorative figure, utterly useless. It was this assistant who was his right-hand man. Many matters were delegated to this assistant. Chairman, something terrible has happened. Downstairs suddenly there are many imperial officials. They are coming up now. What? Tang Long was dumbfounded, clearly unaware of what was happening. He recalled that the Tang Group had no leverage that the imperial court could seize. What on earth was going on? Before Tang Long could react, the door was flung open again. 10 bailiffs strode in, their captain scanning the surroundings before producing an arrest warrant and addressing Tang Long sternly. Tang Long, you have been reported by name for corruption, abuse of power, and endangering lives. After verification, the evidence is conclusive. You are now under arrest. Captain, could there be a mistake? This is all a slander. Tang Long's heart jolted, clearly panicked, now only hoping that the so-called evidence was false. Unfortunately, Tang Long's hopes were in vain. When Tang Long's competitors learned that certain higher-ups were going to move against the Tang Group, they immediately exposed a large amount of the group's tax evasion and other shady dealings, submitting the evidence to the imperial court. With irrefutable evidence and the higher-ups determined to take down Tang Long, everything went smoothly. The arrest warrant had been issued even before they reached the Tang Group. Whether it's slander is not for you to decide, the evidence will speak. You just need to cooperate with us. All items related to the Tang Group are off-limits to others. These are evidence. If anyone dares to tamper with the scene, they will be arrested. Yes, Captain. Meanwhile, in Jiangzhou City, Tang Wangyi, who was planning how to bump into Wang Xiaoyu tomorrow, was unaware that his father had already been arrested. Ever since meeting Yushu, Tang Wangyi had become increasingly obsessed with the scent of Yushu's body. He longed to pull Yushu into his arms and torment him thoroughly. Although Yushu claimed to be a boy, Tang Wangyi felt that it didn't matter whether male or female. In fact, if it were a boy, perhaps he could try something new. Bang! At that moment, the door of the hotel room where Tang Wangyi was staying was kicked open. Several bailiffs rushed in, pistols aimed at Tang Wangyi. Tang Wangyi was clearly bewildered, only starting to feel fear when he saw the pistols in the bailiff's hands. His mind raced, trying to figure out what had happened. He had thought everything from the past was well hidden, and the families of those women had strictly promised not to expose anything after receiving payment. Could it be that someone took the money and then leaked the information? No. Once he got out, he would have to find out who dared to report him. Dear officers, could you have made a mistake? I am an upstanding citizen, one of the top 10 good youth of Zhonghai City. After all, Tang Wangyi's reputation in Zhonghai City was that of a top 10 good youth. With such a title, these bailiffs should show some respect. Tang Wangyi, after all you've done, you still have the nerve to call yourself a top 10 good youth. Someone has filed a real name report accusing you of rape, hiring thugs to assault people, and colluding with underground forces. The evidence is conclusive. Come with us. With that, without waiting for Tang Wangyi's reaction, they ordered his arrest. No, this is all slander. Whether it's slander, you know in your heart. Tang Wangyi's heart sank. It seemed someone really was out to get him. No, he couldn't go in. He hadn't accomplished what he wanted to do. Officer, I am Tang Wangyi, the second young master of the Tang Group in Zhonghai City. Never mind your being the second young master, even your father wouldn't be spared. Oh, I forgot your father has probably already been arrested by now. Upon hearing these words, Tang Wangyi's mind felt as if struck by lightning. His father was also arrested. Impossible. How could this be? It's all a lie. If that was true, it meant someone was going after the Tang family. Who had such power? He clearly hadn't offended many enterprises of equal strength. Why would he be reported without reason? Let go of me. I'm innocent. Seeing the bailiff produce handcuffs to arrest him, Tang Wangyi burst out, slammed into one of the bailiffs, and ran straight for the door. He couldn't be caught. If caught, given the things he had done secretly over the years, he would be shot 100 times over. Trying to run. The moment the captain saw Tang Wangyi attempt to flee, he raised his foot and kicked him in the back. With a heavy blow, Tang Wangyi, caught off guard, fell flat on his face, unable to move for a moment. Arrest him and take him back. Yes, Captain. Not only the chairman and second young master of the Tang Group were arrested, but anyone in the Tang Group involved in illegal activities, no matter how minor, was taken into custody. For a time, the entire Tang Group was in a state of panic. The management was almost completely arrested, and even the board members seemed to have been thrown into prison for their crimes. In short, the Tang Group was finished. Everyone was at a loss, staring at each other. They quickly packed up and fled, wondering who knew if staying would bring disaster. Overnight, the Tang Group collapsed. Old Master Zhang nodded with satisfaction upon hearing the news. It seemed the operation was quite swift. He could now share this good news with Lin Tianyi. The entire process from start to finish took only 4 hours. It could be described as lightning fast. However, the smoothness was due not only to the involvement of someone like Old Master Zhang, but also to the fact that the Tang Group itself was not clean. Its predecessor was a business that had laundered itself through a gangster takeover. Although it had become legitimate, it still employed dark methods behind the scenes. Thus, it was easy to gather evidence and eradicate this cancerous enterprise in one fell swoop. Inside the villa, Wang Xiaoyu, who had been annoyed at accidentally running into the jinx Tang Wangyi today, was completely stunned by a phone call from her elder brother. The Tang Group, bankrupt and collapsed. The board and top management were all in prison, including that Tang Wangyi. Wang Xiaoyu was dumbfounded like a question mark. Was this a dream? If so, she never wanted to wake up. Sister Yu, what's wrong with you? Yushu waved her hand in confusion, looking at Wang Xiaoyu's dazed and dreamy expression. Xiao Shushu, did you know that guy who was bothering us just got sent to prison? Wang Xiaoyu's expression was indescribably delighted. That Tang Wangyi was definitely not a good person, at least her intuition told her he was most likely a scoundrel. Moreover, he kept pestering her even when she clearly disliked it, which made her very unhappy. What's worse, he even tried to make a move on Yushu today, making him even more detestable. Now upon hearing the news that Tang Wangyi was imprisoned, she felt as if she had been liberated. In prison, Yushu couldn't believe such a thing had happened. It was like a fairy tale. Yes, the entire Tang group has declared bankruptcy and most of the management has been arrested. Probably because the Tang group was never clean in the first place. She had looked into the Tang group's affairs since after learning that her blind date was Tang Wangyi of the Tang group, she started gathering information from various channels. Among them was that the Tang group had been involved in the underworld before it rose to prominence. She had no idea what her old man was thinking introducing someone like that to her for a blind date. It was as if he didn't treat his own daughter as a human being. Thankfully, heaven had eyes and removed this tumor of the Tang group. Otherwise, if Tang Wangyi had succeeded, they would have been in deep trouble. That's really good news for Sister Yu. Hey, isn't that right? Xiao Shushu, go to bed early. It's already 1 o'clock. After we wake up, we're going on a date. With that, she grabbed Yushu and carried her into the bedroom. Yushu felt helpless as she watched Wang Xiaoyu taking advantage of her without restraint. But she didn't resist. After all, resistance would only make Wang Xiaoyu more excited. She didn't know if Wang Xiaoyu had activated some hidden fetish, but Yushu definitely didn't dare to indulge her. Alright, can you let go of me first? No way. Aren't we supposed to sleep? Big sister wants to hold Xiao Shushu while sleeping because Xiao Shushu smells so nice. Well, she was quite proud of that. Yushu helplessly ruffled Wang Xiaoyu's hair, a look of resignation mixed with tenderness on her face. Sometimes Wang Xiaoyu was like a caring big sister, very good at taking care of others. Other times, like now, she was like a little child needing comfort and care. Now Yushu was coaxing Wang Xiaoyu to sleep, just like soothing a child. Just as Wang Xiaoyu was about to fall asleep, under Yushu's coaxing, the doorbell of the villa suddenly rang. Wang Xiaoyu immediately became annoyed. At this hour, who would ring the doorbell at night and disturb their sleep? But since the bell had rung, they couldn't very well not check who was so inconsiderate as to ring the doorbell at this hour, could they? Even if they really had to come, couldn't they call ahead? With a belly full of resentment, Wang Xiaoyu and Yushu went to the front door together. Taking a look through the peephole, Wang Xiaoyu froze. The handsome guy outside the door seemed familiar. Sister Yu, who is it? I don't know, but it seems you know him. I know him. Yushu was stunned. Before she could react, Wang Xiaoyu opened the door and shouted at the person outside with a displeased face. Handsome, even if you're good looking, you can't just ring a girl's doorbell in the middle of the night. What Wang Xiaoyu said didn't matter to Yushu. What mattered was the person outside the door. It turned out to be Lin Tianyi, that brother of hers. No. How did Lin Tianyi know this place? She remembered never telling her 3 brothers in the dormitory that she was staying here. No, that's not the point. The point is she was wearing a nightgown. She looked completely like a girl. For a moment, Yushu stood frozen at a loss. She realized something. Since Lin Tianyi appeared here, it meant he already knew she was a girl. Combining the events of the past and Lin Tianyi's strange behavior, she was certain that she had been exposed long ago, just not sure when. Yushu didn't dare to speak, just stood silently. Lin Tianyi also said nothing, only looked at her tenderly, though he seemed like he had just woken up not long ago and still looked tired. Wang Xiaoyu scratched her head in confusion. What was going on with these two? Playing a game of 1, 2, 3 freeze in the middle of the night. Just then, as Wang Xiaoyu looked at Lin Tianyi's appearance, she finally remembered who he was. That person who pretended to be Yushu's boyfriend. Just thinking about it made Wang Xiaoyu gnash her teeth. She also wanted to date Yushu. But then she remembered that after waking up she would be going on a date with Yushu, and she felt great. At the same time, she subconsciously gave Lin Tianyi a provocative look. See, I'm not the only one who has a date with Xiao Shushu. Ignoring Wang Xiaoyu, who was acting like a drama queen, Lin Tianyi directly addressed Yushu, who was still frozen in place at a loss. Xiao Shushu, I missed you. His voice was gentle but tired, clearly having endured a long journey. You know. Yushu bit her lower lip, her face full of conflict. She really hadn't expected that she had been exposed. How long had it been? She had originally thought she could keep it hidden throughout her entire college life, and if lucky, she could even negotiate with the dam system about how to become a real boy. But now, in less than a week, no, exactly 1 week, her secret of being a girl had been discovered by her brother in the dormitory. And it wasn't just discovered now, or it must have been discovered long ago. Lin Tianyi no longer hid it. After this fiasco of a date, he was afraid that if he kept hiding it, Yushu would really be taken away by some random punk. In that case, it was better for him to strike first. Wang Xiaoyu looked at the two of them with a bewildered expression. What were they talking about? You know, and all that. What were you saying? Don't keep secrets, hey. Riddler, get out of here. Hey, I don't care who you are. It's already very late. We need to sleep our beauty sleep. For some reason, Wang Xiaoyu had a bad feeling about Lin Tianyi. This man was not right. She had to protect Xiao Shushu. Just as Wang Xiaoyu was about to shut the door, Lin Tianyi used one hand to hold it open. Wang Xiaoyu was shocked. This man was incredibly strong. No matter how hard she pushed, the door stayed in place, as if the man were an immovable mountain. Sorry, Miss Wang. Xiao Shushu can't stay with you today. Wang Xiaoyu. No. What do you mean? Then under Wang Xiaoyu's shocked gaze, Lin Tianyi took Yu Shu's hand and led her out of the villa. Wang Xiaoyu. Damn man. Give me back Xiao Shushu. Before Yu Shu could react, Lin Tianyi reached out, grabbed her, and pulled her away from the villa. Yu Shu was still in a daze, and when she came to her senses, she found herself being dragged along by Lin Tianyi. Hey, old Lin. What are you doing? Yu Shu no longer disguised her voice. Since she had been exposed, there was no need to hide it anymore. As for Wang Xiaoyu, who wanted to chase after them, a woman blocked her way and seemed to say something. Wang Xiaoyu's face was full of shock, clearly unable to believe it. In the end, she could only return to the villa sulking and sleep alone. Sorry, I was impulsive. Lin Tianyi immediately let go of Yu Shu's small hand after realizing what he had done, his face filled with apology. But he looked exhausted, as if he might fall asleep at any moment. It's okay. Yu Shu fell silent again, and the two stood there without speaking. After a moment, Yu Shu broke the silence. You actually knew my identity all along. No, I only found out a few days ago. Lin Tianyi scratched the back of his head, awkwardly feeling that he had been impulsive, charging in without thinking about the consequences. But Lin Tianyi had no regrets. He regretted more that if he hadn't taken the initiative, he might lose Yu Shu. The misunderstanding of the date had made him realize that Yu Shu had already left a mark on his heart. Even when he was usually calm during research, he now felt extremely restless. All because he hadn't seen Yu Shu for a long time. He disliked this feeling, but what he disliked even more was the thought of losing Yu Shu. So Lin Tianyi took a tactical helicopter back to Jiangzhou City overnight, and as soon as he arrived, he went straight to find Yu Shu. So, you knew that I was my cousin. Yu Shu finally voiced the most embarrassing thing. Lin Tianyi grinned foolishly, trying to play it cool. Seeing this, Yu Shu knew that he had already known she was a girl back then. That old Lin. He must have done it on purpose. Thinking back to the time when she proudly fabricated a cousin named Lu Ri and thinking it was a flawless plan, Yu Shu felt as embarrassed as she had been proud. At that moment, she just wanted to dig a hole and bury herself. Oh world, just perish. Yu Shu looked utterly hopeless, as if she couldn't face anyone. You bastard. The more she thought about it, the angrier and more embarrassed she became. So she directly punched Lin Tianyi's chest with her little fist. Lin Tianyi didn't resist, instead he enjoyed her little fists. The force was there, but just within his tolerance. He let her vent. After giving him 2 or 3 punches, Yu Shu finally released a little of her shyness. But even so, she still turned her face away, cheeks flushed. Because she realized that if Lin Tianyi had known she was a girl that day, then the words she had unconsciously spoken were true. Her own adoptive son had fallen in love with her, his adoptive father. Heavens! Yu Shu was too embarrassed to face anyone. Little Shu, I like you. You? What are you saying? I'm your adoptive father. But before she could continue, Lin Tianyi pulled her into a hug. The words she wanted to say got stuck in her throat. I found myself thinking of you every moment. When I heard that you were going on a date with someone else, I felt like the whole sky had collapsed. At that moment, I only had one thought: I wanted to see who it was. To actually go on a date with you. I even had the thought of wanting to possess you. As he spoke, Lin Tianyi's tone shifted, and he pulled back to say, sorry little Shu for startling you. But I can be sure I, Lin Tianyi, love you. Yu Shu was startled by Lin Tianyi's sudden confession of true feelings. After all, she had only been a girl for a week. Still not fully accustomed to this identity, her adoptive son's confession now felt somewhat abrupt. But Yu Shu could now be sure that old Lin's sexual orientation was indeed not a problem. And ever since Lin Tianyi kissed her that day, scenes of their date together kept flashing through her mind. When Lin Tianyi seemed to disappear without a trace, Yu Shu also felt a bit restless. At that moment, she realized that this old Lin had actually affected her emotions. What was going on? Yu Shu remembered that on Janine, it was said that when someone can sway your emotions, it means that person already has a place in your heart. That is to say, old Lin had unknowingly carved a place in her heart, enough to affect her mood. Taking a deep breath, Yu Shu tried to adjust her emotions. But when she looked up and saw Lin Tianyi's state, worry crept into her heart. Because Lin Tianyi's eyes were bloodshot with red veins covering his pupils. His expression was weary, as if he was barely holding on. Combined with his disappearance for the past few days without a word and his sudden appearance before her, to confess, Yu Shu felt an inexplicable emotion surge within her. This feeling annoyed her because her eyes inexplicably became moist, as if something was about to fall. Little Shu, why are you crying? Seeing Yu Shu's eyes suddenly brimming with tears, Lin Tianyi's heart clenched in pain. He couldn't bear to see her cry. Idiot. Yu Shu didn't know why, but she subconsciously blurted out that word. Though it was a scolding to Lin Tianyi's ears, it carried a hint of affection. Lin Tianyi laughed foolishly, which made Yu Shu unable to help but giggle. You idiot, still laughing? Look how tired you are. Even if you wanted to find me, couldn't you have waited until the next day? Seeing Lin Tianyi like this, Yu Shu felt a twinge of heartache. Are you worried about me? Yu Yushu didn't know what to say, then stomped her foot in exasperation, crossed her arms, and said seriously, I'm just caring for my adoptive son. Yes, that's it. Adoptive father. Lin Tianyi for some reason felt a bit displeased upon hearing that. He immediately reached out, rubbed Yushu's head, and she quickly slapped his hand away. Get your paws off, Yushu said, annoyed as he slapped away Lin Tianyi's hand that was ruffling his hair. Lin Tianyi, seeing this, a smile crept across his face. He had already realized that Yushu was just being shy. At the same time, he had a general idea in his mind. Although Yushu had not directly responded to his confession, if there was no place for him in Yushu's heart, he would never have acted like this. Thus Lin Tianyi felt a bit relieved. As for why not completely, it was naturally because the two had not yet confirmed their relationship. However, Lin Tianyi also knew that this matter could not be forced. If he continued to push, it might leave a grudge in Yushu's heart. So Lin Tianyi decided to quit while he was ahead and wait for the right moment to confess again, aiming to win him over in one go. With a plan in mind, his gaze towards Yushu softened. Yushu sighed helplessly. By now he had completely understood that this old Lin was utterly infatuated with him. Most importantly, this was the first time old Lin had confessed to a girl. Now this was technically the second time he had been indirectly rejected, right? But although it was the second time, judging by Lin Tianyi's demeanor, he didn't seem discouraged, which was a good thing. At least his adoptive father didn't have to worry anymore. However, the reason Yushu hadn't responded was not only because he hadn't fully adapted to being a girl, but also because of a bigger reason. He was afraid that he would turn into a monster in the future. He felt that whenever his legs touched water, a numb and soft sensation would arise, making him want to cry out. This was definitely not normal. Once the two confirmed their relationship, if Lin Tianyi found out he had become a monster, how would he view him? Like Lin Tianyi, he had no experience in love, so he was afraid. Afraid that one day he would truly become a monster, and Lin Tianyi would be traumatized by it. That was why Yushu dared not agree. Unless that damn system could provide an explanation, Yushu truly dared not deepen their relationship any further. Unfortunately, the damn system was still asleep, so he had to wait until it woke up to ask. Until then, Yushu felt he needed to maintain some distance from Lin Tianyi to prevent himself from falling deeper. Yes, after seeing Lin Tianyi again, Yushu couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy, seeing how exhausted Lin Tianyi looked. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Yushu looked up at Lin Tianyi and said seriously, "Alright, I can't give you a definite answer right now. Because my mind is also in a mess right now. Sorry, it's okay, I'll wait for you." Lin Tianyi nodded in response. This was progress. At least it wasn't a direct rejection like last time. That was a good sign. Secondly, you should go rest now. How long has it been since you had a good rest? Xiaoshu, are you worried about me? You? Forget it, I don't care about you. Idiot. It was the same old thing again, this old Lin really was. Yushu sighed, inwardly blushing as he voiced his protest. Then he turned his head and continued. Alright, I'm going back to sleep too. You go back and rest obediently, got it? After saying that, Yushu turned around, intending to go back to the villa to sleep. After all, it was already past 1 in the morning, and he was terribly sleepy. But just as he was about to leave, he felt his hand being pulled. Turning around in confusion, he looked at Lin Tianyi, clearly not understanding what he was doing. Xiaoshu, can you stay with me? Lin Tianyi's voice was a bit low. He clearly didn't want to part so soon after meeting again. Yushu wanted to say no, but seeing Lin Tianyi's dejected and haggard appearance, he couldn't help but feel sad. After closing his eyes and thinking for a few seconds, he finally sighed helplessly. Just this once. I really can't win against you, Yushu complained inwardly. Hearing Yushu's words, Lin Tianyi immediately became excited. He immediately pulled Yushu's hand and walked towards the Hongqi not far away. Yushu glanced at the license plate and was instantly confused. The license plate was strange. White, completely unlike the blue and green plates of other cars. Since Yushu didn't know much about cars, he had no idea what the different colors meant. After getting into the car, the two sat in the back seat. There was a driver in the front. It seemed old Lin's identity was a bit mysterious. He even had a driver to chauffeur him. Let's go to the studio. The school had long been closed at this hour, and besides, Lin Tianyi didn't want the two adopted sons in the dormitory to know Yushu's secret. Xiaoshu, thank you for staying with me. Humph. Yushu turned his head away proudly, but he was actually enjoying it. The car started moving. The driver drove very smoothly, not making Yushu feel carsick at all. Every time he took a car, Yushu would get carsick. Unless he sat in the front seat, which could alleviate the symptoms. But this driver made Yushu realize that skill could also reduce motion sickness. The two sat side by side in the back seat without speaking. It was only then that Yushu realized he hadn't brought his phone out. Most importantly, he was still wearing his nightgown. Fortunately, he had a small shirt over it, otherwise with just this thin spaghetti-strap nightgown, he would have been exposed. Just then Yushu felt a heavy weight on his thigh. Looking down, he saw that Lin Tianyi had fallen asleep. He was about to shake Lin Tianyi awake, but seeing how exhausted he looked, he stopped. I really can't win against you, Yushu muttered quietly, then began to smooth Lin Tianyi's hair and massage his head to relieve fatigue. Although he had never studied massage professionally, Yushu had massaged his parents when he was a child, so just massaging the head was easy enough. Don't let it happen again. As Yushu's words fell, Lin Tianyi, who had been pretending to be asleep, smiled, an imperceptible grin where Yushu couldn't see. Plan succeeded. He had only intended to try it, but Yushu hadn't resisted. This meant Yushu didn't hate it, or even didn't refuse him. Combined with what had happened before getting into the car, there was hope. However, Yushu's massage was indeed very effective, and soon Lin Tianyi fell asleep. Feeling Lin Tianyi's breathing slowly become steady, Yushu shook his head helplessly. Like a child. Not mature at all. Thinking back on the past few days, Yushu found that the two seemingly mature people around him had turned into childlike personalities. Was this contrast? It was kind of cute actually, but the question was, where would he sleep tonight? After all, his phone and clothes were at Wang Xiaoyu's place. It seemed he would have to trouble the driver to take him back to Wang Xiaoyu's house. As for Lin Tianyi, he could just be dropped off at the studio. After half an hour, the car stopped at the entrance of the extraordinary tech park. After passing security inspection, they were allowed through, and soon they arrived before a villa that appeared strikingly futuristic. Yushu looked in astonishment at Lin Tianyi, who was sleeping on her lap, clearly not expecting that this old Lin would be so wealthy as to own a villa. Along with admiration, Yushu also felt a hint of jealousy. They were both human, why was the gap between them so vast? With this thought, Yushu patted Lin Tianyi's shoulder, and soon Lin Tianyi was awakened. Groggily, he opened his eyes, and what came into view was a huge object blocking his line of sight. Along with it came an enticing milky fragrance. Time to get up, we're here. Hearing this, Lin Tianyi reluctantly left the soft and fragrant leg pillow. The scent on Yushu was truly alluring, the kind that makes one addicted. Then let's go. Lin Tianyi got up from the leg pillow and grabbed Yushu's small hand. Huh, where to? Aren't you going to have Uncle Wang drive me back? Yushu looked at Lin Tianyi in confusion. It's already very late, and Uncle Wang is tired. After hearing this, Yushu turned her gaze to Uncle Wang, who was watching the two of them. At this moment, Uncle Wang looked full of energy. How could he appear tired? But Uncle Wang understood Lin Tianyi's hint and immediately put on a weary expression. Miss, the boss is right. I really am a bit tired. Driving while fatigued is not a good habit. Yushu. Yushu turned her head to look at Lin Tianyi, only to see him grinning at her. Well, now she was only wearing a camisole nightgown and a silver-white blouse, and she hadn't even brought her phone. So she had basically gotten into a shady car. With no choice but to go along, Yushu let Lin Tianyi lead her by the hand into what he called his studio. It was called a studio, but it was actually one of Lin Tianyi's residences, except that the basement floor housed top-notch processing equipment, and many of Lin Tianyi's creations were made in this studio. Among them was the Sam mech. However, Lin Tianyi did not take Yushu into the studio. Instead, they went to the living room. Pick a room. It's already very late, and going back and forth isn't practical. You know it's not practical, yet you still made me stay with you. Yushu rolled her eyes at Lin Tianyi speechlessly. She was well aware of old Lin's little schemes. Having been a guy before, he naturally knew what was on a boy's mind. But she had never imagined that one day she would become a girl and be pursued by her own best buddy. This was absolutely mind-blowing. In any case, Yushu was too tired to complain. Let the world end. She was exhausted. Just arrange a guest room for me, and remember to send me back tomorrow. There was no other choice since things had come to this. She would just have to wait until tomorrow. Lin Tianyi chuckled, and then arranged a room for Yushu. The room was simple, but had everything necessary. Moreover, the materials were all top-notch, clearly the kind used by wealthy families. Sitting on the bed, Yushu could feel the softness and comfort of the mattress. Just then there was a knock on the door. Who is it? It's me. Lin Tianyi's voice came through. It's already so late, why aren't you sleeping? Yushu was also exasperated. This old Lin was already so exhausted with bloodshot eyes. She was afraid he might die from exhaustion at any moment. What was he doing still awake in this state? Cough, I just can't sleep, so I thought. Don't tell me you want me to help you fall asleep. Yushu immediately caught on. This old Lin looked so honest and aloof, but he turned out to be this kind of person. Yushu was greatly shocked, claiming she couldn't understand. You guessed right. Old Lin, can't you just behave? Yushu was quite helpless. Where had her aloof, old Lin been taken? Little Shushu, please take pity on me for the sake of my hard work for the country over the past few days. Huh, working for the country. Yes, I can't say the specifics now, but I don't want to lie to you. So you disappeared these past few days because of this, say? Yes. After a moment, Yushu sighed. Come in just this once. Click. The door was pushed open, revealing Lin Tianyi's figure fresh out of the shower. He was wearing only a pair of casual pants with a towel draped over his shoulders. Under the towel, his robust physique made Yushu freeze in awe. Although the lights were off, the moonlight faintly revealed well-defined muscles. For some reason, when Yushu saw this scene, the thought of touching him involuntarily crossed her mind, and her pretty face instantly flushed red. Lin Tianyi closed the door, and then bounced over to lie on the bed in front of Yushu. Little Shushu, you're so good to me. Lin Tianyi sniffed the fragrance on Yushu, sighing inwardly that this was truly living. I feel like I really owe you for agreeing to such an absurd request. Hee little Shushu, I don't want to hide it from you. When the time is right, I'll tell you the truth. But you can trust me, I really am serving the country. Okay, I believe you. Looking at Lin Tiany's earnest expression, Yu Shu smiled helplessly. So tell me, how do you want me to soothe you? Let's get this straight, I have no experience. If possible, ID like a lap pillow. Lin Tiany timidly made his request. Yu Shu. Wasn't she just saying it casually? And he actually asked. The two exchanged a glance, and in the end Yu Shu relented. After all, Lin Tiany's eyes were still red. Although she didn't know what exactly he did for the country, Yu Shu didn't intend to delve deeper. She knew the saying about curiosity killing the cat. It could wait until Lin Tiany was ready to tell her. Go to sleep. Yu Shu sat at the head of the bed, stretched out her fair and slender legs, and patted her thigh. Lin Tiany looked at Yu Shu's long, beautiful legs, and couldn't help swallowing. Such long white legs. He was actually getting to enjoy them. With a mix of nervousness and excitement, Lin Tiany lay down on Yu Shu's beautiful legs. Feeling the soft touch and the occasional waft of enticing fragrance before he could say anything, Lin Tiany felt drowsiness overcome him. Soon the sound of his sleeping breaths came. It wasn't loud and his breathing was steady. At least he didn't snore. Otherwise Yu Shu would probably have been unable to sleep. Looking at Lin Tiany's handsome face, for some reason, Yu Shu's cheeks flushed slightly. Idiot, she muttered under her breath. After some time, Yu Shu also grew tired, so she lay down on her side on the bed, and soon she fell asleep peacefully. Some people could sleep while others naturally couldn't. Wang Xiaoyu was now lying in bed with dark circles under her eyes, still waiting for Yu Shu to return. After all, Yu Shu's phone and clothes were still with her. Unfortunately, Wang Xiaoyu was destined to be sleepless. The sunlight fell upon Lin Tiany's face, causing him to frown involuntarily, before he slowly opened his eyes, intending to raise a hand to shield against the blinding glare. The next moment, he felt his arm embraced by something soft. Turning his head, he saw a breathtakingly beautiful girl sleeping beside him, clinging to his entire right arm like a little octopus. No wonder his right arm felt soft, as if enveloped. His intuition had been spot on. Gazing at Yu Shu's sleeping face, Lin Tiany's lips curled into a blissful smile. He had dreamed of this scene countless times, never expecting it to come true one day. Regrettably, he hadn't succeeded yet. More effort was needed. But at least this was a significant step forward. Awakened by the sunlight, he had lost all desire to sleep, yet with such a beauty lying beside him, Lin Tiany couldn't help but want to stay in bed. Just then he noticed something. At that moment, Yu Shu's eyelids seemed to flutter. Lin Tiany immediately closed his eyes, feigning sleep. No way would he get caught. Yu Shu slowly opened her eyes, gazing dazedly at her surroundings. Staring blankly at the ceiling, she seemed to realize something, and her eyes focused. Only then did she discover that she had been hugging Lin Tiany's arm. And it was like an octopus embrace. Startled, she quickly released his arm. She remembered her habit of hugging something while sleeping. In her dormitory, she had a pillow to hold. At Wang Xiaoyu's villa, though they slept together, at least there was a pillow to prevent her from clinging to Wang Xiaoyu. But here there was nothing. That meant she had been holding Lin Tiany's arm all night. This thought made her face flush crimson, heating up. She glanced at Lin Tiany, who seemed still asleep. Good. If he had seen her like that, she wouldn't know how to face her dear son. She tiptoed to sit up, stretching with a soft yawn, then surveyed the room. Finally, her gaze fell on Lin Tiany. Seeing him still asleep, she shook her head helplessly and headed to the bathroom. Slipping into her slippers, she walked toward the restroom. Soon the sound of water echoed from within. Lin Tiany, no longer pretending to sleep, sat up. When Yu Shu emerged, she looked at him yawning on the bed and said, "Old Lin, can you take me back now?" She had promised Wang Xiaoyu to accompany her for a relaxing date today. It's already past 10. How about breakfast? Yu Shu, feeling hungry, nodded in agreement. Breakfast wouldn't take long. Lin Tiany grinned and arranged for breakfast to be delivered. This was the Chaofin Technology Park, a property of Chaofin Technology Co. Ltd. Built for employees, a residential area for those who had contributed. It included basic amenities like a cafeteria. After instructing the 5-star chef in the cafeteria to prepare breakfast, he went to the bathroom to wash up. Spotting the used toothbrush and cup, an audacious idea crossed his mind. Meanwhile, Yu Shu, waiting on the bed, yawned and suddenly remembered something. She slipped on her shoes and dashed to the bathroom, finding Lin Tiany brushing his teeth. Yu Shu, what's wrong? Lin Tiany raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance. This toothbrush. I just used it. Oh really? Lin Tiany pretended to be shocked, then nonchalantly replied, "It's fine, I don't mind." It's not about minding. Yu Shu was astounded. Since Lin Tiany learned she was a girl, he had completely shattered her perception of him. He was utterly shameless. Lin Tiany chuckled at her flushed face. Laugh all you want. She puffed out her cheeks like an angry hamster. Unfortunately to Lin Tiany, she looked like she was just acting cute. The only difference was that Yu Shu was even more adorable. Hey, since you've used it, don't dwell on it, you. Ding dong, just then the doorbell rang. A mechanical voice followed. Boss, breakfast is ready. An employee communicated through the intercom. Alright, I understand. The entire villa was equipped with state-of-the-art smart devices, allowing clear communication even from the room. This smart system was designed by Lin Tiany, featuring a high-intelligence AI assistant that could determine whether to connect. Alright, don't be mad. I'm sorry. Hungry, right? Let's have breakfast. Fine. They'll let you off the hook. Yushu hummed and started to fetch the breakfast, but Lin Tianyi grabbed her hand. Are you going out like that? Yushu looked down at her attire. Blushing, she shot him a glare. This rebellious son. Why did he only remind her now? He must have done it on purpose. She hurried to the bed, put on her silver-white blouse to cover herself, then opened the door. Outside, a female employee was followed by a food delivery robot. It looked like a small cart, but moved autonomously, highly intelligent. When the door opened, the employee was about to greet the boss, but was stunned to see a girl of breathtaking beauty. So beautiful. And she was still in her pajamas. It was no secret among the core staff that Lin Tianyi's studio didn't allow others to stay long. This beautiful girl staying overnight meant she was the boss girlfriend, or even, hello boss wife. Yushu. Sister, what are you shouting? Who would understand? Going out to get breakfast and being called the boss wife. I'm not the boss wife. You're mistaken. Yushu shyly called out to the female employee. The employee, around 27 or 28, saw Yushu's reaction and knew she was embarrassed. It seemed the boss hadn't fully succeeded yet, but he had already brought her to the villa and spent the night. Probably not long before he would. Close enough. This is the breakfast the boss prepared for you. Enjoy. Xiao done. The meal cart robot rolled directly to Yushu, then opened its compartment, revealing the breakfast stored inside. Egg tarts, soy milk, fried dough sticks, various breads, and milk. In short, it was a diverse selection. There were also some bacon strips ready for Yushu to choose. Yushu. So this is what life in a wealthy family is like. That much for one meal. But Yushu figured that with her appetite, she could eat half of the cart's contents. Boss wife, I won't disturb you too. I still need to prepare lunch. Oh, by the way, my name is Wu Laner. After introducing herself, Wu Laner left directly, leaving Xiao Dun and the cart behind. Yushu wanted to say something to prove she wasn't the boss wife, but the woman was already far away, so she could only arrange for the cart to enter the villa. It had to be said, this cart's artificial intelligence was so advanced it could even turn corners and avoid obstacles. Was technology already this developed? Not long after, Lin Tianyi came out after washing up, dressed in casual clothes. After all, he didn't like those so-called suits. They were only for formal occasions. Casual clothes were more comfortable. Old Lin, why do they call you boss? Simple, because I'm the boss of Transcend Technology Co. Ltd. They're my employees. Calling me boss isn't wrong, is it? Lin Tianyi watched Xiao Dun open itself and extend its mechanical arms to place breakfast items on the table. He picked up a steamed bun and took a bite. Custard bun. It was quite good. But compared to this custard bun, Lin Tianyi preferred the two that blocked his view last night. Wait, what did Yushu just hear? The boss of Transcend Technology Co. Ltd. In Jiangzhou City, anyone with a phone and internet access knew that a company had risen from obscurity to prominence 3 years ago. But the boss of Transcend Technology Co. Ltd. had always been elusive, only known to be a young man. How young? That was left to everyone's imagination. Yushu had only marveled at how such an incredible figure could emerge from Jiangzhou City, and even more, so that he was young. Compared to her, a useless male college student, she felt like a mere filler in life. Now, hearing Lin Tianyi say he was the boss of Transcend Technology Co. Ltd., Yushu's mind felt like it was being hammered repeatedly. You? Are you serious? Don't you believe me? Lin Tianyi raised an eyebrow as if trying to prove something. No, I believe you. Yushu believed him. And what Lin Tianyi had said about serving the country was also clearly true. The experiments he couldn't mention were probably covered by confidentiality agreements. She never expected her adopted son to be so impressive. Yushu felt a surge of pride. She wanted to show off to the world, look, the boss of Transcend Technology Co. Ltd. is my adopted son. Of course, that was just her thought. She would never actually do it. But I'm curious, old Lin, why are you telling me all this? Yushu asked while picking up a butter knife and cutting a square bread slice, then combining it with bacon cream and a fried egg to make a simple sandwich. Because I like you and I don't want to hide anything from you. Yushu's movements paused, her pretty face instantly flushing. Lin Tianyi wanted to pinch her cheek. Little Shu was so cute. Just a few words made her blush again. For some reason, he always wanted to see Yushu blushing. After realizing it, he wondered if his thoughts were too perverted. I'm your adopted father. How can you have such thoughts about me? I treat you as my adopted son, and you want to sleep with me. Yushu's face reddened as she pointed her sandwich at Lin Tianyi accusingly. Lin Tianyi raised an eyebrow, then snatched the sandwich from her hand and took a bite. Hey, that's my sandwich. Make your own if you want to eat. Little Shu made it with her own hands. It's delicious. He shamelessly replied. A virtuous lady, a gentleman's pursuit. Little Shu, don't blame me for lacking self-control, blame your beauty. Yushu was speechless. Lin Tianyi had become completely shameless since last night. She regretted agreeing to come to this wolf's den. She took a deep breath to calm herself. Yushu was afraid Lin Tianyi would say something even more shocking. She found herself blushing easily now, which made her feel mortified. It must be a side effect of turning into a girl. Yushu cursed the damn system in her mind. After calming down, she made another sandwich and said slowly, You're a big boss. There's no shortage of girls around you. We're supposed to be father and son. What you're doing is improper. Even more exciting. Yushu, you have so many beautiful girls around you. Why choose me? Her tone carried a hint of resentment. After all, Wu Laner was quite pretty, though not as good as Wang Xiaoyu, still a solid 8 out of 10. Because I like you. And little Shu, are you jealous? Yushu was stunned at the word jealous. Why did she have such a reaction? No, she wasn't jealous. It must be old Lin misleading her. Not at all. Yushu puffed her cheeks as she ate her new sandwich, looking like a little squirrel. Lin Tianyi chuckled. He now knew how to get along with the current Yushu. As long as he was shameless, Yushu would lose. Even if he played the victim, she might agree to some of his requests. But Lin Tianyi also understood that only if he had a place in Yushu's heart could playing the victim work. Otherwise, why would she care? Thinking this, he smiled contentedly. As long as he had a place in her heart, he could slowly woo her. Little book, may I ask you a question? Just as Yushu was eating a homemade sandwich, Lin Tianyi, sitting opposite, suddenly inquired. What question? Yushu took small bites, as she had to admit the breakfast prepared was truly delicious. And besides, it was a chef from a big company, so the food safety was definitely reassuring. I want to know, why are you hiding the fact that you are a girl? Cough, cough, cough. Yushu was immediately choked. What did she mean by hiding the fact that she was a girl? Did she think she wanted this? If it weren't for the damn system suddenly saying that to save her life, she had to activate the mermaid gene, would she have activated it? Now her life was saved, but her big dragon had been stolen. Stolen by the damn system. Yushu thought angrily. But seeing Lin Tianyi's attitude toward her coupled with her inner unease, Yushu finally raised her head after a few seconds of silence, looked at Lin Tianyi, and said earnestly, if I were a monster, would you still treat me the same as now, eh? Monster? Where would a monster grow up to look like Yushu? Are you kidding? Forget it, I was joking. I just want to hide it, no reason. You're the boss of a big company with a bright future ahead. You deserve a good girl, not me. Now Yushu was worried that one day she might really turn into a mermaid and never change back. If the two of them really had a relationship, how would they resolve it? So to avoid this possibility in the future, Yushu decided to cut off all of Lin Tianyi's hopes. But for some reason, Yushu's heart felt like it was being pricked by needles. In her mind, the image of a kiss under the evening breeze flashed by. Why did she feel such pain? It shouldn't be. For some reason, Yushu felt her eyes getting a little moist. Really, after becoming a girl, why had she become so sensitive and prone to crying? Yushu controlled her emotions. Lin Tianyi, sitting opposite, said nothing, but came over to her. Then he pulled Yushu into his arms. Before Yushu could struggle, Lin Tianyi whispered softly in her ear, I don't know what you're hiding, but I want to tell you that I love you, and that will never change. And besides, little book, my dislike for real-life girls is also very much related to you. Yushu, old Lin, that's going too far. What does your dislike for real-life girls and your preference for anime and game girls have to do with her? No, what does it have to do with me? Yushu was instantly triggered. At the same time, she pushed Lin Tianyi away, and with red eyes gave him a middle finger as a sign of respect. He who told you to be so beautiful. You've raised my aesthetic standards. Indeed, even when Yushu was a boy, if she dressed up a little, she was already more beautiful than the so-called school beauties. And because they were adoptive father and son, they got along very harmoniously without any pressure at all. Most importantly, she wasn't unreasonable. Compared to this, what were other women? Yushu was speechless. This guy was forcefully putting the blame on her. Alright, don't cry. I don't care about the future. I only know that you are my one and only. Saying that in Yushu's stunned eyes, he pinched her cheek and kissed her directly. Before Yushu could react, she felt her cherry lips firmly sealed. She wanted to push Lin Tianyi away, but he seemed not to feel it. Yushu was speechless. This adopted son actually had improper intentions toward her, his adoptive father. Although she wanted to push Lin Tianyi away with some force, she was afraid of hurting him if she used too much strength. After struggling for a few seconds to no avail, Yushu just gave up. Forget it, since she couldn't resist, she might as well enjoy it. It wasn't the first time anyway. After a minute, Yushu pushed Lin Tianyi away and gasped for fresh air. This old Lin, he was practically trying to murder his adoptive father. You bastard. Kissing me again. I am your adoptive father. What you're doing is. Before Yushu could finish, Lin Tianyi raised an eyebrow and launched another kissing attack on her. After another minute, Lin Tianyi licked the corner of his mouth with relish. Indeed, little book's cherry lips were a bit sweet. He had thought that saliva would smell bad when it evaporated. Yushu wanted to say something, but seeing Lin Tianyi's expression with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, she immediately shut up. It was definitely not because she was afraid that this adopted son might kiss her again without warning. What, little book, what did you want to say? Yushu took a deep breath, looked at Lin Tianyi, and said, Can you send me back to sister Yes place now? My phone and clothes are over there. At this moment, Yushu was still wearing a spaghetti-strap nightgown and a silver white small shirt. Fortunately, it was summer. If it were autumn, she would probably catch a cold. Little book. Stop. Don't try to play the victim. I'm immune. I promised sister you today that I would keep her company. She had finally figured it out. This old Lin had grasped her soft nature, and as long as he played a little pitiful, she couldn't help but agree. He was about to play the victim again. Yushu immediately blocked that path, leaving him no way out. Lin Tianyi. Alright, he had been found out. Lin Tianyi chuckled, and then replied with a smile, "You can't just go back wearing this outfit, can you?" For some reason, Lin Tianyi just didn't want anyone else to see Yushu in such an alluring state. Yushu looked down at her current attire. Indeed, it was a bit revealing. "It's all because someone forcibly took me away in the early morning." Yushu rolled her eyes at Lin Tianyi as she spoke. Hearing this, Lin Tianyi immediately knew what to do. "Don't worry, you'll arrange something, but it will take some time. If you're bored, you can play on the computer." Yushu could only nod since it would take time to have clothes delivered. However, compared to the computer, Yushu suddenly remembered that she had another culinary talent she hadn't used yet. She had already experienced the power of the makeup talent and the voice technique. The voice technique had taught her everything in one go, while the makeup talent allowed her to learn makeup faster and gave her the ability to draw inferences. Without exaggeration, in just a few days, Yushu's makeup skills were already on par with some beauty bloggers. In fact, they were even better than most. That was the terrifying aspect of the makeup talent. As for culinary talent, Yushu was eager to give it a try. After all, when she returned home for summer break, she would almost certainly set up a small stall at the entrance of her family's convenience store to sell some snacks. Being inherently skilled in cooking and a food lover, Yushu naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity to experience it. How long will it take for the clothes to arrive? About 2 hours. Yushu. What? 2 hours just to deliver clothes? After all, this isn't an ordinary residential area. Access is strictly controlled. Lin Tianyi said with a straight face. Fine, since he put it that way. Although I knew Lin Tianyi was most likely bluffing since he said, so there was no point in calling him out. Forget it, just prepare some tofu pork tenderloin beef. Just these anyway, we have to wait so long, might as well do something practical. Xiao Shushu, you can cook. Yeah, I've been cooking since I was a child. As she spoke, Yushu looked at Lin Tianyi's contemplative expression and asked with curiosity, what are you thinking about? I'm thinking I'll be lucky in the future in terms of food. Yushu was speechless. This old Lin in such a short time had left her repeatedly at a loss for words. She couldn't be bothered to argue anymore. Arguing only made Lin Tianyi more excited. In short, Yushu had given up. The ingredients will be delivered soon, and I'll eat too. Lin Tianyi was eager to try Yushu's cooking. After all, it was the first time he knew that Yushu could cook. Moreover, seeing Yushu's confident demeanor, the taste shouldn't be too bad. In his impression, apart from a very few girls, most girls' cooking was a bit lacking. But even if it tasted bad, he would still praise her no matter what. Alright. Yushu didn't refuse. After all, once you learn cooking, you want to share it with others. Especially the psychological satisfaction you get when others try your cooking and praise you. Even if it takes a lot of effort, it's worth it. Before long, the ingredients were delivered one by one to the studio. It was still Xiao Dun who delivered them. So fast. Yushu looked at Lin Tianyi, who was opening his laptop to draw with some surprise. After a moment of thought, Lin Tianyi replied, there's a public cafeteria here. It's fine to get some ingredients from there quickly, right? Yushu said it was fine. Taking the ingredients from Xiao Dun, Yushu could tell that these ingredients were of the best quality and freshness. As expected of a large corporation, the ingredients were great. Yushu could finally show off her skills. About an hour later, Lin Tianyi, who was designing a new exoskeleton mecha suit for the Qinxiao National Army, caught the aroma in the air. His stomach, which hadn't been hungry before, suddenly became ravenous. He was quite astonished. He truly hadn't expected Yushu to be such a good cook. Although the aroma couldn't compare to a 5-star chef, it was still at a level good enough to open a restaurant. Xiao Shushu, can we eat? Yeah, almost done. Just let me finish this Wensi tofu first. Wensi tofu. Lin Tianyi curiously leaned over. This dish was extremely difficult, and the knife skills alone were a test for any chef. When Lin Tianyi leaned in, he saw that the tofu had already been cut, each strand thin enough to be threaded through a needle. He was utterly shocked. He had thought the aroma was just a sign of decent cooking, but now it was clear, it wasn't just decent. It was phenomenal. Soon, under Lin Tianyi's stunned gaze, Yushu finished the Wensi tofu soup. She ladled it into a prepared large bowl, then patted Lin Tianyi on the shoulder with satisfaction, and said, come on, put these dishes on the table. He had been standing there watching for a while. Oh, it would be a waste not to use such a good helper. Lin Tianyi didn't refuse and quickly transferred all the dishes to the dining table. Wensi tofu soup, sweet and sour pork broccoli with beef fillet, saltwater prawns, steamed scallops with vermicelli and garlic, and braised hairy gourd with scallops. A total of 5 dishes and 1 soup. As for the rice, Yushu had cooked 3 cups. Considering her and Lin Tianyi's portions, it should be enough. After Lin Tianyi sat down, Yushu took 2 bowls of rice, placed one in front of him, and then sat opposite him to eat. The first bite was the steamed scallops with garlic. The steaming time was perfect, and the vermicelli, perhaps due to the homemade garlic sauce, was perfectly flavored, making it taste wonderful. Almost like a storm of flavor. Lin Tianyi was full of praise. He felt it was totally worth it. Such a beautiful, well-figured, gentle, and caring girl with incredible cooking skills, a treasure of a girl, was sitting right in front of him, something he could hardly have dreamed of. In just half an hour the two of them managed to eat everything clean, including all the white rice. The food was just too appetizing. Xiao Shushu, your cooking is really good. Umph. Of course Yushu was delighted. She loved such praise. Say more, she loved to hear it. After we're together I'll be really lucky. Lin Tianyi patted his belly, making a patting sound, and laughed. Yushu rolled her eyes at him. This adopted son of hers had changed completely since last night. Shameless. He only knew how to take advantage of her. The best way to deal with him was to ignore him, otherwise who knew what astonishing remarks Lin Tianyi would come up with next. After the meal the doorbell rang. Boss, the clothes you ordered have arrived. This time it was a man's voice. Before Yushu could move, Lin Tianyi, who was sitting opposite, stood up and went to get the clothes. Soon Lin Tianyi brought a set of clothes to Yushu. It was a matching JK outfit complete with shoes. Clearly something Lin Tianyi had been planning for a long time. Seeing Lin Tianyi grinning slyly, Yushu realized she had been set up. She took the clothes with a speechless expression and gave Lin Tianyi the middle finger. No wonder it took nearly 2 hours. Lin Tianyi had carefully selected it, so of course it took 2 hours. Yushu couldn't be bothered to complain. She took the clothes and went into the room to change. Soon she reappeared in a JK outfit similar to the one she wore during her last date with Lin Tianyi. Lin Tianyi grinned happily. Yushu rolled her eyes at Lin Tianyi and said helplessly, you did this on purpose, didn't you? Hee, it suits you, doesn't it? Come on, I'll take you to Miss Wang's place. Hearing that she could finally get away, Yushu relaxed her guard. She had thought old Lin would make some excuse, but it seemed she had misjudged him. Perhaps because he needed to focus on driving, Lin Tianyi didn't cause any trouble. Thus they quickly arrived at Wang Xiaoyu's home. After ringing the doorbell, Wang Xiaoyu opened the door. When she saw Yushu, her eyes lit up instantly. Xiao Shushu, you're finally back. As she spoke, Wang Xiaoyu noticed Lin Tianyi behind Yushu. This bastard. He had stolen her Xiao Shushu. It had caused her to lose sleep all night, and she had only just woken up. Although Wang Xiaoyu was extremely displeased that Lin Tianyi had taken her Xiao Shushu last night, she didn't resort to sarcasm. After all, she had learned from that woman about the sealing of the Tang Group and the arrests of its senior executives. It all stemmed from this man, the most mysterious boss of Transcend Technology Co. Ltd. She couldn't fathom why someone like him would be so low-key attending the same school as Yushu. And most importantly, he had even gone on a date with Yushu. Of course, that last point was simply her own jealousy. I'm back, Yushu said, then turned to Lin Tianyi. Alright, you can drop me off here. No problem. I've been free lately, taking a break for myself is nice. Yushu hesitated, clearly guessing what Lin Tianyi was up to. Wang Xiaoyu immediately grew alert. She pulled Yushu behind her, looking at Lin Tianyi with a protective expression. Boss Lin, don't tell me you're planning to follow us two girls. Well, you guessed right. But let me correct you. I'm following Xiao Shushu, not you. Wang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at Lin Tianyi. Couldn't she see his true intention? Boss Lin, Xiao Shushu is going on a date with me today? A grown man trailing behind two girls. Doesn't that seem inappropriate? Boss Lin, you wouldn't want word to get out that you followed two girls, would you? Yushu rubbed her forehead, speechless. Wang Xiaoyu's blatantly jealous behavior left Yushu both amused and exasperated. If it's for Xiao Shushu, I don't mind it getting out. Well, she knew it would come to this. He had already lost all sense of shame, and Yushu was at a loss for words. Wang Xiaoyu was also stunned. Was this really the mysterious boss of Transcend Technology Co. Ltd.? Shouldn't the boss personality be aloof and indifferent to ordinary people? Why could he be so utterly shameless? Fine, follow us then. When Xiao Shushu and I walk together, you can just eat our dust, Wang Xiaoyu said fiercely, looking as if she wanted to devour someone. Soon Yushu successfully retrieved her phone. Fortunately, Wang Xiaoyu had charged it for her, otherwise it would have been dead by now, requiring a power bank. Slinging her Hatsune Miku bag over her shoulder, Yushu followed Wang Xiaoyu out the door. Lin Tianyi trailed behind them. Wang Xiaoyu was about to head to the underground garage to get her car when Lin Tianyi's voice rang out. My car is bigger. Let's take mine. After all, Lin Tianyi had driven his Atasha SUV, which could accommodate several people. My car is big enough too. Wang Xiaoyu tried to argue, but Lin Tianyi raised an eyebrow at her, then right in front of her face, took Yushu's hand and led her toward the neighborhood exit. Wang Xiaoyu. Not you, kid. Wang Xiaoyu hadn't expected Lin Tianyi to be so unscrupulous, directly pulling Yushu away. Hey. Yushu was both amused and exasperated. What was going on with these two? Why did she always feel a sense of rivalry between them? As the object of their contention, Yushu found it a headache. Their behavior was like two immature brats. In the eyes of outsiders, one was a cold, aloof queen, and the other was a cool, handsome guy. But with her, one became a childish fool, and the other a petty childish fool. Caught between them, Yushu was utterly helpless. Soon the three got into the car. Yushu and Wang Xiaoyu sat in the back, while Lin Tianyi took the driver's seat. He had wanted Yushu to sit in the passenger seat, but when Yushu saw Wang Xiaoyu's pitiful expression, she sighed helplessly and glanced at Lin Tianyi. Fortunately, this time Lin Tianyi didn't cause any trouble or go head-to-head with Wang Xiaoyu. Otherwise, Yushu felt she might as well be split in two. Wang Xiaoyu was also a bit surprised that Lin Tianyi hadn't objected. It was practically a miracle. Driver Lin, please head to Xinyu Square. Lin Tianyi rolled his eyes at her. The eldest Miss Wang had really downgraded him from Boss Lin to Driver Lin. Yujia, what are you planning to do at Xinyu Square? What else could it be? Getting a manicure, of course. Xiao Shushu, I'm telling you, your hands are so beautiful. It would be a shame not to get a manicure. As she spoke, she showed off her own hands. Admittedly, the manicure was quite pretty. Yushu found herself feeling a bit tempted. Maybe she could get a manicure too. Looking at her own jade white hands, a thought crossed her mind. But Yushu quickly dismissed the idea. If she actually did it, her two adopted sons back at the dorm would definitely find out. Besides, after getting a manicure, it would be inconvenient to cook. So despite her temptation, Yushu shook her head and refused. Better not. Wang Xiaoyu looked at her curiously. Xiao Shushu, do you have any concerns? How could Yushu reveal the real reason? It would make cooking inconvenient. What? Xiao Shushu can cook. Wang Xiaoyu was quite shocked, as she herself couldn't cook. Once she had tried to cook on her own and nearly had to call 119 for a fire. From that day on, Wang Xiaoyu never learned to cook again. Xiao Shushu's cooking is amazing, absolutely delicious, Lin Tianyi said from the front, his tone tinged with pride. Wang Xiaoyu immediately felt annoyed. She had never tasted Xiao Shushu's cooking yet, this driver Lin had. She stared at Yushu seeking confirmation. Yushu sighed helplessly. I made a meal today at noon, and he ate with me. Hearing this, Wang Xiaoyu grew even more envious. She also wanted to eat food cooked by Yushu. Little Shu, sister wants to eat the food you cook too. Wang Xiaoyu stared at Yushu with a pitiful look like an abandoned puppy. Lin Tianyi, who was driving in the front, raised an eyebrow slightly, but soon recovered. Alright, I'll cook for you, okay? Yushu sighed helplessly, feeling as if she were taking care of two children. She was still a child herself. How could she feel like a mother at such a young age? The feeling she had now was like a divorced woman with two kids. No. Why did she feel like a mother? Yushu quickly came to her senses. She wanted to become a real boy. She shouldn't have such thoughts. After pondering for a moment, she decided not to bother thinking about it anymore, lest she burn out her brain cells without finding an answer. Because it was the weekend and a holiday, there were quite a few cars on the road. After being stuck in traffic for about 30 minutes, they finally arrived at Xinyu Plaza. As soon as she got out of the car, Wang Xiaoyu took Yushu's hand and headed toward the nail salon they had booked online. Lin Tianyi parked the car and followed behind them like a personal bodyguard, silently guarding their backs. The nail salon was on the basement level, which was also a food street. When Yushu stepped onto the basement floor, she smelled the aroma of various snacks in the air. The scent of egg rolls was particularly strong, with a rich, milky fragrance that immediately stirred up the little cravings in Yushu's stomach. Seeing Yushu sniffing the aroma in the air, Lin Tianyi reached out and rubbed her head. Hey, what are you doing? Yushu slapped Lin Tianyi's hand away. This guy was always touching her. So annoying. Though she said it out loud, she wasn't really resisting in her heart. He'll go buy you something to eat. Huh. Old Lin, since when did you become so kind? Yushu eyed her adopted son warily, remembering that the last time he was this nice he had treated her to a hot pot dinner. The result was that she had to pretend to be his girlfriend for a day, and at the end, he even stole her first kiss. So this time when Lin Tianyi offered to buy her food, Yushu immediately became alert. Although he had already taken quite a few liberties. What do you take me for? Lin Tianyi was speechless at her wary expression. Was his reputation really that bad in her eyes? Thinking back, it seemed. It really was that bad. After all, ever since he found out Yushu was a girl, he had been aggressively pursuing her, learning those shameless tactics from his two adopted sons in the dorm and the big shots on Jinting. Otherwise, with his usual aloof and socially inept personality, he would never have learned. But it seemed to be working well enough. As long as he was shameless, there were plenty of benefits waiting for him. Like the kiss this morning. Two of them, actually. Thinking of the two kisses this morning, Lin Tianyi couldn't help but lick his lips, as if the fragrance of Yushu's cherry lips still lingered on his. Hey, what are you thinking about now? Yushu stepped back, warily staring at him. Wang Xiaoyu, however, wasn't bothered. Boss Lin, why don't you go wander around on your own for a while? A nail salon isn't a place for a big boss like you to hang around. Why, oi? Lin Tianyi didn't understand. Nail salons weren't exclusively for women. There was nothing private about them either, so why couldn't he stay? He could understand if it were a lingerie store, but a nail salon baffled him. Or does Boss Lin have the patience to wait for an hour or two? Wait, did a manicure really take that long? Lin Tianyi hesitated, but then decided to go buy some snacks first. Holding Yushu's hand, Wang Xiaoyu headed toward the nail salon, leaving Lin Tianyi standing there alone. After watching Yushu and Wang Xiaoyu leave, Lin Tianyi's phone rang. He switched to Bluetooth and heard his subordinates report. He took out his phone, found a secluded corner, and opened the file. The content was Yushu's personal information from childhood, and the gender column indeed read male. At that moment, Lin Tianyi was stunned. Was little Shu really a boy? Impossible. If he were a boy, why would he have such a big? He had personally felt it with his arm. It was definitely real. It wasn't fake. Just then another call came in. He answered and heard Elder Zhang's voice. Xiaoyi, the country has investigated this girl thoroughly. She's safe, and there's no chance she's deliberately approaching you. Lin Tianyi was now a national treasure of Qinxia, so everyone around him was investigated, including Yushu. The country was puzzled. Hadn't they already checked everyone close to Lin Tianyi? Why was there suddenly a girl? After a deeper investigation, they discovered that this girl was actually Lin Tianyi's roommate Yushu. This was absurd. But when they went through the archives, they found that Yushu's birth file showed a genetic profile of XX chromosomes. In other words, Yushu, who appeared to be a boy, was actually a girl. But who was Lin Tianyi? He was one of the future pillars of Qinxia, a top-tier leader. How could his partner have such a stain? So no matter how beautiful Yushu was, they would try to persuade Lin Tianyi to give her up. After all, they had their own agendas. They wanted to introduce Lin Tianyi to eligible girls from their own families. Of course, they could only try to persuade him. The final decision was his. After learning about Yushu's basic situation, Lin Tianyi's mind went blank for a moment. But he quickly recovered. What was he agonizing over? Whether Yushu was a girl. He loved Yushu. What did that have to do with anything? If it were before, when they hadn't gotten so close, he might have tried to let go and treat Yushu as a boy again. But now that they had shared so much, Lin Tianyi understood his own heart. So even if the country told him Yushu was a boy, he would research a drug to turn her into a real girl. Of course, even if he couldn't develop it, it didn't matter. He had fallen in love with Yushu, and no one could stop him. Thank you for telling me, Elder Zhang. I understand. But I still love her. Whether she's a girl or not, I will do. On the other end of the line, old Master Zhang sighed, helplessly realizing that their plan to have their granddaughters or nieces marry Lin Tianyi had failed. But, now that they had reached such a status, could he really only marry one? Yet Lin Tianyi's mind was completely occupied by that girl, so it wasn't the right time to bring it up. As a man, he didn't believe Lin Tianyi had no thoughts of having multiple wives and concubines. Although the laws of Qinxia Kingdom stipulated monogamy, wasn't it normal to keep a few ambiguous lovers without marrying them? Lin Tianyi hung up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the hermaphroditism in the file. The XX chromosome indicated that Yushu was a girl, but because she might have had male characteristics at the time, she was recorded as male. But now that the female part of Yushu seemed to have awakened, she had taken on the appearance of a girl. However, if Yushu was a girl but had been defined as male, did that mean she still had? He really couldn't help but think about that aspect, as such cases were extremely rare. No. If there was something there, why hadn't he felt it? When he returned to the studio in the early morning, he had rested his head on Yushu's lap. If there was anything, he would most likely have sensed it. Could it be because it was too small? He didn't understand, but Lin Tianyi quickly dismissed the question. The answer would come later. It wasn't something to consider now. What he needed to think about now was buying snacks. At the nail salon, Wang Xiaoyu stretched out her hands while two manicurists worked on her left and right hands. Xiao Shushu, are you sure you don't want to get one? Seeing a hint of eagerness in Yushu's eyes, Wang Xiaoyu began to tempt her. For some reason, Yushu felt a desire to try it. But she thought that once she returned to the dormitory, having manicured nails would easily expose her secret. Moreover, cooking would become much more troublesome. So Yushu shook her head and refused. Forget it. Manicures are pretty, but they're inconvenient for cooking. A nearby shop assistant, noticing Yushu's interest, quickly introduced, Miss, manicures aren't just painted nails, there are also press-in nails. If you use wearable nails, you can take them off anytime and put them back on when you want. The assistant's voice was like a devil's whisper, and Wang Xiaoyu beside her also began to coax Yushu into getting her nails done. And she would cover all the expenses. In a daze, Yushu found herself being guided by two other assistants to start her manicure. Yushu thought, oh no, something's wrong. At that moment, Lin Tianyi walked in carrying a large bag of snacks. Because there was a small table for customers, they could sit there. He had thought only Wang Xiaoyu would be getting her nails done, so he could enjoy the snacks with Yushu while watching Wang Xiaoyu suffer from seeing, but not eating. But to his surprise, Yushu had also started getting her nails done. Hadn't she said she wouldn't? Xiao Shushu, why are you doing your nails too? Although it looked nice, wasn't Yushu supposed to hide her female identity in the dorm? No. Since he had exposed her secret, he no longer wanted her to stay in the dormitory. Although his two adopted sons were decent, he just couldn't bear the thought of Yushu sleeping in the same room with other men. I don't know either. Yushu couldn't admit that she had succumbed to the devil's whisper and wanted to get her nails done. She needed to save face. Since it was a custom press-in nail set, the assistant began fitting the nails and painting a light pink pattern. Yushu didn't want anything flashy, just simple pink nails with a tiny heart. Compared to Wang Xiaoyu's, hers were extremely minimal. Lin Tianyi watched Yushu getting her nails done and quietly took out a garlic-roasted oyster from the snacks. Yushu immediately caught the scent and fixed her eyes on the oyster in Lin Tianyi's hand. That old Lin. He actually bought garlic-roasted oysters. And they were best eaten fresh off the grill. Once they cooled, the flavor would drop several levels. Now the oysters Lin Tianyi bought were still hot and perfect for eating. But her hands were occupied with the manicure, so she couldn't eat. Lin Tianyi noticed the longing in Yushu's eyes for the garlic-roasted oyster. A sly smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Yes, he did it on purpose. Since he couldn't eat with Yushu and make Wang Xiaoyu jealous, he had to find another way to break Wang Xiaoyu's spirit. Dare to compete with him for Xiao Shushu. No way. Xiao Shushu want to eat. Yushu nodded without hesitation. But when she saw her hands were pinned down, she made a crying face. So cute that Lin Tiany's heart raced. Since you want to eat. Lin Tiany took a spoon, scooped out the oyster meat with its garlic sauce, and brought it to Yushu. Yushu looked at the oyster right in front of her, tears of joy streaming from the corners of her mouth. Come on, Lin Tiany coaxed her like a child. Yushu shot him a reproachful glance. How could he treat her like a child? And in public, wasn't he embarrassed? She didn't know if Lin Tiany was embarrassed, but she was blushing. The nearby shop assistant watched with envy. Wow, miss, your boyfriend is so sweet feeding you like that. I wish I had a boyfriend like that. Hearing this, Lin Tiany felt a wave of satisfaction. He liked this shop assistant who spoke the truth. Well said. You'll find a good boyfriend too. Yushu blushed and stammered, He's not my boyfriend. We haven't even started yet. But her flustered, blushing expression made it hard to believe. Are you serious, young lady? The shop assistant's heart skipped a beat at the thought. Such a handsome boy, and he was single. She had to pull out her phone and add him as a friend. In that case, I won't hold back. Handsome, can I add you? As she spoke, she opened WeChat attempting to add Lin Tiany. Yushu felt a strange restlessness stirring within her, but before she could show it, Lin Tiany's voice rang out. Sorry, I wouldn't dare give my contact to this one. He grinned at Yushu as if asking for approval. Yushu hummed softly, and the restlessness in her heart vanished instantly. Well, old Lin wasn't bad. Wait, why did she stop the shop assistant from adding him? Her mind was in turmoil. Yushu's thoughts grew chaotic, then a realization dawned. As his foster father, wasn't it only natural for her to vet potential partners for her foster son? After she finished her assessment, she would introduce this girl to him. Yes, that was it. Having justified her actions, Yushu felt completely at ease. Her spirits lifted, and she hummed a little tune. The shop assistant watched with envy. Oh, anyone could see there was something between them. It was adorable that this ethereal beauty was so shy. So cute. Come on, little Shu, open wide. Yushu glanced at the oyster right in front of her, didn't refuse, and instinctively parted her cherry lips to take a bite. The whole oyster disappeared in one go, and her tongue darted out to lick the grease from her lips. The taste wasn't as good as the one from the Mediterranean boss, but it was still passable. Watching Yushu's tongue, Lin Tiany felt a sudden thirst. Beside them, Wang Xiaoyu's eyes widened at their interaction. Seriously, you two feed each other right in front of me. Have you no consideration for the people around you? Oh, Miss Wang, would you like a bite too? No can do. If I fed you, little Shu would get angry. I wouldn't. Yushu lightly kicked Lin Tiany's shin in protest. Stop telling the truth. TSK. Even though Wang Xiaoyu knew there was something between them, she couldn't stand the sight. As a single woman, she couldn't bear such a scene. If it were on TV, she might have shipped them, but this was real life, and they were people she knew. The sight dealt critical damage to her heart. After kicking Lin Tiany, Yushu suddenly realized. Why hadn't she refused his feeding? To outsiders, this was a sign of a passionate couple. Blushing fiercely, she thought that old Lin always up to mischief. Can't you go a day without being silly? Come on, little Shu, let's continue. Lin Tiany looked at the suddenly flushed Yushu, feeling an inexplicable flutter in his heart. Little Shu, you're so cute like this. You. If her hands weren't occupied, Yushu would have buried her head in a corner. Eat quickly, or it'll get cold. Lin Tiany coaxed her like a child. The others couldn't help but chuckle softly. Wang Xiaoyu shot Lin Tiany a murderous glare. That bastard, he was doing it on purpose. Though shy, Yushu couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. He's just my foster son, and the foster father. It's perfectly normal for a foster son to show filial piety to his foster father, right? Yushu tried to rationalize, but the excuse was still lacking. Oh, if she didn't eat it while it was hot, she'd waste the boss kindness. So she accepted Lin Tiany's feeding only to avoid wasting the boss goodwill. Yes, that was it. Seeing Yushu not refuse, Lin Tiany was overjoyed. He knew that if he took it slow, he would soon fully win her over. After a while, Yushu had grown accustomed to being fed by Lin Tiany. But Wang Xiaoyu beside them looked utterly defeated. She regretted bringing Yushu for manicures today. With her hands bound, she could only watch helplessly as that bastard Lin Tiany flirted with Yushu right in front of her. The scene was like a husband tied up by a thief, while his beautiful wife was cuckolded right before his eyes. Soon Yushu's manicure was done. Since it was a simple press-in style, it was much faster than Wang Xiaoyu's. Wang Xiaoyu would need another half hour. Hey, old Lin, how do I look? Yushu immediately turned to Lin Tiany for his opinion. Looking at her pink gradient nails on her jade-like soft hands, Lin Tiany felt a strange urge. But he quickly shook it off. Little Shu, your hands are so beautiful. He grabbed her hand and pulled it closer for a better look. Caught off guard, Yushu gave him a helpless look. If he wanted to see clearly, he could just ask her to hold it out. And what was his hand doing? Did he think she didn't notice his little movements? Sensing her murderous glare, Lin Tiany chuckled and let go. He had to admit her hand was so soft and pleasant to squeeze. Lin Tiany never imagined a human hand could be so tender and comfortable, almost addictive. It was nothing like a man's rough hand. No wonder she was his little Shu, not only beautiful, but with perfect hands. Old Lin, can you stop taking advantage of me? Yushu asked helplessly, seeing his smug expression. Not really. Lin Tianyi was firm, ignoring the little fists pounding on him. Blissful. If only he could hold her hand now. But he didn't push further. After all, his two foster sons had taught him take it step by step and let the advantages build gradually. Taking too much at once would only make her resentful. But small, well-timed gestures wouldn't cause aversion, they would slowly expand her boundaries. Of course, there was a prerequisite. She had to have feelings for you. Otherwise, it was just outright harassment, the kind that could land you in jail. Xiao Shushu, how about we take a stroll first? Lin Tianyi seemed to recall something and inquired of Yushu. Beside them, Wang Xiaoyu, who had been imprisoned in a state of listless resignation, suddenly stirred and struggled with agitation. If not for the fact that her hands were still being worked on for a manicure, she would have wrapped her arms around Yushu to prevent Lin Tianyi from having any moment alone with her. No. Xiao Shushu, keep me company, please. Wang Xiaoyu finally deployed her cuteness tactics, melting Yushu's heart. Not to mention Wang Xiaoyu's appearance was that of a true beauty, and her charm, when acting cute, was by no means insignificant. Unfortunately, Lin Tianyi watched her antics without a single trace of being affected. Your act of cuteness is far inferior to that of my Xiao Shushu. My Xiao Shushu is so beautiful, it's only natural that she outshines me in being cute. Wang Xiaoyu didn't take this as a slight at all, for even she herself acknowledged it. In the end, Yushu decided to stay and accompany Wang Xiaoyu. After all, getting a manicure alone could be quite dull. Poor Lin Tianyi, however, was left to silently nibble on snacks nearby, appearing somewhat sulky. This was the chance to cast aside Wang Xiaoyu and have some alone time with Yushu. Unexpectedly, it slipped away like this. Sensing Lin Tianyi's glumness as he sat aside, Yushu asked with genuine curiosity, "Old Lin, what's wrong?" "Nothing," Lin Tianyi replied, hardly about to reveal his true thoughts. "All right then." Yushu shook her head helplessly. These two were older than her, yet why was she the only mature one? Soon enough, Wang Xiaoyu finished her manicure. The first thing she did was pull Yushu into a tight embrace, then spoke with a serious expression, "Xiao Shushu, you need to stay away from this man. He's always taking advantage of you. Clearly up to no good." Hey, that's slander." Lin Tianyi couldn't sit still. How dare this woman tattle on him? "All right, you two. Where to next?" Yushu looked at their bickering with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "The arcade," Lin Tianyi proposed directly. Wang Xiaoyu thought for a moment and didn't refuse. After all, the three of them were part of the same circle and enjoyed arcade games. On the third floor of Xingyu Plaza, there was a game center equipped with dance machines and such. Leaving the nail salon on the basement floor, they took the elevator to the third floor. Wang Xiaoyu held Yushu's hand, and the two of them formed a picturesque sight, drawing many glances. Lin Tianyi, following behind, raised an eyebrow slightly, but quickly regained his composure. He stayed close behind them, playing the role of a bodyguard. After Wang Xiaoyu purchased some game tokens, she immediately pulled Yushu over to the dance machine. A few students were already gathered there, all appearing to be around 15 or 16 years old. That age was the prime for cosplay enthusiasts, since older ones had to focus on school and had little time for such fun. "Xiao Shushu, do you know how to dance on this machine?" Yushu nodded. She had played before when hanging out with friends from the cosplay circle, though her skill was nothing impressive. She couldn't keep up with the rhythm. Ding detected that the host is preparing to dance. Complete a full dance routine. Reward dance talent. Yushu. Dog system. You're awake. Ding, the host saying, "That makes me sad, but yes, I'm awake. Though we'll be going back to sleep soon." Well, it seemed this dog system charged for 7 days and operated for just 7 minutes. Dog system, will I turn into the monster I imagine? Yushu's greatest fear was becoming a legendary mermaid, unable to revert to human form. Ding, rest assured, host. Although you've activated the mermaid gene, you will only transform into a mermaid under special circumstances, and you can also voluntarily change back. Ding, the current physical changes you feel are merely the gene reshaping your body, not turning you into the monster you fear. So I'm still human. Ding, correction, you can now be considered a mermaid. Under normal conditions, you'll retain your current appearance, as this is the optimized limit. Ding, energy is depleted again. Remember to complete tasks, host, or the rewards will be taken back. Then the system went silent, and Yushu finally breathed a sigh of relief. The deepest worry in her heart had finally been answered by the system. Now she could face herself without running away. Receive dance talent. A moment later, Yushu felt some change within her body, though she couldn't pinpoint exactly what had shifted. "Xiao Shushu. It's our turn." Wang Xiaoyu stepped forward to insert tokens and called out to Yushu. Yushu glanced at Lin Tianyi beside her. "You go ahead. I'm not interested in dancing," Lin Tianyi said honestly. He wasn't good at dancing, but he enjoyed watching others, especially Yushu. "All right then," Yushu nodded. Since Lin Tianyi wasn't joining, she would dance with Wang Xiaoyu. "Xiao Shushu, which song should we pick?" "What dance do you know?" "Girin no Yamiya?" Yushu spotted it among the options Wang Xiaoyu had opened. "Sure, I know a bit of that one," Wang Xiaoyu said proudly. That bit meant she had practiced it for quite a while. Since Wang Xiaoyu selected the duo mode, Yushu and Wang Xiaoyu stood on their respective stages. Soon the prelude of Girin no Yamiya began. Both women were strikingly beautiful, belonging to the category of top-tier beauties. Thus the moment they stepped onto the dance machines, the surrounding arcade-goers instinctively gathered around. The beat appeared, and they needed to step on the corresponding symbols to earn points. Wang Xiaoyu relied on muscle memory and her prior practice, so her movements were decent, neither outstanding nor poor. Yu Shu, on the other hand, depended entirely on her reflexes and the newly acquired dance talent. As the song began, the image of 3 dancers from the Guren no Yumiya performance flashed in her mind. Recalling their moves, she could perfectly replicate them. After a round, her performance outshone Wang Xiaoyu's, exuding an elegant beauty. The onlookers all pulled out their phones to record, never expecting to encounter such stunning women here, especially one whose dancing was so captivating. Lin Tianyi sat on a stool, watching Yu Shu glide through the butterfly steps with powerful, yet fluid motions. When the climax hit, and she turned with a smile, Lin Tianyi felt his heart race. It was about to explode, buddy. Yu Shu's glance back with a smile, a mere curl of her finger, ensnared not only hearts, but also souls. None present could escape. All were captivated by this sudden, enchanting look from Yu Shu. Little did she anticipate that merely following her instincts along with the movements and expressions in her mind to faithfully reproduce this dance would result in such mesmerization of the entire audience. When the dance concluded, Yu Shu and Wang Xiaoyu paused to catch their breath. Performing an entire dance might not be the issue, but maintaining the rhythm and tempo required considerable physical exertion. Thus, after finishing the dance, both were drenched in fragrant sweat. "Sister Yu, shall we continue? Let's rest a bit first." But little Shu, you danced wonderfully. Wang Xiaoyu noticed that Yu Shu's movements had been flawless from start to finish. "It would have been great if you had danced like this at the last comic convention." Yu Shu shook her head helplessly. If she had been asked to dance, then managing to produce a rough performance would have been a feat. Without this dance talent, she would probably still be someone struggling to coordinate her limbs. As they stepped off the dance machine, they noticed a crowd had gathered around them, all holding up their phones to record videos. "What are you doing?" Wang Xiaoyu was irritated. Recording without permission was illegal. Scolded by Wang Xiaoyu, most people awkwardly smiled and deleted the videos. They had been unable to resist capturing the 2 girls' incredible performance on the dance machine. However, a small minority remained unrepentant, brazenly continuing to film. Wang Xiaoyu stepped forward, but the man with dyed yellow hair and tattoos on his arm taunted, "Beautiful, it's just a video, what's the big deal? Recording without my consent infringes on my privacy and portrait rights." Wang Xiaoyu refused to show any leniency toward these people. The more timid you appeared, the more they would take advantage. TSK. This small group quickly deleted the videos, fearing she might actually sue them. Ordinary people dread legal proceedings, so they preferred to avoid trouble. Additionally, since they were in the wrong, they deleted the files and fled. Yet a few did not delete the videos, but left intending to upload them online. Since these 2 girls did not want the videos to spread, they would deliberately defy their wishes. Such people were simply acting out of spite. Lin Tianyi, who had been sitting on a bench, rose upon hearing the commotion and approached Yu Shu. After her enchanting glance back, Lin Tianyi found his mind filled with images of her. This little girl was utterly irresistible. "Are you alright?" "I'm fine, just a bit tired from the first dance." "Will those people really upload the videos?" Yu Shu noticed that some had captured footage. She did not want the videos to spread, but she had no way to stop it. "You don't want others to upload them?" Lin Tianyi asked quietly. "Yes, I'm not very fond of appearing online." After all, Yu Shu's nature leaned towards social anxiety. Earlier, cosplaying as Alicia and singing had been fine, as it was like wearing a persona, a mask that allowed her to fully express herself. But now, without that disguise, her social anxiety returned. It was a minor flaw of hers. Without a disguise, she simply couldn't let loose. "Don't worry, you'll handle it." Lin Tianyi placed his hand on her head, stroking her hair. Indeed, little Shu's hair was so soft and silky. And after touching it, the scent of her hair lingered on his hand. "You'll handle it." Yu Shu looked up in surprise, momentarily forgetting to swat away the hand caressing her head. "Yes, you know who I am, don't you?" Lin Tianyi chuckled, then pulled out his phone to make arrangements. He too did not want Yu Shu's video to be seen by others. Somehow, after that glance back, he felt an urge to lock her away and keep her for himself. Thus, upon learning of Yu Shu's wish not to have the video circulated, his first action was to notify the network department to block and remove all videos of her. He even deployed a strong AI to search for and delete any footage of her from nearby phones. The strong AI Lin Tianyi had created possessed this capability, though it had always been forbidden from accessing this domain. Now, with Lin Tianyi's authorization, it began to fulfill its purpose. Yu Shu went to comfort the visibly upset Wang Xiaoyu. "Sister Yu, it's okay, don't be angry. I'm so furious. How can there be such annoying people?" Wang Xiaoyu was exasperated that these people didn't understand the need for permission before recording. Alright, don't be mad. How about we buy some ingredients and cook something?" Seeing Wang Xiaoyu still fuming, Yu Shu began to console her. Well, my little Shu really knows how to cheer me up." Tempted by the prospect of good food, Wang Xiaoyu's anger subsided somewhat. "Let's go, old Lin, to the supermarket for ingredients." Having comforted Wang Xiaoyu, Yu Shu patted Lin Tianyi's shoulder with a smile. Lin Tianyi nodded and followed behind the two, though his gaze lingered on Yushu most of the time, as if afraid she might vanish the next second. Meanwhile, the small group who had furtively recorded the videos and intended to savor them privately found that when they opened the files, the videos stuttered for 2 seconds and then went completely white. With the strong AI involved, formatting the videos was a trivial task. As long as the phone was connected to the network, the AI could infiltrate it. Walking behind Yushu and the others, Lin Tianyi heard the strong AI's voice through his Bluetooth earpiece and smirked. Done. Lin Tianyi felt that creating this strong AI was truly worthwhile. It had taken him a full year to perfect it, and the results were impressive. Soon the three arrived at the supermarket on the second floor of Xingyu Plaza. Though the group that refused to delete the video and made a swift escape on the dance machine had dampened Wang Xiaoyu's spirits the moment she learned that Yushu was going to cook for her personally, her indignation instantly transformed into joy. Of course, it would have been even better if Lin Tianyi weren't tagging along behind her. Today was supposed to be a private date between her and her dear Shu, yet Lin Tianyi had to barge in. Still, considering he had served as their chauffeur and a mere accessory, she decided not to hold it against him. Before long, the three of them had purchased beef, freshwater prawns, and other ingredients from the supermarket. Given the substantial amount of ingredients they had bought, it was fortunate that Lin Tianyi, the accessory, was there. Otherwise, 2 pairs of hands would have struggled to carry everything. After leaving Xingyu Plaza and returning to Wang Xiaoyu's villa, it was already past 4 in the afternoon, nearly 5 o'clock. Sister Yu, is the kitchen usable? Yushu suddenly thought of a question. Of course it's usable, but there's nothing in the fridge. Though she rarely stayed in this villa, the necessary facilities were all there. Yushu entered the kitchen and found that the cookware and utensils were all complete. Little Shu, let me help you. Wang Xiaoyu stepped forward, handing Yushu an apron. Sure, you can wash the broccoli. Hee, a piece of cake. Wang Xiaoyu giggled, then took the broccoli and turned on the tap to rinse it. When Yushu turned around, she froze in place. Sister Yu, where are the flowers of the broccoli? Yushu stared at the broccoli, now stripped of its green florets by Wang Xiaoyu, leaving only bare green stalks. She fell silent. I just rubbed it a few times and they fell off. Yushu glanced at the floating green florets in the wash basin and took a deep breath. Sister Yu, why don't you go rest outside? Yushu's smile was a bit strained. Wang Xiaoyu realized she had been rejected. Little Shu, did I do something wrong? Sister Yu, you just need to rinse the broccoli, there's no need to rub off those florets. Hee, I thought since they came off so easily they were supposed to be thrown away. Have you never eaten broccoli before? Of course I have. Wang Xiaoyu answered with an air of certainty. Then what's the difference between this and the broccoli you've eaten? Yushu helplessly held up the broccoli, now mostly bare. This one's balder. I know I was wrong, little Shu. But it was no use. In the end, Wang Xiaoyu was pushed out of the kitchen by Yushu. She walked into the living room with a dejected expression, only to find Lin Tianyi sitting on the sofa, holding a laptop in his hands at some point. Boss Lin, when are you planning to leave today? Wang Xiaoyu still wanted to have a good night's sleep with Yushu since Lin Tianyi had taken Yushu away in the early hours, leaving her wide awake all night. After dinner, Lin Tianyi replied without looking up. Really? Lin Tianyi still didn't lift his head, busy processing the documents submitted by the company. Seeing that he was working, Wang Xiaoyu didn't feel like continuing the conversation. After all, she knew when to keep her distance. Lin Tianyi was clearly handling something important, and this wasn't the time to disturb him. An hour later, Wang Xiaoyu stared at her failed game screen, wailing in despair. But catching a whiff of the aroma in the air, she immediately tossed her phone aside. Forget that stupid game. Get lost. Rubbish, even dogs wouldn't play it. Little Shu, is dinner ready? Wang Xiaoyu leaned in at the kitchen door, poking her head in to look at the little chef bustling inside. Searing the steak. It's almost done. About another minute. Yushu didn't turn around, focusing entirely on the steak in the pan to avoid overcooking it and making the meat tough. Take the other dishes out first. Hearing this, Wang Xiaoyu turned her gaze to the 8 dishes and 1 soup sitting on the counter. There was steamed baby cabbage and superior broth, sweet and sour pork, boiled beef slices, handmade meatballs, taro with steamed pork ribs, saltwater prawns, broccoli balled stir-fried with beef tenderloin, garlic scallops, and a pork rib and corn tea tree mushroom soup. Adding the steak Yushu was now searing, that made it 9 dishes and 1 soup. Wang Xiaoyu couldn't help but drool just from the aroma wafting in the air. And the presentation was so appealing. It must taste amazing too. She couldn't resist reaching out to steal a piece of meat. But just as she tried, Yushu slapped her hand away. Hey, what are you doing? Wang Xiaoyu asked with an embarrassed look. You know what? Yushu planted her hands on her hips, staring at her like a child trying to sneak a snack. Hee, it's just that the smell is so tempting I couldn't help myself. But little Shu, isn't this too much food? 9 dishes and a soup, and each dish was generous in portion. Could they really finish it all? Well, if they couldn't today, they could always eat it tomorrow. This was food made by her dear Shu's own hands. Wang Xiaoyu hummed a little tune and began carrying the dishes out to the dining table. Lin Tianyi also came into the kitchen to help. Soon the 3 of them were seated at the table. Yushu sat in the middle with Wang Xiaoyu on one side and Lin Tianyi on the other, sandwiching her between them. Let's eat. I'm starving, Yushu said, patting her stomach. As the cook, she had done well to resist the temptation to sneak a bite. So she didn't want to say anything more. Time to dig in. Wang Xiaoyu and Lin Tianyi felt the same. As the food entered their mouths, a look of surprise flickered in both their eyes. Wang Xiaoyu was amazed at how skilled Yushu's cooking was. This level of culinary ability rivaled that of a star chef. Lin Tianyi was surprised that Yushu's cooking seemed to have improved. If the afternoon meal was no different from a restaurant chef's, then now it was comparable to a Michelin-starred chef. A culinary king. His little Shu had the makings of a culinary king, no a culinary god. With that thought, Lin Tianyi began to fantasize about a beautiful future, seeing Yushu wearing an apron, cooking for him, sitting on his lap, and feeding him personally, whispering softly in his ear, "Brother, do you want to eat first, or drink soup first, or eat me first?" The mere thought made a smile involuntarily spread across his face. Yushu glanced at Lin Tianyi, who was chuckling to himself, and asked in confusion, "Old Lin, hurry up and eat." "Okay, I'll eat you first." "Yushu, you, what nonsense are you talking about?" Yushu's face flushed crimson. What on earth was wrong with Lin Tianyi? How could he suddenly blurt out such a sentence? What was going on in his mind? "Ahem, I meant eating your cooking." Lin Tianyi himself hadn't anticipated blurting that out. Nearby, Wang Xiaoyu observed everything. Eating Xiao Shush's cooking. More like he wanted to devour Xiao Shushu herself. Be serious. Yushu held her bowl, her face flushed, as she spoke to Lin Tianyi. Lin Tianyi gave an awkward smile, then buried his head in the meal. He had to admit Xiao Shush's cooking was truly delicious, he thought. After a meal, the three of them were finally full. Wang Xiaoyu looked at the pair as if they were monsters. Was this a normal appetite? It was one thing for Xiao Shushu to have a big appetite, but Lin Tianyi's was even larger. This meal of 9 dishes and 1 soup could have filled 4 or 5 people. Yet for the two of them, it was just enough. Wang Xiaoyu felt as if she were merely there to make up the numbers. "Come on, let's clear the dishes." Yushu looked at Lin Tianyi lounging on the sofa with a look of contentment, patting his arm as she spoke. All right. He had been waiting for the food the whole time, so it was only natural to help clean up afterward. Wang Xiaoyu also felt a bit embarrassed and joined in. After all, she too had been waiting to eat, and though she was the host, it wasn't right to let guests wash the dishes. Lin Tianyi washed dishes fairly well, at least passably. But Wang Xiaoyu, Yushu thought truly worthy of being a boss. Unaccustomed to menial tasks, she nearly smashed a bowl while washing it. If not for Lin Tianyi's quick reaction, it would have shattered. After washing the dishes, Wang Xiaoyu came to Yushu with a mournful face, hugging her and sobbing, "Xiao Shushu, do you think him useless?" "How could that be? Sister, you've opened several shops. You're much more impressive than I am. You're just not good at these things, but you're already amazing." Several shops. Thinking of the boss of the supernatural technology company next door, Yushu felt that saying this was like brandishing a spear before Guangdong's door. Just then Lin Tianyi stood up, stretched, glanced at the time, and said to Wang Xiaoyu, "We've eaten, time to head back." Hearing this, Wang Xiaoyu instantly became excited. Once Lin Tianyi left, the rest of the time would be hers and Yushu's. But the next second, Lin Tianyi stepped forward, grabbed Yushu's hand, and pulled her up. "Yushu, Wang Xiaoyu, wait, if you're leaving, why are you pulling her hand?" "Xiao Shushu, time to go back." "Huh, but can't I stay here?" Yushu thought Lin Tianyi meant going back to the dormitory. After all, she was a boarder. Staying in the dorm was normal. It wouldn't be right to disturb Miss Wang like this. "No, Xiao Shushu is never a disturbance." Wang Xiaoyu immediately stood up in protest. "Xiao Shushu, just stay." Wang Xiaoyu grabbed Yushu's hand and gently shook it as if coaxing. Seeing this adorable gesture, Yushu's heart softened. Just as she was about to say something, Lin Tianyi inexplicably pulled out his phone and made a call. "Hey, tomorrow place an order with Wang Zaimeo's shop. Yes, reserve a 1,000,000 level order for now." Then he hung up, a slight smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as he said to Yushu, "Xiao Shushu, you see, Miss Wang has work to do tomorrow. We can't disturb her." Wang Xiaoyu's eyes widened, staring at Lin Tianyi in disbelief. This man, just to take Xiao Shushu away, had placed an order with her company. And it was a 1,000,000 level order. For Wang Xiaoyu, who was trying to be independent and support herself through her own businesses after defying her father's arrangements, a 1,000,000 level order was a huge deal. Even if she wanted to refuse, she couldn't now. You're ruthless." For the first time, Wang Xiaoyu received a 1,000,000 level order without any joy. Seeing Lin Tianyi flash her a victorious smile, she wanted to tear his mouth apart. This man was too detestable, using money as a weapon. Though she was a wealthy heiress herself and not short of money, she was currently strapped for cash, and a 1,000,000 level order was truly impossible to refuse. Yushu watched the two bickering, speechless. For the first time, she felt that taking care of kids was exhausting. They were both adults, yet their behavior was no different from children. "All right, sister, it's not like we won't see each other again. Besides, I've stayed at your place before, as staying again would be a bit embarrassing." Wang Xiaoyu looked a bit dejected, but understood Yushu's reasoning. "Fine, you're always welcome to come over, Xiao Shushu." At the same time, she shot Lin Tianyi a glare. Lin Tianyi was unperturbed, a slight smile on his lips. He loved seeing Wang Xiaoyu want to hit him, but unable to. Trying to compete with him for Xiao Shushu. Not a chance. Let's go Xiao Shushu. Lin Tianyi naturally took Yushu's hand. Yushu nodded subconsciously, then said goodbye to Wang Xiaoyu. Wang Xiaoyu watched the two walk away hand in hand from the villa, finally letting out a cry of defeat. As they walked, Yushu seemed to realize something was off. Yushu. Old Lin, how are you taking advantage of me again? Yushu only then noticed that old Lin was holding her hand again. Why did he always like taking advantage of her? It's already dark, I'm afraid you'll get lost, so holding your hand is perfectly normal, right? Lin Tianyi's shameless demeanor left Yushu speechless. So she was the little kid who might get lost. Lin Tianyi let go, grinning, and walked beside her. Yushu looked up at him and asked, Old Lin, did you really place a million-level order for Sister Yu? Yes. You? Even if you're rich, did you have to place a million-level order just to make me leave? That was a million-level order. Yushu only had a little over 20,000 in her account, compared to Lin Tianyi, who casually placed a million-level order without hesitation. Was the gap between people really that huge? No, it's not entirely for that reason. As for why, he'll tell you later. Lin Tianyi smiled mysteriously and offered no further explanation. As for the real reason, Lin Tianyi naturally would not reveal it now. He feared that if he spoke now, Yushu would fly into a rage on the spot, or even think him a pervert. Yushu stared at Lin Tianyi for 3 seconds in silence, observing his utterly calm and unruffled demeanor, and ultimately gave up. Forget it, let's head back. Alright, let's go back. Lin Tianyi grinned, clearly in a good mood. Yushu was taken aback for a moment, then followed Lin Tianyi toward the car. It was just returning to the dormitory. Why was he so happy? So when you said go home, you meant the studio? Yushu glanced silently at the 5 large characters reading Super Technology Park, then looked at Lin Tianyi with a speechless expression. Yeah, go back. What's the problem? Shouldn't we be going back to the dormitory? Do you think you're in a state suitable for the dormitory right now, eh? Lin Tianyi stared intently into Yushu's eyes. Under his gaze, Yushu's heart fluttered like a startled deer. Why did old Lin have to stare at her like that just because he was talking? While averting her eyes, Yushu also pondered Lin Tianyi's words. He was right. Her current state was indeed no longer suitable for staying in the dormitory. In the past few days when Lin Tianyi was away, Yushu had clearly felt the dormitory atmosphere growing strange. Especially the other 2 foster sons. Their looks at her were filled with a sense of existential doubt. After thinking for a while, Yushu finally sighed. You're right. It really isn't appropriate to stay in the dorm anymore. At the same time, she understood that the damned system had no ability to turn her into a real boy. No, to be precise, it had never possessed that ability from the start. After all, the damned system had only activated the latent mermaid genes within her. Her gradual perfection was the choice of those mermaid genes. It was time to adapt to living as a girl. She just didn't know if her parents would accept this fact. After all, the matter of raising a child, and then having it change was still quite bizarre. Little Shushu, so you see you're no longer fit to stay in the dormitory. Lin Tianyi's voice sounded as if enticing her. Alright then, I'll make do outside for a few days. After all, there were only a few days left until summer break. She still had 20,000 yuan in her pocket. Staying in a hotel off campus wouldn't be a problem. When she went home for the summer, she would confess everything to her parents. Then she would deal with the matter of her female identity. Lin Tianyi's eyes widened. He had no intention of letting Yushu stay outside. Otherwise, why would he have gone through all the trouble to snatch her away from Wang Xiaoyu's home? Did he really not see Wang Xiaoyu's expression that looked like he wanted to bite him to death? But to be honest, Lin Tianyi felt immense pleasure seeing Wang Xiaoyu's expression of wanting to bite him, but being unable to. For the first time, he realized being the client could be so enjoyable. Ahem, little Shushu, why stay in a hotel outside? Then what, should I just not go back to the dorm and stay here instead, eh? Yushu rolled her eyes at Lin Tianyi dismissively. Yes. Lin Tianyi replied firmly. Yushu, bro, you had this planned all along. For a moment, Yushu looked at Lin Tianyi with wary eyes. In her eyes, his smile had already transformed into that of a big bad wolf plotting against a little white rabbit. Yes, Lin Tianyi was the wolf, and she was the rabbit. Old Lin, I'm your foster father. Don't you dare do anything crazy. Seeing Lin Tianyi's gaze, Yushu felt her heartbeat quicken. Her cheeks slowly flushed. She was blushing. Strangely, after these past few days together, she didn't feel much resistance to Lin Tianyi's behavior, just a little embarrassed. After all, they had been good dorm mates for 2 years, and most importantly, Lin Tianyi was her foster son. No way. When Yushu called herself foster father again, Lin Tianyi felt a vein pop on his forehead. His mood soured instantly. This little Shu never learned her lesson. He immediately pinched her cheek, and then kissed her right in front of her. Yushu was stunned by the sudden attack. After coming to her senses, she patted Lin Tianyi a few times to make him stop, but found it useless. She wanted to push harder, but feared hurting him, so she reluctantly accepted it. After all, he had already taken advantage of her several times before. What was one more? After more than a minute, Yushu gasped for fresh air, casting a reproachful look at Lin Tianyi. This bastard. Did he want to suffocate her? Little Shu, have you learned your lesson now? Yushu's peach blossom eyes were filled with shame and anger. This jerk had kissed her for over a minute just because she called him foster father. Lin Tianyi raised an eyebrow at Yushu, locking eyes with her. Eventually Yushu backed down and looked away. She finally understood. Old Lin was impossible to shake off. Oh heavens! Why had she caught old Lin's attention? Yushu sighed helplessly. Lin Tianyi calmly waited for her to recover. After a moment his voice sounded. Little Shu, can you tell me the reason? Yushu's body trembled, then she fell silent for a moment. Perhaps if she told him the truth Lin Tianyi would back off. After all, how could a boy possibly accept a girl who had once been a boy? If she spoke, maybe Lin Tianyi would leave her alone and let her go. But somehow Yushu always wanted to hide this matter from him. She seemed to be afraid that once Lin Tianyi knew he would think she was a monster. Unknowingly, Yushu had started to care about his opinion, terrified that he would see her as a freak. Are there any concerns? Lin Tianyi asked quietly as he watched Yushu turn her face toward the window, seemingly engaged in a fierce inner struggle. Finally, Yushu looked at him with complex eyes and asked softly, what if I told you that I've lived 19 years as a boy's body and identity? Would you still like me? Seeing that Lin Tianyi showed no shock, no reaction, no words, Yushu's heart became inexplicably chaotic. She felt a sudden urge to run away. But before she could act, the person in front of her grabbed her face, and then warm lips pressed against hers. Yushu's eyes were dazed, then she realized. She had been kissed by that foster son Lin Tianyi again. Lin Tianyi had already prepared to launch a sneak attack, and then endure Yushu's slap. But to his surprise, Yushu did not strike him. That was somewhat unexpected. After a moment, Lin Tianyi finally let Yushu go, looking at her blushing face and smiling. So this is the concern you've been harboring all along. Then let me tell you directly, this is my answer. Somehow, after hearing Lin Tianyi's words, her chaotic heart suddenly calmed down. But then Yushu's cheeks flushed crimson again. You, how dare you kiss me? I am your... Before she could finish, seeing him raise an eyebrow slightly, Yushu trailed off. This bastard. She was supposed to be his adoptive father. Being bullied like this by her own good son, she had completely lost face as his adoptive father. Seeing that Yushu did not continue, Lin Tianyi finally let her go. For some reason in the past, hearing Yushu call herself father had little effect on Lin Tianyi. It was just a normal roommate's banter. But now that he knew Yushu was a girl, his reaction was vastly different. Alright little Shu, no matter what you are, I love you. I love your person, your personality, your soul, nothing else matters. So don't have any worries, understand? After hearing this, Yushu felt tears gathering at the corners of her eyes. She had no intention of crying, yet for some reason tears spilled uncontrollably. What was this all about? Seeing this, Lin Tianyi pulled a tissue from the box and gently wiped away Yushu's tears. When Yushu's tears fell, Lin Tianyi's heart ached as if gripped by a vice. Because of her tears, Yushu looked at him with red-rimmed eyes. Her pitiful appearance stirred within Lin Tianyi a fierce determination to protect her from any harm, even at the cost of his own life. I thought you would despise me, loathe me as a monster. I have never thought that way. My feeling for you is only one. I love you no matter what you are. Then Lin Tianyi pulled Yushu into his embrace. She did not resist, simply allowing herself to be held silently. After a while, sensing that Yushu's emotions had calmed down, a strong urge surged within Lin Tianyi again. Little Shu, can you promise me two things? Moi. If anything happens in the future, tell me immediately. Don't keep it to yourself. It breaks my heart. If I find out you're hiding something from me, I will punish you, you know. Yushu replied softly, agreeing. As for the second thing. Lin Tianyi hesitated for a moment before finally deciding to speak. But his voice trembled slightly, as if gathering courage. Little Shu, let's get married. Yushu immediately pushed Lin Tianyi away, staring at him in astonishment. Though, isn't this too fast? They hadn't even had a proper date. Well, except for one time. But who jumped straight to marriage without even dating? Lin Tianyi immediately realized he had said the wrong thing, slapped himself, and corrected. Wrong, I got a little excited. I mean, little Shu, will you be my girlfriend? I swear I will treat you well. Time in the future will prove everything. Seeing Lin Tianyi slap himself hard, the red handprint on his face made Yushu's heart ache. She touched his face gently and said with concern, if you say something wrong, just correct it. Why do you have to hurt yourself like this? Hearing Yushu's reproachful tone and seeing her worried eyes, Lin Tianyi's heart leaped with joy. She cares about me. At that moment, the stinging pain on his face no longer felt so sharp. He felt the soft, fragrant touch of her hand on his cheek. But little Shu hadn't responded yet. Could it be? She refused. At this thought, Lin Tianyi's mood visibly sank. Sensing his dejection, Yushu sighed helplessly and said, I give up. I agree, all right. Yushu finally dared to face her true feelings. She had thought that a serious guy like Lin Tianyi would despise her for having lived as a boy for 19 years. But to her surprise, he not only did not despise her, but even wanted to marry her. At that moment, the shackles of fear that had locked her heart were shattered. Reflecting on the past week or so, Yushu understood that if she couldn't be a real boy, then becoming a genuine girl and living a good life was also a wonderful choice. Moreover, these past few days, she felt that her experiences were much better than when she was a boy. She no longer had to worry about others mistaking her for a girl, because from now on she was truly a girl. Nor did she have to worry about people giving her strange looks. In today's society, there were still those who harbored malice toward boys with feminine features. Society was like that, and Yushu couldn't change it. Fortunately, all of that was in the past now. Lin Tianyi, who had been feeling a bit down, looked at Yushu in disbelief when he heard her consent. He had prepared himself for rejection, but she had actually agreed. Joy overwhelmed his mind, leaving him speechless. Seeing Lin Tianyi's stunned expression, Yushu couldn't help but let out a small laugh. Now free from the weight in her heart, she finally felt at ease. But although Yushu knew Lin Tianyi accepted her as a girl who had transitioned from a boy, there was one thing she feared he might not accept. So she seized the moment and asked jokingly, "Old Lin, if I were to turn into a mermaid one day, would you despise me and send me to be dissected?" Yushu now knew that Lin Tianyi was the boss of Transcendence Technology Co., Ltd., and had close cooperation with the Qinxia Kingdom. "I've told you no matter what you become, my love for you is unwavering. And a mermaid? You mean like a beautiful mermaid?" Yushu thought for a moment and nodded. The corner of Lin Tianyi's mouth curled up as he replied, "Wouldn't that be even better?" "Yushu, old Lin, what kind of expression is that? And what is going on in your mind?" "Pervert, no." "Old Lin, what are you thinking about?" Yushu demanded, her face flushed with embarrassment. Judging from the old Lin's expression, it couldn't be anything good. She already regretted agreeing to be Lin Tianyi's girlfriend so quickly. Was it too late to take it back? As if caught red-handed, Lin Tianyi cleared his throat and changed the subject. "You know, little Shu, I'm a proper person." Improper. Do you even believe that yourself?" Yushu rolled her eyes at him. His thoughts had nearly been exposed as she was learning for the first time just how. Let's drop it. Actually, little Shu, did you know? This world isn't solely inhabited by humans. There are other intelligent races. Anyway, enough about that. Lin Tianyi left her with a cliffhanger, leaving Yushu utterly bewildered. Seriously, why had he suddenly become so cryptic? Couldn't he just speak plainly? Seeing her puzzled gaze, he replied earnestly, "This involves certain matters that aren't easy to explain right now. You'll find out later." "Fine." It was probably just another confidentiality agreement. Still, Yushu was surprised that Lin Tianyi would share such things with her. Wasn't he afraid of leaks? Lin Tianyi nodded, relieved that she didn't press further. He still had to maintain his professional ethics. As for Yushu's mention of mermaids, he made a mental note, but didn't dwell on it excessively. Even if Yushu truly were a mermaid, so what? Tracing back through her parents' lineage, they were all human, with records archived in the national database. Thus Yushu was human. Perhaps a minor anomaly had occurred, a genetic glitch. Remember, Lin Tianyi had developed the gene optimization serum and possessed deep research into genetics. Otherwise, he wouldn't have succeeded. The serum had already been applied to a small elite unit of the Qinxia nation. During his research, he had discovered the diversity of genes within the human body, as if humans were a synthetic species containing countless unknown genes. However, under normal circumstances, these genes could not be activated, effectively dead and discarded. Perhaps after countless more years, these genes would be eliminated, leaving humans as pure beings. Lin Tianyi's gene optimization serum aimed to develop humans toward this pure state. Hence, his own strength differed from ordinary humans. He knew that the nation was playing a grand game of chess, and when the decisive move was made, all secrets would be revealed. Little Shu. After confessing their feelings, they sat quietly in the car. Lin Tianyi finally broke the silence. "Moi, you're beautiful." Yushu's cheeks flushed, but she was no longer as flustered as before. "Silly." They eventually left the car and returned to the studio. Lin Tianyi was in a wonderful mood. After the successful nuclear fusion experiment in the lab yesterday, he had immediately replied to his parents, and then saw Yushu's message. Longing for her, he had called Yushu. But when he asked what she was doing, and she said she was on a date, Lin Tianyi felt his world collapse. From that moment, his heart had been unstable. Only now, after receiving Yushu's affirmative answer, did his heart finally settle. He vowed never to let Yushu be harmed. As they stepped from the car into the studio, a wave of pleasant temperature greeted them. The oppressive heat had instantly soured their mood. Since it was late June nearing July, the weather was scorching. Even the short walk from the car had left Yushu drenched in sweat. For some reason, she now hated the heat. Sweating made her feel uncomfortable all over, and all she wanted was a nice bath. "Old Lin, I want to take a shower." As she spoke, she tugged at her collar. Lin Tianyi caught a whiff of her unique scent and felt a stir. "The bathroom is over there with a bathtub." "Oh, and your clothes are ready. Your room is across from the one we slept in this morning." Lin Tianyi pointed. Yushu nodded, but still felt a bit odd. Now that she was officially Lin Tianyi's girlfriend, moving into his place on the very first day, wasn't that a bit too much? But it was too late to argue. Lin Tianyi clearly had no intention of letting her leave. Yushu had no doubt that if she tried to sneak out to a hotel, that hotel would become Lin Tianyi's property within minutes. This was evident from how Wang Xiaoyu had received $1 million order he both wanted and didn't want. Following Lin Tianyi's direction, Yushu entered the room he had prepared for her. The decor was warm and cozy with a distinctly feminine touch. And there on the bed was her favorite plush pillow, plus a cabinet of figurines. Rare collectibles stood neatly displayed in the cabinet. Seeing the girl's excitement, Lin Tianyi felt his efforts were well worth it. He had spent a long time planning these surprises and had people renovate the room for an entire afternoon. Do you like it, eh? Lin Tianyi leaned against the doorframe beaming. I love it. Old Lin, how did you know I liked these? Because I've always paid attention to what you like. Yushu felt a chill run down her spine. Always. If she remembered correctly, Lin Tianyi had only known she was a girl for a short while. Old Lin, be honest with me. Are you gay? Why else would he have paid attention when she was still a boy? Lin Tianyi, as a close friend, a godfather caring for his good son, now daughter, wasn't that perfectly normal? Before he knew Yushu was a girl, he had just, well, never mind, it was too complicated. He was afraid of muddling things further. So he decided to take action. Seeing Lin Tianyi's expression darken as he stepped closer, Yushu's heart began to race. Old Lin, what are you doing? Though I've agreed to be your girlfriend, I'm not ready for that kind of thing yet. Don't you dare do anything rash. Yushu's heart raced with panic. Could old Lin be trying to prove he wasn't gay by forcing himself on her? Having lived as a boy for 19 years, Yushu naturally understood how a man's mind worked. A man and a woman alone, especially when the woman was exceptionally beautiful and alluring. It was incredibly dangerous for a girl to ask a guy if he was gay. Lin Tianyi remained silent. In the end, Yushu stepped back, tripped over the bed, and sat down on it. At that moment, Lin Tianyi paused, then leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Next time, I'll make sure you know whether I'm gay or not." Understood. Yushu felt a tingling sensation in her ear and nodded with a flushed face. Lin Tianyi ultimately decided to stop teasing her. After all, they had been through enough today. Most importantly, now that Yushu had agreed to be his girlfriend, the future looked promising. Don't worry, I won't force you without your consent. That's my bottom line. Yushu nodded softly, still blushing. At least she had Lin Tianyi's assurance. Old Lin was a man of his word, and he could restrain his own desires. She had clearly felt the rapid pounding of Lin Tianyi's heartbeat, proving that he was far from calm inside. It seemed she couldn't casually provoke Lin Tianyi anymore, or an accident might happen, and she would. Alright, go take a shower first. I've prepared clothes for you all in your size. With that, he left without looking back, appearing somewhat hurried. Watching Lin Tianyi's quick departure, Yushu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was finally gone. She was genuinely afraid that if old Lin stayed any longer, the romantic atmosphere might easily lead to a certain pay-per-view chapter. Yushu's hand subconsciously grabbed the bedsheet, and she seemed to notice something. Turning her head, she saw a nightgown very similar to the previous one lying on the bed. But the previous one was purple, this one was black, yet still paired with a silver-white little shirt. She walked toward the wardrobe Lin Tianyi had prepared for her. The room was 10 meters wide, 20 meters long, and 4 meters high, with the wardrobe spanning a full 10 meters in length and 2 meters in height, flush against the wall. She opened the wardrobe and found many women's clothes inside, all normal styles, nothing indescribable. Moreover, every piece was meticulously crafted. The fabric alone spoke volumes about the effort put in. But what left Yushu speechless was that the only sleepwear in the wardrobe were nightgowns, while the other clothes included Lolita dresses, JK outfits, hoodies, jeans, and a pile of stockings. Fortunately, there were plenty of normal socks. Oh, and she also opened the shoe cabinet. Red-bottom stilettos, loafers, flats, and a bunch of other shoes. Well, everything was prepared for her. This was truly premeditated. Though she was speechless at Lin Tianyi's premeditation, for some reason, Yushu still felt a sweetness. In the end, after looking at all the clothes, she decided to pick the nightgown on the bed. Opening the door, she poked her head out. Yushu didn't see Lin Tianyi in the living room. Strange, where did old Lin go? She muttered, only to be startled by a sudden voice. Master is taking a shower. Mistress, do you have something to inform Master? What are you? Mistress, Xiaoyu is not a thing. Xiaoyu is an advanced AI created by Master. Master named me Xiaoyu and granted you Mistress privileges. So if you need anything, feel free to instruct Xiaoyu. The voice of Xiaoyu echoed in the air, clearly demonstrating its high level of intelligence. Okay, I'll ask you if I need anything. Yushu was stunned when she heard that Lin Tianyi had set her up with Mistress privileges. She hadn't expected him to do this just moments after they had confirmed their relationship. This old Lin sure knew how to handle things. Yushu hummed a little tune happily and walked to the bathroom Lin Tianyi had mentioned earlier. There was no bathtub, only a pool. The water was automatically filled by Xiaoyu whenever needed. The temperature was perfect, ideal for a relaxing soak. Yushu set down her clothes, undressed, and stepped into the pool. Truly, the wealthy knew how to enjoy life. After sweating, a nice bath was the most comfortable thing. At that moment, Yushu felt a strange sensation inside. She sensed a thought forming in her mind. Following the feeling, she gradually relaxed, and her legs seemed to disappear. Yet she could still feel their presence. When Yushu came back to her senses, she realized her legs had vanished, replaced by a fish tail covered in rainbow-colored scales. The dazzling fins swayed unconsciously with her will. She had truly become a mermaid. The shape of the tail looked a bit like the cute little one from some lousy game. That damn system hadn't lied after all. Caressing her own scales, feeling the texture under her palm, Yushu sighed helplessly. If Lin Tianyi knew she had really turned into a mermaid, would he still feel the same? She had asked him before, but that was before she knew she would become like this. Oh well, she would take it one step at a time. After all, she was now Lin Tianyi's girlfriend truly. If she ran away the next day and dumped him, Yushu was afraid that old Lin with his personality wouldn't give up until he found her. With a single thought from Yushu, the fish tail gradually receded, and she finally saw clearly how the tail transformed back into legs. It was hidden within her legs all along. Yet when she touched her legs, the texture felt the same as before, but with a subtle different pattern. It looked quite beautiful, and touching it gave a peculiar tingling sensation. Her face flushed slightly, and she pushed the feeling aside. Before long, she heard Lin Tianyi's voice from outside the door. Little Shushu, I've had some desserts prepared for you. Remember to eat them when you come out. Okay. The mention of desserts instantly sparked Yushu's appetite. She immediately left the pool, dried herself off, and put on the nightgown. Looking at herself in the mirror, Yushu knew that from today onward, she would live as a true girl. Hello, Yushu. Goodbye. Emerging from the bathroom after casting a glance at Lin Tianyi sporting a shirt emblazoned with Alexia's image, she fixed her gaze on the desserts laid out on the dining table. There were pudding, classic double-skin milk, red bean double-skin milk, and mousse cake. Did this old Lin really not fear that she would grow fat from indulging? She shot a hesitant look at Lin Tianyi. Sensing Yushu's gaze, Lin Tianyi asked in puzzlement, "What's wrong? Aren't you afraid that I'll put on weight by eating all this late at night?" Whether it was her imagination or not, Yushu found herself actually caring about such a thing now. "It's fine, I just like you plump and fair-skinned," Lin Tianyi said with a grin, the expression so infuriating that Yushu wanted to punch him. Are you trying to fatten me up and then abandon me? How could that be?" Lin Tianyi immediately refuted, absolutely not allowing such a thought. "If I doubt you dare," Yushu replied with a hint of playful arrogance. Yet she failed to realize that her emotions tonight had shifted, however subtly. Lin Tianyi, on the other hand, felt that his little Shushu was exuding a more feminine charm than ever. Was it his imagination? Still, Yushu seemed even more alluring this way. If your plan was to fatten me up, then you're in for a disappointment. You're the type who never gains weight from eating. She had almost said Ifu foster father, but the moment the first syllable left her lips, Yushu sensed the dangerous look in Lin Tianyi's eyes. She didn't want to risk being forcefully kissed again for saying the wrong thing. "Eat without worry, for I have said, I will never betray you, never," Lin Tianyi declared, pulling out a stool to sit across from Yushu. Watching her pick up the mousse cake and take small, delicate bites was a pure pleasure. Indeed, having the company of a beloved person is a delight. Only now did he truly understand how captivating this feeling could be. When you love someone, everything they do seems endearingly cute. Well, except for the wrongdoings. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Yushu asked, her cheeks flushing as she noticed Lin Tianyi's grinning gaze. This old Lin, hadn't he stared enough already? Even though she was his girlfriend, now he still acted like this. Shameless. What's wrong with me looking at my wife? And, little Shushu, you are so beautiful. Who is your wife? I'm just your girlfriend. I might not marry you in the future. Hearing the word wife, Yushu instantly panicked. The leap was too great, her mind couldn't keep up. If you don't marry me, who else would you marry? Lin Tianyi's tone turned slightly urgent, betraying his nervousness. If you treat me badly, you'll leave, Yushu replied, realizing her previous words had been a bit too harsh. Lin Tianyi finally relaxed. The moment he heard might not marry you, his heart had truly raced with anxiety. Yet he knew it was just Yushu's flustered remark. Reaching out, he gently pinched her cheeks, then said solemnly, I, Lin Tianyi, never go back on my word. I will be devoted to you, unwavering. May the heavens, earth, spirits, and gods bear witness. Should I ever break this vow, may I be struck down by heaven, and... Before Lin Tianyi could finish, Yushu hurriedly shoved the mousse cake she was about to eat into his mouth, stopping him mid-sentence. Don't say such inauspicious things. I don't want to become a widow. That was absolutely not something to be uttered. Both Yushu and Lin Tianyi had read such vows in novels, and they knew how grim they were. She never expected Lin Tianyi would actually say it to prove his sincerity. Though she knew that swearing oaths was meaningless, Yushu simply didn't want Lin Tianyi to utter those words. Hee. Lin Tianyi's heart soared after being interrupted, and hearing Yushu's remark about not wanting to be a widow only made him happier. That was not a deliberate statement, but an instinctive slip of the tongue in her nervousness. After Yushu stuffed a piece of mousse cake into his mouth, Lin Tianyi began to eat it. Meanwhile, Yushu realized what she had done. This was the spoon she had used. I've used that spoon. I know, and you're the one who fed it to me. How could I possibly refuse? You? Besides, haven't I already tasted your saliva? Well, during our kisses too. Yushu. She had to admit he wasn't wrong. Back when they were pretending to date on the food street, Lin Tianyi had already taken that step, let alone the kissing. That bastard was gentle the first time, just a kiss, nothing more. But in the subsequent times he grew bolder. In the car he even pried open her lips and teeth. At the thought, Yushu blushed and glared at Lin Tianyi, muttering bastard under her breath. By the way, little Shushu, let me handle your ID card and such. Yushu didn't refuse. For an ordinary person, handling such matters would indeed be troublesome. But for a big boss like Lin Tianyi, it was just a word. Soon most of the desserts on the table had found their way into Yushu's stomach. A small portion was snatched from her mouth by Lin Tianyi, provoking Yushu to the point of wanting to kick him. That guy was relentless. After trying it once, he kept stealing from her spoon. Fortunately, the food already in her mouth was safe, only the portions on the spoon were taken. Otherwise, Yushu would have probably strangled Lin Tianyi. Of course, she wouldn't actually kill him. At the very least, she would make him know that Yushu was not to be trifled with. After the desserts, Lin Tianyi took out his laptop and began to work. She knew that Lin Tianyi had to deal with work matters almost every day, so Yushu quietly sat across from him on the sofa playing with her phone. Of course, she wore Bluetooth earphones, leaving Lin Tianyi with a peaceful atmosphere. Before long, Yushu had played 2 rounds of a garbage game, where her teammates kept feeding kills, making her both hate and love the game. Sometimes the system would arrange a winning streak, letting you enjoy crushing noobs. Other times it would scheme against you thoroughly. When the third game started, Yushu was playing as a little mermaid support. Just then she noticed that Lin Tianyi had silently come to sit beside her, quietly processing documents. A single glance was enough for Yushu to see the work content on the laptop screen. They were all company reports along with the upcoming task guidelines or design proposals. Clearly Lin Tianyi wanted her to know he was genuinely working. A warmth spread through her heart, and she turned back to focus on playing The Little Mermaid seriously. 10 minutes later. Trash game. Even a dog wouldn't play it. Staring at the final score of 723, Yushu cursed in frustration. Alright, don't be angry about this anymore. Lin Tianyi, who was working nearby, couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing Yushu's impotent rage and seeing his expression. Yushu turned his head away upon hearing this, then closed the game and chose to open another software instead of deleting it. Watching Yushu scrolling through Janine, Lin Tianyi smiled contentedly and continued working. An hour passed, and the two sat quietly on the sofa leaning against each other. Yushu unknowingly rested her head on Lin Tianyi's shoulder. Sensing the subtle fragrance emanating from Yushu, Lin Tianyi felt his mind become unprecedentedly clear. What originally required 3 to 4 minutes of deduction now took only a minute to break through. The efficiency had improved so much. Lin Tianyi was astonished. Was this the power of love? After completing the day's goals, he closed his laptop and joined Yushu in scrolling through Janine. When he saw the content, he fell silent. Glancing at the time, it was already 10 in the evening. He looked at Yushu's Janine feed. It was nothing but beautiful women and legs. Were girls this lascivious too? Shouldn't it be all abs? Sensing that the person beside her had stopped working, Yushu realized she had unknowingly rested her head on Lin Tianyi's shoulder. Startled, she blushed and immediately pulled away. But just as she did, Lin Tianyi caught her shoulder and wouldn't let her leave. Xiao Shushu, weren't you just resting quite comfortably? Why are you suddenly pulling away? Because you hate me, eh? When he said this, Lin Tianyi's tone was slightly sorrowful, but of course he was faking it. No. How could I hate you? If I really hated you, how could I have agreed? You jerk. Yushu looked up and found Lin Tianyi smiling at her, not knowing when he had started. She immediately realized she had been tricked by this guy. Don't be mad. Come on, let me show you mistress of the house around our home. Sensing the fragrance of the beauty in his arms, Lin Tianyi took Yushu's hand and began to show her around the entire villa, including the basement. They arrived at a hidden door, which was the normal entrance requiring a password to enter. Of course, it could also be accessed via iris scanning. The password is 666,666. Remember, that's Xiao Shushu. Aren't you afraid someone will figure it out? Isn't it normal for such a simple password to be guessed? No, I'm not afraid. This password machine is made of a special material with metal memory recovery capabilities, and it also eliminates fingerprints. And who would have thought that the password would be such a simple number? Fine. You're awesome, you're right. Still, Yushu visited with excitement. After all, Transcendence Technology Co., Ltd. was a renowned tech giant, and many advanced technological achievements came from them. No wonder that guy Lin seemed so carefree about money. If she had such research capabilities, she wouldn't be short of money either. The hidden door opened, revealing a passage to the basement. They walked through the passage, and after the final verification, the full view of the laboratory appeared before Yushu. All kinds of high-tech equipment, robotic arms, and even robots. Master Mistress, welcome back. Xiao Ye's voice sounded though no physical form was visible. Obviously speakers were installed here. Old Lin, this place. Just how much money did it cost? Yushu couldn't express how advanced this place was, so she used money to roughly gauge its awesomeness. Not much, just about 12 billion or so. After all, this was where he lived regularly, so everything needed was naturally the best. Whenever there was new technology, Lin Tianyi would install it all for the sake of better serving himself. Money not used was just a string of cold numbers. Only when used did it become money. Yushu's face showed shock. Around 12 billion. Based on her highest earning day, how many years would it take to earn that much? Yushu's brain couldn't process it as she was a bit dazed. Finally, she gathered her thoughts, looked at Lin Tianyi, and all her words condensed into one word: awesome. Lin Tianyi. He had expected Yushu to praise him properly, like, "Brother, you're so amazing," and such, but he never expected her to say that word. However, isn't this the Xiao Shushu he knew? Xiao Shushu, from now on my money will be managed by you. So my money is your money. You need to get used to my earning speed, or you'll be scared. For people at their level, money was just a number. The real deciding factor was strength. As long as you had strength, what couldn't you have? The sudden words threw Yushu off balance. This old Lin. Again. Yushu didn't respond directly, as she just turned away with a hum, then noticed a box placed in a corner. Because this box was very out of place with the surroundings. What is this? Yushu curiously approached, and Lin Tianyi also noticed. Wasn't this the Sam mecha he had built himself? It seemed the robot butler had placed it here. Sam mecha. Huh. Yushu was stunned, and at this moment, she also noticed what was inside the box. It truly was the Sam mecha, and what's more, wasn't this the same one she had seen at the comic convention that day? Suddenly, Yushu realized. When she saw Lin Tianyi that day, he was standing right next to the Sam mecha. This Sam mecha is yours. It's mine. So that day's Sam mecha. Yes, that was me too. Lin Tianyi smiled, and wrapped his arms around Yushu, his head just resting on hers. He noticed that once Yushu blushed, her body temperature would gradually rise. So warm. The kind that doesn't feel hot even in summer. So you already knew it was me back then. Being held by Lin Tianyi like this, and with the memories of that day replaying in her mind, her face grew even more embarrassed to the point of being unbearable. She had thought her acting skills were good, and only assumed she had been exposed when pretending to be his girlfriend. She never expected to be exposed so quickly. Most importantly, Lin Tianyi had even called to confirm right in front of her. Combining all these things, Yushu felt her brain had shut down. World. Destroy. I don't want to live anymore. Yes, indeed, Lin Tianyi said with great interest. The blushing face Xiao Shushu was truly too adorable. No matter how much he teased her, it was never too much. Lin Tianyi's heart felt immensely pleased. He had never imagined that teasing Xiao Shushu could be so enjoyable. Ever since he acquired the deduction ability 3 years ago, he had been mostly busy with work, especially in the first year. To lay a solid foundation, Lin Tianyi had almost failed to get into the current Jiangyi University. Of course, given his strength, getting into those prestigious universities was just a matter of a word. He could even become a professor in an instant. It was fortunate that he persevered and chose Jiangyi University, otherwise he would have truly missed the most important person in his life, Xiao Shushu. It could be said that today was the happiest day of his life. Even happier than the joy of successfully researching nuclear fusion and igniting it. You jerk! How dare you tease me like this? Yushu scolded shyly, trying to break free from Lin Tianyi's embrace, only to find that her strength could not break free. At that moment she realized that when she was too shy, her strength would become weaker. So weak that even an ordinary person could bully her. Xiao Shushu, forgive me, I didn't mean it. Besides, at that time you also wanted to hide it from us, right? It was to spare you the embarrassment that I didn't expose you. Lin Tianyi tentatively changed the subject, and Yushu fell silent. Indeed, if Lin Tianyi had really exposed her back, then she would have really wanted to die. She decided to let him off just like that. However, Yushu also thought of a problem. If there was time in the future, wouldn't she be able to cosplay with Lao Lin? And such a good Sam mech, it would be a waste not to make good use of it. With this thought, Yushu patted Lin Tianyi's hand, signaling him to let her go. Unfortunately, Lao Lin seemed completely oblivious, and still held her. Lao Lin, can you let me go first? It's not like you haven't held me before. Her tone was somewhat weak, as if it were a very embarrassing matter. Of course, for Yushu, who had just confirmed their relationship, it was indeed a bit embarrassing. No, I just want to hold my Xiao Shushu. His childlike tone made Yushu feel both amused and exasperated. This Lao Lin, why did he have to be like this? But, compared to his aloof appearance, this side of him seemed quite cute. Alright, let me go first, be obedient. Yushu said, helplessly responding in a coaxing tone. Who should you call me? You? No, what should you call me? Lin Tianyi leaned close to Yushu's ear and whispered slowly, his breath entering her ear, and Yushu felt a tingling numbness. Lao Lin. No, if you don't say it right, I won't let you go. Yushu stomped her feet to vent her inner shame and anger. This guy was too hateful. In the end, Yushu remembered what boys like to be called by girls. Taking a deep breath, she said with a slightly shy tone, brother. Etch. Hearing Yushu's soft and sweet voice, Lin Tianyi felt as if his whole being had melted. At that moment, Yushu felt something. After a pause of 3 seconds, she immediately reacted and quickly broke free from Lin Tianyi's embrace. She looked at Lin Tianyi as if guarding against a wolf. As a former boy, how could she not know what that thing was? Lin Tianyi also awkwardly turned his head away. He hadn't expected that just one sentence could have such a powerful effect. He pretended to cough to ease the awkward atmosphere. Finally, Yushu glared at Lin Tianyi angrily, then took out her phone from her pocket. Fortunately, this nightgown had a pocket designed into it, otherwise she would probably have to put it in the front. Anyway, it could be held in place. She opened the Bilibili interface, clicked on the comic exhibition, and checked the upcoming comic exhibition schedule in Jiangzhou City. The nearest exhibition was on July 27th, about a month away. And it happened to be during summer vacation, so students were all free. The organizer of this comic exhibition happened to be Wang Xiaoyu. Looking at Lin Tianyi, who was scratching his head and grinning foolishly, she rolled her eyes and said, "Lao Lin, do you have time on July 27th? Huh. Mainly I want to cosplay as Liu Ying, and you just happen to have this Sam mech, so it won't be wasted." An invitation from Xiao Shushu. How could he refuse? Even if there were something that day, he had to cancel it. So Lin Tianyi replied naturally, "Yes, definitely yes. As long as Xiao Shushu asks, I will have time." Puji, seeing Lin Tianyi's serious expression, Yushu couldn't help but laugh. That smile made Lin Tianyi slightly stunned. "By the way, since this Sam mech is yours, is this also yours?" Yushu brought up an interface and pointed to the avatar of a Sam mech cosplay master. "Yes." Lin Tianyi opened WeChat and switched accounts. He quickly logged in and showed it to Yushu. Yushu couldn't help but give Lin Tianyi a mental middle finger. It really was. Ding dong, just then a message from a contact labeled 36436 Boniu came in. "Boniu, brother, why aren't you paying attention to me anymore? Boniu, I'm afraid you have a new love and have forgotten the old one. Boniu, since that's the case, I won't disturb you anymore, brother." Yushu. "No, Lao Lin, is this? Are you cheating?" Seeming to notice that Yushu's expression was off, Lin Tianyi had a bad feeling. He turned the phone back and only then realized that this account had two other contacts. One was Boniu and the other was Xiaomei. But what was that string of numbers before their labels? No, that was not the point was the content. What was the situation with these two people? Why were they sending her such messages? Most importantly, little Shushu had seen them. At this moment, Lin Tianyi felt as if his world had collapsed. Today he had finally managed to trick Yushu into becoming his girlfriend. Before long, his girlfriend had seen such an intimate chat history. It was all over. Lin Tianyi was completely stunned, mechanically turning to look at Yushu. She was lowering her head, lost in thought. Finally, she raised her head, glared at Lin Tianyi, and left the lab without looking back. Lin Tianyi. Not good. Little Shushu is running away. Wang Yi, you bastard, you've ruined me. Just wait, if I don't deduct all your salary, my name isn't Lin Tianyi. Lin Tianyi felt so bitter, only regretting why he hadn't deleted these two people back then. Now, after all that effort to get the girlfriend, he might lose her. After a lengthy explanation, Yushu finally believed what Lin Tianyi had said. Yet her little face still wore a displeased expression. Who wouldn't be upset to find such ambiguous chat records in their boyfriend's phone after all? Well, except for those with that particular fetish. Xiao Shushu, these two were left behind by that bastard Wang Yu. I swear it's not my fault. MMI, no. Though Lin Tianyi had clarified everything, Yushu was still somewhat angry. For some reason, upon seeing that scene, an inexplicable rage had stirred within her. Such a loathsome feeling. Glancing at the pitiful and helpless Lin Tianyi, who seemed at a loss, Yushu finally sighed and replied, "All right, Lao Lin, I'm not blaming you. It's just painful to look at." If he didn't explain properly, Lao Lin might end up with a psychological shadow. She knew all too well what went on in a boy's mind. After all, she had once been a boy herself, though now she had completely bid farewell to that former self. Sure enough, after Yushu's explanation, Lin Tianyi breathed a sigh of relief. It had scared him half to death, seeing Yushu's frosty face. He truly thought he was doomed. But why did he feel a sense of conquest when he saw her genuinely angry expression? How strange. Yet that was not the issue. The problem was that bastard Wang Yu. With this thought, Lin Tianyi came up with a plan. 10 minutes later, in the general manager's office of Chaofan Technology Co., Ltd., Wang Yu stood on the 32nd floor, gazing through the glass behind him at the bustling night of Jiangzhou City. Though it couldn't compare to those big cities, it had its own unique charm. After all, as long as their company remained here, the future economic development would revolve around Jiangzhou City. This was evident from the policies of recent years. Jiangzhou City's economy had already been driven by them. All that was needed was time for it to develop into an international metropolis. Thank goodness I chose to trust the boss back then. Recalling those days, he had resigned because he disagreed with the boss' adoration of foreign things, and at the lowest point of his life, he gambled on following this youth, several years his junior, to start a business. At the time, he thought he had gone mad, but the facts proved otherwise. The youth had succeeded, and now had become someone capable of influencing the world's landscape. And he, by following closely in the youth's footsteps, had become the one man beneath all others, yet above the masses, President Wang. Although the boss often deducted his salary, forcing him to rely on annual dividends to get by, wasn't that also a way to strengthen their bond? Ding dong, just then Wang Yu looked at the message on his phone. It was a lottery interface. The sender turned out to be his boss. Curiously, he tapped it open, revealing a lottery interface. It even marked a grand prize and a super grand prize. Could this be a perk? He was quite intrigued since there had been none in previous years. He clicked to draw. The lottery wheel spun rapidly, and finally Wang Yu won the super grand prize. The congratulatory message filled him with ecstasy. He couldn't believe his luck. He had hit the super grand prize. With excitement, he clicked to see the details, and instantly his vision went dark. Ding! Congratulations on winning the super grand prize, a 10-year appointment as CEO of the Black Continent branch. More than 10 minutes later, Wang Yu agreed to have his entire month's salary deducted to persuade Lin Tianyi to abandon the idea of sending him that prize. You old Wang, trying to screw me over. Watch me screw you over instead. Lin Tianyi was petty and vindictive. Yet he wouldn't actually send Wang Yu to be CEO of the Black Continent branch over this. After all, Wang Yu was a founding member and his buddy. By now, Yushu had returned to her room, opened the special notebook Lin Tianyi had prepared for her, and began reviewing. Excluding Sunday, there were only 2 days left before the 3-day final exams. Once the exams were over, everyone could go home. Yushu naturally planned to return to her hometown for the summer break. As for Lin Tianyi, she'd figure that out later. For now, she needed to focus on reviewing, hoping only not to fail. After all, her family was supporting her through college, so she should at least give them a decent result to show for it. A knock at the door. Without looking, she knew it was Lin Tianyi. What is it? I'm reviewing my study materials. Yushu responded without raising her head. Nothing, just want to hug you. Yushu. So this guy simply couldn't bear to have her out of his sight for even a moment. It had only been half an hour. Was that really necessary? I'm reviewing, Yushu repeated. It's fine, I'll just hug you without talking, and I can even tutor you. At that, Yushu suddenly realized, oh right, with Lao Lin, the top student in the whole grade here, wouldn't asking him for help be better than struggling alone? Alright, come in then. With that thought, she let Lin Tianyi in. Having received Yushu's permission, Lin Tianyi stepped forward and hugged her from behind. Inhaling the unique scent of her body, he felt much more at ease. But he didn't forget what he was supposed to do. After all, Xiao Shushu needed his tutoring. Soon Yushu raised her questions, and Lin Tianyi answered them one by one. For Lin Tianyi, these problems were as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. After explaining the general process and theory to Yushu, she finally gained some understanding. No wonder he worked in tech. His brain was incredible. Midnight arrived, and Yushu began to feel sleepy. After all, the day had been full of events. Lao Lin, I'm going to bed. You should go back. Lin Tianyi nodded, then under Yushu's gaze lay down on her bed. Yushu. Lao Lin. What's wrong? I said I'm going to sleep. If you lie here. Where do I sleep? Lin Tianyi thought for a moment, then propped himself up and patted the spot in front of him, saying seriously, sleep here. Yushu. Although they had confirmed their relationship, wasn't this moving a bit too fast? Go back to your room and sleep, be good now. Yushu pushed at Lin Tianyi's body, trying to get him to return to his own room. But Lin Tianyi looked at her with a pitiful expression. Xiao Shushu, you know. Without even looking, she knew he was playing the victim. Especially when she saw that pitiful look, her heart couldn't help but soften. How could a person be so pathetic? You. 3 consecutive exclamations, and Yushu was at a loss for words. Finally, 1,000 words condensed into one sentence. Don't let this happen again. Lin Tianyi's face immediately lit up with joy. I knew my dear Xiao Shushu loves me the most. Lin Tianyi was ecstatic. Indeed, the 2 adopted brothers in the dorm were right. When interacting with a girl, you must be shameless. Because if you maintain your dignity, you appear gentlemanly, but she might wonder if she lacks allure. But if you're shameless, though she verbally scolds you, there might be a hint of thrill and anticipation within her. Of course, this is based on one premise, that the girl's fondness for you has reached a certain level. Otherwise, you'll end up at the police station. If Yushu knew that Lin Tianyi's newfound shamelessness was due to the influence of the other 2 adopted brothers, she would likely be rendered speechless with rage. Brothers in the same dorm, yet letting an adopted son pursue an adopted father. How could this be reasonable? After getting into bed, Yushu sighed helplessly and asked, same as yesterday. Lin Tianyi didn't speak, but his thoughts were already exposed. Leaning against the soft headboard, Yushu extended her long fair legs and patted her thigh, saying shyly, I shouldn't have agreed yesterday. Isn't my Xiao Shushu beautiful and kind-hearted? Lin Tianyi immediately flattered her. Sure enough, hearing those words, Yushu's mood brightened a little. And perhaps it was her illusion, but seeing Lin Tianyi's playful childlike demeanor, she felt an urge to protect him. It was as if she were a mother. No. Why did she feel that way? Get rid of it. As Lin Tianyi lay on Yushu's lap, sensing the familiar scent, he seemed to recall something. Xiao Shushu, should we tell the 2 adopted brothers in the dorm about this? Yushu flinched, then sighed helplessly. We should explain. Even if she wanted to return to the dorm now, Lin Tianyi would never allow it. After all, what boyfriend would let his girlfriend live in a male dormitory with others? It hadn't been discovered before, so it was fine. But now that it was exposed, there was no choice. Let me explain it. Lin Tianyi said, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He picked up his phone, opened the group chat, and added the 2 adopted brothers. Lin Tianyi, everyone look at me. I have an announcement. Yang Tao. Chen Yuxing. Lin Tianyi, I'm together with Xiao Shushu. By the way, Xiao Shushu is actually a girl. Yang Tao. Chen Yuxing. Then Lin Tianyi closed the chat, ignoring the constant S from the other two adopted brothers in the 404 dorm group. Yushu laughed helplessly at Lin Tianyi. How can you say it like that? If I like it. Lin Tianyi nuzzled his head in a spoiled manner, trying to snuggle. Yushu felt a tingling sensation, then pushed his head away, scolding with a smile, behave. Or else sleep by yourself. Lin Tianyi immediately calmed down, but then seemed to remember something. Xiao Shushu, can I ask you something? Moi. Now that you've become a girl, do you still have little down there? Yushu. Not Lao Lin. How can you ask such a question? She immediately slapped Lin Tianyi's arm, and pushed him away, staring at him warily, as if he were a pervert. Ahem, just curious. Besides, even if I don't know now, we'll find out sooner or later. His voice grew softer as Yushu was visibly reddening. Lao Lin. He'll kill you. Yushu sprang up in shame and anger, pouncing on Lin Tianyi, opening her cherry lips to bite his arm. Her two little fangs sank into his arm, sending a jolt of pain through him. Lin Tianyi snapped back to reality. Hiss. Xiao Shushu, you actually bit. He didn't resist letting Yushu throw herself into his arms and bite. Though it hurt a bit having his beloved in his arms, it was bearable. Hearing the pain sound from Lin Tianyi, Yushu snapped back to her senses. Though she didn't let go, her bite force lessened significantly, reaching a level that was still bearable for Lin Tianyi, but not too uncomfortable. Feeling the pain in his arm greatly diminished, Lin Tianyi smiled. Indeed, his Xiao Shushu still cared for him. But asking that question was indeed rash, and getting bitten was deserved. It was just that he never knew Yushu could bite. Oomph. After a dozen seconds, Yushu let go in shame, turning her face away from Lin Tianyi. She feared that if she looked at this adopted son one more time, she would bite him again. Lin Tianyi chuckled as he looked at the teeth marks on his arm, still glistening with saliva. However, noticing two deeper indentations, he seemed to think of something. Xiao Shushu, can I see your teeth? Yushu looked at him warily. What mischievous thought was this old Lin having now? What's so interesting about teeth? Just to look at your teeth, nothing else. Half doubtful, Yushu opened her mouth, then turned away after a few seconds. Lin Tianyi finally saw why there were two deeper marks on his arm. Yushu actually had little fangs. Even cuter. Xiao Shushu has little fangs, pretty adorable. Yushu didn't know what to say. This adopted son, why did he keep saying things like that? Are we sleeping or not? Yushu asked indignantly. If you're not sleeping, I'm going to bed. Go back to your own room. Lin Tianyi was shocked. He hadn't expected that after asking the wrong question, he would still get a lullaby service. Indeed, his Xiao Shushu still cared for him. Soon Lin Tianyi lay on Yushu's lap again. Xiao Shushu, a vein seemed to pop on Yushu's forehead. The force of her massage on his head involuntarily increased. Ask again, and he'll twist your head off. Hiss. He hadn't planned to ask that question again. He just wanted to say she was wonderful. But Lin Tianyi wisely kept his mouth shut. After a moment, Yushu's voice slowly came. There isn't. In the end, Yushu still gave out the answer. After all, as Lin Tianyi had said, he would eventually find out anyway. So to prevent this godson from bringing up the question again at some point, Yushu simply told him the answer outright. Lin Tianyi was taken aback upon hearing the answer, then gave a helpless smile. He had wanted to know the answer only to prepare a countermeasure. If it remained, it wouldn't matter, but rather. Cough cough. Before long, Lin Tianyi, enjoying Yushu's massage service and breathing in the familiar soothing scent, quickly fell asleep. Seeing that Lin Tianyi was asleep, Yushu gently laid him aside. Looking at the young man beside him, who was older than him, but mentally as childish and naive as a little kid, Yushu sighed, helplessly wiped Lin Tianyi's nose, and scolded with a smile. You'll have to treat me well from now on, or else I'll just run away, never to be seen again. Then he lay down on another pillow, picked up a stuffed toy, and asked Xiaoyu to turn off the light before falling asleep. Soon another sound of deep sleep filled the room. The night passed without incident. Of course, only Yushu and Lin Tianyi slept. The other three were probably going to have a sleepless night. Dong, a phone ringtone sounded. Yushu groggily reached out his hand, groping toward the direction of the ringtone, and grabbing the phone. Drowsily, he saw the caller ID as Mom, and swiped to answer. Hello, Mom, what's the matter? Because he was still half asleep, his voice was soft and sweet, capable of melting one's heart. Yushu glanced at the caller ID and closed his eyes again. After all, it was only 6 o'clock, far too early for a college student like her. On the other end of the line, after hearing Yushu's voice, there was a moment of silence. Then the caller suppressed her excitement and asked, Where is Tianyi now? He's sleeping right next to me. Yushu was still foggy after all, being suddenly woken up early in the morning, who would be clear-headed. But why did his mother's voice sound a bit off, and why was she asking about Lin Tianyi, this godson? Strange. Yushu was still dazedly on the phone. Oh, you two go back to sleep. Then the call was directly hung up. Yushu didn't think much of it, and continued sleeping, still holding the phone as if on a call. At this moment, in a villa compound in the Qixing Beiyuan community, Jiangzhou City, a middle-aged woman who still retained some of her charm could not suppress the joy on her face as she walked toward a middle-aged man who looked handsome and spirited. Yuqiang, great news. Yuqiang Lin Tianyi's father, full name Lin Yuqiang. He was just lying in a rocking chair enjoying his morning tea. He was taken aback upon hearing his wife's voice. What good news made her so happy? Wanrong, what's got you so excited? Su Wanrong, Lin Tianyi's mother, was now excitedly sharing what had just happened with Lin Yuqiang. You mean our son has a partner? Definitely, they're already sleeping together. Su Wanrong was extremely excited, and then she clasped her hands together and prayed. Thank you all gods for your blessings, my wish has finally come true. I told you, how could Tianyi have a problem in that aspect? Lin Yuqiang's eyes were full of excitement. You see, Lin Tianyi had been handsome and elegant since childhood, with a striking appearance. Girls surrounded him like a river of carp, all kinds of beautiful girls. But what puzzled them was that Lin Tianyi seemed completely uninterested in these girls. Although early romance was not ideal, he had already become indifferent to women. In recent years it got even worse. He even became obsessed with something called anime. He even had a keep-away demeanor toward any girl who approached him. If not for Lin Tianyi repeatedly assuring his parents that he didn't have any physical issues, they would probably have dragged him to see a psychologist. Quick, tell Tianyi to bring that girl home. If nothing goes wrong, she should be our Lin family's daughter-in-law. Lin Yuqiang was incredibly excited inside. His son was finally interested in girls. This was truly great news. No, they must throw a big feast. What do you mean quick? They're still sleeping, how can we disturb them now? Su Wanrong rolled her eyes at Lin Yuqiang and said. She had originally thought that only Lin Tianyi was there, so she could have just called him anytime. After all, her main purpose was to ask Lin Tianyi when he would come home. Now it seemed better to give the two kids some sleep time and call later. However, Su Wanrong was still extremely excited inside. This joy had to be shared. She immediately started contacting various aunts and relatives. Of course, only close relatives, as for those distant relatives, humph, they had long been cut off cleanly. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, Lin Tianyi slowly opened his eyes. Sunlight fell on him, and the glaring light woke him up. After yawning, Lin Tianyi turned his head and looked at Yushu, who had somehow grabbed his arm again, and smiled with contentment. From now on, he too had a partner. Moreover, this warm scene was something Lin Tianyi had once fantasized about. But because of the constant pursuit by girls in his childhood, he gradually grew disgusted. Now, however, the warmth was revived. Moi. Just then Lin Tianyi noticed the phone placed beside Yushu's pillow. This phone seemed to be his. If he remembered correctly, his phone should have been on the bedside table. Could it be that Xiao Shushu had taken his phone to play? As for any feeling of resistance, there was none. He hadn't done anything to betray Yushu, so what harm was there in letting him look? Just as he was about to reach for the phone, a call came in. The sound was a bit noisy, and Yushu, who had been sleeping peacefully, seemed slightly disturbed. Lin Tianyi immediately picked up the phone and answered. His voice was a bit suppressed. Mom, what's the matter? Son, when are you bringing our Lin family's daughter-in-law home? Lin Tianyi. Wait, he had just established the relationship. How did his mother know? Lin Tianyi asked tentatively with suspicion. Mom, what daughter-in-law? You. But before he could finish, a torrent of scolding erupted from the other end of the line. You brat. The girl is already sleeping with you. What else could she be but our Lin family's daughter-in-law? Let me tell you, if you dare to abandon her after seducing her, this family will have no place for you. They'll have your dad break your legs. On the other end of the line, upon hearing Lin Tianyi's tentative tone, the mother became furious. Was it easy for them to want a daughter-in-law? And here Lin Tianyi was saying, what daughter-in-law? Was he planning to be a playboy? No. This absolutely cannot be allowed. Mom, I mean, how did you know? I hadn't even finished speaking before you. Lin Tianyi quickly interrupted, genuinely afraid that if he didn't clarify, his mother would truly be furious to the point of being breathless. She had already been scolding him for a full minute. In his memory, his mother had always been quite gentle. How could her scolding be so fierce? A full minute without pause. After hearing her son's explanation, Lin's mother finally breathed a sigh of relief. Humph. You wretched boy, you'd better be telling the truth. As for how I knew, that girl answered the phone this morning. By the way, what's our daughter-in-law's name? Where does her family live? Lin Tianyi was taken aback, then smiled as he replied. Her name is Yushu. You can also call her Xiao Shushu. She's local from Jianghe town. From her tone, it seemed his mother had already accepted Yushu. Without even meeting her, she had already accepted as Xiao Shushu. Truly worthy of Xiao Shushu, her charm was immense. Jianghe town. It's about an hour's drive away. Listen, you wretched boy, I've let you have your way in everything since you were little, but this is the one thing I want. From her voice, Xiao Shushu is a pretty girl, right? Though beauty didn't matter as long as she caught her son's eye. After all, it's the couple who will live together. I'm very beautiful, just as beautiful as you, Mom. You little rascal. Despite her words, Su Wanrong felt a sweet warmth inside. She glanced at Lin Yuqiang, who was still showing off to relatives. How had this man grown so annoying? What had she ever seen in him? Lin Tianyi's parents were indeed a handsome man and a beautiful woman, who otherwise Lin Tianyi's looks wouldn't be so striking. I'm telling you, if you don't bring Xiao Shushu back, don't even think about coming home. Either both of you come back, or you find somewhere else to stay. Got it, Mom. Lin Tianyi could only laugh wryly. Was she really that anxious? But looking at Yushu's sleeping face like a sleeping beauty, he felt his mother might have a point. Indeed, he needed to hurry. Hurry to announce to everyone he knew that Yushu was his girlfriend. As if sensing his gaze, Yushu woke from her sleep. After yawning, she found Lin Tianyi, the adopted son, staring at her. Old Lin, what's wrong? Why are you staring at me? Her voice was soft and sweet, melting Lin Tianyi's heart. My wife is so beautiful, what's wrong with looking a little longer? Yushu's pretty face flushed as she mumbled, I'm not your wife yet. After all, they hadn't even gotten the certificate. Nothing was set in stone. It's only a matter of time. It's already 10 o'clock, Xiao Shushu, do you want to get up? It's that late. Yushu yawned again. But she was more awake now, and seeing the phone in Lin Tianyi's hand, a memory surfaced in her mind. She had answered a phone call this morning, hadn't she? The contact name was Mom. Recalling the incident carefully, Yushu's face flushed crimson. Stammering, she looked at Lin Tianyi and asked, Old Lin, let me see your chat history. Lin Tianyi handed it over in confusion. When Yushu opened it, she was horrified. There really was a call this morning, and she had answered it thinking it was her own mother still half asleep. No wonder she had wondered why her mom would ask where Lin Tianyi was. It was Lin Tianyi's mother all along. Her hand froze midair, the phone falling onto the bed as she remained dazed. A look of utter doom. No. Even if it had been her own mother, hearing her voice in that state would have caused a disaster. Yushu's mind was in chaos. Xiao Shushu, what's wrong? Seeing her reaction after glancing at the phone, Lin Tianyi asked in confusion. Old Lin, does your mom know about us? If nothing unexpected happened, yes. Lin Tianyi replied nonchalantly. This made Yushu even more embarrassed. Not only had she answered the wrong call, but she had also called her mom. Sensing her distress, Lin Tianyi pulled the flustered Yushu into an embrace. What are you thinking, Xiao Shushu? My parents are really nice. But I'm not ready yet. Yushu's voice trembled, her face still flushed. This was too mortifying. She just wanted to dig a hole and hide. Then we'll go back together when you're ready. I'm telling you, my parents already adore you. Just now my mom called and insisted I bring you home, or else she wouldn't recognize me as her son. I'm jealous, Xiao Shushu. Feigning jealousy, Lin Tianyi smiled, feeling the warmth of the beauty in his arms. Really? Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? Alright, Xiao Shushu, don't be nervous. Even an ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her in-laws, let alone a beautiful one like you. You're asking for a spanking. Yushu slapped his arm, but her strength was light. Lin Tianyi was even happier. Earlier when he called her his wife, she would have argued, but now she didn't. No more arguments. Let go of me, I need to get up and wash up. No, I want to hold you a little longer. You've been holding me for so long. You'll never get tired of it. Faced with Lin Tianyi's childish behavior, Yushu was helpless. Be good and listen. No way. If you want me to let go, you know what to do. Yushu knew exactly what Lin Tianyi wanted. Seeing he had no intention of releasing her, she shyly replied, Brother, please let go. I need to wash up. She had called him that before, and since no one else was around, it was fine. Hearing what he wanted, Lin Tianyi naturally let her go. Silly kid. Yushu rolled her eyes, then struggled to get up and headed to the bathroom. Lin Tianyi naturally followed her into the bathroom. This time they weren't so poor that they had to share a toothbrush, but the toothbrushes were a matching couple set. Seeing that this room, supposedly hers, had 2 toothbrushes and towels, Yushu knew that old Lin had planned this all along. After washing up, Yushu kicked Lin Tianyi out of the bathroom. She needed to use the toilet. The shameless guy had even wanted to follow her in. Kicked out, Lin Tianyi chuckled, then called to start arranging everything. At the very least, Yushu's ID and other documents needed to be properly handled. Lin Tianyi saw Yushu walking out of the bathroom and invited her. Xiao Shushu, I'm going to the company today. Do you want to come with me? Yushu thought for a moment and shook her head. ID better not. I plan to study hard these days. Unfortunately, there were only 3 days left until the exam, and Yushu hadn't studied seriously during this period. If she really ended up ranking last, she wouldn't have the face to face her parents. Fine, Lin Tianyi said with a pout, clearly a bit unhappy. But it was all because that bastard Wang Yu called just in time, saying that an important person would be coming today. Otherwise, he would have stayed at home to work and not gone anywhere. He had finally coaxed Yushu into becoming his girlfriend, and it hadn't even been a full day yet. He couldn't bear to be apart from her. They'll head to the company first. If you need anything, just tell Xiaoyu. Okay, I know. Go ahead, Yushu replied with a smile, then pushed Lin Tianyi's back with her hand. Tisk. Lin Tianyi was a bit displeased and stopped in his tracks. What's wrong? Yushu tilted her head in confusion, looking at Lin Tianyi. Xiao Shushu, have you forgotten something? Off. Yushu looked bewildered, clearly not understanding what Lin Tianyi was referring to. It seems you don't know. As a husband goes out to work, shouldn't the wife at home give him a farewell kiss before he leaves? Seeing Lin Tianyi's solemn nonsense, Yushu's pretty face flushed. It was so red that it seemed like it could drip water. You. Yushu stepped back a few paces, looking at Lin Tianyi in shock. How could that guy say such a thing with such a straight face? Where was his sense of shame? I don't care. Without Xiao Shush's farewell kiss him not going anywhere. As he said this, Lin Tianyi sat down on the floor looking like a child who wouldn't get up without getting what he wanted. If the employees of Transcendence Technology Co. Ltd., especially Wang Yu saw Lin Tianyi like this, they would probably go and invite Taoist priests and monks to perform an exorcism to drive away the ghost possessing their boss. Watching him act like a spoiled child, Yushu glared at Lin Tianyi in exasperation. This old Lin. Why did the more time she spent with him the more he seemed like a child? You always like to take advantage of me. Stand up. Yushu put her hands on her hips and looked at Lin Tianyi with a slightly serious tone. Lin Tianyi was startled by her serious tone, then chuckled. It seemed he had gone too far. Haha, just kidding, don't mind me. He quickly stood up, but before he could steady himself a figure came up and hugged his neck, and he felt a wetness on his handsome face. The lingering fragrance proved that he had just been kissed. Alright, now go to work. Yushu blushing coaxed, and pushed Lin Tianyi out of the house. When Lin Tianyi came to his senses he realized he had already been sent out. He turned around, and saw Yushu still blushing turning away before closing the door. He touched the slightly wet spot on his face, and a smile involuntarily curled on his lips. Inside the room, after sending Lin Tianyi out, Yushu collapsed onto the floor, as if all her strength had left her. At this moment Yushu's whole body was flushed, and she shyly thought about what had just happened. After hearing Lin Tianyi's voice saying, "Wife, I'm off to work," and then his footsteps fading away, she gradually regained her strength. She took a deep breath and let out a helpless sigh. This old Lin is so annoying. Although she said that the blush on her pretty face betrayed her true feelings. After composing herself, Yushu stood up from the floor. She glanced at the time, it was already 10:30. It was no longer realistic to have breakfast at this hour, so she might as well make lunch. As if something occurred to her, Yushu took out her phone and sent a message to Lin Tianyi. Old Lin, remember to eat something. You haven't had breakfast yet. Lin Tianyi, okay wife. Love you. Yushu shuddered at the cheesy message on the chat screen. After staring at it for a moment, she broke into a radiant smile. Then she opened the settings and set Lin Tianyi's contact as a special notification before glancing at the other messages. Among them a contact labeled Her Majesty Mother had sent an unheard voice message. After listening to it, the gist was simply asking when Yushu would come home. After thinking for a moment, Yushu replied directly. Mom, there's still a week until summer break. They'll go home when the break starts. Yushu. Oh, and Mom, you guys should be mentally prepared. A few minutes later a reply came. Her Majesty Mother, okay. A single word that said it all. At this time in a town called Jianghe, inside a school named Jianghe Middle School, Li Chuxue, who had just gotten off work, saw the message from her son. She was quite happy that Yushu would be coming home for summer break in about a week. As for the remark about being mentally prepared, it was nothing more than worries about failing the exam and wanting them to brace themselves. Li Chuxue had long known what kind of student her son was. If she had any talent for studying, she would have gotten into the capital city Tianjin instead of a third-tier city like Jiangzhou for university. Li Chuxue felt helpless that her son had no learning aptitude at all. After all, she was a middle school teacher, yet she had raised such a slow son. Fortunately, her daughter was more capable, having been admitted to a key high school with top 3 grades in the year and had hopes of getting into Qingbei University. Replying to each message, especially the panicked expressions from her 2 foster sons in the dormitory, Yushu responded with amusement. It's okay. When I get back, don't wander around. They'll go buy you some melon seeds. Then she ignored the replies from her 2 foster sons and turned off her phone. Xiaoyu, can you prepare some ingredients for me? Yes, mistress. What ingredients do you need? Xiaoyu can arrange them. Then let's start with some shrimp paste chicken wings. Half an hour later, the Xiaodun meal cart arrived at the door. After the door was knocked, Yushu checked the surroundings before opening it. Xiaodun. Yes, mistress. I've come to deliver your meal. The front of the Xiaodun cart was a display screen showing various emojis. At that moment, it was making a serious salute. Alright. Thank you, Xiaodun. You're welcome, Hee. The display on the Xiaodun cart showed a smiling face with tongue out, then it transported the ingredients to the kitchen and left. Observing the prepared ingredients, Yushu donned an apron and chuckled, ready to showcase his culinary prowess. Shortly after, Lin Tianyi, who had just concluded a meeting with a high-ranking figure from the Qinxia Kingdom, rubbed his tired eyes. It seemed he would need to upgrade his equipment again. Recently, the Qinxia Kingdom had successfully discovered an ancient civilization of an unknown era on the far side of the moon. The site bore inscriptions strikingly similar to the ancient script left behind by the Qinxia Kingdom. However, current technology still fell short of achieving manned lunar landing and exploration. Only short-term stays on the moon were possible without the capability to build a lunar base and excavate the ancient ruins. Consequently, a high-ranking military official named Meng from the Qinxia Kingdom secretly approached Lin Tianyi, hoping he would lead the development of manned spaceflight technology and advise Daqin Heavy Industries on the technical challenges of constructing a lunar base. Now that the crucial controlled nuclear fusion technology had been mastered and was being miniaturized, energy was no longer a concern. Other technologies could advance step by step and building a base on the moon was merely a matter of time. However, the Mei Empire was closely monitoring the Qinxia Kingdom, showing signs of wanting to confront them. According to General Meng, the Mei Empire seemed intent on engaging in a technology competition with the Qinxia Kingdom. Thus, the Qinxia Kingdom decided to deploy Lin Tianyi, the nuclear pioneer of the scientific research community. As compensation, any reasonable requests from Lin Tianyi would be granted. The Qinxia Kingdom was his homeland, and Lin Tianyi, a patriotic young man who had received the nation's aid and warmth in his childhood, naturally would not refuse. Moreover, once the Qinxia Kingdom grew strong, other nations' underhanded tactics would become ineffective. "They're really using me like a nuclear-powered donkey," Lin Tianyi sighed, then opened his phone to scroll through his moments to relieve the pressure. Fortunately, the most critical and difficult controlled nuclear fusion had been completed. The remaining tasks were manageable for Lin Tianyi, so there was no urgency. He only needed to wait for the documents to arrive, then verify and simulate the process. As he scrolled through his moments, Lin Tianyi noticed a new post from his special alert contact. What did Xiao Shushu post? He had long set a special alert for Yushu, so he could instantly know whenever Yushu posted anything. Upon opening it, Lin Tianyi immediately felt hungry. Saliva involuntarily gathered in his mouth. It was already 12:30 noon, and he hadn't eaten breakfast or lunch. Seeing the culinary post from Yushu, he began to salivate profusely. "That Xiao Shushu is at home enjoying good food," Lin Tianyi muttered. He immediately commented below, "Xiao Shushu, I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten anything yet. I want some too." Then he turned off his phone and called to have 2 boxed lunches delivered. The boxed lunches were prepared by the 5-star chef in the company's cafeteria, so they were quite tasty. Meanwhile, Yushu, having posted his culinary delight, hummed happily as he prepared to enjoy his meal. After all, he had spent considerable effort to make a full table of dishes only to find no one to share them with. How could that be? He immediately posted the dishes on his moments: shrimp paste chicken wings, sweet and sour pork, Sichuan boiled beef slices, stewed scallop with wintermelon seaweed, and shrimp egg drop soup and fried pork cutlet with salad dressing. 5 dishes and 1 soup. A complete spread. The food was already delicious and visually appealing, and with Yushu's improved plating skills, the allure was irresistible. The moment he posted, his 2 roommates commented immediately. Yang Tao, accompanied by a photo of snail rice noodles. Qin Yuxing, accompanied by a photo of sausage instant noodles. Clearly those were their lunches. Compared to Yushu's feast, they felt utterly abandoned. "Mother, Yushue, don't post internet pictures, okay? Dad, rascal, don't post that stuff. You're making me hungry." Yushu was stunned when he saw the comments. He had forgotten to block his family. Fortunately, they still thought it was an internet picture. In their minds, Yushu could cook, but only to a basic level, never to this extent. So they assumed he had posted a stock photo. He dodged a bullet. Just as Yushu was about to start eating, a comment popped up. "Lin Tianyi, Xiao Shushu, I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten anything yet. I want some too." Yushu fell silent. Hadn't he reminded old Lin to eat before he left? He still hadn't eaten. Glancing at the 5 dishes and 1 soup on the table, Yushu sighed helplessly. He replied privately, "Fine, I'm at your service. Wait for me." Then he called, "Xiaoyu, bring some takeout containers and arrange a car to take me to old Lin's place." At the company in the CEO's office, Lin Tianyi was waiting for his boxed lunch to arrive. His stomach was truly growling, especially after seeing Yushu's culinary post on moments. Soon Wang Yu knocked on the door of the CEO's office. "Come in." Lin Tianyi looked up, and seeing Wang Yu, asked in surprise, "Why are you delivering it?" "I happened to be at the cafeteria when I heard you ordered a boxed lunch, so I brought it over. I also wanted to brief you on the company's next operational direction," Wang Yu replied, placing the 3 boxed lunches on the desk. "You have full authority on this matter. I trust you. I know you trust me, but I still need to report." Wang Yu thoroughly enjoyed Lin Tianyi's delegation of authority. Recalling his previous bosses, those ridiculous tyrants, he felt they were incomparable to Lin Tianyi. Under Lin Tianyi's complete empowerment, Wang Yu had successfully expanded Chaofin Technology Co. Ltd. At the very least, few dared to challenge Chaofin Technology Co. Ltd. on the international stage. Even those who did could only resort to legitimate means, because in the shadows they were no match. That was a lesson learned in blood. Just as Lin Tianyi was about to eat, while listening to Wang Yu's report, the special alert ringtone sounded. He opened it and saw Yushu's reply. A flicker of surprise crossed his face, then he smiled, a hint of warmth unconsciously appearing in his eyes. Wang Yu was stunned by the sight. It was the first time he had seen Lin Tianyi like this. "Boss, your smile is actually quite nice. Smile more and see what others say about you." Iceberg-faced stoic. "If you smiled more at those people outside, you wouldn't have earned that title." Opening the boxed lunch, Wang Yu started eating. The taste was not bad after all. It was made by a 5-star chef. Even when turned into a boxed lunch, the flavor wouldn't be too poor. In the evening, anyone planning to work overtime could eat for free in the cafeteria, a buffet style. So the lunch was also free, but only a boxed lunch. The dinner was free as well, but one had to work overtime to get the buffet. It depended on the employee's choice. Anyway, almost all employees of Chaofin Technology Co. Ltd. voluntarily worked overtime. After all, overtime brought extra pay and a free buffet. Why not? This time the box lunch was braised pork belly, and it tasted quite good. Lin Tianyi cast a disdainful glance at Wang Yu. Was he really an iceberg-faced stoic? He was not good with words. He didn't know how to get along with his employees in a friendly manner. But this guy actually spoke about him like that. He had to teach him a lesson. You'll eat both of these box lunches too. Wang Yu. Isn't this your box lunch? No, now it's yours. If you can't finish it, wasting it will deduct your salary. Wang Yu. Did he even have any salary left to deduct this month? If he wanted revenge, just say so. Shooting a contemptuous glance at Lin Tianyi, he then began to explain the next goals to him. About half an hour later, Yu Shu carrying a large bag of packed lunches arrived at the foot of Chaofin Technology Co. Ltd. It was a 50-story building just completed in January this year. When she first saw this building from a distance, she didn't feel much, but now looking up from the bottom, she realized how massive it truly was. For a moment, Yu Shu felt a bit unsteady on her feet. This building was called the Chaofin Technology Tower, the headquarters of Chaofin Technology Co. Ltd. It was quite close to the Chaofin Technology Park, only a 10-minute drive. After casually changing into an oversized little grass god printed t-shirt and a pair of cream-colored shorts with pockets, she picked up the packed food and went out. The driver was Uncle Wang, Lin Tianyi's personal driver. She never expected Uncle Wang to come pick her up. Originally, she had thought to let Xiaoyu just take a cab or something. After bidding farewell to Uncle Wang and getting out of the car, Yu Shu instantly became the center of attention. Yu Shu had applied a bit of light makeup and her silver-white long hair was quite eye-catching, making her an instant focus of attention. The security guards at the entrance did not stop her, they merely glanced at her, and then continued their duties. It must be said, compared to the stunned onlookers around, these guards were truly dedicated. Reaching the reception desk, Yu Shu looked at the receptionist and asked curiously, "Hello miss, could you tell me where the boss office is?" The receptionist, Having worked as a receptionist for 3 years, this was the first time she had heard such a question. "Miss, are you asking where our president is?" Yes. Yu Shu was a bit embarrassed. After all, she hadn't really known, as she thought old Lin was the boss, so she had directly used the term boss. "Then miss, do you have an appointment with the president?" The president of Chaofin Technology Co. Ltd. was not someone anyone could meet, an appointment was required. Otherwise, even if the heavenly king himself came, he wouldn't get in. Want to cause trouble? Go ahead, but first take a look at the patrolling security guards over there. They were all retired special forces arranged by the state. As long as you had an appointment with Lin Tianyi, you would immediately enter their line of sight and be under observation. A year ago, there was a company heir whose enterprise was ranked among the top 10 in the Qinxia Kingdom. Just because he caused trouble, not only was his vast company dismantled, but the heir was also caught on the spot by these security guards and sent for investigation. Rumor had it that he still hadn't been released. Before Yu Shu could say anything, she already sensed many gazes focused on her. Danger. No. Who says there isn't? Just then Lin Tianyi walked out of the nearby private elevator. Seeing Yu Shu in her little grass god printed t-shirt, flat canvas shoes, holding a boxed lunch, he couldn't help but smile. He never thought that one day someone would personally deliver a meal to him, and it was his beloved girl. President. The receptionist was shocked. She never expected Lin Tianyi to come personally to welcome her. What was this girl's identity? Not only the receptionist was shocked, but also the employees lingering around were greatly surprised. What did they see? Their elusive president, who was rarely seen, had actually appeared today. And he was so handsome and sunny. How infuriating. It was fine that he was handsome, but he was also so rich. And not only was he rich, he even had such a beautiful girl personally delivering his meal. Originally, from the moment they first saw Yu Shu, their hearts had already raced, and they wanted to get to know her. But before they could act, they realized she already belonged to someone. Farewell, that heart that died before love even began. Many people in the scene were shedding tears in despair. Why did you come down? Yu Shu was a bit surprised as she hadn't told Lin Tianyi that she had arrived yet. Xiaoyu told me. Come eat with me. I suppose you haven't eaten either. Lin Tianyi took the boxed lunch from Yu Shu's hand, then took her hand, and walked toward the private elevator. As for what happened on the scene, Lin Tianyi had already been prepared. The 3-year period had come. Controlled nuclear fusion was complete, and the military's equipment had been successfully upgraded. There was no longer any need to hide his identity. Moreover, the American Empire and other major powers had already found Lin Tianyi's information not long ago, so hiding or not hiding no longer mattered. The reason he now appeared in the public eye was simply to declare one thing: Yu Shu was his woman, Lin Tianyi's. Apart from warding off those women who came to throw themselves at him, it was also to shatter the rumors about whether he had issues in that area. Taking Yu Shu's hand, looking at the still-dazed girl beside him, Lin Tianyi felt warmth in his heart. It seemed Yu Shu had come over without having eaten yet. A girl who thought of him first like this, Lin Tianyi would not let her down. Inside the CEO's office, Wang Yu was eating a boxed lunch while waiting for Lin Tianyi to return. Just moments ago Lin Tianyi had suddenly left saying he had something to attend to and asked Wang Yu to wait. Taking advantage of Lin Tianyi's absence, Wang Yu seized the opportunity to devour his meal with gusto. The braised pork belly was surprisingly delicious. After finishing one box, Wang Yu's gaze fell upon the other 2 boxes. Since Lin Tianyi had told him to dispose of them, he figured if the boss got hungry later, he could just buy a few more. Just then the door to the CEO's office swung open. Lin Tianyi stepped out holding a bag in one hand and a young girl by the other. Wang Yu, clutching his boxed lunch, was about to speak when he noticed the scene. The girl's beauty was absolutely stunning, but upon closer inspection, wasn't she the same girl who cosplayed as Alicia at the convention? Wang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Lin Tianyi. He knew Lin Tianyi was interested in this girl, even to the point of snatching his personal WeChat account because of it. But he never expected Lin Tianyi to have already won her over so quickly. Was this the same ice-cold, expressionless man who never liked women throwing themselves at him? He was a true Casanova. Wang Yu was filled with admiration. "Boss, this is your boss wife." Lin Tianyi glanced at Wang Yu and replied. Yu Shu, who was being held, blushed slightly, but she maintained her composure in front of others. She gave Lin Tianyi's hand a gentle squeeze. Feeling the pressure on his hand, Lin Tianyi turned his head to see Yu Shu's flushed face looking at him, and a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. As expected of the boss, impressed. Wang Yu was speechless at Lin Tianyi's speed. How long had it been since had just asked for her WeChat? Had a week even passed? Releasing Yu Shu's hand, Lin Tianyi walked to the coffee table and cleared away the teacups and other items. Then he took out the packed containers from the bag. Opening each box, the contents were exactly the 5 dishes and 1 soup Yu Shu had prepared. Wang Yu glanced at his own minced pork with eggplant, then at Lin Tianyi's shrimp balls with chicken wings, sweet and sour pork, boiled pork slices, braised herring gourd with scallops, seaweed, and shrimp egg drop soup, and fried pork cutlet with salad dressing. Suddenly he felt that even the food made by a 5-star chef might not be as appetizing. "Boss." Wang Yu's voice sounded weak as Lin Tianyi shot him a glance, instantly understanding what he was after. "Don't even think about it. There's none for you." Lin Tianyi was fiercely protective of his food, unwilling to share a single bite. "Tisk." Wang Yu sat to the side, poking at his minced pork with eggplant with a disposable chopstick, and after glancing at the 5 dishes and 1 soup in front of Lin Tianyi and Yu Shu, he found his own meal utterly tasteless. Watching their interaction, Yu Shu couldn't help but laugh. "What are you laughing at, little Shu?" "I'm laughing at how stingy you are." "Stingy? He has 3 boxes of lunch himself." With that, he pointed at the half-eaten box nearby. "Wang Yu, wasn't he originally only supposed to have 1 box? Lin Tianyi had forced the other 2 on him. How could that count as his?" Wang Yu tried to argue, but under Lin Tianyi's threatening gaze, he quickly shut his mouth. "You're the boss. You're the one in charge. What you say goes." In his mind, Wang Yu silently flipped Lin Tianyi off, then sat to the side, savoring his own boxed lunch while watching the feast before him. What utter torture! Seeing Wang Yu's resentful look, Lin Tianyi turned his head away with a haughty air. That guy. He hadn't forgotten how yesterday, because of his personal account, he had almost been misunderstood by Yu Shu. There was no way he was letting him off easy. If Wang Yu knew, he would definitely cry out in injustice. After all, he hadn't given his account voluntarily. Lin Tianyi had forcibly taken it over. He was truly wronged. Of course, if Lin Tianyi knew, he would say that even setting that aside, wasn't Wang Yu still at fault? Clearly Lin Tianyi was the boss, and he was in charge. Of course, this was merely a playful squabble between brothers. Yu Shu, witnessing the exchange between superior and subordinate, smiled helplessly. Then she said to Wang Yu, "Don't mind him. Come and eat with us." "Really?" Wang Yu's eyes lit up at the words. What a kind soul. Truly a beautiful and kind-hearted boss wife. Lin Tianyi opened his mouth as if to protest, but seeing Yu Shu's glare, he could only pout and remain silent. To be honest, he really didn't want to share the lunch Yu Shu had made for him. That was a husband's privilege. Seeming to read Lin Tianyi's reluctance, Yu Shu rolled her eyes and mouthed silently, "I'll make your favorite when we get home, okay?" Understanding Yu Shu's meaning, Lin Tianyi's displeasure instantly vanished. He was getting a custom meal. "Thank you, boss wife." Just then Wang Yu's exclamation made Yu Shu's face flush crimson. How could he say that? Yu Shu almost regretted sharing the food. But Lin Tianyi, upon hearing it, looked at Wang Yu with a serious expression. Well, good brother indeed. After today, he was definitely getting a raise. At that moment, Lin Tianyi was completely lost in the euphoria of Wang Yu addressing Yu Shu as boss wife. Soon the meal was finished, and all 5 dishes and 1 soup were completely devoured. Wang Yu hadn't expected Yu Shu to be such a skilled cook. Her dishes were so delicious that even a 5-star chef might only be able to match them. "Thank you for the treat, boss wife." As Wang Yu spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Lin Tianyi. Seeing Lin Tianyi's expression of utter contentment, he immediately knew whom to ingratiate. The 2 exchanged a look, and in an instant they understood each other's thoughts. Lin Tianyi brothers in heart. Wang Yu brothers in heart. Yu Shu was unaware of their inner monologue. She gave Lin Tianyi a helpless look as he reveled in bliss. If Wang Yu hadn't been there, she would have definitely retorted. But it was still early. Men always like to show off in front of familiar people. Yushu understood this well. Even in this situation, Lin Tianyi, who was perceived as an aloof, cold-faced CEO, was no exception. So Yushu didn't intend to spoil the mood. She would settle the score with Lin Tianyi when they got back. After all, not settling now didn't mean not settling later. Watching the empty plates, Yushu packed up the lunchbox and placed it into a bag, preparing to leave. After all, her only purpose for coming here was to deliver food to Lin Tianyi. It was all because her dear boy had forgotten to eat lunch today and even left a pitiful comment under her post. Unable to bear such a sight, Yushu had no choice but to fulfill her dear boy's wish. Everything's finished, I should head back now, she said to Lin Tianyi, and was about to leave with the trash when he suddenly grabbed her hand. She turned her head in confusion, wondering why he had stopped her. What's wrong? Stay here this afternoon. You still have work to do, don't be too clingy. Yushu patted his hand and said helplessly. This dear boy, why was he always so fond of sticking to her? But with you here, my work efficiency can increase several times over. Yushu rolled her eyes at him. Who would believe that? But he has something to report to you, so it's not appropriate for me to stay. No, it's fine. Lin Tianyi's expression was resolute. They exchanged glances and Yushu sighed helplessly. She could see a hint of reluctance in his eyes. She understood that for a boy infatuated like this, if she wasn't by his side, he would be constantly thinking of her, which could easily lead to problems. She looked at him and said, all right, I'll stay, okay. But you have to let me throw away this trash, right? Hey, don't worry, you're the boss, wife, you shouldn't do such things. With that, Lin Tianyi immediately called for the cleaning staff to take the garbage away. Hearing this, Yushu had no choice but to leave the trash aside. Shaking her head helplessly, she walked over to the sofa, put on her earphones, and started scrolling through videos. Wang Yu exchanged a glance with Lin Tianyi, then shrugged and began explaining the year's plans, the company's goals, and the path ahead. The entire report lasted about 3 hours. Meanwhile, Yushu was still browsing through short videos, watching those absurd dramas. Just then she felt someone sit down beside her. Turning her head, she saw Lin Tianyi, who had already settled next to her and started working on his laptop. He was drawing up blueprints, looking profoundly mysterious. After a couple of glances, Yushu lost interest and continued watching her short videos. After all, she couldn't understand it, so there was no point in watching. At that moment, Lin Tianyi felt as if he had divine inspiration. In the past, his mental deduction ability could extrapolate more uses for a technological creation and improve it, but it took time. For instance, deducing an item used to take 10 minutes, but with Yushu beside him, he could solve it in about a minute. A tenfold increase in efficiency. That was why Lin Tianyi said her presence wouldn't hinder his work. Moreover, inhaling her scent gave him a sense of peace. Even the irritability that came from intense mental deduction was soothed. The power of love is truly strong, Lin Tianyi thought to himself. After completing the deduction of the core engine for the current manned space rocket propulsion system, he directly transmitted the data to the designated email. This was a channel protected by Xiaoyu, and the current technology of the world was unable to bypass Xiaoyu's surveillance to steal these confidential documents from the Qinxia Kingdom. Upon receiving Lin Tianyi's email and checking the content, the recipient immediately replied with 3 question marks. This fast. Normally, it would take Lin Tianyi a few days to send over what they needed. But today he succeeded in just 1 afternoon. Was he even human? Lin Tianyi himself felt it was a bit too fast, and quickly replied that he had already designed it before and was just refining it today. The other person replied with an okay, and then went silent. Lin Tianyi was used to it. That person was rather reserved and didn't like to chat much. After finishing everything, he looked at Yushu, who was still engrossed in her videos, and a smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Yushu, deeply focused on the short drama, felt a sudden shiver, and then saw Lin Tianyi hugging her. She rolled her eyes at him. Let go, please. No, I'm so tired, let me hold you, okay? Hearing his childish tone, Yushu sighed helplessly. She really wondered if she was dating a little kid. But she also knew a saying, a boy only shows his childish side to the one he truly loves. This was another way of expressing love, and Yushu didn't dislike it. She let him hold her without resistance. Seeing that she didn't fight back, Lin Tianyi rested his head on her shoulder. His hand began to wander. Slap. He caught by Yushu. Lin Tianyi chuckled sheepishly. Don't think you can take advantage of me. Yushu glared at him. This old Lin hugging was fine, but he wanted to. Fortunately, she sensed something amiss and immediately slapped his wandering hand away. Otherwise, he would have gotten away with it. After being slapped, Lin Tianyi just chuckled and then hugged her properly. Seeing that Lin Tianyi didn't go any further, Yushu relaxed. Soon it was 6 o'clock, the end of the workday for Transcendence Technology Co. Ltd. As the president, Lin Tianyi was no exception. As the owner of the company, he only needed to approve major strategic policies and conduct technological research and development, and everything else could be handled by Wang Yu. Thus, to outsiders, Wang Yu, who was always busy, seemed more like the CEO of Transcendence Technology. However, everyone knew that the real core was Lin Tianyi himself. As for Wang Yu, everyone was already aware of his personal capabilities. Although Lin Tianyi was indispensable, Wang Yu's skills were also top-notch. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Transcendence technology to rise so rapidly in just 3 years. One could say that Lin Tianyi was the flame and Wang Yu was the accelerant. Glancing at the clock, Lin Tianyi said, "Xiaoshu, it's 6 o'clock, we can get off work. You promised to cook my favorite dishes for me tonight." Hearing his childish tone, Yushu put down her phone and said, all right, whatever you say. He, can I order the dishes? Go ahead. Yushu sighed helplessly. Although she was older than him, Lin Tianyi was acting like a child. With a hint of resignation in her peach blossom eyes, she watched Lin Tianyi appear to be deep in thought, and Yushu felt that this kind of interaction was actually quite pleasant. Got it. Just stir-fry a few simple dishes: braised baby cabbage with preserved egg and soup, scrambled eggs with shrimp fish, cake tiger skin, chili steamed turbot, and minced pork with green beans. How about these? Okay. So shall we go back now? Let's go back, but we need to go to the market to buy groceries. Lin Tianyi glanced at the time on his phone, then smiled at Yushu. Yushu had originally wanted to say that they could have Xiaoyu prepare the ingredients so they could start cooking right after returning. But upon seeing the hint of anticipation in Lin Tianyi's eyes, she could only give in to his wishes. After all, going grocery shopping occasionally was a pleasant thing. Just then Yushu's phone rang. She looked at it and saw that it was actually Wang Xiaoyu calling. Lin Tianyi was a bit annoyed when he saw Wang Xiaoyu's name, thinking that she had to call at this moment really. Yushu didn't see Lin Tianyi's expression. She answered the phone and Wang Xiaoyu's voice came through. "Xiaoshushu, I miss you so much. You're so mean. You actually posted delicious food on Moments." On the other end of the line, Wang Xiaoyu's aggrieved voice sounded as if Yushu was some heartless man who had abandoned her. Unlike the others, Wang Xiaoyu had personally tasted Yushu's cooking. So after working all day, when she finally had time to relax and open Moments, she saw Yushu's big food photo and her craving was instantly stirred. "It's just some home-cooked dishes. Xiaoshushu, are you free now?" Before Yushu could say anything, Lin Tianyi's voice was heard. "Miss Wang, I'm going on a date with my girlfriend, so please don't disturb us, thank you." Then he casually hung up the phone. Yushu looked at Lin Tianyi, this jealous bag, speechlessly. Wang Xiaoyu was a girl, yet he was even jealous of a girl. On the other end of the line, Wang Xiaoyu was stunned by the dial tone, and after realizing what happened, she burst into tears. Her Xiaoshushu had actually been snatched by that bastard Lin Tianyi. She knew it. As soon as Yushu was taken away from the villa by that scoundrel Lin Tianyi, something bad would happen. Look, in just one day they were already together. Damn it. She was already upset because she was hungry after seeing Yushu's food photo on Moments, and was thinking of asking Yushu for some food. But after hearing that Yushu had been snatched by Lin Tianyi, her mood became even worse. At that moment, the employees who were leaving work quickened their steps upon hearing their boss' sudden outburst. Was their boss crazy today? Hadn't she just landed $1 million order? Why was she acting so frantic? Perhaps. Was it early menopause? But wasn't the boss only 26? The employees didn't understand, but they felt it was better to quickly get out of the boss' sight. Is it really okay to do this? What's not okay about it? Who told her to dare to call me during our date? Little jealous one. Yushu replied with a mix of laughter and tears. However, upon hearing this, Lin Tianyi curved his lips, then directly pulled Yushu into his arms, hooked his right hand under her chin, and kissed her. Yushu came to her senses and slapped Lin Tianyi a few times, but finding that he was completely unmoved, she had to give up. Really? A minute later, Lin Tianyi licked his lips. The strawberry-flavored lipstick was quite tasty. After all, Yushu had put on some light makeup before going out. "Xiaoshushu, I am a little jealous, one very petty." Yushu gave Lin Tianyi a helpless glare, then was led by the hand by a grinning Lin Tianyi as they went downstairs together. Downstairs, the employees hadn't left yet, because the evening buffet was quite delicious. So they decided to voluntarily work overtime. Moreover, because the overtime pay was quite high, if it weren't for Wang Yes' rule that overtime couldn't exceed 9 o'clock. They would probably work themselves to death. After all, the benefits were too good. When the CEO's private elevator opened, Yushu and Lin Tianyi stepped out. The people around couldn't help but sigh in admiration. What a perfect couple. Feeling the gazes from all directions, Yushu's face flushed slightly, and she lowered her head. In contrast, Lin Tianyi beside her looked like a triumphant general, not shy at all. The news that the CEO of Transcendence Technology Co. Ltd. had a partner spread instantly. The girls who had a secret crush on Lin Tianyi immediately erupted in an uproar upon hearing this news. They wanted to know what kind of person had managed to capture the heart of Lin Tianyi, who had never been interested in women and never liked to expose himself. But when they saw Yushu, they immediately felt overshadowed. Although their own looks were not low and they had a special aura due to being raised with the highest standards since childhood, they immediately realized after seeing Yushu that perhaps President Lin liked the type, like Yushu, not women like them, who were naturally born with an air of nobility. They were indignant inside, but they all had their own good upbringing and would not do anything irrational. Since they couldn't pursue President Lin, they would have to settle for others. For example, Wang Yu. But there were still some who refused to give up. After seeing that Lin Tianyi liked the type, like Yushu, they began to scheme. They wondered if they dressed up like Yushu, would they attract Lin Tianyi's attention. What puzzled them was that Yushu's identity information could not be investigated. It was at a confidential level. This didn't matter to them. But it was okay as long as they dressed up like Yushu, they would surely win. Yushu naturally also felt some special gazes. President Lin, it seems you're quite popular. What is Xiao Shushu jealous? No, I'm not. Yushu's voice was a bit loud, then she immediately retorted in a low voice. I don't care about you at all. Anyway, if you dare to do anything to betray me, I'll run away immediately. Lin Tianyi felt Yushu's fingers seemingly poking his palm and laughed. The jealous Xiao Shushu really had a unique charm. In front of everyone, Lin Tianyi leaned close to Yushu's ear and whispered, Don't worry, little Shu, no matter what happens, I will never let you down. With those words, he planted a kiss on her delicate cheek, causing her face to instantly flush crimson. Her peach blossom eyes glared at him with a mix of shame and anger. This bastard. How could he kiss her in front of so many people? Was he not embarrassed at all? Regardless of what Lin Tianyi thought, Yushu felt she had no face left to show anyone. The girls who had still harbored a glimmer of hope saw their dreams shatter the moment Lin Tianyi publicly kissed Yushu. Indeed, President Lin only favored Yushu's type. Yet a small fraction of women secretly thought otherwise. They refused to believe Lin Tianyi was any different from other men. In their minds, all men eventually succumbed to temptation. It was only a matter of time. So what if Yushu had won this round? They would surely overtake her later. This time Lin Tianyi didn't ask Uncle Wang to drive. Instead, he took his own modified Volkswagen. Since it was a date with Yushu, he didn't want anyone else around. After getting in the car, Yushu puffed out her cheeks and stared at him with an obvious pout. What's wrong, little Shu? Lin Tianyi felt an urge to pinch her adorable face. How could you kiss me in front of so many people? Don't you find it embarrassing? Just recalling the scene witnessed by everyone made Yushu want to bury herself alive. It was too humiliating. Not at all. I did it to make one thing clear to them. You are mine and I am yours. Lin Tianyi knew very well that many of those people were watching him. His move was simply to declare that he was already taken. This way he could avoid a lot of trouble. But you still. Although Yushu was pleased by his words, her face wasn't as thick as his, so she stammered. Little Shu, if I hadn't done that, those women would have tried to seduce me. Hearing this, Yushu felt a flicker of anger, her shyness swept away. So you're saying you can't resist temptation? Faced with her deadly question, Lin Tianyi hastily declared his sincerity. How could that be? I did it precisely to avoid those troubles. Please forgive me, little Shu. He looked at her arms crossed in a sulk and placed his hand on hers with a pitiful expression. Yushu turned to look at him and sighed helplessly at his pathetic look. She knew that as a CEO, Lin Tianyi would never lack women around him, and those women were often of high status. But the thought of them fawning over him still annoyed her. Little Shu, are you jealous? Yushu stared at him seriously, making his scalp tingle. Could it really be? Hiss. Suddenly she bit his arm, hard enough to hurt, but not break the skin. After 3 seconds, she released him, gave a soft hum, and turned her face away. He'll forgive you this once. If I ever find out you've done something to betray me. Little Shu, I swear if I ever wrong you, may heaven strike me. Before he could finish, she covered his mouth with her hand. All right, I believe you. Yushu looked at him helplessly. Why was he so fond of making vows? Didn't he know it was bad luck? Seeing that Yushu was no longer sulking, Lin Tianyi drove to the nearest supermarket to shop for groceries with her. Nothing troublesome happened during the shopping. They only received envious glances and compliments. By the time they returned to the studio from the supermarket, it was already 7:30 in the evening. Little Shu, it's all yours now. Lin Tianyi put the ingredients in the kitchen and patted his own backside as he spoke to her. Look at you. Yushu shook her head with a smile, then put on an apron and began to showcase her culinary skills. Lin Tianyi watched from the side, ready to help. Yushu was happy to boss him around like a tool. After more than an hour, she finally prepared all the dishes he wanted. 5 dishes and a soup: poached baby cabbage with century eggs, scrambled eggs with shrimp, fish, caked tiger skin peppers, steamed spotted turbot, and stir-fried minced pork with green beans. The colors were appealing, the aroma enticing. After plating, Lin Tianyi immediately took out his phone to snap a picture and posted it on his Moments, specifically tagging Wang Xiaoyu. At that moment, Wang Xiaoyu, who was about to leave work, heard her phone buzz. She opened it curiously and saw a notification from Moments. Upon clicking, she fell silent. Then she finally broke down. Oh. The post read, my dear wife made me 5 dishes and a soup. So happy, Miss Wang. The employees who hadn't left yet heard her scream, shuddered, and immediately grabbed their things to flee. They were afraid that if they didn't leave, the boss would set her sights on them. Since Yushu had set a special notification for Lin Tianyi, she also saw his post. Reading the content and Wang Xiaoyu's comment below, go die you dog. She was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. She looked at Lin Tianyi with a mix of amusement and exasperation, then lightly punched his chest. You? Why do you enjoy teasing sister you so much? She tried to steal my wife. What wife? I'm not your wife yet. You will be. Yushu didn't bother to argue further, as she knew she could never win against him. In fact, it would only provoke his desires, so she gave up. All right, let's eat. I still need to study after dinner. The final exams were only 2 days away, and Yushu wasn't confident about them. Don't worry, your husband will tutor you well. Yushu took a deep breath after hearing that. Fists clenched, knuckles white. This guy still loved to take advantage of him verbally. But Yushu was furious. He couldn't outsmart him, so what could he do? He could only shoot him a glare. After casting a disdainful glance at Lin Tianyi, Yushu began to eat. Lin Tianyi chuckled to himself. Seeing Yushu not retorting, his mind began to wander. This was a good sign. After the meal, Lin Tianyi voluntarily took on the task of washing the dishes, though it was as simple as tossing them into the dishwasher. Yushu picked up a cloth and wiped the table several times until it was spotless, then tidied up and returned to his room. Meanwhile, Lin Tianyi opened his phone to find that the other two adopted sons in the 404 dormitory group were ING asking if they were coming back to the dorm tonight. After all, it was near the final exams, and the supervision of boarding students was very strict. Lin Tianyi thought for a moment and replied directly. Lin Tianyi Xiao Shu Shu, and I won't be coming back to the dorm from now on, so this dorm is all yours from today, Xin Yuxing. Yang Tao. Xin Yuxing, old Lin, it's fine if Xiao Shu Shu doesn't come back, but why aren't you coming back either? Lin Tianyi, because I have to sleep with Xiao Shu Shu. Xin Yuxing. Yang Tao. You bastard. Give us back our Xiao Shu Shu. Inside dorm 404, Yang Tao and Xin Yuxing glanced at the replies, exchanged a look, and couldn't help but shout. They also wanted to sleep with their own partners. But the school wouldn't allow it. I don't know what old Lin did to not have to stay in the dorm during this crucial week. Don't talk about it, just focus on reviewing. There are only 2 days until the exam. How confident are you? 90%. That impressive. Of course. Xin Yuxing replied with a mysterious expression. Because I've already prepared cheat sheets. Yang Tao. That's really unnecessary. Yushu was also looking at the dorm chat, amused by the frantic shouts of the other two adopted sons. He turned to see Lin Tianyi, standing at the door, looking at him pitifully. What, you want to come in again? Yushu's eyes held a hint of wariness. Yesterday this guy had said it was just a hug and some tutoring, but then had ended up staying in her bed. Xiao Shu Shu knows me so well. As he spoke, he sidled up to Yushu and habitually wrapped his arms around her. Yushu sighed helplessly. Can you leave? No, Yushu shot Lin Tianyi a glare. She knew it was useless to say anything now. She shouldn't have given Lin Tianyi that adopted son an inch. Once he got a taste, he would push further. Keep your hands still, or get out. Sensing that Lin Tianyi's hands were getting a bit restless, Yushu issued a verbal warning. Lin Tianyi grinned again, but didn't continue. Instead, he began to tutor Yushu on the review, teaching her clever ways to memorize the materials. Under the guidance of Lin Tianyi, the top student, Yushu absorbed the knowledge like a dry sponge. And whether it was her imagination or not, she felt her memory had improved significantly. This was certainly beneficial for her studies. By 11 o'clock at night, Yushu had been studying for 2 hours. Lin Tianyi interrupted Yushu, who wanted to continue studying. Yushu looked at him with slight confusion. What's wrong, old Lin? Xiao Shushu, you've been studying for 2 hours now. It's time to take a good rest. Yushu glanced at the time and realized it really had been 2 hours. She never thought she would one day be so engrossed in studying. All right, well, continue another time. You can go now. I need to take a shower. As she spoke, she tried to get Lin Tianyi to let go, but he remained unmoved. Yushu looked at Lin Tianyi's slightly raised smile and knew exactly what he wanted to say. Brother, can you let me go? Once bitten, twice shy? Yushu had given up resisting. After all, she felt that the more she resisted, the more excited this adopted son would get. Sometimes she really wanted to see what was wrong with this rebellious son of hers. Xiao Shushu is getting more and more used to it. Yushu took a deep breath. This Lin Tianyi was so infuriating. Her fists were clenched. She really wanted to hit him. After taking a nightgown from the wardrobe, Yushu walked out of the room and into the bathroom to shower. But before showering, she locked the door. Who knew if this adopted son would suddenly go crazy, sneak open the door, and suggest they take a shower together? If that happened, Yushu really wouldn't know what to do. For now, she wasn't ready to be completely open with Lin Tianyi. As for the future, she would deal with it later. She placed her discarded clothes in a basket and set the change of clothes aside. Looking at her tall figure in the mirror, Yushu noticed her body growing more perfect. She pursed her lips and walked toward the bathtub. The moment she touched the warm water, she felt a wave of comfort. Then involuntarily, she stretched out her fishtail. Her mermaid form appeared again. The 7-colored fishtail swayed in the bathtub, and Yushu found this state very soothing, relieving her fatigue. An hour later, Yushu dried her hair with a towel and pushed open the bathroom door to step out. Wearing a nightgown, she walked toward her room. When she pushed open the door, she saw Lin Tianyi, already changed, lying on her bed playing on his phone. The moment he saw Yushu open the door, Lin Tianyi grinned and said, Yo, Xiao Shushu finished washing. Yushu. So Master Lin, can you please go back to your own room and play on your phone in your own bed? Yushu shot Lin Tianyi a glare and walked straight to the vanity table. Sitting in front of the mirror, she took out a hairdryer to dry her hair. Lin Tianyi, lying on Yushu's bed, chuckled softly. He got up, came behind Yushu, and smoothly took the hairdryer from her hand. Moi. Let me help you. Yushu didn't object since her hair was too long, and drying it was a hassle. Having a tool man to help was a rare treat. Having a tool man to help was a rare luxury. The hairdryer blew warm air as Lin Tianyi lifted a strand of Yushu's silver hair, unable to help but marvel at its softness. The low hum and the gentle warmth made Yushu feel drowsy. It was quite comfortable. Old Lin, you've got some skill. If you didn't have such a big business, you could probably open a barber shop and make it big. If you like, he'll blow dry your hair for you every time. Lin Tianyi paused for a moment, then looked at Yushu with a gentle smile. He then lifted Yushu's silver hair, brought it close to his nose, and sniffed. Yushu was shocked by the reflection in the mirror. Old Lin, what are you doing? I'm just smelling my wife's hair. What's wrong? Yushu took a deep breath. This guy, he never missed a chance to take advantage. When her hair was almost dry, Lin Tianyi turned off the hairdryer. Gazing at the delicate beauty in the mirror, he sighed. Xiao Shushu, you're so beautiful. After an involuntary hum, Yushu suddenly realized something was off. She had begun to accept her identity as a girl, but what was this instinctive hum? What was going on? All right, old Lin, you should go back to sleep. Yes, dear. After saying that, Lin Tianyi jumped onto Yushu's bed in one fluid motion, patted the mattress, and said, Xiao Shushu, I've already gone back to sleep. Your turn. Yushu felt her fists clench. There was a first, a second, and now a third time. Why hadn't she held back her pity and let this adopted son of hers go back? Now the boomerang had hit her. You're repaying kindness with enmity. No, I can't repay you, so I have to use my body. I don't need it. Xiao Shushu, you know I. All right, shut up. Yushu rolled her eyes at Lin Tianyi. His pitiful look was a little heartbreaking. This Lin Tianyi, why was he so shameless? Seeing that Yushu didn't drive him away, Lin Tianyi puffed out his chest like a victorious rooster. As Yushu got back into bed and placed her long fair legs on the mattress, Lin Tianyi naturally lay down on her lap. Yushu, although she had allowed Lin Tianyi to sleep beside her, what was with this practiced move of lying on her lap? Old Lin. Moi. Lin Tianyi showed no sign of backing down, staring at Yushu with wide expectant eyes. After a moment of mutual staring, Yushu helplessly placed her hand on Lin Tianyi's head. Really, I shouldn't have given you an inch. Lin Tianyi knew he had succeeded. From now on, he could naturally sleep beside Yushu. With her hand on Lin Tianyi's head, Yushu began to massage his scalp. Enjoying the massage, Lin Tianyi couldn't help but ask, Xiao Shushu, when will you take me to meet your parents? Yushu was stunned. She had just thought of something terrifying. Her parents still didn't know that she had changed from a he to a she. And worst of all, she now had a boyfriend. If her parents found out that Yushu had not only become a girl, but also had a boyfriend, would they be furious? Yushu's hands began to tremble involuntarily. Xiao Shushu, what's wrong? Tell me anything. Noticing the change in Yushu's expression, Lin Tianyi asked curiously. Yushu was silent, unsure how to broach the subject. After all, it was too embarrassing to say it out loud. Lin Tianyi squinted slightly, then cupped Yushu's distracted face with both hands. He pulled her cheeks outward. Feeling her face being tugged, Yushu slapped Lin Tianyi's hand. What are you doing? Xiao Shushu, you promised me you wouldn't hide anything from me, that you would tell me everything. And now you want to keep something from me, so I have to give you a little punishment. You? How could she just say it out loud? Seeing that Yushu still didn't want to speak, Lin Tianyi looked at her helplessly. After all, he couldn't force her. He could only wait until she was ready to talk. All he could do was support her to the best of his ability. After a moment, Yushu seemed to have made up her mind. She looked at Lin Tianyi and said in a trembling voice, actually, my parents still don't know about my current situation. After briefly explaining the situation to Lin Tianyi, he understood the problem. It was simply that she was afraid her parents wouldn't accept her transformation from a boy to a girl. Seeing Yushu's troubled expression, Lin Tianyi sat up and pulled her into his arms with a smile. Don't worry, Xiao Shushu. No matter what happens, I've got your back. If your parents don't want you, we'll always want you. After all, in this world, who else would spoil you, if not me? Hearing these words, Yushu's heart warmed, but she playfully slapped Lin Tianyi's hand and scolded with a smile, my parents would never abandon me. I was just saying that. Don't be mad, Xiao Shushu. All right, I'm going to sleep. You behave and sleep, okay? We have school tomorrow. It was already 12:30, very late. Yes, dear. Yushu didn't bother to argue anymore. She lay on her pillow, turned her back to Lin Tianyi's smiling face, and asked Xiao Yu to turn off the light. The light went out quickly, and Yushu closed her eyes to sleep. After studying for so long, she was a little tired. Just then Yushu felt someone moving closer. What are you doing? Xiao Shushu, can I hold you while we sleep? Yushu. You're already holding me, and you still ask. In morning you don't move around, or else I'll make you pay. Feeling the wandering, roving hands, Yushu gritted her teeth. Got it, my dear wife. Fortunately, Lin Tianyi was obedient. He merely held Yushu without going any further. Yushu relaxed, letting him hold her, and gradually drifted off to sleep. Lin Tianyi, seeing that Yushu didn't resist, breathed in her fragrance, and also fell asleep. The night passed without incident. Of course, excluding the two adopted sons in dorm 404 and Wang Xiaoyu, who was eating instant noodles. In the early morning, Yushu's phone alarm rang, and she slowly woke from her slumber. Admittedly, sleeping on such a soft bed allowed for ample rest. Yet as she yawned, she felt something was amiss. Upon closer inspection, she had somehow nestled into Lin Tiany's embrace. One of his hands was held in her arms, resting against her heart. Yushu, wait, what kind of sleeping posture was this? How had she ended up sleeping in Lin Tiany's arms all of a sudden? Most importantly, why was his hand placed on her like that? Yushu's pretty face flushed red instantly. She released his hand and pulled away that sinful hand. Just as she touched Lin Tiany's hand, he seemed to feel something brush against his own. Subconsciously, he flexed his wrist. Yushu. A tingling sensation spread through her, causing her to blush involuntarily. At that moment, Lin Tiany finally opened his drowsy eyes. Blinking, he looked at the beautiful woman before him with a dazed expression. Realizing the situation, he greeted her, "Good morning, Xiao Shu." But Yushu did not respond, her face still flushed. By then, Lin Tiany had also noticed something amiss. Why did his hand feel like it had been grabbing something soft? What if I said this was a misunderstanding? Would you believe me? Lin Tiany truly had no idea why his hand had wandered to that place in his sleep. It was definitely a misunderstanding. Although Yushu was embarrassed, she didn't get angry. After all, it was all unconscious. Surely she couldn't slap him for that. Since you know it's a misunderstanding, take it away, Yushu said through gritted teeth, looking as if she could devour Lin Tiany. Hearing this, Lin Tiany chuckled sheepishly and quickly withdrew his hand. Yet in his mind, he was recalling the sensation from earlier. A bit pleasant. After Lin Tiany released his hand, Yushu quickly sat up, covering her chest and looking at him shyly. I should never have let you sleep here. With a huff, she went to wash up. Lin Tiany scratched his head awkwardly and laughed. Still, he was surprised that Yushu hadn't slapped him. She truly had a good temper. If it had been any other woman, she would have already flown into a rage. Following closely behind Yushu, Lin Tiany also began to wash up. Soon breakfast was delivered. It had been arranged by Lin Tiany, who had asked Xiao Yu to prepare it. Now they could eat and then head to school. During breakfast, Yushu didn't bring up the earlier incident. Old Lin were supposed to stay in the dorm from Monday to Thursday night, right? She seemed to have thought of something. After all, she was still a student and had registered for dormitory accommodation. During that period, attendance was required. If anyone dared to leave the dorm and be absent from school, they would be marked and could even face demerits. Do you think you're fit to stay in the dorm now, eh? Hearing this, Yushu looked at her current appearance. She was the image of a beautiful woman, a world away from her former self. Although traces of her previous features could still be seen, she was clearly a girl now. How could she continue living in the boys' dorm? Don't worry, I've already taken care of it. Also, I've sorted out your ID information. Huh? Yushu was taken aback, clearly not understanding what Lin Tiany meant. Just check your digital ID card online. Confused, Yushu opened her wallet app and pulled up the digital ID section. Her profile photo had already been changed to her current appearance, though she had no idea when it was taken. The gender field had also changed from male to female. Yushu, wait, how was it so fast? Normally, it would take at least a week for an ordinary person to get a new ID. But Lin Tiany had only said a word, and Yushu had been with him the entire afternoon yesterday. It was all done in just one day. Was this Lin Tiany's power of money? Yushu was quite envious. Old Lin, thank you. No problem, it's what I should do. If you really want to thank me. Just give me a kiss. Lin Tiany teased her. Yushu glared at him and said displeasedly, You're so incorrigible, always teasing me. You're my wife, if I don't tease you, should I tease other girls? What a... Yushu immediately reacted, glaring fiercely at Lin Tiany. This old Lin, always saying things like that. Lin Tiany chuckled, knowing that Yushu was jealous. But jealous Yushu was so cute. Breakfast was just soy milk and fried dough sticks, not as lavish as before since they both had to go to school. A simple meal would do. After changing, Yushu put on an Elizabeth shirt, short shorts, a blue bow hairband, and a pair of canvas shoes. She quickly applied light makeup and lip balm at the vanity. In just over 10 minutes, she was ready to leave. Meanwhile, Lin Tiany was waiting on the sofa. Seeing her in her outfit, he raised an eyebrow and said, Xiao Shushu, wait for me a few minutes. Yushu was taken aback, then nodded. She took out her phone and opened WeChat to check messages. On WeChat, the other two adopted sons of Dorm 404 had given up struggling and accepted the situation. Who would have thought they would scheme to have Lin Tiany pursue Yushu, getting one roommate to pursue another roommate? What kind of unprecedented setup was that? Opening the chat with Wang Xiaoyu, she saw that he had sent 99 pitiful sticker packs. The last message was sent at 5:25. Yushu checked the time. It was 6:50. Good heavens, he had barely slept all night. She replied with a shocked emoji, then closed the chat and scrolled through her moments. Just then she sensed Lin Tiany's arrival. Looking up, she rolled her eyes at him in exasperation. Lin Tiany had also changed into an Elizabeth shirt identical in size to Yushu's, though each wore it with a different flair. You changed just for this? Yeah, it's couple clothes. Childish. Yushu rolled her eyes at him. Then, as if remembering something, she motioned for Lin Tiany to come closer and lower his head. Though puzzled as to why Yushu had asked him to lower his head, Lin Tianyi complied nonetheless. The next moment he felt a dampness on his cheek followed by a lingering fragrance. This was being kissed by little Shu. Lin Tianyi stared at Yushu in shock, while Yushu's pretty face flushed slightly. What are you looking at? That's the reward for helping me change my ID card before. Stop staring at me. There won't be any more. Yushu hurriedly moved away. But before she could go far, she felt her hand being pulled back. Turning around, she saw Lin Tianyi step forward, pull her into an embrace, and kiss her firmly. Yushu's peach blossom eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Lin Tianyi. Seeing that he wouldn't let go and that resistance was futile, she resignedly closed her eyes. If only I hadn't thanked that jerk, she thought. Because she had rewarded Lin Tianyi, now she was being kissed again. After more than a minute, Lin Tianyi finally released her. Covering her lips, Yushu shot him a resentful glance. That jerk, always taking advantage of her. It's called reciprocity. I regret it. With that, Yushu turned and opened the door to leave. Lin Tianyi chuckled and followed close behind. Soon a SUV with custom paint drove toward Jiangyi University. When they arrived at Jiangyi University, Yushu got out of the SUV and stared at the campus close at hand, feeling an indescribable awkwardness. Before leaving, she had still been in the guise of a boy, but now she had become a girl. Truly, fate plays tricks. What's wrong? After waiting a moment, Lin Tianyi parked the car and came to her side. Nothing, just a little nervous. What's there to be nervous about? It's just confessing to everyone. Don't worry, I've already prepared an excuse for you. Just announce to everyone that you had gender dysphoria before. I'll handle everything. Yushu felt a warmth in her heart. Without Lin Tianyi's help, she wouldn't know how to face this. Just then Lin Tianyi took her hand. She tried to pull away. Finding it impossible to break free, she said helplessly, "Old Lin, this is campus. If the disciplinary director or someone sees us, we'll get points deducted." Jiangyi University had a peculiar rule. It didn't forbid dating, but it banned holding hands and showing affection in public. Of course, it wasn't very strict. As long as you didn't hold hands in front of the disciplinary director and his staff, no one would bother you. As for how this rule came about, the rumor was that the disciplinary director was a 50-year-old virgin. Don't worry, trust me. Lin Tianyi responded nonchalantly. Points deducted. Not happening. Seeing no sign of him letting go, Yushu accepted reality. Points deducted, so be it. Since she couldn't resist, she would just give up. Along the way, many students looked at Yushu and Lin Tianyi with envy. The two, perfectly matched like a golden couple, naturally drew the attention of passers-by. Among them were the disciplinary director and the security patrol captain on duty. The security captain, who was trying to curry favor with the disciplinary director, noticed a couple flaunting their hand-holding in the distance. It was infuriating. At 28, he had used connections to become a security captain at the university. Now was the perfect time to crack down hard. It definitely wasn't, because his girlfriend had broken up with him 2 days ago. "Wang Gang, what are you doing?" "Director Wang, I'm going to catch those 2 students. They're violating our school rules." Wang Gang replied indignantly, as if the students had committed a heinous crime. "You idiot, you're trying to get me killed? Look closely at who that student is." "Huh?" Wang Gang looked at the couple. The man handsome, the woman beautiful, the kind of beauty that even top celebrities couldn't match. So envious. "You moron, you don't even know who he is. Remember this, no matter what he does from now on, don't interfere." "Huh? Director Wang, what's going on?" "If you donated 300 million to the school, you'd have the same privilege." Wang Gang was speechless. If he had 300 million, would he be stuck working as a miserable security captain? He would have already been enjoying the high life. Go back and abolish this school rule. Director Wang left after saying that. Yushu noticed all of this. She had been prepared to be scolded, but Director Wang and the security captain didn't come over to catch them. Had they not seen them? Or? Yushu's gaze turned to Lin Tianyi. Meeting her eyes, Lin Tianyi smiled. "Little Shu, I know your boyfriend is handsome, but staring at me like this will make me shy." He pretended to look away shyly, making Yushu want to punch him. That old Lin was utterly shameless. Why did everyone else see him as an unflappable ice prince while in front of her he was a mischievous brat who loved to tease and torment her? Why didn't the disciplinary director come to catch us? Simple. I donated 300 million to the school. Yushu was speechless. So it was the power of money clearing the way. Any problem? No problem. Do as you like. But when she heard about the 300 million, her heart ached. 300 million. She had only about 20,000 yuan on her. How long would it take to earn that much? Soon they arrived at the classroom. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the couple at the door. The guy they knew, Lin Tianyi, the class heartthrob. But this girl, did their class have such a stunning beauty? Even the school beauty would pale in comparison. Old Lin, little Shu Shu, Yang Tao, and Qin Yuxing also noticed the pair at the door. Seeing the two, especially Yushu, Qin Yuxing, and Yang Tao, were a bit stunned. They knew Yushu was now a girl, and even in her male disguise, she had been beautiful. But now fully feminized, she left everyone speechless. What a beauty! The girls in the class, upon seeing Yushu, couldn't believe such a gorgeous girl existed. But when they saw her holding hands with Lin Tianyi, they immediately broke into tears. No. Their class heartthrob was already taken. Some girls who considered themselves quite attractive had planned to confess their feelings to Lin Tianyi during this period despite the persistent rumor that he rejected all confessions. Yet they held on to the hope that their sincerity might eventually move him, as though perseverance could break through stone. Thus upon discovering that Lin Tianyi now had a girlfriend, many were utterly disheartened. "Hey old Olchen, why are you both so early today?" It was only 7:50 yet these two sworn brothers had actually risen and come to school this quickly. "It's all because of you two. With the two of you gone, the dormitory has become rather dull." Yang Tao rolled his eyes at Lin Tianyi, then glanced at Yushu, who dared not meet his gaze. "Xiao Shushu, you've been hiding this from us for so long. You're actually a girl." Though Yang Tao's voice was not loud, it was overheard by the whole class. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Yushu was a girl. Wasn't she supposed to be an adorable boy? Some of the male students who had been excited suddenly slumped in disappointment. What? She's not a boy. What a letdown. The girls, however, were shocked. They had always known that Yushu, who was even more beautiful than them, could never be a boy. Liar. How despicable. By pretending to be a boy, she moved into the male dormitory, lived alongside their Prince Charming day and night, and eventually became his girlfriend. What a cunning scheme. Of course, such thoughts were merely the wild imaginings of a few girls. After all, some people, when idle, tend to let their minds wander. Alright, Xiao Shushu used to have a gender identity disorder, but that's been resolved now. So naturally it's time for her to reclaim her identity as a girl. As her boyfriend Lin Tianyi naturally wanted to explain for Yushu. With his explanation, everyone came to understand the situation. Gender identity disorder can indeed lead to confusion about one's own identity. Thus such a thing was inevitable. After all, the world is vast and full of wonders. If even the neighbor 3 doors down can do something as outrageous as that, what else could be impossible? The issue of Yushu's identity, though novel, was ultimately just a source of amusement. At most it meant that the class gained a stunning beauty and lost a handsome boy. Life soon resumed its orderly rhythm. At night, Yushu followed Lin Tianyi back to the studio, and in the morning they went to school together. At noon, as usual, the entire dormitory 404 had lunch together. In the evening, after returning home, Yushu would cook dinner herself. After the meal, she would quietly study beside Lin Tianyi, while he would guide her after finishing his work. When it was time to sleep, he shamelessly still lay on Yushu's bed. Yushu had no temper left for this, as she only regretted ever letting Lin Tianyi taste that sweetness in the first place. Now she had lifted a rock only to drop it on her own foot. Soon the final exams arrived. Thanks to Lin Tianyi's guidance in recent days, Yushu felt the exams were quite simple, though some of the questions were still a bit difficult. After 3 consecutive days of exams, when the last subject ended, Yushu felt completely relaxed. Finally it's over. She stretched her body joyfully, her graceful curves appearing especially beautiful. Lin Tianyi stayed by her side, watching her lithe figure, his mind involuntarily recalling the morning's touch on her skin. Unfortunately, since that time he had never again experienced that sensation when waking up. But, for some reason, every night Lin Tianyi had the same dream in which he seemed to be squeezing a jellyfish. Xiao Shushu, what are your plans now? With the exams over, summer vacation was about to begin. Exam results would be posted on the campus website during the break. They just needed to check their grades. So now that the exams were done, students could prepare to leave school and head home. Yushu still had some clothes in the dormitory, so she needed to pack them up and take them back. After returning, Yushu would have to face her parents, who still didn't know about her gender identity. So when Lin Tianyi asked about her plans, she felt a pang of anxiety. Going back to my hometown. After nervously voicing her thoughts, Yushu took a deep breath and grinned slyly at Lin Tianyi. Old Lin, I won't be able to stay by your side during the summer break. Take good care of yourself, haha. This time she planned to spend the entire summer vacation in her hometown selling snacks at the entrance of her family's small convenience store. Her culinary skills had already reached a level that even a 5-star chef could hardly touch. The level of a culinary king. Well, perhaps she had already reached the so-called culinary king level. So Yushu intended to sell snacks throughout the summer. After all, earning money through one's own efforts was meaningful, wasn't it? So Xiao Shushu, you're going to abandon me. Though Lin Tianyi had known that Yushu would return to her hometown for the summer break, when the day finally came, he couldn't help feeling melancholy. After all, he had many things to attend to during the vacation, designing blueprints, updating products, and so on. Design work could be done on a laptop, but product updates required laboratory equipment. Moreover, once he started working, he would often need to stay in the lab for extended periods. Hearing Lin Tianyi's pitiful tone, Yushu gave him a disdainful look. I'm just going back to my hometown, but it's not like I'm abandoning my big baby. At worst, I'll buy you some sunflower seeds to visit you when I get back, okay? But before she could finish, Lin Tianyi pulled her into his arms. After a startled cry, Yushu sighed helplessly. Alright, everyone is watching. I don't care about them. I've decided. I'm going to build a laboratory near Xiao Shushu's home. Yushu, dude, you can't just throw money around like that. Building a laboratory on a whim. If it's the same scale as Lin Tianyi's studio, that would cost 12 billion. Spending 12 billion for this reason. Do you have so much money that you can't use it all? Be good, don't waste money. Besides, it's not like we can't see each other during the break, it's just a short time apart. Yushu began to comfort Lin Tianyi, standing on tiptoe to stroke his head. Honestly, even though he was so grown up, he was still like a child. The people around them witnessing this scene shed tears of envy. They too wished they had such a beautiful girlfriend to stroke their heads. I feel like my heart has been itching for the entire hour I was away from you. Lin Tianyi responded reluctantly, enjoying Yushu's touch. Alright, how about I come see you in a few days? That works, doesn't it? Hee, I knew my dear Shushu is the best to me. Seeing Lin Tianyi's smug look, Yushu playfully slapped his chest and scolded with a smile, you're hopeless. Since exams were over, students could start heading home one after another. Yushu and Lin Tianyi returned to dormitory 404 together. As they headed to dormitory 404, many male students noticed the stunning beauty Yushu. Their eyes lit up in disbelief. How could such a beauty be in the boys' dormitory? Ignoring the stares along the way, Yushu pushed open the door upon returning to dormitory 404, only to see Yang Tao and Qin Yuxing already packing their belongings. Oh, little Shushu, are you moving back into the dorm? Yang Tao teased, looking at the two at the door, then stuffed his laptop into his backpack. You guys are heading back too? Yeah, I'm planning to go back with my girlfriend. Yang Tao patted his backpack and then picked up his packed suitcase. Beside him, Qin Yuxing said enviously, I'm so jealous. My girlfriend and I are in a long-distance relationship. You'll have to wait until later to go see her. By the way, how about a meal before you leave? Lin Tianyi glanced at the time. It was already 1120 m. Lunchtime. The two exchanged glances and nodded, deciding to treat it as a farewell meal. After this meal, they probably wouldn't see each other again until the new semester. Lin Tianyi was a local of Jiangzhou City, only half an hour away from home. Jiangxing City and Jiangzhou City were neighboring cities, and the Jiangzhou municipal government had plans to incorporate Jiangxing into Jiangzhou, creating a new metropolitan area. Qin Yuxing was from Jianghai City, not far away, just over an hour's journey. Yang Tao was from Zhonghai City, also close, about an hour away. Yushu's hometown Jianghe Town was a village under the jurisdiction of Jiangzhou City, also an hour's trip. In short, none of the four lived far away, they could meet up anytime they wanted. Seeing Yushu packing her things, Lin Tianyi stepped forward to help. Fortunately, Yushu didn't have much stuff, so it was relatively easy to pack. Even so, they still ended up with two large suitcases. Yushu climbed onto the bed to take down the bed curtains and such, while Lin Tianyi helped pack downstairs. After rolling up the pillows and blankets, Lin Tianyi said to Yushu, Shushu, it'll take you home later. After all, it's only about an hour's journey. It's nothing. Hearing this, Yushu glanced at her luggage and then at Lin Tianyi. Won't it be too much trouble? It's over 2 hours round trip. No trouble at all. Why would it be trouble to send my own wife home? Yushu rolled her eyes at Lin Tianyi. This guy always took advantage of her. Ooh la la. The two beside them, Qin Yuxing and Yang Tao, couldn't help but tease. Calling her wife already. Old Lin, you're amazing. Well, isn't that thanks to your scheming? Yushu immediately turned her gaze to the two adopted sons. No wonder the aloof Lin Tianyi had become so shameless. It was all because of these two troublemakers. I knew old Lin's personality couldn't have become so cheap on its own. It's you too. Hee, little Shushu, don't blame us. Who knew old Lin was actually after you? Qin Yuxing replied awkwardly. Yeah, we thought he was after your cousin, so we gave him advice. As they spoke, the two looked at Lin Tianyi with disdain. We've been roommates for 3 years, and this guy shamelessly makes a move on you. Little Shushu, don't give him an inch. Don't let him take advantage of you. Yushu, could she say that Lin Tianyi, that bastard, had already done almost everything except the forbidden act? Her cheeks slightly flushed. Yushu silently packed her things while Lin Tianyi, with an even bigger smile, helped her. Qin Yuxing and Yang Tao exchanged a knowing glance, obviously understanding the situation. They both flipped Lin Tianyi the middle finger as a gesture of friendship. Lin Tianyi accepted it graciously. Just as he was helping to pack the quilt, his hand grabbed a towel. A towel. Lin Tianyi looked at the towel in his hand, feeling it seemed familiar. But before he could react, Yushu snatched the towel away. Don't touch things you shouldn't. Yushu's voice was low, but her warning was clearly gritted through her teeth. Lin Tianyi had already realized what it was. Awkwardly, he rubbed his nose to diffuse the embarrassment. But when she saw Lin Tianyi bring his hand to his nose, she looked at him in disbelief. Then, with a look of disgust, as if seeing a pervert, she flipped him the middle finger. This bastard. Lin Tianyi, smelling the unique milky fragrance of Yushu on his hand, also realized what he had done. What if I said I didn't do it on purpose? Would you believe me? Yushu didn't answer, just turned her face away in its sundra manner, refusing to look at him. After the little incident, Yushu's things were all packed. Lin Tianyi looked at the two large suitcases and a backpack in front of him. It seemed like quite a bit of stuff. If Yushu had to take it all back alone, it would be troublesome. Shushu, how about we put your things at my place for now? After all, you won't be living in the dorm next semester. Not living in the dorm. Although Yushu knew she wouldn't be living in the boys' dorm next semester, she could still live in the girls' dorm. That's right. He'll arrange for you to be a day student. Want to live in the dorm? No way. Not a chance. Even if Yushu were to dorm, it would be in the girls' dorm. How could a grown man shamelessly stay in the girls' dorm? That's so troublesome. After all, the studio was a half-hour's journey from the school. Lin Tianyi seemed to understand what Yushu meant and immediately knew what to do. No problem, I'll just buy a house near the school before the semester starts. Yushu, how could someone say something like that? Buying a house on a whim like that, just because you're rich. Yang Tao and Chun Yuxing beside him were also shocked. Although they knew their adopted son was never short of money, they never imagined Lin Tianyi was wealthy enough to buy houses casually. No need for that, it's too much of a waste of money. If money isn't spent, can it still be called money? Besides, this is a house near the school, a school district property. If we don't live in it, we can always rent it out easily. Lin Tianyi had clearly planned everything out. Yushu opened her mouth, but closed it again after a long pause. Well, whatever you like. You're rich, so you're the boss. After the four of them tidied up, Yushu carried a backpack, while Lin Tianyi voluntarily took her 2 suitcases. Her 2 adopted sons followed behind them. Their luggage was still in the dormitory, since they were just going out for a meal and hadn't returned yet. After loading Yushu's luggage into the car, the 4 of them headed to a hot pot restaurant not far from the school. It was a farewell meal of sorts. Though they would see each other again after the summer break, they teased each other as if returning to the old days, except that now the 4 boys had become 3. After the meal, Lin Tianyi and Yushu bid farewell to Yang Tao and Qin Yuxing, embarking on the road to Jianghe Town. Due to rapid development, Jianghe Town had already taken on the rudimentary form of a city, though it still fell short of a true urban center. Jianghe Town seems to be developing quite well. I didn't expect such a big change either. Yushu sighed in admiration as well. It really changed greatly every month. After arriving in Jianghe Town, Lin Tianyi followed the address Yushu gave him and reached the destination indicated by the navigation. It was a place called Xingfu Community. Yushu's home was in Xingfu Community Building 2, room 502. The security guard at the gate was leisurely smoking a cigarette, then lying on a recliner to bask in the sun. How could he not be afraid of the heat in this season? Parking the car in the parking spot at the entrance of Xingfu Community, Yushu took a deep breath. After all, today, she had to confess the truth to her parents, so she was extremely nervous. Lin Tianyi beside her was also a bit nervous. It's the first time meeting your parents, so of course I'm nervous. And I even forgot to bring a gift. Xiao Shushu. Moi. What are your parents like? They'll go buy something now. Huh, you're coming too. Yushu was stunned, clearly not expecting Lin Tianyi to insist on coming home with her to meet her parents. Her heart immediately grew even more tense. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianyi's nervous mood instantly soured. He pinched Yushu's delicate cheek and pulled it to both sides. Yushu slapped Lin Tianyi's hand away. What are you doing? She rubbed her cheeks and shot Lin Tianyi a glare. I've already brought you home. I should at least meet your parents, don't you think? Unless... Xiao Shushu you. As he spoke, Lin Tianyi pretended to be abandoned. Yushu was speechless. What was wrong with old Lin? Had he recently taken up acting? The way he acted made her feel like a heartless woman. Fine, you can meet them, okay? Then she leaned back in her seat with a sigh, and after a moment her voice trembled slightly. Old Lin, I'm still nervous. It's okay, I'm here for you. Lin Tianyi grasped Yushu's small hand, feeling its soft, boneless, fair skin, and vowed to protect his little Shushu. With the courage Lin Tianyi gave her, Yushu finally mustered the strength to face the impending reality. Come on, let the storm be fiercer, Yushu thought to herself. Getting out of the car, Lin Tianyi held Yushu's hand while she carried her backpack. The two looked calmly at the gate of Xingfu Community. At that moment, the gate seemed to transform into a gate of hell, filling them with fear. By the entrance, Uncle Wang was leisurely fanning himself with a palm leaf fan, taking a puff of his cigarette. When he noticed the handsome young man and beautiful young woman not far away, he found them pleasing to the eye. The only odd thing was that the pair seemed to have something wrong with them. They've been standing there for 5 or 6 minutes. Don't they know where to go? Hey, Teacher Li, you're going out. Just then, Uncle Wang noticed Li Chuxue, who was about to leave, and promptly greeted her. Li Chuxue had taken excellent care of herself. Even at the age of 4 to 6, she looked like a beautiful young woman in her 30s. It was hard to imagine that a teacher could maintain such perfection. Uncle Wang, yes. The students are going on break today, so after this afternoon's class it'll be off. Li Chuxue smiled upon hearing Uncle Wang's voice. She had lived in this community for over a decade, so they were old acquaintances. Xingfu Community was small with only 3 buildings, so almost everyone living there knew each other. Uncle Wang was also a resident, but he worked part-time as a security guard. His monthly salary was meager, around 2,000 yuan paid collectively by the residents. Having him keep an eye on things gave them a sense of security. Just then Li Chuxue noticed the couple not far away. The man was handsome and dashing, exuding charm. The woman was stunningly beautiful, but her face showed fear, as if she had seen something terrifying. Most importantly, this girl. Why did she feel so familiar? No. The more she looked, the more familiar she seemed, like someone she knew. The moment Yushu saw Li Chuxue appear, her mind went blank. When she came to, she realized Li Chuxue's gaze was fixed on her. Yushu's expression control was a complete mess. Her hands were trembling with nervousness, and even Lin Tianyi sensed something was wrong. Xiao Shushu, what's wrong? I, my mom. Yushu swallowed hard and stammered. Both of them were already nervous. One because he hadn't brought a gift, and feared his girlfriend's parents would dislike him, the other because she hadn't figured out how to tell her parents her secret. Now Li Chuxua's appearance completely shattered Yushu's composure. Especially when she saw Li Chuxua walking toward them, Yushu instinctively hid behind Lin Tianyi. Li Chuxua had already reached them. She had initially thought the girl looked familiar like her own son, so she had only taken a few extra glances before heading to work. But those few glances made the girl so nervous, something was off. Li Chuxua seemed to realize something and immediately approached them as if to confirm a hunch. But upon seeing that the girl actually hid behind the boy after noticing her, and that the boy seemed to be nervously watching her, Li Chuxua knew she had guessed correctly. Approaching Lin Tianyi, Li Chuxua looked at him, his face tense, but still holding Yushu's hand. After glancing at the two, Li Chuxua felt her head ache a bit. Alright, it seems I'll have to take leave now. Yushu, stop hiding, I've already seen you. Yushu slowly poked her head out, then met Li Chuxua's irritated gaze. How did her mom recognize her? Seeming to read Yushu's confusion, Li Chuxua crossed her arms and said helplessly, "You're like this, how could I not recognize you?" Mom. He him back. Well, it's all over. But why didn't her mom seem surprised at all? Yushu was puzzled, unable to understand. You? They'll tell you about your situation later. And this is... Hello, Auntie, I'm Lin Tianyi, now little Shu's boyfriend. Li Chuxua was shocked. Not only had her son turned into a daughter, but now she had brought back a boyfriend. However, Lin Tianyi was quite handsome and seemed decent. But appearances can be deceiving if she needed to take a good look at his character. Yes, hello, I'm Yushu's mother. Come on, let's go upstairs. Then Li Chuxua ignored their reactions, greeted Grandpa Wang again, and went back. Grandpa Wang stared at the two following Li Chuxua, especially shocked when he saw Yushu. Doesn't teacher Li only have one son and one daughter? He had seen the daughter, and she didn't look like this. For a moment, Grandpa Wang's mind couldn't process it. The three took the elevator. Inside, Li Chuxua remained silent. Yushu and Lin Tianyi exchanged glances, not daring to speak, communicating only with their eyes. Alright, you two don't need to communicate. Xiaoyu'll call you that for now, is that okay? Of course, Andy. Lin Tianyi quickly replied. Seeming to notice Lin Tianyi's nervousness, Li Chuxua softened her expression and smiled. Alright, child, no need to be so nervous. I'm not some kind of demon. Lin Tianyi nodded, looking at Li Chuxua's gentle smile, and seemed less nervous. However, even though Li Chuxua wasn't a demon, he was still afraid. After all, he had charmed her daughter and arrived without bringing a gift. Auntie, I came in a hurry and didn't bring any gifts. It's fine, we don't care about that. Yushu, stop looking around. Li Chuxua called out as she noticed Yushu's eyes darting everywhere. Yushu immediately snapped back to attention. Alright, now that you're like this, are you completely a girl? Yushu thought for a moment and nodded. I had thought this situation might happen, so I was already prepared for it. Yushu. Not her mom meant she had already anticipated this. Mom. What exactly is going on? Li Chuxua pondered for a moment, then revealed the truth to Yushu. It turned out that when Yushu was born, she had male physical characteristics, and her grandfather was quite pleased. After all, the older generation liked having a boy. Yushu's parents were relieved to see the elders happy. However, in a later medical report that checked for special diseases, Yushu's parents learned that the chromosome report showed XX. That is, although Yushu appeared to be a boy, she was actually a girl. But seeing the old man's affection for a boy, the couple decided not to reveal this secret to him. They never told him, even until the grandfather's death. And Yushu seemed to have adapted to the identity of a boy, so the couple had even less reason to tell her the truth. Therefore, Yushu was completely unaware that she was actually a girl. She simply thought she was a boy who looked a bit like a girl. A year ago, some cosplay costumes that Yushu had left at home were actually discovered by Li Chuxua, but she said nothing. Now that Yushu appeared before her in this form, naturally, there was no need to continue hiding the truth. Upon hearing the truth, Yushu stared at her mother in shock. Didn't that mean all her previous fears and anxieties were self-inflicted? And those female cosplay costumes from a year ago, Yushu thought she had hidden them well, but her mother had already discovered them. For a moment, Yushu felt her intelligence was insufficient. So everything had been her overthinking. Her parents had already known she was actually a girl, not a boy, and she had worried that they wouldn't be able to accept this fact. Mom, so you knew all along? Yes, we knew long ago. Do you remember a question I asked you before? Yushu was stunned, clearly not remembering. Li Chuxua shook her head helplessly, then pinched Yushu's little cheek and said with a smile, "You forgot. On your 12th birthday, Mom asked you if being a boy was good, and you said being a boy was wonderful. So Mom and Dad didn't tell you the truth." Yushu thought carefully, and it seemed. Yes, that was true. Mom. If I had said it wasn't good back then. It's fine if you had said it wasn't good, we would have taken you to the hospital to make you a girl again. Anyway, the doctor at the hospital said at the time that if you wanted to become a girl, it's possible anytime with a small surgery, just a little stimulation would restore normalcy. Yushu, next to her Lin Tianyi, after learning the whole truth, was barely holding back his laughter. Yushu seemed to sense Lin Tianyi stifling his laughter beside her, and in a fit of embarrassment, she started pounding on his chest. Stop laughing at me. Stop laughing at me. But her strength was light, and to Li Chuxue, it looked more like a coquettish act. Li Chuxue shook her head helplessly. This girl Yushu was still too soft-hearted. But her gaze shifted to Lin Tianyi. Xiaoyi, since you already know little Shu's secret, I wonder what you think. When Li Chuxue revealed the truth, she had been watching Lin Tianyi from time to time to see how he would react. Seeing that Lin Tianyi not only didn't show disgust or aversion, but instead joked and played around like a normal good friend, Li Chuxue knew that Lin Tianyi did not mind Yushu's experience. This was for the best. Yushu would have someone to rely on in the future. Sensing Li Chuxue's gaze upon him, Lin Tianyi immediately knew what to do. He took a deep breath, composed himself, and looked at her with utmost seriousness. Aunt, though I am not skilled with words, please believe me. I will treat Xiao Shushu well in the future. No matter what happens in the future, I will always protect Xiao Shushu. As he spoke, he reached out and took the hand of the still stunned Yushu, clasping it firmly. Feeling her hand held, and seeing it under her mother's watchful eyes, Yushu's pretty face flushed red. I may not be able to prove it now, but time will reveal everything. So Aunt, please rest assured and entrust Xiao Shushu to me. Even if Yushu was once a boy. Yes, I don't mind. In fact, it's even better. Yushu, what is this, old Lin? Li Chuxue was also taken aback, clearly not expecting Lin Tianyi to say that. She couldn't help but wonder if Lin Tianyi was. Sensing their gazes, Lin Tianyi seemed to realize his words might have been misconstrued. What I mean is, since Xiao Shushu was once a boy, she naturally understands some things about guys, so I feel very comfortable getting along with her. She won't act unreasonably like other girls. Xiao Shushu is very gentle. As he spoke, Lin Tianyi held Yushu's hand in his palm, and they gazed into each other's eyes. Yushu saw the sincerity in Lin Tianyi's eyes, no pretense. But as they locked eyes, she instantly blushed and averted her gaze. She was already thin-skinned and now acting like this right in front of her mother. Had Lin Tianyi's face grown as thick as a city wall? Li Chuxue was momentarily stunned by his words, but when she saw the two gazing at each other, she couldn't help but smile. In that case, I entrust Xiao Shushu to you. Don't disappoint me. Hee. Thank you, Aunt. Overjoyed at Li Chuxue's words, Lin Tianyi felt a surge of delight. When he first saw Li Chuxue, he had sensed she might not be the easiest person to get along with. Her aura reminded him of being a child facing a teacher after misbehaving. A bloodline suppression indeed. But after getting to know her, he found Li Chuxue surprisingly gentle, nothing like someone who would fly off the handle. Mom, you just sold me off like that. Yushu was shocked that her mother agreed so easily, feeling almost rejected. What if I refuse? No. Yushu responded instinctively. Lin Tianyi's heart had been anxious at Yushu's earlier words, but her instinctive reply put his mind at ease. It seemed Yushu still had feelings for him. See, that's exactly it. And I can tell that even if I tried to stop you, you two would secretly start some underground romance, wouldn't you? So it's better to be open about it. But Xiao Yan has one last thing. What are your plans for the future? After all, she was her daughter. She had to ensure Yushu's future was secure. She'll be the boss lady. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself, Aunt. I'm Lin Tianyi, the owner of Chaofin Technology Co. Ltd. Li Chuxue. Wait, did she hear that right? The owner of Chaofin Technology Co. Ltd. Was it the company she knew? Her gaze fell on Yushu, and they exchanged a look as if she wanted to confirm the truth from her daughter's eyes. Yushu nodded, confirming it was true. She had been shocked when she first learned the news. She never expected her adopted son to be so formidable. After confirming the truth, Li Chuxue found her hands trembling involuntarily. Good heavens, what incredible ability did her daughter possess to charm someone like him? Li Chuxue understood that Lin Tianyi's heart was now completely devoted to Yushu. He was deeply in love. But now she realized just how beautiful her daughter was. No wonder. It was a case of a hero being undone by a beauty. However, after learning Lin Tianyi's identity, she was first surprised, then her brow furrowed. And what's wrong? Sai Xiaoyi, to be honest, if you were just an ordinary person, I wouldn't have much objection. But you are the owner of Chaofin Technology Co. Ltd. There must be many girls around you, right? Clearly Lin Tianyi understood what Li Chuxue meant. She was worried about his status attracting women throwing themselves at him. He shouldn't underestimate the weight of that identity. Even to be a mistress, many would be willing. So after learning Lin Tianyi's true identity, Li Chuxue actually hoped Yushu wouldn't be with him. If something happened in the future, only Yushu would get hurt. She only wanted Yushu to live an ordinary, peaceful life, not one filled with anxiety. Lin Tianyi thought for a moment and decided what to do. He looked at Li Chuxue seriously and said, "Aunt, wait for a moment." Then he took a photo of his and Yushu's hands, edited the content, and posted it. At that moment, everyone browsing Zhongbois, especially those following Chaofin Technology Co. Ltd., received a new message. Chaofin Technology Co. Ltd. For the rest of my life, there is only you and only you, witnessed by heaven and earth. Attached was a picture of the clasped hands along with a mention of Yushu's Zhongbois account. He also invested 100 million to spread the news. After finishing, Lin Tianyi looked at Li Chuxue with earnest eyes. And my love for Xiao Shushu is sincere and unwavering. The whole nation can witness our future. As he spoke, he handed the screen to Li Chuxue. Seeing Lin Tianyi's post on Zhonghua, she was stunned. And you were worried about girls approaching me, weren't you? Now I'm letting the whole country supervise me. Can you rest assured? I will treat Xiao Shushu well. Li Chuxue looked at the determined Lin Tianyi and the stunned Yushu and sighed helplessly. Alright, as if I'd be the villain if I refused. In the end, Li Chuxue decided to let Lin Tianyi pass the test. He had already gone this far. What more could she say? If problems still arose in the future, it would only mean she had been blind. With your repeated assurances, Auntie found it hard to say anything more. I only hope that you can live up to your words in the future. Thank you, Auntie. I will take good care of Xiao Shu in the future. Lin Tianyi responded with a serious expression as if he had received the highest command. Despite this, the joy on her face was still evident. Old Lin. At that moment, Yushu, who had been in a daze, snapped back to reality, and holding her phone somewhat tremblingly asked Lin Tianyi, "Is this news real?" Lin Tianyi listened, then turned to look at the trending headline on Yushu's phone screen. Apart from his post, which ranked first, the second was about the CEO of Extraordinary Technology Co., Ltd., spending 100 million on advertising fees. What's wrong? If I didn't do this, how would others know? Although even without spending 100 million on advertising with the hot topic of Extraordinary Technology Co., Ltd., it would have become a trending headline sooner or later. But Lin Tianyi didn't care about the money, so seeing results sooner was best. That's 100 million. She had never even seen 100 million yet. This guy Lin Tianyi had casually thrown 100 million away. How long would it take to earn that much? What 100 million? Li Chuxue was also taken aback, clearly unaware of what Yushu was talking about. Yushu, with a mournful expression, looked at Li Chuxue. Mom, this guy Lin just invested 100 million in advertising. Li Chuxue, although she knew that Extraordinary Technology Co., Ltd., had a great reputation and was a unique presence in the Qinsha kingdom, spending 100 million just for the recent incident. Was her son-in-law really this bold? Yushu's family was just an ordinary one. She was a middle school teacher and her father was a firefighter. Their combined salaries plus the small convenience store they had opened amounted to a monthly income of at most 20,000. 100 million was something they couldn't even dream of. Xiaoshu, 100 million is nothing. As long as it can prove my sincerity, that's enough. Lin Tianyi, thinking Yushu felt it was a waste of 100 million, quickly explained. You don't understand a thing. Yushu directly lay on the sofa pretending to be dead, then slowly said, if I hadn't known, it would have been fine. But now that I know you spent that 100 million because of me, I suddenly feel like I'm burdened with a debt of 100 million. Lin Tianyi clearly hadn't grasped Yushu's peculiar train of thought. If that were the case, then previously, to secure a little privilege for Yushu to stay outside instead of returning to the dormitory, he had specifically invested 300 million. Seeing Yushu's guilty expression, Lin Tianyi couldn't help but laugh wryly. Alright Xiaoshu, you are now the boss lady of Extraordinary Technology Co., Ltd. You'll need to get used to such things in the future. To be honest, 100 million is just a small amount for the company. Yushu looked at Lin Tianyi with disdain, suspecting he was showing off his wealth, but without evidence. Not yet. If you treat me badly, you'll go home. Time will prove it. Lin Tianyi replied gently and earnestly, and Yushu said nothing more, only feeling a warmth in her heart. Alright, you two. I'm already this old, and you're still feeding me dog food in front of me. Li Chuxue was familiar with the trendy slang of the young. Creak. At that moment, the door was opened. A girl who bore a striking resemblance to Yushu, also a great beauty, walked in. She was rubbing her shoulders as if she had just finished work. Damn, I'm so tired. Hey mom, aren't you supposed to be at work? Yushu, having finished her college entrance exams a week ago, had returned home and found a part-time job as a waitress during the summer break. She had just come back at around 2 o'clock. At this time, Li Chuxue, who was supposed to be at school, should have been at work. Hey, who is this handsome guy? Yushu then noticed Lin Tianyi sitting on the sofa. Realizing that everyone's eyes were on her, she felt a bit embarrassed about her appearance. Considering that in the eyes of outsiders, she was the elegant and refined school beauty, being heard by a stranger using such vulgar language was inevitably awkward. He's your sister's boyfriend. Li Chuxue was speechless at Yushue's undignified behavior. At home it was fine if there were no guests, but now someone was here. Hey, my sister's boyfriend. Yushue's little brain was slow to process. If she remembered correctly, she only had one brother, so where did this sister come from? At that moment, Yushu also noticed 2 fair slender legs stretched out on the sofa, which she hadn't noticed earlier. Now that she had noticed, she curiously leaned in for a closer look. Yushu and Yushu stared at each other. Hi, sis, I'm back. Wait, aren't you my brother? How did you become my sister? No. Are you cross-dressing? No, that's not it either. You. For a moment, Yushue's mind was in chaos. What was going on? Why had her brother suddenly become her sister? However, having grown up with Yushu, who was a sweet-looking man who didn't look like a man, Yushu had once fantasized that it would be nice if Yushu were a sister. Now it seemed to have come true. But this was too shocking, wasn't it? Had her own brother really turned into a sister? When did he get the surgery? Why didn't she know? Li Chushua, looking at the two sisters, sighed helplessly and then explained to Yushua what had happened. After learning the truth, Yushua's eyes widened like a genius, then finally returned to normal, and she pulled Yushu into a hug. Being suddenly hugged by her younger sister, Yushu was startled. Sis, what are you doing? I've wanted to do this for a long time. After all, Yushu was so beautiful, the kind that made people want to protect her in their arms. Her temperament was also quite soft, not at all like a boy. In childhood they could hug each other, but as they grew older, Yushua understood that there was a difference between men and women, and even with her brother, she needed to be mindful of privacy. Now that she knew Yushu was actually a girl, Yushua became excited. Yushu was speechless. Why had her younger sister suddenly become so clingy? She hadn't been this attached since she grew up. Yushu had even suspected before that maybe she was too weak and soft, which was why her sister disliked her and refused to get close. Now it seemed that wasn't the case at all. Ahem. At that moment, Lin Tianyi, watching the two sisters playfully tussle, felt a twinge of envy. He wished he could burrow into Xiao Shu's embrace, just like Yushua did. Moi. Yushua finally noticed Lin Tianyi, her sister's boyfriend. Unbelievable. Not only had her sibling transformed from a brother into a sister, but she also had a boyfriend now. However, though this boyfriend was handsome, he looked rather slender. Yushua preferred men who were strong and muscular, as they gave her a sense of security. Hello, I'm Lin Tianyi, your sister's boyfriend. Hello, brother-in-law, I'm Yushua. What do you do for a living? Ahem, Xiao Shui, don't be rude. Li Chushua couldn't bear it any longer and scolded her directly. Yushua immediately restrained herself, sticking out her tongue in a playful grimace, then stepped away from Yushu's embrace. Mom, I'm going to rest now. I'm really exhausted. There was no choice. She had to endure the job she had found. She worked as a waitress at a cafe with relatively few customers, responsible for serving coffee, desserts, and snacks. The first 3 days were fine since the cafe was an old establishment with regulars. But in the last 2 days, customers had flooded in as if money were no object, all coming to check in at the cafe. Most importantly, they all specifically requested Yushua to serve them. Though tired, Yushua was happy. Requesting a specific server earned her 2 yuan in tips, and accumulating that she could easily make 100 or 200 a day. With her base salary, that was a solid 8,000 a month. So lately, Yushua had been worn out like a dog, but fortunately the cafe provided 2 meals, sparing her from having to eat out before coming back. Bang! The door closed, and the living room returned to calm. Li Chushua shifted her gaze to Yushu, and Lin Tianyi then sighed. Alright, you two kids get along well. But one thing I must say, make sure to take precautions. Yushu. Mom, what are you talking about? Yushu's face flushed instantly. What did she mean by take precautions? Lin Tianyi's heart raced, as well, grinning mischievously at the sprawled Yushu. Seeing Lin Tianyi's annoying grin, Yushu couldn't hold back. She pressed her small foot against his chest. What are you thinking? The pressure from her foot was light like a massage, neither too strong nor too weak. Xiao Shu, how do you know I'm thinking something? Yushu's pretty face reddened even more, and she felt her strength waning. You too. Li Chushua couldn't bear to watch any longer. These two little ones, if they wanted to get closer, why not go to the room? What were they doing out in the open? Xiao Yi, are you free tonight? Would you like to stay for dinner? Lin Tianyi, while still holding Yushu's foot and kneading it, quickly replied. Yes, Annie, I am. I can stay for dinner. Being able to stay for dinner meant gaining Li Chuxu's approval. Now Lin Tianyi could confidently say to Yushu, see, your mother approves of me. Xiao Yi, what would you like to eat? Seeing their affection, Li Chushua felt relieved. A son-in-law is half a son, and she couldn't help but extend her love to him. Anything Annie makes, oh love. Li Chushua paused, then chuckled with slight exasperation. Xiao Yi, you have such a sweet tongue. We'll just whip up a few simple dishes. Hope you don't mind. Of course not, how could I? Lin Tianyi replied earnestly. Li Chushua smiled and shook her head, then left to buy groceries. She also planned to tell Yushu's father about what had happened today. Though in this household her word was final. After the door clicked shut, Yushu's weak voice came through. Lao Lin, let go of my foot. She tried to shout, but somehow felt drained of strength. Hee Xiao Shu, you brought this upon yourself. You jerk. Yushu was both angry and amused. If Lin Tianyi weren't so shameless, would she have done this? Seeing that Lin Tianyi had no intention of letting go, Yushu gave up. Fine, it's just a foot. Let him pinch it, treat it like a massage. She had already been taken advantage of in every way possible, and had even met his parents. What more could she say? Besides, she didn't even have the strength to resist now. Somehow she had realized that whenever she got shy, her physical strength would gradually diminish. Just like now, weak and powerless. Her resistance seemed more like a coquettish act. Watching Yushu give up, Lin Tianyi chuckled. Indeed, audacity conquers all. A shameless person gets the best treats. As he pinched her little foot, a strange thought crossed his mind. But Lin Tianyi managed to restrain himself. If he didn't truly be a pervert. Though there wasn't much difference now. After a moment, Yushu regained some strength and pulled her foot back. Then she looked at Lin Tianyi as if he were a predator. What's wrong, Xiao Shu? Though he regretted losing the little object had been fondling, Lin Tianyi wasn't disappointed. There was always tomorrow. Jerk always taking advantage of me. Yushu stared straight into Lin Tianyi's eyes. After a moment of mutual gaze, she said indignantly, He taking advantage of my own wife is only natural. Yushu rolled her eyes and silently extended her middle finger in a friendly gesture. At the same time she made a decision, she absolutely must not let Lin Tianyi know that her strength faded when she was shy. Otherwise who knew what new tricks had come up with? She was genuinely afraid. This guy was shameless when it came to taking advantage. Completely and utterly shameless. After casting a disdainful glance at Lin Tianyi, Yushu returned to her room. Though she had been absent for a month, the room remained as clean as ever. After all, Li Chuxue would clean it regularly, so no dust had accumulated. Tossing her backpack onto the bed, Yushu leaped onto the mattress. Since it was a spring mattress, although not as soft as the one in Lin Tianyi's studio room, it was still bouncy enough to avoid any injury. Just then Yushu felt a heavy weight pressing down on her bed. Turning her head, she saw Lin Tianyi already sitting on it. Little Shu, why is there only one pillow on your bed? Since I sleep alone, of course there's only one pillow. Yushu replied matter-of-factly. Of course her favorite plush toy was also on the bed. Then it seems you'll need to get another pillow. Yushu. Old Lin, don't you need to go home? It was summer break after all. Most students returned to their own homes, with only a few working nearby. Little Shu, have you forgotten? My mother gave me an order. If I can't bring you back, I don't need to return either. Auntie must be joking. Besides, if you don't go home tonight, where will you sleep? Lin Tianyi did not respond, just smiling at Yushu. Yushu felt a chill run down her spine. You're not planning to sleep in my room, are you? Little Shu, Annie has already agreed to us being together. Besides, we've slept together for a whole week now. Why are you suddenly shy? Yushu blushed. Did she want that bastard Lin Tianyi to sleep with her? It was all because he was shameless. Little Shu, Auntie said she's entrusting you to my care. I can't go back on my word, can I? Besides, sleeping alone at night is dangerous. What if something unexpected happens? Lin Tianyi's words were like the whispers of a demon, making Yushu want to kick him in the butt. If she actually believed him, she'd be a fool. However, it seemed Yushu had no real way to make Lin Tianyi leave. He'll tell you this. We can sleep together, but no handsy stuff. Yushu put on her fiercest look and said, seriously terrified that Lin Tianyi might pull some trick. This was her home with her parents and younger sister present. If Lin Tianyi did anything, they would all know. At that point, Yushu truly didn't know how to face her family. Don't worry, little Shu. Lin Tianyi replied with a smile, but did not make a promise. Yushu breathed a sigh of relief. After all, old Lin still had some credibility, even if it wasn't much when it came to her. At around 5 o'clock, Li Chuxue finally returned. In the room, Yushu was sound asleep on the bed, while Lin Tianyi worked on his laptop designing the oxygen converter for the lunar base. After all, Qinsha country was now planning to establish a base center on the moon, expanding outward from there. One of the most critical issues was oxygen. In addition, after building the lunar base, they intended to modify the moon's atmosphere and plant suitable vegetation. Unfortunately, the current lunar soil was unfit for growing food crops without soil improvement. That aspect did not require Lin Tianyi's involvement. He only needed to handle some key steps, the oxygen converter being one of them. When tired from work, he would turn to look at Yushu sleeping peacefully and quietly and feel immense satisfaction. He gently stroked her hair, soft and silky. Lin Tianyi smiled, then heard Li Chuxue's voice from outside. Setting down the laptop, he opened the door and walked out. Li Chuxue had already bought the evening's groceries. Not much, just enough for the normal 5-person portion. But for Yushu and Lin Tianyi, it was a bit insufficient. Auntie, are you going to cook yourself? Yes, that's right. I bought quite a lot tonight. Shall we make sure you eat your fill? Li Chuxue patted the 2 large bags of ingredients and smiled. Lin Tianyi took the bags from her and replied with a smile. Auntie, let me help you. No need. It's not proper to have a guest help cook. By the way, where is Xiao Shu? Since Yushu had become a girl, Li Chuxue felt it was appropriate to change how she addressed her. Just like calling Yushu Xiao Shui, she now called her Xiao Shu. Xiao Shu is still sleeping. She was quite tired after the exams these past few days. How could she not be tired? After several days of intense concentration studying, once the exams were over, her mind relaxed, and she fell into a deep sleep. This lazy girl. Shall we take a rest? Let Annie make you a good meal tonight to reward you little ones who finished your exams. Seeing Lin Tianyi so polite compared to her own 2 daughters, Li Chuxue was quite satisfied with this son-in-law. In her sleep, Yushu sneezed, then continued sleeping. Lin Tianyi placed the ingredients in the kitchen sink and on the counter glanced at the quantity, raised an eyebrow, then silently walked out and opened his phone. Suddenly Lin Tianyi seemed to recall something and asked Li Chuxue, Auntie, will uncle be back tonight? Yes, your uncle already knows. He took leave and will be back tonight, then go out again tomorrow. After all, Yu Yaosheng was a firefighter. During his shifts, he had to be on duty at the fire station in case of emergencies. Plus, the weather had been hot and dry recently, making fire incidents more likely, so the schedule was extremely strict. He managed to get leave only thanks to the full support of his teammates. I see. Lin Tianyi nodded, then opened an app to place an order. He ordered several portions of Australian lobster, Norwegian salmon, and a few bottles of Matai. He also ordered a few cartons of soft and hard Zhonghua cigarettes. Since he had forgotten to buy gifts when he arrived, it was not too late to make up for it now. After placing the order, Lin Tianyi glanced at the bill, a mere 6 figures, and clicked to pay quickly. Because the order amount was large, it was handled with the highest priority. The items would be delivered in just an hour. 40 minutes later, the aroma of cooking wafted from the kitchen. Lin Tianyi sniffed. Though not as delicious as Yushu's cooking, it still had the taste of a mother's love. This was a whole year's salary for him. Auntie, the food you made smells wonderful. Hearing Lin Tianyi's compliment, Li Chuxue felt increasingly satisfied with her prospective son-in-law. She smiled warmly at Lin Tianyi and replied, "It's still Xiao Yi's sweet talk, much better than those 2 girls. Look at those 2 girls still sleeping now." Though she said that she knew that one had just finished exams and was resting from mental exhaustion while the other was asleep after working a shift. This was merely a polite remark. Creak, just then the sound of the door opening was heard. Yu Yaosheng's voice rang out, "Honey, I'm back." "Hello, uncle." Lin Tianyi looked toward the door, seeing a man about 1.8 meters tall. Though not overly muscular, he was at least of a sturdy build. He looked somewhat handsome, but not exceptionally so. It was evident that the family had good genes, though the 2 sisters had inherited more of Li Chuxue's appearance. "Oh, so you're Xiao Yi." Yu Yaosheng recalled that his wife had mentioned that Yushu had fully transitioned into a girl and was now dating someone. Yu Yaosheng was quite open-minded about this, and since Li Chuxue had spoken highly of the young man, he had clearly passed her test. Thus he nodded in greeting to the one who was not yet a son-in-law, but close to it. Just then at the doorway, 3 delivery men in Yituan uniforms arrived. The 3 delivery men were all smiles, for this order was worth a whopping 500 yuan. After finishing this delivery, they could treat themselves to a nice meal tonight. How could they not like such a generous customer? Naturally, they offered excellent service to make the customer feel the price was worth it. "Hello, are you the customer with the last 4 digits, 8,888? After checking the door number, one of the delivery men asked Yu Yaosheng. No. Yu Yaosheng was puzzled. Perhaps these delivery men had the wrong address. "It's my order." Hearing the commotion at the door, Lin Tianyi immediately spoke up. "Oh sir, here is your order. Please accept it." As he spoke, he took off the Yituan delivery box strapped to his back, opened it, and pulled out the Maotai and Huazi that were packed inside. Yu Yaosheng. Wait, if he wasn't mistaken, that was Maotai, right? And Maotai wasn't cheap. A single bottle cost several thousand yuan. Yu Yaosheng couldn't bear to buy such expensive liquor. 1 bottle would cost nearly his entire month's salary. Buying it would mean they couldn't afford to live. The other 2 delivery men also set down the ingredients from their Yituan boxes. Australian lobster, 10 abalones, and a live king crab. These ingredients were certainly not cheap. The 3rd delivery man brought out pre-sliced Norwegian salmon, 10 black tiger prawns as thick as an arm, and a dozen of Taishan oysters, Yushu's favorite. The oysters were already shucked, each one a full 15 centimeters in size. Truly the finest of the finest. Yu Yaosheng. Was his prospective son-in-law a bit too extravagant? Meanwhile, Li Chuxue, hearing the commotion at the door, wondered why the 2 hadn't come in yet. When she saw the ingredients laid out on the floor, she fell silent. She knew that her prospective son-in-law was the CEO of Transcendent Technology Co., Ltd., and had plenty of money, but they had never experienced such lavish treatment before. Look at those black tiger prawns, each the size of a forearm. A single one of them cost almost as much as the groceries she had bought today. "Thanks," Lin Tianyi said, checking that everything was in order with no shortages and good quality. Happily, he gave the 3 Yituan delivery men a good review and tipped each of them 1,000 yuan. The 3 delivery men's faces lit up with joy. They quickly thanked him and left. Great, tonight they could go for a foot massage. The trio departed, leaving Lin Tianyi, Yu Yaosheng, and Li Chuxue standing there. Li Chuxue stared at the premium ingredients on the floor in silence. These ingredients. So expensive, so high-end. She had never cooked them before. Would she waste them? "Xiao Yi, can you return these ingredients? It's such a waste." Just the price alone made Li Chuxue reluctant to eat them. Was this a meal? This was eating money. "Auntie, the things have already been bought. They can't be returned." Seeing their reactions, Lin Tianyi understood the situation. After all, 3 years ago, his own parents had gone through the same experience. At that time, Lin Tianyi had started from scratch, relying on his own deductive abilities to get to where he was now. It had taken his parents several months just to adapt, so it was no surprise that Li Chuxue's family, who were just getting to know him, would feel the same. As he spoke, Lin Tianyi handed one of the bottles of liquor and cartons of cigarettes to Yu Yaosheng with a smile. "Uncle, a small gift not worthy of your acceptance." Yu Yaosheng. Was this a small gift? This was a whole year's salary for him. The 2 exchanged glances, and finally Yu Yaosheng sighed. "Xiao Yi, you don't need to buy such expensive things. Uncle and Auntie are just ordinary people who honestly we dare not accept this." "Uncle, please accept it. After all, you have entrusted your daughter, whom you raised for 19 years, to me." No matter how precious these things are, they are not worth a single hair on dear Yu Shu's head. Seeing the firm determination in Lin Tianyi's eyes, Yu Yaoxing no longer hesitated. After all, as a lover of fine liquor, he truly adored this top-tier spirit. Alright, I'll brazenly accept it. Honey, don't just stand there, come take these things to the kitchen. Li Chuxue shot Yu Yaoxing a look. What a man. But for Lin Tianyi's sake, she let him off the hook today. Hee, Andy, let me help you. Xiaoyi is so good, unlike some people. Yu Yaoxing scratched the back of his head awkwardly, then stepped forward to help. After placing everything in the kitchen, Li Chuxue felt a bit overwhelmed, unsure how to handle these ingredients. What's wrong, Auntie? Seeing Li Chuxue's troubled expression, Lin Tianyi asked curiously. Xiaoyi, these ingredients are too high and I'm not sure how to cook them. Off. Lin Tianyi then realized that not everyone was a chef. Although Li Chuxue's cooking smelled good, it was limited to most homestyle dishes. She couldn't compare to a star-rated chef. And she only knew how to make homestyle dishes. If she messed up such premium ingredients, it would be a terrible waste. Just then Yu Shu's door suddenly swung open. Yu Shu emerged, rubbing his eyes and yawning. What's all the noise about? He asked. He had just been awakened by the commotion. Glancing at his room, he yawned and stepped out. Dad, you're back. Yu Shu noticed Yu Yaoxing staring at him with a surprised expression and responded instinctively. Yes, I'm back. Yu Yaoxing's eyes flickered with complexity, but he swiftly dismissed it. He had never expected his son, who had been a boy for 19 years, to now transform into a girl. And in feminine attire, Yu Shu was breathtakingly beautiful. Truly his own offspring. Yu Yaoxing felt a swell of pride. After all, without him, there would be no two sisters. Dad, you're back. At that moment, Yu Shui also emerged from her room, her hair slightly tousled, and her collar slipping off one shoulder to her arm. You two, can you at least maintain some dignity? Li Chuxue sighed helplessly at the sisters emerging from their rooms. Both were in the same disarray, even the collars had slipped to the same position. Off. Yu Shu finally noticed her own state. Regaining some composure, she spotted Yu Yaoxing holding a bottle of Maotai and a pack of cigarettes. Wow, Dad, did you win the lottery? Yu Shu was astonished. A bottle of Maotai cost thousands. How could her father afford such luxury? This is a gift from your boyfriend to your old man, Yu Yaoxing said with a hint of smugness, his heart brimming with joy. Yu Shu looked at Lin Tianyi in surprise, and he nodded in confirmation. Meanwhile, Yu Shui, feeling hungry, caught the aroma wafting from the kitchen and instinctively drifted toward it. As a foodie at heart, she loved nothing more than delicious food. Her taste was similar to Yu Shu's. Sneaking into the kitchen, she found it empty and planned to snatch a bite like a little mouse. Then she noticed the ingredients laid out, including black tiger shrimp. Yu Shui's eyes widened. Having just graduated high school and about to enter university, Yu Shui spent a lot of time surfing the internet. Her favorite pastime was watching food videos. She was particularly drawn to dishes made with high-end ingredients by popular bloggers. After all, she could never afford those things. Each item cost hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands. How could an ordinary family splurge like that? So she could only satisfy her cravings online, eating instant noodles while watching the videos, trying to console herself with the thought of the food. Now, seeing such premium ingredients in the kitchen, Yu Shui couldn't help but wonder if she was dreaming. She pinched her cheek gently, and realizing it wasn't a dream, she excitedly called out to Li Chuxue and the others, Mom, did you hit the jackpot? Buying all these expensive things, black tiger shrimp, abalone. As she spoke, she could feel her mouth watering. Even the dishes her mother had already prepared seemed less appealing. Lin Tianyi thought. No wonder they are sisters. They both react almost the same. Your mother doesn't have the means to buy all these goodies for you too. If you want to thank someone, thank Xiao Yi. He bought all this. Wow, brother-in-law, love you. As she spoke, she poked the king crab with her finger. The crab, tied up tightly, could only endure the girl's prodding. Hearing this, Yu Shu also went to the kitchen to take a look and was rendered speechless. This old Lin. Did he have too much money to burn? Lin Tianyi came over to Yu Shu, but with others around, he couldn't hold her and rest his chin on her head. After all, at her height of 1.6 meters, she was just the right height for him. Old Lin. Isn't this a bit over the top? Looking at the array of expensive ingredients, Yu Shu didn't know what to say. Have first meeting with your parents, I can't leave a bad impression. In my eyes, you're acting like a nouveau riche. Yu Shu didn't know what else to say, knowing Lin Tianyi wouldn't listen anyway. Just then, another deliver man arrived. Hello, are you the customer with the last 4 digits, 8,888? Your cosmetics have arrived. Lin Tianyi acknowledged the call, then turned to Yu Shui and Li Chuxue with a smile. Annie Xiao Shui, I bought you both gifts. Go ahead and get them. Brother-in-law, I have one too. Xiao Yi, this. But before Li Chuxue could finish, Lin Tianyi interrupted. Auntie, this is just a small token of my appreciation. I already feel bad for not bringing any gifts on my first visit. Please accept these as my presents to you. Seeing Lin Tianyi's earnest expression, Li Chuxue sighed helplessly. Yu Yaoxing also understood Lin Tianyi's intentions and chimed in to persuade his wife. That's right, dear, it's the child's filial piety. It's not your money, so you don't feel the pinch. She poked Yu Yaoxing's chest in exasperation, then sighed and looked at Lin Tianyi. Xiao Iwa let it slide this time, but no more gifts next time. Treat this place as your own home. Lin Tianyi understood immediately. This was acceptance. She had already told him to treat this place as home. With those words it was settled. Lin Tianyi glanced triumphantly at Yu Shu, and the look in his eyes gave her an ominous premonition. With her parents' permission, Yu Shui signed for the gift from Lin Tianyi. Opening it, she found the latest cosmetics. Her eyes lit up immediately. This was the newest range, costing tens of thousands. Although she already had a set of cosmetics, it was only a budget line. Wow, brother-in-law, you're the best. If my sister ever bullies you, just tell me. Yu Shu thought. Little sister, are you really that easily bought? Li Chuxue also accepted the gift, though she felt it was too expensive and inappropriate. But it was a gesture of Lin Tianyi's kindness, and she couldn't let it go to waste. So she accepted it with delight. Her mood lifted considerably. Yu Shu looked at her family's reactions, then silently exchanged a glance with Lin Tianyi. She could see the triumph in his eyes. He had clearly planned to win over her family. Yu Shu thought, oh no, my family has been bought off. I'm surrounded by enemies. The two exchanged a glance, and Yu Shu could see the smugness gleaming in Lin Tianyi's eyes. It was clearly intentional. Instantly a hint of contempt crept into her gaze as she looked at him. Resorting to bribing her family this way. How despicable. Watching her family beam with such joy, Yu Shu could only sigh helplessly. Well, now her own folks truly treated Lin Tianyi as their son. By the way, Mom, do you know how to make these dishes? At that moment, Yu Shui seemed to recall something. She set the cosmetics aside and looked at Li Chuxue with curiosity. Li Chuxue shook her head. She could manage simple home-cooked meals, but these were far too refined. She had absolutely no experience with them. Hearing their conversation, Yu Shu sighed. Forget it, I'll take care of these. She had planned to slack off a bit after returning home, but she never expected Lin Tianyi to buy so many high-end ingredients. If Li Chuxue handled them, chances were high that a lot would go to waste. So she had to step in. Xiao Shu, can you really cook these? Li Chuxue eyed her eldest daughter doubtfully. It wasn't that she doubted her. She knew Yu Shu could cook, but only basic dishes, not these. Don't worry, Andy. Xiao Shu is an amazing cook. Didn't you see the photo she posted on her Moments? Wasn't that a stock photo? Yu Shui suddenly recalled. She had commented on that post back then. Right after exams, while she was still eating instant noodles at school, Yu Shu dropped that photo. It had made her crave like crazy. I made that myself. Yu Shu confessed openly. Since it was already out in the open, she might as well give her family a little shock. Li Chuxue and Yu Yaoxing exchanged a look, clearly unable to believe their daughter was this skilled. Then I really can't wait to see it. Li Chuxue replied with a smile, then cheerfully picked up the cosmetics and headed to her room. After all, she was in her 40s and regularly used skincare products. The complete set of makeup and skincare items delighted Li Chuxue more and more, and her gaze toward Lin Tianyi grew increasingly approving. Yu Yaoxing trotted obediently after Li Chuxue. Meanwhile, Yu Shui licked her lips and looked at Yu Shu with eager anticipation. Sis, can you really make it? It's decent. Since Yu Shu shared similar interests with Yu Shui, she often watched cooking videos, and with her own divine culinary skills, handling these was no problem. Lin Tianyi quietly followed Yu Shu as if to lend a hand. Sis, can I film this and post it online? Go ahead, but don't show my face. Don't worry, I know. She didn't like being in the spotlight online anyway, and if she really did, her brother-in-law would probably demand she delete it. As Yu Shu started handling the ingredients, even the lingering doubt in Yu Shui's mind turned into full-blown anticipation. The fluid, graceful movements were simply mesmerizing. An hour later, Yu Shu rubbed her shoulders. Seeing this, Lin Tianyi knew his opportunity had arrived. He quickly placed his hands on Yu Shu's shoulders. Startled by his sudden move, Yu Shu nearly cried out. What are you doing? His hands on her shoulders gave her a fright. She almost screamed. Just giving you a rub. You've worked hard, my dear wife. Yu Shu shuddered at the tender tone of Lin Tianyi's voice. That syrupy falsetto. Who knew you were like this, old Lin? You've worked hard, dear wife. Yu Shui mimicked him from the side, her voice equally saccharine, but with a hint of cheekiness. Yu Shu didn't refuse Lin Tianyi's offer of a massage. After all, she had worked hard for over an hour. Why not enjoy a little pampering? Alright sis, let's set the dishes out. Time to eat. Really? Yu Shui's face lit up. She had been drooling while watching Yu Shu cook. Now that she heard they could finally eat, she could barely contain herself. She promptly carried out the baked king crab legs with cheese, and called out toward Li Chuxue and Yu Yaoxing's room. Dad, Mom, dinner's ready. Soon the door opened, revealing Li Chuxue in a new loungewear, still possessing an alluring charm. Yu Yaoxing was beaming, clearly having been up to some mischief with her. Yu Shui looked at her parents, then at her sister and brother-in-law in the kitchen. For some reason, she felt like a third wheel. Her cheerful mood instantly soured. The five of them set out the bowls and chopsticks, then carried the dishes to the table. Soon over a dozen dishes were laid out. If the table weren't so large, it probably wouldn't have held them all. Baked crab legs, steamed crab roe with egg, stir-fried crab, meat, steamed abalone with vermicelli, and garlic, steamed lobster with garlic vermicelli, and baked black tiger prawns with cheese. These were all made by Yu Shu herself. As for the crate of Taishan oysters, she hadn't prepared them yet. She planned to grill them on the balcony in the evening. Since they had a barbecue grill at home, and Yu Yaoxing, a firefighter, was around, safety was guaranteed. Li Chuxu's contributions included pan-fried chicken wings, poached choy sum in salted water, stir-fried cashews, steamed pork ribs, with meatballs, a steamed pumpkin, with ribs, steamed turbot, and a seaweed egg drop soup. 12 dishes and 1 soup, a veritable feast. The 5 sat at the dining table. Yu Shui and Lin Tianyi took photos of all the dishes. Lin Tianyi in particular posted them all on his moments, and even tagged Miss Wang. By now the million-yuan order was nearly complete, since it mainly involved cosplay costumes. As long as the materials were good and the designs exquisite, it would be finished in just 2 more days. So Wang Xiaoyu was no longer in a rush, and took a well-deserved rest. These past few days of rushing orders had exhausted her, and she had no appetite for anything. Feeling hungry, she simply made herself a bowl of instant noodles. She planned to finish the remaining work for the day after eating, then head home. At the same time, Wang Xiaoyu missed Yu Shu dearly, especially her cooking. Comparing her current instant noodles to that, it was a pitiful sight. Ding dong, just then Wang Xiaoyu heard a notification sound from her phone. Wang Xiaoyu opened the message, which read as follows: "Today, I sent my wife home, and her parents treated me like their own son. They said to make myself at home, and I was so moved. Moreover, her mother and my wife cooked a table full of dishes for us. I was deeply touched." After seeing Lin Tianyi's mention, Wang Xiaoyu, who was already harboring resentment, completely exploded. "I'm irreconcilably opposed to you." At this moment, the employees working overtime trembled upon hearing their boss' resentful outburst. Indeed, their boss seemed to be going through menopause lately. What a tragedy. After all, a beautiful woman who had never even had a boyfriend was already experiencing menopause. The thought was even more terrifying. Better get back to work. Lin Tianyi watched as messages popped up one by one, his parents urging him to bring Yu Shu home, and Wang Xiaoyu's profanity-laced tirade. Seeing this, Lin Tianyi couldn't help but smirk. Let her try to steal my little Shu. Feeling a hint of smugness, Yu Shu, who saw the content, cast a disdainful glance at him. How childish, she asked helplessly. Who told her to try and steal my little Shu? Sister Yu is a girl. How could she possibly do that? Yu Shu was both amused and exasperated. This level of possessiveness. Humph. Although he knew it was just normal banter between Wang Xiaoyu and Yu Shu, Lin Tianyi still felt a pang of jealousy. Jealousy could be fierce. Xiao, did the food today suit your taste? Of course. Auntie's cooking is amazing. Lin Tianyi replied quickly, throwing in a bit of flattery. You're always saying nice things to make me happy. But my cooking can't compare to little Shu's now. After tasting a dish made by Yu Shu, Li Chuxue was genuinely amazed. This is so delicious. Even a 5-star hotel chef might not match this. Auntie is joking, it's all similar. Suck up, Yu Shu said, rolling her eyes at Lin Tianyi. This old Lin was too sly. Of course my wife's cooking is even better, Lin Tianyi suddenly whispered into Yu Shu's ear. Caught off guard, Yu Shu blushed deeply and pushed him away. Eat your meal, stop that, everyone's watching, she said in a low voice, but loud enough for Lin Tianyi to hear. Hee. Lin Tianyi chuckled. Yu Yaoxing served food to Li Chuxue, and Lin Tianyi followed suit for Yu Shu. Only Yu Shui sat between Yu Shu and Li Chuxue, silently observing the scenes on either side of her. With tears in her eyes, she picked up one of the black tiger prawns and broke it in half. One whole prawn would be too much, as she wouldn't be able to eat anything else. Watching the two pairs flaunting their affection, Yu Shui felt for the first time that she might be the extra person in the family. Only the delicious food could soothe her broken heart. By the end of the meal, Li Chuxue and Yu Shui were full, having small appetites. Unlike Yu Shu, who was still eating. Come, shall we have a drink with your uncle? Dad, he has to go back tonight. Yu Shu immediately raised her hand in objection. Oh, now you're defending your boyfriend. Yu Yaoxing teased. He was quite satisfied with this prospective son-in-law. Little Shu, since uncle wants to drink with me, I can't refuse. You're really not going back tonight. How would he drive back after drinking? Call a designated driver. It's already past 8. If we drink, it'll be 9 or 10. It's too late to go back, but it's unsafe. Li Chuxue checked the time and spoke seriously. Then where will he sleep? Aren't you two a couple? Sleeping together should be fine, right? Yu Shui quietly asked. Exactly, little Shu, haven't we always slept in the same room? If not, you can sleep with Shui, Li Chuxue suggested. Yu Shu knew there was no way out. She resignedly ate her food. The whole family had been won over by old Lin. What could she say? Sis, my room is a bit messy lately. It can only sleep one person, Yu Shui said quietly. Yu Shu was speechless. Fine, little sis, I've spoiled you for nothing. Yu Shu's eyes met Lin Tianyi's, and she saw a mischievous glint in his. Yu Shu felt even more frustrated. Soon Li Chuxue opened a bottle of matai and poured for Yu Yaoxing and Lin Tianyi. Lin Tianyi began drinking with Yu Yaoxing, chatting and having a man-to-man talk about entrustment. An hour later, Yu Yaoxing's face was slightly flushed as he looked at Lin Tianyi and said, Xiao Yi, from now on my little Shu is in your hands. Don't let her down, understand? Don't worry, uncle, I've got everything under control. I will never let little Shu suffer any grievance. Good, I'm counting on you. Seeing that Lin Tianyi had downed more than a dozen cups with him without showing any sign of drunkenness, Yu Yaoxing was even more pleased. At home, Li Chuxue usually wouldn't let Yu Yaoxing drink like this, so he owed it all to Lin Tianyi. Thus his gaze toward Lin Tianyi, the prospective son-in-law, grew increasingly approving. Hearing her father's words, Yu Shu resignedly accepted her fate. Now that it had come to this, she knew her family had fully recognized Lin Tianyi as their future son-in-law. According to the internet, shouldn't the father be the strictest gatekeeper? Why was it so easily breached? Yu Shu couldn't understand. Lin Tianyi showed no signs of intoxication, but looked at Yu Shu with a triumphant expression. They exchanged glances, and Yu Shu could see the smugness in his eyes. What a look, she muttered disdainfully, but she accepted reality. There was no escape now. Soon Li Chuxue helped Yu Yaoxing into the bedroom to rest. Yu Shu and Yu Shui began cleaning the tableware, and Lin Tianyi joined in. Since there was no dishwasher, they had to wash by hand. Shui, what are your plans for this summer vacation? Do you have any dream schools in mind? Yu Shui thought for a moment, and replied, what else? Work for a month, then have fun for the rest. As for schools, I haven't decided yet. They'll just pick whatever is available. By the way, sis, what do you plan to do? Yu Shui was also curious about what Yu Shu intended to do during the summer break this time, since in the past Yu Shu would set up a small stall at the family convenience store and sell some snacks. Same as before. This time Yu Shu was confident about expanding her little stall. In previous summers, after deducting food costs and the like, she was already content with earning 6,000 to 7,000 a month. Now, with her culinary skills having improved by leaps and bounds, making 10,000 might even be effortless. Set up a stall. Yes, that's right. At that moment, Lin Tianyi, who was nearby, raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. As the owner of a super tech company, his wife was actually reduced to selling snacks at a convenience store. If word got out, what would those people think of him? Xiao Shu Shu, why don't you skip the stall this summer? I can support you. No. Yu Shu immediately retorted. She hadn't fallen so low as to rely on someone else for support. Why, oi? I have my own hands and feet. Why can't I work? Besides, if you abandon me in the future, wouldn't I? Before Yu Shu could finish, Lin Tianyi grabbed her delicate face and kissed her. Yu Shui, standing nearby, felt as if she had been struck by 10,000 points of critical damage. She was still a child. She was a girl who had just turned 18. Exposing her to such a stimulating scene. Was that something a human could do? Yu Shui shyly ran away, deliberately leaving the kitchen, a large space, for Yu Shu and Lin Tianyi. Yu Shu hadn't expected Lin Tianyi to do this in front of her younger sister. Especially when she saw that her sister had actually run off, Yu Shu felt despair. She glared at Lin Tianyi, who responded with a sly smile, their eyes locking. After a moment, Lin Tianyi finally released Yu Shu. Xiao Shu Shu, I don't want to hear those words again. What I've said I will absolutely do. I will never abandon you. Who knows what will happen in the future? Yu Shu pouted in response. After all, Lin Tianyi hadn't seen her other side. Who knew if he would be frightened and think she was? Time will prove everything. Trust me. Lin Tianyi grasped her hand and held it tight. He looked into her eyes, his gaze firm and seemingly sincere. Yu Shu finally relented. All right, I believe you. Lin Tianyi chuckled, then washed the remaining dishes together with Yu Shu. After finishing, Yu Shu looked at him curiously. Old Lin, I didn't expect you to know how to wash dishes. It doesn't quite fit your status. What are you thinking? Before I founded my company, I was just an ordinary person. So you built this entire company all by yourself? Yeah, that's right. Damn. Impressive. Yu Shu was quite shocked. Old Lin was truly formidable. Lin Tianyi. He really wanted to hear Yu Shu's gentle praise. After resting for a good while, Yu Shu brought out the barbecue grill she had stored at home. She also dug out the remaining charcoal. Xiao Shu Shu, what are you doing? Grilling oysters. She set up the grill on the balcony. Since the balcony had no windows, only a door, there was no need to worry about indoor carbon monoxide poisoning. After a bit of effort, she lit the charcoal and brought out the dozen oysters. She also took out some meat from the fridge, skewered them, and prepared them as shish kebabs. Fortunately, there was still some barbecue seasoning left from the last time they grilled at home, otherwise she would have had to buy some. Sis, what are you doing? Seeing Yu Shu's big commotion, Yu Shui came out of her room curiously. Barbecuing. I want some too. Didn't you eat enough at dinner? I did, but barbecue doesn't take up space in the stomach. Yu Shu. What a claim. Barbecue doesn't take up space. The grill was quite large. Once the charcoal was hot, Yu Shu threw an eggplant on it. This eggplant had been bought by Li Chuxue 2 days ago, intended for a fish-flavored shredded pork dish, but now Yu Shu had dug it out. Yu Shu took out the garlic sauce she had prepared earlier that day and started grilling. Lin Tianyi was quietly working nearby, while Yu Shui watched with eager eyes. Li Chuxue and Yu Yaoxing seemed to have fallen asleep. Neither came out of their room. At this moment, Yu Shu seemed to recall something. Old Lin, you didn't bring a change of clothes tonight, did you? Lin Tianyi thought about it and realized he hadn't. But it was no big deal. No problem, I'll order some now. As he spoke, he took out his phone and placed an order. Disposable underwear and some cola. Soon Yu Shu successfully grilled the dozen oysters. The flavor was perfect, especially with the secret garlic sauce. After Yu Shui ate one, her eyes lit up. Yu Shu wasn't particularly possessive about the food. She felt that she no longer loved oysters as much as before, though she still liked them. She ate the most grilled eggplant, while Lin Tianyi devoured 7 of the oysters. For some reason Lin Tianyi felt that the quality of these oysters was exceptionally good. He felt a surge of energy throughout his body. After finishing the barbecue, Yushu disposed of the charcoal and cleaned the grill. By then it was already 11 o'clock. Lin Tianyi had naturally received his disposable underwear, cola, and other snacks. After Yushu took some, the rest was brought into the room by Yushu. Old Lin, do you want to take a shower first? Lin Tianyi raised an eyebrow and nodded. For some reason when he looked at Yushu, he felt a surge of impulse. He really needed a good shower to calm down. Yushu breathed a sigh of relief as she watched him leave. The look in old Lin's eyes just now was a bit too intense, something that hadn't happened before. Could the quality of these oysters be that powerful? Yushu thought, and could only blame it on the excellent quality of that dozen Taishan oysters. After all, these were the best oysters she had ever eaten. Just eating 3 made her feel hot all over, let alone Lin Tianyi, who had eaten 7. So for the sake of her own safety, she thought it best to let Lin Tianyi cool down. Moi. Just then Yushu felt a slight ache in her stomach. Could it be food poisoning? Ding. Detected that the host is in a special state. Now issuing a mission, help Lin Tianyi resolve his most urgent need. Yushu, wait, you damn system, you're back. And what kind of mission is this? Is this something a normal system should? Damn system, what exactly is this mission you've issued? What do you mean by help Lin Tianyi fulfill his most urgent need? Yushu's face was slightly stunned. Was this system serious? If she remembered correctly, the look in Lin Tianyi's eyes just now was a bit fiery and impulsive. If she were to fulfill it, Yushu dared not think further. For now she wasn't ready, and she didn't want to be taken so soon. Host, think carefully. This mission is actually quite easy to complete. And the mission reward is the talent for painting. The talent for painting. Yushu's heart wavered at the thought. She had loved painting as a child, but unfortunately she lacked the gift. Now she could barely draw stick figures. However, just for the sake of the mission reward, Yushu found it a bit hard to accept. You make it sound so easy. Tell me, how am I supposed to complete this mission? And why has it locked onto a person now? Host, don't get excited. This mission is actually very simple. Think about it. If he's thirsty, wouldn't he need a glass of water? That does make sense. See, the missions the system issues are all very straightforward. This is a benefit, you know. As for the locking, wasn't it? Because you already had someone in mind, host. So it automatically locked on. Friendly reminder, you only have 1 day. If you don't complete the mission by then, the reward will be forfeited. Alright, I'm out of energy again. Oh, and by the way, host, your period has arrived. Good luck. Yushu. What? What did this damn system mean by your period has arrived? Yushu touched her lower abdomen. There was a faint sting, but it was bearable. Could it really have come? Yushu swallowed instinctively. She had no experience with this. Should she go ask her sister to borrow something? It was a bit embarrassing. Lost in thought, Yushu was torn about whether to ask. Until the door opened. There stood Lin Tianyi, wiping his hair as he walked in. Xiao Shushu, what are you thinking about? Yushu hadn't noticed Lin Tianyi pushing the door open and entering, so she responded instinctively upon hearing his voice. My period came, and I don't know how to ask my sister for sanitary. Before she could finish, Yushu suddenly came to her senses. She looked at Lin Tianyi, who was still drying his hair, and froze for a moment. You, why did you suddenly come in? Yushu's face flushed crimson. What had she just said? She had actually said that to Lin Tianyi. As if sensing her embarrassment, Lin Tianyi's expression immediately turned to concern upon hearing that her period had arrived. Does it hurt? Lin Tianyi stepped forward and crouched in front of Yushu. Looking at Yushu, who was sitting on the bed in a state of confusion, Lin Tianyi frowned slightly. Taken aback by his sudden proximity, Yushu inhaled his unique scent. For some reason, she found Lin Tianyi unusually alluring in that moment. What was happening? Yushu snapped back to reality. She had never reacted to Lin Tianyi like this before. But now why did she find him so attractive? Yet hearing his care-filled inquiry, a warmth spread through her heart. Just a little. It's not too painful. It wasn't a sharp pain, just intermittent stings. It was bearable for Yushu. Wait for me a moment. Go take a hot shower first. Standing up, Lin Tianyi ruffled Yushu's hair with a smile, then put on his coat and walked out the door. Yushu nodded in response, her mind still in a daze. She wanted to ask the damn system what had just happened, but it had already gone to sleep, leaving her with no choice. Yet whenever she recalled the moment Lin Tianyi had leaned in and touched her head, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She felt that Lin Tianyi was particularly masculine at that moment, especially after the close contact. Subconsciously, she remembered the physique he had revealed earlier. There was an urge to touch him. Shaking off that peculiar thought, Yushu felt something was off about herself. Her thoughts seemed to have changed a lot. She really needed to take a hot shower and calm down. Pushing the door open, Yushu noticed Lin Tianyi approaching her with a glass of hot water. Drink this first. He'll go buy you some sanitary pads. Yushu's face reddened at those words. Even as a girl now, she felt shy hearing those 3 words, let alone from Lin Tianyi. Isn't that a bit awkward? What's awkward about it? It's just buying sanitary pads. Lin Tianyi looked at Yushu's flushed face with a hint of curiosity. How come Xiao Shushu sounded so gentle now? And, if he wasn't mistaken, the way Yushu seemed now carried a hint of allure. The more he looked at her shy expression, the more a certain urge stirred within him. The desire he had been suppressing began to awaken. Quickly shifting his focus, he ruffled Yushu's hair. Take off the wig and go take a hot shower. Is this your first time? Yushu nodded softly with a murmur. Her voice was gentle and soft. Go take a shower. Be good. Lin Tianyi patted her head, then handed her the glass of water before heading out to buy sanitary pads. Yushu looked at the glass in her hand. For some reason a sweet feeling welled up in her heart. She downed it in one go and headed toward the bathroom. There were spare clothes in her backpack. She would buy more tomorrow. Entering the bathroom, Yushu gazed at herself in the mirror. She unconsciously played with her silver hair, feeling that her feminine mannerisms were becoming more pronounced. Pushing aside the chaotic thoughts in her mind, she began to bathe. Since there was no bathtub or pool, Yushu could only sit on the floor and stretch her tail. Once she transformed into her mermaid form, she felt an immense sense of comfort. The only drawback was that she could only take a shower, not a bath. About half an hour later, Yushu emerged from the bathroom. Rubbing her head, she felt much clearer-headed. Indeed, taking a shower had its benefits. However, since her pants were still in the car, she could only use a loose t-shirt as a makeshift nightgown. Fortunately, the t-shirt Lin Tianyi had bought was an oversized one reaching down to her thighs. As for exactly where. Returning to her room, soon after Lin Tianyi knocked on the door, Yushu immediately snapped to attention and pulled the blanket over her legs. Luckily, the air conditioning kept the room from getting too warm. Come in. The door opened, and Lin Tianyi walked in carrying a large bag of items. I wasn't sure which one would suit you, so I bought a few to try. As he spoke, Lin Tianyi walked over to Yushu and placed the items on the bed, taking them out one by one. Yushu fell silent as she stared at the neatly arranged sanitary pads. Which one should she use? The two of them fell into silence, exchanging a glance filled with a hint of confusion. There was no other choice but to seek help. After sending a message to his younger sister, the door was soon knocked on. Elder sister, I'm here. Then the door swung open, and Yushu slipped into Yushu's room with a grin. But the moment she saw the two sitting on the bed, her cheerful expression froze. Brother-in-law, why are you here too? Where else would I be if not in your sister's room? Lin Tianyi shrugged in response. That made sense. But, it's girls' time now, brother-in-law, so you need to get out. With that, she grabbed Lin Tianyi and tried to push him out. Lin Tianyi gave a helpless smile and was soon shoved out of the room by Yushu. After locking the door, he scratched the back of his head. Just as he was about to find a sofa to sit on, he heard the sound of the two sisters messing around inside the room. Ordinarily, Lin Tianyi wouldn't think much of it. However, today's Taishan oysters were of exceptional quality, so potent that even after taking a cold shower to curb his desires, he couldn't help but entertain some alternative thoughts. No, how could you have such thoughts? After a moment, Lin Tianyi regained his composure and decided to divert his attention. But the slight trembling of his hands betrayed his inner turmoil. About half an hour later, Yushu pushed open the door and walked out with a sly grin. Then she called out to Lin Tianyi, who was sitting on the sofa staring at his phone, to distract himself. Brother-in-law, you can go in now. Just be careful, you two. Don't do anything weird today, Lin Tianyi. What was up with his sister-in-law? Did she really think he was so impatient? Not to mention the fact that little Shushu was on her period, but even if the time were right, he would absolutely respect her choices. After watching Yushu return to her room, Lin Tianyi put away his phone and walked into the bedroom. By then, Yushu had buried herself under the blanket. Her face flushed red. She had finally learned what to do after receiving a full half-hour of instruction from her younger sister. Little Shushu, how are you feeling? I'm okay. Yushu felt utterly drained, staring at Lin Tianyi with pitiful eyes. Seeing her like this, Lin Tianyi couldn't help but chuckle. This version of little Shushu was really quite adorable. He sat on the edge of the bed, and under Yushu's gaze gently pinched her cheeks. Hey, what are you doing? Yushu found him a bit annoying. Hee, I just think you're cute. Does your stomach still hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore. I'm fine. They stared at each other, not knowing what to say. After all, it was their first time experiencing something like this. In the end, Yushu was the one to break the silence. If they kept staring, she might just die of embarrassment. Old Lin, is there anything you need right now? Anything I need? Lin Tianyi was a bit taken aback by the slightly seductive look in Yushu's eyes. The desire within him stirred involuntarily, wanting to break free, but he managed to suppress it for now. As long as he wasn't provoked, he'd be fine. Knowing Yushu's personality, she wouldn't do something like that. Right now, what I need is to take care of you. He gently stroked Yushu's cheek and smiled. Surprised by his sudden tenderness, Yushu's heart began to race. She also noticed something was off with herself. Ever since she got her period, her emotions had been fluctuating. But was this what old Lin needed? Taking care of her shouldn't count, right? Otherwise, the task would have been completed long ago, and it wouldn't still be hidden. Thinking it over, Yushu asked again, Old Lin, are you thirsty? Lin Tianyi rubbed his chin. He was a little thirsty, but not desperately so. Still, he nodded. Great, I'll get you some water. Yushu's heart leaped with joy, and she threw off the blanket. Then with her long fair legs, she slipped on her slippers and ran out of the room to fetch water for Lin Tianyi. This task was pretty easy after all, she thought. But before Lin Tianyi could say anything about her sudden move, he noticed her outfit. He was about to speak, but fell silent. The fire in his heart kindled unexpectedly. What was little Shu Shu doing? Why wasn't she dressed properly? Lin Tianyi felt a stir. He quickly suppressed the thought, and only when Yushu handed him the glass did he take it slowly. However, Yushu noticed his odd sitting posture. It seemed. She thought of something and glanced down at her own attire, instantly realizing what had happened. Normally, she would have rushed to the bed and wrapped herself in the blanket. But now for some reason, seeing Lin Tianyi flustered by her appearance gave her a mischievous urge to tease him. Yet as soon as she realized it, her face flushed crimson. Why had she just had that thought? Handing the glass to Lin Tianyi, she dashed to the bathroom to cool down. Then she pulled out her phone and searched on Janine. After a moment, Yushu fell silent. So it was true that during menstruation certain hormones could cause a sudden increase in libido. So that was the culprit. Taking a deep breath, she returned to the room. Seeing that Lin Tianyi had finished the water and was now silent, it was clear that drinking water wasn't his urgent need. The task remained unfinished. Old Lin, what is the one thing you want me to do most right now? That drawing talent was at stake, and Yushu didn't want to give it up. So she decided to make one last effort. If it didn't work, she would just give up. There was no penalty for failure anyway. At worst, she'd just lose the reward. Puzzled by her persistent questioning, Lin Tianyi wondered what was up with little Shu Shu today. Then it struck him. Had heard that girls' moods could fluctuate during their period, and he needed to be patient and accommodating. He should try to fulfill any need she had. But what was going on with little Shu Shu? Why was she so eager to do what he needed most? Xiao Shu Shu, are you a bit off today? Being called out by Lin Tianyi like that, Yushu immediately blushed. This old Lin, if she could say it, she wouldn't be acting like this. It was all for the sake of painting talent. Taking a deep breath, she responded with a gentle tone. How could that be, brother? I'm just a little move that you went through so much trouble to buy this for me. Lin Tianyi. The evidence was conclusive. Now he was even more certain that something was wrong with Yushu today. But it actually felt quite nice, especially that brother, which made his heart flutter a little. Shivering, Lin Tianyi wanted to say something, but held back. In the end, 1,000 words condensed into one. Xiao Shu Shu, can you give me a head massage like before? After all, Lin Tianyi was genuinely tired today. He had driven for over an hour, and then drank with Yu Yaoxing for another hour that evening. Even after taking a shower, he still felt a bit groggy, though not too much. Yushu hesitated for a moment, then nodded. It wasn't like she hadn't massaged his head before. Sitting on the bed, she patted her fair thigh, and Lin Tianyi immediately laid down his movements practiced. Yushu, if it weren't for the system's mission requirements, she really wouldn't want to do this. But seeing how much Lin Tianyi had done for her and her family today, she would reluctantly give him a head massage. It was definitely just because the system demanded it. Lying on Yushu's lap, Lin Tianyi inhaled her fragrance, feeling utterly at ease. His Xiao Shu Shu was truly the best. However, he didn't know why. Before, lying on her lap and enjoying the massage only made him feel comfortable and sleepy. But today was different. He turned his head to look at Yushu but couldn't see her face. Something was blocking the view. At that moment, Yushu felt his head moving around, and the spot where his hair tickled her became itchy, so she applied a bit more pressure. Hey, stop moving around, it's ticklish. Her tone was different from usual, carrying a hint of coquettishness and allure. Lin Tianyi had already noticed what was happening. The voice was one reason, but the bigger reason was Yushu's attire. There was no scent of blood, only a faint fragrance. Yushu, who had been massaging him for over 20 minutes, still hadn't heard the system's task completion chime, and she realized that this wasn't Lin Tianyi's current need. This old Lin. He had learned to lie. Yushu gritted her teeth as she looked at the man lying on her lap. But taking a deep breath to calm herself, she noticed that Lin Tianyi's posture was a bit strange. He seemed to be trying hard to hide something from her. After a moment of silence, Yushu understood what state Lin Tianyi was in. This old Lin, even at a time like this, he's still. While the task was impossible to complete, Yushu gave up struggling. It was just a painting talent reward anyway. She didn't need it. There would always be another chance. But this old Lin had been enjoying himself for so long. For some reason, Yushu felt a bit annoyed, and now she was a little angry. Glancing at Lin Tianyi's awkward posture, Yushu lightly licked the corner of her mouth. The little demon inside her seemed to have awakened. Since the task couldn't be completed anyway, she might as well punish this bastard old Lin. Yushu's fingers traced across Lin Tianyi's chest. Caught off guard, Lin Tianyi shuddered. What was going on? This Xiao Shu Shu was definitely not herself. Lin Tianyi quickly snapped out of it, and asked in confusion, Xiao Shu Shu, what are you doing? I just thought you looked tired, so I'm massaging other places. Come on, turn over, and I'll massage your back. Lin Tianyi hesitated for a moment before turning over, clearly not entirely convinced by her words. But he still obeyed. After a moment, Lin Tianyi felt something pressing on his back. Turning his head, he saw Yushu pressing down on him. Then she began to properly relieve his muscle fatigue. Having watched quite a few massage techniques, Yushu was actually quite good at it. Not bad. Xiao Shush's technique is really good. Lin Tianyi hadn't expected Yushu's skills to be this impressive, though she was a bit rusty. Yushu said nothing, just smiled faintly. A moment later, Lin Tianyi felt something was off with the touch. Lin Tianyi. A few minutes later, Yushu wrapped herself entirely in the blanket and looked at Lin Tianyi with a sly grin. Now Lin Tianyi was burning with desire, staring at Yushu speechlessly. He was certain now. Yushu had done it on purpose. Would a normal person use that part to massage? Although it felt great, Lin Tianyi's fire couldn't be extinguished. But he couldn't possibly take advantage of Yushu in this state, nor could he act without her consent. So he could only stare at Yushu, meeting her triumphant little gaze. You did that on purpose. Naya. Yushu found it amusing to see Lin Tianyi's frustrated expression, especially the way he was utterly helpless. It was even more entertaining. Seeing Yushu like this, Lin Tianyi felt a headache coming on. Brother, what's wrong with you? It wasn't intentional either. Not intentional. She had already used. Lin Tianyi never imagined he would get to enjoy a thigh massage. If Yushu wasn't on her period, Lin Tianyi would have definitely taught her a lesson about reaping what you sow. He shot her a glare, then glanced at the time. It was already 1 a.m. Taking a deep breath, he calmed down for a moment and approached Yushu. Yushu was startled by his sudden approach. This old Lin. He wasn't about to lose control, was he? Caught off guard, Yushu froze and immediately sobered up. Looking at his helpless, frustrated expression, she felt a pang of guilt. Could she really have done something like that? Was that still her? Yushu's heart was conflicted and filled with remorse. Lin Tianyi's hand reached out toward her, and Yushu instinctively closed her eyes only to feel his hand stroke her head. Don't let it happen again. I can't guarantee I'll be able to control myself. Then he turned off the light in front of her, planning to sleep in the living room tonight. Watching him leave, Yushu's heart was tangled. Then, as if struck by a thought, she quickly called out, "Old Lin, it's hot outside. You should come back to bed. I won't cause any trouble." A warmth spread through Lin Tianyi's heart. It seemed Xiao Shushu could be mischievous only occasionally. All right. Returning to the bed, he found the pillow already prepared and lay down directly. Seeing that Yushu really wasn't causing any trouble, Lin Tianyi gradually relaxed. A moment later, the blanket shifted. Lin Tianyi. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task.